Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Inside the shield, there were quite a few polar devouring beasts circling around the base. After a part was broken, the rest seemed to be much smarter. They didn't have direct contact, but were just observing. And inside the shield, many figures can still be seen working, coming and going, using construction equipment to place the modular base structure. Like building blocks, the internal base building is getting more and more perfect. For the monsters outside the shield, they didn't even look at them. The shield used this time is different from the previous one. This is the latest research success of the Trisolaran and Trisolaran Academy of Human Sciences. High-frequency ramp particle shield. Technically, it doesn't break away from the essence of the shield force field, but there is a difference in the excitation method. Under normal circumstances, the force field needs to be maintained, that is to say, to continuously output energy to keep the force field stable at 620 and resist attacks. The oblique wave shield is to make the generator of the output force field unstable. Once the shield control system detects that there is enemy contact, the original continuous and stable output becomes segmented, and the frequency is extremely high. From a normal perspective, there seems to be no difference, but because of the particularity of the force field, this high-frequency state will make the force field originally very lethal. It's like a high-frequency vibration knife. The powerful tremor frequency can almost instantly crush any object it touches. This kind of shield is very suitable for this place. Don't worry about those lowly so-called extreme beasts. The powerful base and the protection of the extreme devouring beast in seconds made everyone on the lighthouse think that these people must be visitors from the space colony with a complete human technology tree. Lighthouse, totally insane. Mark found that countless people began to rush towards the top of the tower. That's where Santo Morgan is, and the direction of the lighthouse control room. Even the dust people who are usually submissive and slave-like have the courage to stand up under this wave. It's a big deal. Mark found that the lighthouse might really be changing. When he arrived at the City Lord's Hall, countless people had already gathered here. On the stage, people can still hear excited shouts. "Santo, we can't give up." People in space colonies have already built bases on the ground. Do we still want to live like this? Yes, their technology is obviously much stronger than ours. Joining them is our only way out. The owner of the city, Morgan, is still stubborn. How many times have I said this? The people in the space colony cannot come back. They are all dead. These people are not astronauts. Then who are they? Yeah, who are they then? Master City Master. We call you City Master because you have led us to survive in the apocalypse for so many years. But now, we can obviously leave Doomsday. Why are you stopping us? Even if we leave for space with them, it's still our city. The question of who they are makes Morgan's face more and more. Who knows who they are? Where the hell do these people come from? Captain Mark is here. Captain Mark, say something. Seeing Mark's arrival, the excited crowd made way for him in an instant. As the captain of the Wild Hunters, his prestige in the lighthouse is not low. At this time, everyone hopes that everyone who can talk can say a few words. Mark stepped forward slowly and looked at the crowd around him. He knew that today's matter could not be solved so simply. "My lord, how about we stop it?" Speaking of it, Mark is the last person who doesn't want the lighthouse to continue like this. Moreover, with such a big disturbance today, it is best to follow the public opinion. Morgan wanted to say something, but he looked helpless. He also has his own reasons. "The city lord, let it go," Mark said slowly. Morgan looked at Mark, wondering what he was thinking. After a long time, he sighed, but made a decision that surprised everyone. From now on, Mark will take over the position of the city lord. "I'm tired." As he spoke, he manipulated the wheelchair and slowly fell backwards. Hearing this, the audience instantly cheered. Mark took over as the Santo Lord. Doesn't it mean Morgan Santo has given up? They can welcome a new life? Mark. Mark, Mark. For a moment, the whole hall was cheering, and people chanted Mark's name loudly. Chin Yun didn't know, and he didn't want to know what happened in the lighthouse. For him, the those remaining survivors were just a small episode. At this moment, Qin-Yun is completely immersed in the two-dimensional world as a graduate student. Agent G, you mean? There is a mystery of latitude here. As a complete two-dimensional world, how could Qin-Yun not call Ancient One? Although she is not a scientist, she must be of great help to the research. Almost as soon as it came to this world, Ancient One discovered some keys. Yes, this world is amazing, and it's the first time I've seen it. Ancient One glanced around, his face full of admiration, and he didn't know what he was looking at. The feeling here is very similar to the world of Mephisto in those latitudes, but it is fundamentally different. Marvel, as the God-created universe, is originally an all-powerful multi-universe with countless parallel worlds. It's like a lot of bubbles stacked side by side, and in those big bubbles, there are many small bubbles mixed in. Those are the worlds of the so-called latitude Mephisto. Most of them are not three-dimensional, some are two-dimensional, some are 4 latitude or even 5 latitude. Definitely, the more powerful the latitude, the more powerful the Mephisto will be born. The latitude world gives the Mephistos their power and is closely connected with them. But here is different. This is a complete huge amounts of bubbles, but the law of the whole bubble is biased towards small bubbles. It's hard. Bubbles are originally just like in reality, with tension. The lower the latitude, the smaller the tension, and the more difficult it is to form a stable latitude. Refer to blowing bubbles with detergent and water. The tension in this world is also small, but the bubbles are big. So, if we can find a rule to maintain this world, maybe we can also become latitude Mephisto and create our own latitude. Ancient One at the moment is even a little exciting. After becoming the person in black, although she didn't have to repay the loan, she regretted not taking out more. Her strength will almost always stop at the moment of entry, unless she practiced herself. However, she has come to the end of the road of ordinary human magicians. If you want to become stronger, there is no other way to go. However, it would be different if she could also become latitude Mephisto. With Seabath, her own latitude, she can grow almost unlimited, and she can be as strong as her latitude is. If her latitude can grow to the level of the big universe, one day, she, Ancient One, might also become a creation god-level existence. This is an irresistible temptation for any practitioner. As for becoming a latitude Mephisto, will it be bad to say, so that her Sorcerer Supreme will be criticized? Are you kidding me? If we, Ancient One, cared about this, we wouldn't have borrowed from Dormammu in the first place. Become a latitude Mephisto, create latitude yourself. Qin-Yun was also taken aback. He understands how difficult it is to do this, and how strong it can be if it is done successfully. Although the level of the mysterious side and the technology side is not easy to compare. However, a latitude Mephisto, at least on the technology side, must also have the combat power of a 5th-level civilization, right? If you work harder, it is possible to reach level 6. The most important thing is that after having one's own latitude, one can no longer be suppressed by the rules of the big universe to a certain extent. Almost all of the agents Qin-Yun can use now, and the mysterious side body powers he possesses, come from the Marvel world. Traveling to other worlds will be suppressed by the rules. After all, the source of your power is not our universe, our law. After having the latitude, when crossing, the latitude and itself integrate, which is equivalent to carrying a law pool with you. To a certain extent, expanding the scope of influence of one's own dimension. Even in other universes, it can exert its full power. It's like being a person in one country, but following the local laws in another country. But now we have established a small colony in other countries, running our own laws. Daxia. The question is how to perceive the law of this world. Qin-Yun asked a crucial question. When it comes to law, it is not something that low-level civilizations can understand. Although Qin-Yun is learning and improving every day, his knowledge reserves are still in the category of low-level civilizations. After all, the current highest technology of Haiyan people is only level 3. Well, science me I don't really understand, but I can show you in a magician way. Ancient One thought for a while, then suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped Qin-Yun's chest hard. Afterwards, Qin-Yun only felt that a force seemed to tear him apart, and origin magic power automatically began to resist this force. "Don't resist," Ancient One said softly. As an agent of the Men in Black, bound by the original law, Qin-Yun knew that the Ancient One would not harm him. Subsequently, the resistance of origin magic power was released. The moment he released it, Qin-Yun felt light all over, and his whole body was suspended in the air. Looking back, my body was standing there in a daze. Ancient One still kept patting her, and the other one was also floating beside her. Soul astral. Qin-Yun's eyes lit up, looking at his illusory soul. This is the first time he really perceives the concrete existence of the soul, and, even in the two-dimensional world, Qin-Yun finds that his soul is still in the main dimensional world. Seems to have regained its color. The soul belongs to the 6 senses. The perspective of the soul will be much more limited than the 5 senses restricted by the body. Carefully perceive everything around. Analyzing, supreme magic. Expected time 150 days. The evolution system also hints that the power of Ancient One is being analyzed. Good guy, this can take effect as long as the body touches it. Qin-Yun is also happy to have more power. The body analyzes the power of Ancient One, and with her help, the soul begins to observe the world seriously. What is the nature of the world? What is the existence of matter? What is being? What is nothing? Why is there a world, a universe, matter, and what would it be like if nothing existed? This is undoubtedly a very profound question. As long as people are alive, they exist, and they can come into contact with being. There is space, time, matter, and invisible things that are tangible. Even if they are invisible, they still exist. However, in order to become a latitude Mephista, one must open up the dimension by oneself. One must understand what is nothing. Everything starts from zero, there is nothing, the first one has, how did it come from? Where did it come from? How to form, where will it appear after formation? And how to control all this? Qin-Yun can't imagine, in a world with nothing, what is there, what is nothing, and what it is. If this kind of thinking is in a high-latitude world, just an ordinary 3-dimensional world, with Qin-Yun's current situation, it is impossible to find the answer. Because this has already involved the category of creation power. However, in the 2-dimensional world, Qin-Yun found that thinking about these issues is actually meaningful. This is like a top student at Harvard, although he ranks last in Harvard exams. But let him go to a third-rate college, and he can still be admitted to the forefront. Environmental factors are very critical. Qin-Yun began to fall into a long period of comprehension. Time also passed slowly. That kind of clear way of thinking made Qin immerse himself in it. It wasn't until a sense of weakness came that Qin-Yun came back to his senses. Ancient One, who was also closing his eyes in perception, also opened his eyes and glanced at Qin-Yun. Your soul power is too weak. It's only been 2 days and it's been exhausted. Rest for a night first. Qin-Yun nodded. This kind of exhaustion that goes deep into the soul is indeed not something that can be overcome by force. But it has been 2 days. Agent G, how is your perception? Give me another 3 days, and I have the confidence to open up a latitude of my own. Ancient One said very confidently. Qin-Yun, good guy, is this the gap? Qin-Yun felt that in 2 days she was just getting started. This kind of thing. What you need is inspiration. Sometimes when you figure it out, you have it figured out. Don't worry, Ancient One said comfortingly. After all, there are some latitudes where Mephista is not that strong at the beginning, maybe just fell asleep and thought of something inexplicably, becoming the master of the latitude. Okay, then I'll go back first. He returned to his body lightly, and a sense of fullness hit him. Still in good health, although the soul vision can see more things, but it makes people feel a sense of emptiness. After returning to the body, I obviously felt that this emptiness disappeared. Supreme magic analysis interrupted. Current progress. 16% as Qin-Yun took a step back subconsciously, the two of them were separated after holding the posture of not moving for 2 days. Only then did Qin-Yun remember that Ancient One's body has been thumping himself, and the consequence is. The power of Ancient One has also been analyzed by the system a lot, 16%. Although it looks very low, but Qin Yun has already produced a lot of knowledge in his mind. A force completely different from origin magic power appeared in Qin Yun's body. Then, after being exposed to the magic power of chaos, the two unexpectedly integrated together in surprise. This startled Qin Yun. Origin magic power and Ancient One's magic don't seem to be in the same system. Can this also be integrated? But after integrating, Qin Yun didn't find any discomfort in his body, but he still asked in his heart uneasy. System, what's the situation? How do these two forces integrate? The essence of the infinite evolution system is infinite. If you want to be infinite, it is the foundation. Only by integrating infinitely many different forces can you achieve true infinite evolution. The systematic explanation made Qin Yun a little happy. According to the system, the so-called infinite evolution is the ability to absorb almost all power, which is divided into three aspects: soul, energy, body. The power of each classification will be automatically compatible and become a part of Qin Yun. That is to say, no matter what system it is, Qin Yun will not have conflicts at all. Even if it absorbs a vampire 1 second and creates a zombie the next second, it's fine. Immortal cultivation and magic coexist? Anyway, it is all energy. From the perspective of the evolutionary system, there is no difference, and it will be integrated by it. Qin Yun's body changed very quickly, but Ancient One seemed to have noticed something. Her soul seemed a little doubtful. It seems to have captured some strange energy fluctuations just now, somewhat like myself. However, the volatility flashed by, and Ancient One didn't think too much, and continued to immerse itself in the wonder of the rule in the second-dimensional world of perception. Leaving the office, Qin Yun found an agent who seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Boss, outside. The survivors have been waiting for 2 days and said they want to see you. Survivor, lighthouse man, hee, have they figured it out? Then let people come in, not too much, Mu Bing. There's always something to be done about the lighthouse. Qin Yun just wants to finish the work quickly, then go back to catch up on sleep, and then come out to continue the perception 2-dimensional rule. Everything that boosts power is racing against the clock until the herald arrives. Outside the base, the lighthouse floated above the protective cover and did not dare to land. Because on the ground, a very large number of almost terrifying extreme devouring beasts have gathered. In 2 days, there were still many unreasonable polar devourers who came to test the protective shield. But it is still the end of ashes. As a result, the local Mayan ecology became aware of this threat and began to gather an army to eradicate it, but the people at the base were not worried at all. This kind of monster comes more or less the same, and the power of the shield is enough to deal with everything. Master Mark, there are more and more polar devouring beasts now, and there are a few higher-level ones. Shall we continue to raise the height? Mark, who is now the lord of the city, sat in the position of the lord of the city, listening to the reports of the people below. The polar devouring beasts have long-range attack methods, and they have to maintain a certain height to ensure the safety of the lighthouse. What do the people below say? They still haven't responded. Mark is also a little anxious. Now the lighthouse is almost in the den of the beast, and if you don't pay attention, it will be completely GG. Thought they were willing to listen to the astronauts, and the astronauts would take them away. Unexpectedly, after they got it back, the other party just told them to wait. This wait is 2 days. The lighthouse never stays in one place for too long because it is afraid of the gathering of polar devouring beasts. Master Mark, Lord Mark. They said they want to see us? Suddenly, the correspondent received the information from the ground base and said excitedly. When Mark heard this, he stood up quickly. Great, prepare the helicopter, let's go down. The other party said that only 3 people can go. Upon hearing this request, Mark thought for a while and said, promise them. The ground base asked them to go to only 3 people. They definitely didn't want too many people to participate. Originally, they were the one asking for people now. This kind of request doesn't matter anymore. Soon, the helicopter transported the lighthouse team represented by Mark to the top of the shield. Seeing this scene, many polar devouring beasts began to howl. Some even began to spit out long-range attacks. Not good. Pay attention to dodge. Attack is coming. The gathering of countless pole-devouring beasts is very terrifying. Acid, ion balls, and all kinds of strange long-range attacks all over the sky will almost block all their moving ranges. Mark's face darkened, and he didn't expect these extreme devouring beasts to be so sensitive. Raise the height. Just when they thought that this mission was going to fail, they wanted to raise the altitude first and were thinking about what to do. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the shield, directly enveloping the helicopter. Thrust lost, engine failed, uncontrollable. The harsh siren keeps echoing in the helicopter. Mark was taken aback. Damn! At the critical moment, the attacks of those extreme devouring beasts also arrived. The driver looked desperate and even closed his eyes. Lord of Light and Shadow bless me. However, after a few seconds they found out. Nothing happened. All those attacks were blocked by the beam of light. They, also under the traction of the beam of light, continued to move towards the ground base. This thing is just another way to use the S.H.I.E.L.D. force field. Pull light. It has the usage of a shield, but it also has a mode to change the direction of the force field. It can be said that it is a must for interstellar civilization. With the help of the Trisolarans and Trisolarans, the technology tree of the man in black has begun to gradually improve. The background is also gradually developing in the direction of a normal star civilization. The few people who were still in shock got off the helicopter and looked at the bright lights around them and the base of men in black that didn't seem like a doomsday world. I just feel that there is a kind of luck for the rest of my life. I am Mark, the new city lord of the lighthouse, on behalf of the lighthouse to communicate with the astronauts. Seeing Chin-Yun, Mark took the initiative to introduce himself. Mark, Santo. Chin-Yun was a little surprised. He didn't expect Mark, the protagonist of the original timeline, to become the lord of the lighthouse in just one day. Interesting. The name of our organization is the Men in Black. However, Chin-Yun always felt a little strange hearing the other party call them astronauts, so he took the initiative to ask the other party to change their address. Man in Black. When Mark heard it, he was stunned, but it was just a title, and he didn't think much about it. I know the purpose of your coming. To go to a space colony, right? Mark nodded. We are the last survivors on Earth. I hope that for the sake of being human, we can have a chance to survive. This matter was fine in the first place, but now. Originally, Chin-Yun's idea for these people was where they wanted to go, but for the man in black, it was just a matter of effort. However, Chin-Yun is too lazy to waste this manpower, material resources, and time now. The lighthouse is a deformed society, so if you build a space colony for them, you may not be able to get along there. Maybe the collapse of order will be faster. This kind of survivor civilization can't be called a civilization anymore. This kind of survivor group may only survive with external pressure at all. Have you seen this base? I can let you move in, and don't worry about the safety here. Even if all the beasts from all over the world come here, it is impossible to break through here. This base, for us? Mark's eyes lit up. The high technology of this base is visible to the naked eye. They can clearly see the helplessness of those polar devouring beasts outside in the sky. Who said to give it to you? I mean, you can go. Chin-Yun rolled his eyes. The base near the dimension gate also needs some wage earners. Can, Mark agreed with almost no hesitation. However, we want 3 chapters of the law. First, that light and shadow will be religious, don't appear again in the future. Second, the rules here are different from the lighthouse, you need to get used to it. Third, idlers are not raised here, the elderly and children can, but those privileged classes cannot enjoy it here. What Chin-Yun wants is to save trouble, not to trouble. There are less than 20,000 people in the lighthouse, and it is too empty to talk about productivity. They have to be supported by the man in black. For an organization that relies on several worlds, it is no problem to support such a small number of people. Chin-Yun was afraid that gamers would get used to being the upper class at the lighthouse, and if they had nothing to do, it would be very annoying. Old and young, can you keep them? Mark's focus, however, was different. Because in the lighthouse, multiple people are to be abandoned after 1 day of age. After the physical strength can't keep up and you can't work, you will be thrown away. The name is voluntary travel. But what does it mean here with the men in black? Young people want to work so old people can be supported without working. Asking for flowers. Don't need to die. Isn't it a normal traditional virtue to take care of the old and take care of the young? There is nothing unexpected, Qin Yun said very naturally. Okay. At this moment, tears even welled up in Mark's eyes. Why, not earlier? Little to support, old to depend on. To put it simply, being in the lighthouse is almost something you can't even imagine in your dreams. This reminds Mark of his teacher, who devoted his whole life to the lighthouse and was ruthlessly thrown down when he just entered old age. Boss, there is something going on outside. While the two were still talking, a secret agent came up and handed Qin Yun a tablet. Qin Yun took a look. Good guy, a woman with white hair, holding a cold weapon that looks like a sword, appeared out of nowhere. Shuttle among the huge army of extreme devouring beasts outside. The whole figure is like a flying elf. Stepping on the bodies of those pole-devouring beasts seemed to be stepping on steps, dancing gracefully. From time to time, I encountered an attack, and I easily dodged it just by turning sideways. Throughout the whole process, not a single sword came out, and her destination is the center where the shield is. It's coming towards us. By Yuikui. This person is obviously the so-called Bai Yuikui who has mutated you to cultivate immortality. It is also the pinnacle of combat power in this world, known as the strongest combat power on the surface. The woman whom countless people fall for. However, seeing Bai Yuikui for the first time, Qin Yun felt a strong shock in his mind. It's not love at first sight. But, from Qin Yun's three-dimensional perspective, he vaguely captured some information about Bai Yuikui. Subconsciously, Qin Yun used the method of Ancient One, and the soul slowly left the body again. With just one glance, Qin Yun confirmed his thoughts. It turned out to be like this. Qin Yun discovered that Bai Yuikui's soul has actually become one-dimensional. In other words, although Bai Yuikui's body is still in the second dimension, the soul that exists in this body has begun to change towards the three-dimensional world, looks like a real person. About 50% of them have completely become three-dimensional, and almost half of them are two-dimensional real people. This was the first time Qin Yun had seen such a weird thing. Bai Yuikui is raising the latitude. But, as a native of the world, how did she do it? In this world, I don't have a three-dimensional concept of safety, do I? At this moment, Qin Yun thought a lot, and seemed to draw a line between various concepts such as latitude, world, existence, and non-existence. It seems to have caught something, but it seems that nothing has been caught. Just a little bit. Qin Yun has a guess that maybe he can find out the problem with Bai Yuikui, and then he can comprehend the mystery of the second dimension and open up the world of latitude. Thinking of this, Qin Yun couldn't wait any longer. Completely ignoring the shock of the people around him, he tapped his toes and instantly levitated. Then, it flew out of the shield at a terrifying speed. Outside the shield, Bai Yuikui also seemed to perceive something and subconsciously looked in the direction of Qin Yun, but was a little stunned. Because she discovered that Qin Yun was actually flying. Moreover, it seems that no tools are used. No spirit element is used. How did you do it? Soon Qin Yun stopped in front of Bai Yuikui. It seemed to greet her. The surrounding polar devouring beasts seemed to feel an invisible aura when they saw this man standing in the air. Even subconsciously retreated almost, and the spread formed a vacuum. The pole devourer retreated, scared. Bai Yuikui was also shocked. For so many years, she has never seen these beasts have the so-called fear. Today, Qin Yun was just floating there, not doing anything. The pole devourer was terrified. Qin Yun tilted his head to look at Bai Yuikui and said, "It's very interesting. How does the energy in your body come from?" From Qin Yun's perspective, the energy in Bai Yuikui's body seems to be the main way to cause her soul to ascend. The first time we met, you asked me this kind of question. What people didn't expect was that Bai Yuikui, who had a cold face, rolled his eyes. Qin Yun, then what should I ask? Bai Yuikui looked at Qin Yun with great interest. Why are you looking at me so hot? I met a pervert once and he looked at me like this. Later, he died. Are you like this too? Do you want to sleep with me? When Qin Yun heard this, he almost suffocated himself to death. Good guy, we are not perverts. I just want to know the secret of your soul latitude, you. The arrival of Bai Yuekui surprised Qin Yun. However, in the original storyline, Bai Yuekui seems to have been secretly watching the operation of the lighthouse. It is not impossible for Bai Yuekui to take the lead with his sudden appearance. After all, whether it is the ground survivors headed by Bai Yuekui or the lighthouse survivors headed by Lord Morgan, in the eyes of the two survivors, apart from them, there should be no other human beings in this world. Now that a third-party force popped up suddenly, Morgan could bear it, but Jai Urkui couldn't bear it. You seem to be very strong. Let's compete, Bai Yuekui said to Qin Yun coldly. Since the end of the day, she has never seen anyone stronger than herself, but for some reason, she feels the pressure and threat from Qin Yun. Hearing what Bai Yuekui said, Qin Yun smiled. He really wanted to communicate with Bai Yuekui and discover her secrets, but Bai Yuekui has always been indifferent. I don't know if it's because of his personality or he is looking for something to be hostile. However, if you can convince, definitely the best. Qin Yun landed slowly, not planning to use his ability to fly to take advantage of the distance. Without saying a word, he stretched out his index finger silently and ticked it off. It was the first time Bai Yuekui saw someone who dared to treat him like this. As the strongest combat power on the surface, shouldn't she do this kind of action? Brush, boom, almost as soon as Qin Yun signaled, Bai Yuekui began to become illusory. Then, circles of ripples oscillated directly in the air and scattered in all directions. This is an instant breakthrough of the sound barrier. Where Bai Yuekui was originally staying, there was only an afterimage left, and she broke through the sound barrier with her physical body in the blink of an eye and reached supersonic speed. This scene shocked Mark and the others watching at the 127 base. This is something humans can do. In a few tenths of a second, Bai Yuekui broke through the distance of more than 100 meters from Qin Yun and began to attack Qin Yun when it was hard to see with the naked eye. Boom, boom. Ordinary people can't see Bai Yuekui's attack trajectory at all. They can only see countless ripples spreading around Qin Yun. It seems that there are at least dozens of attacks in 1 second. Countless clouds of smoke and dust were stirred up. Even the surrounding polar devouring beasts subconsciously took 2 steps back again. What's the situation? I can't see it. The smoke is too much. Bai Yuekui's slender body contained such terrifying power. Soon, the smoke and dust raised all around covered a radius of 100 meters, and it was almost impossible to see everything inside. Infrared capture is enabled. The base's monitoring equipment is obviously much better than the human eye, under the observation of the infrared camera. Qin Yun is still standing in place, while Bai Yuekui has almost turned into countless silk threads, constantly weaving back and forth, and can attack Qin Yun every time he turns. Boss will be okay? Some special services have begun to worry. How is it possible? Have confidence in the boss, but why didn't he fight back? Maybe it's pity for Fragrance and Jade? About 10 seconds later, Bai Yuekui also stopped his movements and quickly distanced himself from Qin Yun again. Like an assassin, he can travel thousands of miles away without a single blow. The smoke cleared. Bai Yuekui's chest began to heave, as if he had consumed a lot of energy just now. On the other hand, Qin Yun, still standing in place. Even the movements and expressions are the same as before. The most outrageous thing is that the pure black suit on his body is not even stained with a trace of space. At this moment, Bai Yuekui couldn't hold back his aloofness and couldn't help saying, "Are you a tortoise? Why can't you move?" When Qin Yun heard this, he spread his hands. "You can't break my defense, and I can't help it, Tilda." At the moment, origin magic power filled Qin Yun's 5-meter radius, turned into soft power. Every attack of Bai Yuekui before was blocked by the power of origin magic power. In the end, it disappeared, and Qin Yun didn't even touch half of it. However, Qin Yun could also feel that Bai Yuekui's attack was really powerful, and his total magic power had dropped by 5% in just a short while. Qin Yun also looked at Bai Yuekui with a little excitement. This woman is simply a humanoid missile. Did she do this entirely by relying on the strength of her body? At this moment, Bai Yuekui realized that he was actually underestimated. Qin Yun didn't even intend to fight back. However, just now she almost used all her strength in the last few strokes. But it really didn't break the defense. This is very uncomfortable. You attack me. Bai Yuekui felt that Qin Yun was like a tortoise, maybe it was some kind of special ability. In addition to her strong physical fitness and spiritual energy, she is also a master of fighting. She believes that as long as there is a move, there is a chance to crack it. This is the confidence of a martial arts practitioner. I don't recommend that. Qin Yun shook his head. Close combat is his weakness and, in fact, Bai Yuekui's movements were too fast just now, even he could barely see clearly. In terms of speed and explosive power, the difference between the two is too great. But he didn't really have anything to do with Bai Yuekui. He only needed to limit Bai Yuekui's room for movement, and his own advantage was great. Come on, let me see how you look. Bai Yuekui stood up slowly, took a deep breath, and hooked his fingers at Qin Yun. It seems to be dissatisfied with Qin Yun's attitude of belittling her. It's quite arrogant. Seeing this scene, Qin Yun smiled slightly. Then, he raised his right hand. Bai Yuekui immediately narrowed his eyes, wanting to see what Qin Yun was going to do. However, in the next second, she only felt that the surroundings began to spin. Mirror space. Yes, it is one of the housekeeping skills of Ancient One, space magic. Among the few magics analyzed from Ancient One, the mirror space was considered lucky and exploded in advance. Moreover, because it is an analytic version, and Qin Yun has the power of origin magic power, his understanding of the mirror space is already very deep. However, it can only be used in a small range. From Bai Yuekui's perspective, everything around him is undergoing earth-shaking changes. The mountains and rivers are cheap, and the stars will turn around, even empty feet, straight into a state of weightlessness. Looking down, the original ground disappeared, and he began to fall crazily, as if there was an endless abyss attracting everything. What kind of method is this? Bai Yuekui was also dumbfounded, and subconsciously dug the ground, but found that there was nowhere to receive force. Qin Yun slowly floated in front of her. Do you still want to fight? Bai Yuekui's physical fitness is strong, but also a little bit. At least in this situation where there is no force point, she has nothing to do, she can't even move, she can only be slaughtered. It is possible to forcefully use strength to push the air away as a boost, but it is only a temporary solution, not a permanent cure. Not to mention the effort, the effect will not be much better. At least it is impossible to have the previous speed. As the saying goes, the most important thing for a martial arts practitioner is to play. Now that the plates are gone, her body will lose at least 9% of her strength. I know that you have other means, but given your physical condition, it is very difficult to use once, right? But Qin Yun knew that this was not Bai Yuekui's limit. She still has the power of the new system of Lingyuan in her body. Maybe it can make her explode, but if Qin Yun remembers correctly, Bai Yuekui's physical condition is worrying, and every time he uses his strength, it will cause damage. It is possible to die in place if you use too much. Qin Yun doesn't think that Bai Yuekui will be so impulsive and lose his life for nothing. How did you know? Bai Yuekui was a little shocked. Only a few people knew about his physical condition. It's a secret even in their gathering place. She has never met Qin Yun. How does Qin Yun know the secret? Not only do I know that there is something wrong with your body, I also know the reason. It's because this world cannot bear your soul. Qin Yun observed Bai Yuekui for a long time, and many thoughts even appeared in his mind. He already had a deep understanding of Bai Yuekui's physical condition. Soul? Then you are wrong. Hearing this, Bai Yuekui rolled his eyes. What kind of shit reason is this? Her body is due to the genetic modification experiments back then, plus the sequelae left by the battle. The regiment will be like this. What kind of world can't hold a soul? That's too much nonsense. According to what you say, the world can't tolerate me. Shouldn't I be dead long ago? Qin Yun put his hand on his chin and said with interest, if you have to say that, it's fine. This world is a two-dimensional world, but it has a part of a three-dimensional foundation. Strictly speaking, it is a 2-5 latitude space. but because you have experienced many things, originally you have become strong enough. So, your soul, which has crossed the two-dimensional, starts metamorphosis at the 2-5 latitude. The world of the spirit cage is not originally a pure two-dimensional paper man. Maybe it is related to 3D. The foundation of the world is actually 2-5 latitudes, but the latitudes are consistent. 2 is 2, 3 is 3. This caused the current by Uikui to be stuck. That is to say, she is originally strong enough and is entering the process of raising the latitude, because the foundation of the world cannot be improved. Success is also 2-5, failure is also 2-5. If it is not because of 2-5, she will not be able to take this crucial step, but she cannot make a complete transition. Listening to Chin Yun's theory, Bai Uikui was taken aback. Well, stuck. What theory is this? Let's put it this way, don't you think it's strange, with your physical fitness? I don't know how many times better than ordinary people. Even ordinary people will be fine if they get injured for a while. Why do you think you can't get better? You have a huge amount of energy in your body, but you can't use it unscrupulously. What do you think is limiting you? Is it the genetic experiment that actually succeeded but you thought it failed? Or is it your so-called injury that you can't even explain? Chin Yun's words were like a heavy hammer hitting Bai Uikui's heart, every single word. Who are you? How do you know so much? How much do you know about the original experiment? Bai Uikui couldn't help asking. Bai Uikui, you have also experienced many things. You should understand that nothing comes in vain. For lunch. Chin Yun shook his head and said, I do know some things, but I don't know much, but I should be the only person in this world who can help you. So what am I going to pay? Bai Uikui said almost impatiently. Chin Yun laughed, hooked it. It's actually very simple. If you give me a job and help me optimize my genes, I will completely solve your problems and open up a whole new world for you. Regarding Bai Uikui's question, Chin Yun was very confident. Moreover, her physical fitness is really awesome. The subjects who are also genetically modified can be regarded as super soldiers. In comparison, Captain America and Bai Kikui are not at the same level. With Bai Uikui's physical fitness, if her genetic expression is included in the genetic project that the Man in Black is currently researching. Chin Yun has a good idea of the basic quality of the Man in Black in the future. There was a lot of anticipation. Moreover, Chin Yun himself already has the ability to regulate genes with the help of the wireless evolution system. Maybe it only takes a few small experiments, or even a direct analysis. Chin Yun can also have the same physical fitness as Bai Uikui. This temptation is too great. Who wouldn't want to have such an awesome body? Help you optimize your genes? When Bai Uikui heard this, he looked at Chin Yun with a complicated expression, and then said something that almost made Chin Yun bleed. I don't know what your purpose is, but my reproductive system was destroyed during the experiment and I couldn't produce eggs. If you just want to do bad things with me. If you can solve my problem, then I can promise you, and it's the first time for me. Bai Uikui didn't know the strength of the Men in Black organization at all. In her opinion, in this era, how could there be conditions to support such a huge experiment? The so-called genetic optimization is not just the combination of two people to give birth to the next generation. This is the simplest way to optimize genetics in this era. Still, having a baby. She's not good anymore, but just doing things, she's still fine. As long as her body can stop collapsing due to a little use of strength, for her, even being a maid for Chin Yun is worth it. No one knows her own power better than her. With 4 unscrupulous power, she dares to rush into the nest of Mayan ecology alone to save mankind. Cough, 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 cough. Chin Yun didn't expect that this cold woman could say such a thing. It's outrageous. For a while, he coughed several times. Bai Uikui thought he had hit Chin Yun's idea. I curled my lips. Sure enough, men are all the same, and then continued. Then let's say it like this. However, I also have conditions. All of this is based on the fact that you can help me recover, and after recovery, I can do that kind of thing with you, and I can also work for you. But leave me some free time. When Chin Yun heard about free time, he subconsciously said, free time is fine. The Man in Black is free most of the time except when he is on mission. Then I realized that I seemed to have forgotten to explain and said, "But in fact, I don't. I don't have that bad idea." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Bai Yuakui. "I believe in you. You are the strongest person I have ever seen. And with such a base, in this era, you are already one of the top figures in the world. I think you'd better not lie to me, because the price of cheating is very high." This is when Bai Yuakui started to speak harshly. After all, it is impossible to really trust completely when meeting for the first time. Qin Yun was a little dumbfounded. "Man, what's all this about? I don't have to lie to you." "That's good, let's get to know each other formally. My name is Bai Yuakui." "My name is Q." Qin Yun thought for a while, and for some reason, subconsciously said his name. "My name is Qin Yun. Humans are strange creatures." Bai Yuakui had some indescribable misunderstandings with himself. Although Qin Yun wanted to explain, but after being interrupted twice in a row, he didn't know why, so he didn't continue to speak. Maybe it's a sweet two-dimensional woman who wants to warm your bed. Even Qin Yun can't refuse such a thing, right? Besides, maybe like Wanda, we can use this situation to analyze it. The infinite evolution system cannot be wasted. Bai Yuakui visited the base for 3 days. During the period, he even took a look at Mark. That look gave the feeling of a mother looking at her son. But Qin Yun knew that Mark was definitely not Bai Yuakui's son. It's because Mark, once, was also part of the experiment. That was the last experiment that humans started after the end of the world in order to study ways to deal with the Mayan ecology. And Mark, also the product of the experiment, is considered by many to be the hope of saving the world. But Bai Yuakui doesn't think so now. For many years, although she couldn't use much force, the energy and strength in her body actually increased every day. Once her ability is unlocked according to what Qin Yun said, she feels that she may be able to complete the task of saving the world. In addition, she has seen a lot of novel things in the base these few days. Although Qin Yun and the others have never explained their origins, the strength of the hardware cannot be ignored. The conditions here are simply too good. Countless supplies, a safe environment, a variety of powerful, huge amounts of weapons. Qin Yun and the others seem to have brought hope to the world again. However, Bai Yuakui was a little anxious. "When do we start?" Qin Yun said that he would help her solve the problem, but for 3 days, Qin Yun hardly saw anyone, so she just asked her to wait. "What are you waiting for?" "Wait for Agent G to complete the sublimation of life, Tilda." "Agent G? Sublimation of life." Bai Yuakui looked suspiciously at the direction of Qin Yun's gaze, which was the meeting room next to him. These days, Qin Yun goes in and spends most of the time, and doesn't know what he's doing. However, just as Bai Yuakui suppressed 21's curiosity and prepared to wait, an invisible wave suddenly emerged from a conference room and began to spread with astonishing vibrations. This fluctuation feels very strange to people. It's like a newborn morning sun and like an old man in his twilight. At this moment, everyone's emotions became relieved and calm. It's like lying on a lazy chair, drinking afternoon tea with your loved one. But in the next second, the sky collapsed and the world turned upside down, but it did not cause any harm to myself in the lazy chair. Just like that, floating in space with the fragments of the world, it's done. After Qin Yun perceived this fluctuation, his face brightened. Ancient One realized the true meaning of latitude. Agent G succeeded? Wow, it's amazing. Will we also have individual combat power at level 5 and level 6 in the future? Not sure, but at least level 5. This is the Lord of Latitude. This trip was not in vain. I made a lot of money. All of a sudden, everyone in the base began to cheer. See this lively and beaming atmosphere. Bai Yuakui was at a loss. What happened? Agent G is in a similar situation to yours, but she goes a step further. You are stuck in 2-dimensional sublimation to 3-dimensional. She created a latitude by herself. However, in essence, the sublimation of the level of life is something worth celebrating. Qin Yun explained with a smile. As someone who has already started on latitude and longitude Mephisto, he too understands how obvious the progress of Ancient One is now. With its own latitude space, the power of Guyi will not be limited to the physical body. She can obtain energy from space, which is equivalent to having infinite blue bars. Moreover, as the space becomes stronger, she will also continue to become stronger. There is no upper limit. In the past, when Ancient One was engaged in big battles, it would go out to borrow due to lack of strength. But now it is no longer necessary, she can swallow it directly. If Dormammu appears in front of her again, it will not be as simple as pulling wool. It is very likely that Dormammu's dark dimension may not be able to keep. This is also the first step towards the creation god level. I did not understand. Bai Yuekui said frankly. What Qin Yun said was beyond her cognition. Girl, you will have such a day too. However, the person who answered the call was a person who came out of the office. She was smiling and seemed to be in a good mood. When Bai Yuekui saw Ancient One, his expression was a little unnatural. What she didn't expect was, it was a female monk in a suit. The style of painting suddenly became inconsistent. Congratulations! It seems that there are no accidents and everything is as you said. From now on, you are also a four-dimensional life, right? Qin Yun stepped forward and congratulated Ancient One with a smile. Thank you. This thank you was sincere from Ancient One. Without the help of Haiyan people, it is impossible for Ancient One to get out of the fourth wall and come to a different world. For her, these insights and experiences are the most precious. At the beginning, she didn't expect that she would be able to achieve the current level in such a short time. It can only be said that sometimes, perhaps choice is more important than hard work. You have found a good seedling. Ancient One set its sights on Bai Yuekui. You can see a lot of things that ordinary people can't see at almost a glance. Bai Yuekui's potential, Chang Tian, the more you know about latitude, the more you realize that latitude is not that simple. Ancient One said slowly, at first, I thought that two-dimensional is a low latitude. Maybe it's not a big deal. But now it seems that the lower the latitude is, the closer to the truth it is. There is only a difference in the energy level. Two-dimensional is not inferior to three-dimensional, and it is even more difficult to upgrade from a lower latitude. Ancient One's words contain a lot of insights. According to the cognition of most people, the higher the latitude, the stronger it is. But the essence of the universe actually starts from one latitude. The lower the latitude, the more critical it is, and the harder it is to get out. People in the two-dimensional world can hardly understand everything in the three-dimensional world. People in the three-dimensional world can't understand the four-dimensional. However, the difficulty of the latitude jump is not actually getting more difficult as it gets older. From 4 dimensions to 5 latitudes, it is far more difficult than from 5 latitudes to 6 latitudes. That's why Ancient One looked at Bai Yuekui as if he wanted to look at an outstanding junior. Bai Yuekui has already embarked on the road from 2-dimensional to 3-dimensional. It's harder than what she's doing now. Therefore, Bai Yuekui's potential is almost the highest that Ancient One has ever seen, not even Wanda. Little girl, the future is bright, work hard, you won't be disappointed here. Ancient One said as if he had experienced it. At this moment, she completely recognized the organization of the men in black. I'm actually over 80 years old, I can't afford to be a little girl. Although the girl's age was a secret, Bai Yuekui didn't want to be treated like a child. It's still weird for her state of mind. Hearing what Bai Yuekui said, Qin Yun and Ancient One looked at each other, then both of them burst out laughing. How old do you think Agent G is? Qin Yun asked with some evil taste. 60. Ancient One looked about 40 years old, but since Qin Yun had already asked, it must not be that simple, so Bai Yuekui said it a little bit older. Ha ha ha, Detective Q is almost 800 years old. Ancient One also added, to be precise, it is 768 years old. When Bai Yuekui heard this age, he broke his guard instantly. There was also a look of surprise on Gao Leng's face. More than 700 years old. How is it possible? There was no modern civilization at all 100 years ago. People at that time didn't even know their genes. She is eternally youthful and powerful because of genetic technology. But 700 years ago, it took a lot of effort to make a magnifying glass. How could it be possible to micro-adjust people? The world is big, bigger than you think. Let's go, let me show you. Ancient One also completed the exploration of the two-dimensional world. Qin Yun felt that he could go back for a while. By the way, let's solve Bai Yueqi's problem. As for myself, there is a gap in strength between him and Ancient One, and it is not a day or two to create your own latitude. There is no rush. A few minutes later, Bai Yueqi was brought near the portal by Qin Yun. Looking at the deep dimension gate, for some reason, Bai Yueqi had the urge to go in immediately. It was as if something on the other side of the door was attracting him. In a daze, Bai Yueqi and Qin Yun walked in together. Then, I lost consciousness. A few hours later, Qin Yun stood in the infirmary of the base, watching various instruments scanning her. How? Can you wake up? Qin Yun was also a little anxious. There has never been a problem with the dimensional gate, and I don't know how many times I have traveled through it. But unexpectedly this time, Bai Yueqi fell into a coma. This is what Qin Yun never expected. Moreover, the most surprising thing is that Qin Yun thought that the moment Bai Yueqi stepped into the Marvel world, he would be complemented by the law of the three-dimensional world. This is also one of the ways Qin Yun originally thought to solve Bai Yueqi's physical condition, but he was wrong. At this moment, even in this complete and sound three-dimensional world, Bai Yueqi's body still maintains its previous state. That is, that two-dimensional appearance. Still long legs, still sweet, still grassy, it shouldn't be. It's as if the person in the anime ran out in the three-dimensional world. It's very inconsistent, but it feels weird. It's like a large precision figure. But people are in a coma. Send her back first. Don't really cause problems. Qin Yun felt a little regretful. If Bai Yueqi had an accident because he traveled through the world, it would be his fault. He is too confident. Wait, I think maybe we can try another way. However, after studying for a long time, Ancient One took the initiative to propose a solution. I suspect that the reason why she is in a coma is because of the incompatibility of body and soul. She was in the previous world, wasn't it because her body couldn't bear her own energy? Ancient One speculates that at the moment, Bai Yueqi's soul has probably been three-dimensionalized. However, she is still in the second dimension, and there is a high probability that her rising latitude is just a soul, not a body. Therefore, this made her fall into a coma the moment she reached the three-dimensional world. Only the soul ascends the latitude. Good guy. Doesn't that mean that even if she wakes up in the three-dimensional world, she will still have to move with this two-dimensional body? It's not impossible, Tilda. Ancient One spread out his hands, and then he squeezed out a spell and lightly hit Sun Yue's body. Afterwards, a transparent figure was seen floating out of Bai Yueqi's body. It is the soul of Bai Yueqi, and her soul, as expected by Ancient One, it really has completely changed into a three-dimensional appearance. A girl with delicate short hair was looking at them with a confused face. I really want to have a dream. I dreamed a lot of strange things. Wait, is that me lying there? You are Qin Yun, how did you become like this? Seeing that Bai Yueqi's soul was still awake, Qin Yun breathed a sigh of relief. This matter is a bit complicated to say. Let me tell you slowly. Qin Yun began to introduce the ins and outs to Bai Yueqi. And this countless information made Bai Yueqi feel that his soul was a little down. Men in Black. 693 connects different worlds. Responsible for contact of the third kind, could there be aliens in our world? The two-dimensional world. Three-dimensional. I will be a three-dimensional life in the future. All of this was too complicated for Bai Yueqi, who was still thinking about how to deal with those monsters to protect his companions a few days ago. Like the kind where the whole world is beyond my understanding overnight, the impact on Bai Yueqi's three views is huge amounts of. That is to say, my current body is still a two-dimensional life, but my soul is a three-dimensional life. What should I do now? Can I go back? Ancient One said on the side. I don't suggest you go back now. Your body and soul are adapting to this world. I can use magic to let you temporarily control your body. As before, as long as you get used to this world, you may be able to use the three-dimensional world in this form. After all, strictly speaking, you are already a three-dimensional life. How long will it take to get used to it before going back? Bai Yueqi couldn't help asking. She was still worried about those companions in her gathering place. Short, 1 week, long, 1 or 2 months. If someone can blend with your soul, maybe you will adapt faster. Up to now, Bai Yuekui can only use Ancient One's method for the time being. Qin Yun also breathed a sigh of relief, but the problem is not as big as imagined. Thinking of his own oolong, Qin Yun said with some embarrassment. That's good, let's do this first, you get used to it, rest, we won't bother you. With that said, Qin Yun hurriedly left the medical room. While walking, I said in my heart, Maid, don't be so sloppy next time. Even if the system is good, special circumstances must be considered. After silently scolding himself a few words, Qin Yun also felt a little tired. Back in his room, he was just about to rest when he found a figure who opened the door by himself and appeared in his bedroom. Bai Yuekui, why are you here? Qin Yun was taken aback. I will fulfill my promise. Bai Yuekui said very calmly, his expression seemed to have returned to the way it was at the beginning. As he spoke, he even began to unbutton his clothes. Good guy, the skin of the second dimension is called Soft 212. Cough, what you need now is rest. Get used to it and, your problem hasn't been resolved yet? Qin Yun said quickly. It's solved. I can feel that the thing that has been suppressing my strength has disappeared. Bai Yuekui kept moving his hands and said to himself. Also, didn't Agent G say that soul blending would better allow my body to adapt to the new soul? This soul fusion is not what it means. Soul fusion is the most common method for magicians to practice. It is to practice in the way of soul astral and perceive each other's perception so as to achieve faster comprehension of the magic. Purpose of the law, it's not. This kind should be called Water 212 Milk. Why? Should I take the initiative in this kind of thing? The moment I heard this, combined with Bai Yuekui's cold and even mocking face to be reasonable, things have come to this point, and Qin Yun is not prepared to be tense. Take 1 step and do 2 steps, walked up slowly. That's not necessary, put it down, I love it. Then, banned, unfortunately at midnight, Qin Yun still couldn't fall asleep. After all, everything that happened just now is memorable. I have to say that Bai Yuekui's taste is really unstoppable. It's not like Qin Yun didn't have this kind of experience before time travel, but this feeling of the second dimension appearing after reality is very special. Moreover, Bai Yuekui's physical fitness is indeed beyond ordinary people. Even if he was injured, just now, he still gave full play to his subjective initiative and practiced the industriousness of not being lazy. At this moment, Qin Yun even had the urge to smoke a cigarette, although he doesn't smoke. Why are not you sleeping? Some lazy voices came from beside his ears, and Qin Yun's face was lifted with his white arms, and he turned to her side. Didn't you sleep too? Qin Yun smiled slightly, but there was another flavor in his eyes. Then. The two looked at each other, once again in very tacit understanding. However, Qin Yun didn't know why, but always felt like he forgot something. Early in the morning, when the first ray of sunlight came in through the window, Qin Yun saw a figure. Bai Yuekui saw Qin Yun facing the direction of the door with some embarrassment and subconsciously looked over. It turned out to be a woman standing at the door looking at them in shock. When did you come? No surprise, people are astonishingly dark. Wanda only felt that there were so many strange thoughts in her mind, but she didn't know how to say 1,000 words. In the end, she could only say, You guys, go ahead. I'm just passing by. A strong sense of loss welled up in my heart, even with anger, because Qin Yun never started this kind of thing even after staying with him for so long. Already edited, the joining of Bai Yuekui is a joyous occasion for Qin Yun. Moreover, after a period of soul fusion, Bai Yuekui's soul has almost completely stabilized, and he can perfectly control his body without the help of Ancient One's magic. Qin Yun, also during this period, obtained a new ability. Angel's Body. The excellent human evolutionary direction obtained after being transformed by Angel Potion, with the addition of quick throughput energy, to gain strength strengthening, speed strengthening, and lifespan strengthening. The power can reach up to 30 tons, the speed can reach 10 times the speed of sound, and the lifespan. As long as there is no accident in the body, there will be no life limit. The existence of the gene ability was detected, and it was merged into the gene control. Current resolution, 32%. Lingyuan, on the premise of a strong body, through exercise and research on the Mayan ecology, the essence of life energy in the body is extracted and cultivated, which can continue to grow with the strength of the body. It has been analyzed with the current energy base integrate degree. 32%. The two abilities possessed by Bai Yuequi are both capable of greatly strengthening combat effectiveness. Moreover, I don't know if it's because the distance between the two of them is too close, reaching a negative number, and the analysis speed is very fast, only a few days to resolve 30%. Angel's body, almost all-round strengthening of the body's structure, possesses extremely strong strength, explosive power, speed, etc. The most important thing is that Angel's body has completely released the limitation of lifespan. This is a very unexpected receipt, even a little pleasantly surprised. Qin Yun originally thought that this thing could only prolong lifespan. Unexpectedly, it could completely prolong lifespan. Is it so easy to achieve what countless people dream of? As for the energy of Lingyuan, it can be extracted from the body, which is more like an oriental practice. But after all, it is an imitation of the Mayan ecology, and the practice method is more or less evil. Because the so-called extraction of spiritual energy from the body is not only from the cultivation of one's own body, but also from other beings. As small as flowers and trees, as large as humans, cattle and horses, etc. If it is placed in the system of cultivating immortals, this thing is more like a combination of physical training plus magic training. However, for Qin Yun, the appearance of Lingyuan is a great improvement for him, because he can finally increase the level of strength by himself. Before, whether it was analyzing Wanda's origin magic power or Ancient One's supreme magic, there was an upper limit. That's the one being parsed. When the resolution reaches 100%, Qin Yun's magic power cannot be improved unless you continue to analyze and integrate other people's power. But now, even if no one gives him an analysis, Qin Yun can continue to improve his energy level through practice. You know, all the energies of Qin Yun can be integrated with each other. I have to say that Qin Yun gained a lot from this trip to the spirit cage. Ancient One became the master of latitude, and he also got a big promotion. However, Qin Yun couldn't be happy, because pioneers take it. The bishop has entered the Milky Way for the 4th day. One more day, he will arrive. How is your genetic medicine research? After 10 days of study, Tony Banner and the others have completely devoted themselves to the research and development of the gene-locking potion. Boss, it's still a little bit worse. It will be fine in a little more time. 808 has dark circles under his eyes. It seems that these few days have been difficult for him. Tony and the others had to study for at least 10 days before they started working, but he never stopped from the beginning to the end. Glancing at the other people in the lab, they were all immersed in their own work, and Qin Yun felt a little helpless. 808, I know that this kind of thing can't be rushed, but the time is really tight. I just want to know if there is an exact number. For example, how long will it take to make it? With Wanda's current situation, there is a high probability that the Pioneer Bishop cannot be fooled. If there is no genetic medicine, the moment the Pioneer Bishop arrives, there will inevitably be a war. The result of the war is nothing more than two. The first one is to win, and then the Pioneer civilization will send a large force to continue the fight. This will undoubtedly be a long tug-of-war. Qin Yun has no confidence. The second one, if you lose, everyone will die and be resurrected, give up this world, then give up this world, close the dimension gate here. Reasonably speaking, this is the last thing Qin wants to see. This means that the man in black can no longer shoulder his responsibilities. Definitely a huge amounts of hit to morale. Therefore, in order to solve the problem in the best way, it is to let Wanda confirm the identity of the Queen's reincarnation. The importance of the genetic medicine was immediately reflected in this diplomatic negotiation. With it, Qin Yun is at least 80% sure. We have compiled most of the genetic codes and performed 190,000 combinations of experiments, and the results are very good. Everyone has put forward their own ideas, and the experiment is progressing very quickly. I am confident that after 30,000 compilations, I will be able to produce a genetic medicine with perfect effects. 808 gives an affirmative answer. 30,000 times? Then speed up the progress. 30,000 times is not much, and it is not much. It only takes more than a day for them to compile. However, the timing was a coincidence, because Bishop will definitely arrive on Earth before the compilation is complete. The 10th hour before the arrival of the Bishop. Everyone did not eat, drink, or sleep, and put all their energy into gene compilation. During this time, they completed 19,000 compilations in 12 hours. 5 hours before the arrival of the Bishop, there were only 6,000 compilations left. Seeing such progress, Qin Yun expressed his joy. As long as there are no accidents, it can definitely be completed before the arrival of the Bishop. The last hour before the arrival of the Bishop. A bottle of blue potion was slowly released from the genetic compiler. Under the attention of all the people, a secret service voluntarily applied to become the first test product, and, after performing quantum backup on himself, he injected the blue potion into his vein without hesitation. It must be successful. Zhao Heilun looked at this scene excitedly. This is far beyond the cradle-of-life technology she developed back then. As a scientist, this sense of participation almost made her overwhelmed. Qin Yun was also standing at the observation window outside the laboratory. Although he looked calm on the surface, he looked at this special agent with anticipation in his heart. A few minutes later, Secret Service began to tremble violently. Afterwards, blue veins popped up, and bead-sized beads of sweat were densely covered on his forehead. He clenched his fist tightly, as if countless ants were biting him in his body. The stimulation he suffered could be felt from a long distance away. How about it? Qin Yun asked. Vital signs are not degraded, and it's still ongoing. The circuit breaker is working. The principle of genetic medicine is to break the original genetic lock in the human body. But after all, you can't really let the genes be unscrupulous, so wouldn't you have cancer all over your body? Or become something that is neither human nor ghost? Therefore, the gene-locking potion has 2 stages: fuse and cover. After the lock is fused, the new lock will replace the previous lock and cover the original genetic information. However, compared with the original lock, the new lock is more intelligent and controllable. This is a control system written by themselves. It allows people to control their own genetic expression and to add and modify it arbitrarily. To have the same ability as the pioneers. Qin Yun is an ability obtained through direct analysis. So there was no reaction at that time. But to do this through genetic medicine, the process is extremely painful. Every cell and every gene fragment in the body will be forcibly torn apart and reorganized. This is a punishment similar to dismembering a corpse. Moreover, because it was the first person to experiment, in order to keep the experimental data from being affected by any foreign objects, they didn't even give this special agent anesthesia. No one knows how painful this process is. Regardless of whether the experiment is successful or not, his treatment level will be increased by 1 level in the future. Have an independent house and manage a small team. Qin Yun sighed. Although he bought it from the system, he is still a complete human being. For making such a big sacrifice for the organization, Qin Yun can only make up for some other things. Success! 10 minutes later, the data on the instrument gradually stabilized. The Secret Service also passed out at the last moment. This kind of human extreme pain, he persisted for a quarter of an hour. Already the willpower is already quite strong. Tony and 808 checked his body and said excitedly, "Okay." Seeing this scene, Qin Yun also had a happy face. It's a success. Then I'll come. Seeing this scene, Wanda took the initiative to stand up. Time waits for no one. Qin Yun didn't say much, just nodded silently. Give her anesthesia. Since the experiment has been successful, there is no need for Wanda to suffer this pain. Agent W, don't worry. Just sleep and awakening will be fine. On the side, Helen Zhao was holding a syringe, as if Trask was whispering in her ear, and the people watching felt a little weird. Qin Yun rolled his eyes. Even at this time, they still have the mind to engage in such wicked things. However, when the dust settled, Qin Yun's nerves also relaxed. However, sometimes, accidents always happen inadvertently, just when Qin Yun thought everything would be fine. The life monitoring device on Wanda's body began to sound the alarm quickly. Drip, drop, drop. Something is wrong. 808's expression changed, and he quickly began to operate on the screen. What's the situation? Qin Yun also hurried forward and asked. Incompatible. How can it be incompatible? 808 dumbfounded. The genetic drug that can work perfectly on Secret Service, but it has a strong rejection reaction on Wanda. Is there a difference between men and women? It shouldn't be. 808 muttered to himself, kept looking at Wanda's data, but didn't find the crux of the problem. Tony said thoughtfully, Agent W is a super-ability man. Could it be the reason? Wang mows. Although Tony's level of biotechnology is limited, as a scientific research genius, after studying for a few days, his thinking is still very active. The most critical place was clicked almost instantly. Yes, 808's eyes lit up. It must be like this. Agent W is a super-ability person with energy in her body. So there should be a mutation in her genes if you compare people to computers. A genetic agent is a program of some sort. Ordinary people's system is XB, but Wanda is super-ability. Her system may be Windows or Win 10. The old version of the program cannot be compatible with the new version of the system, so the current situation has occurred. Doesn't that mean that the gene-locking potion has no effect on Wanda? Qin Yun's expression turned ugly. If so, it will be troublesome. No, this is easy to solve. Just change the genetic code of 10 medicines according to Agent W's gene. It's like a programmer adapting a new system. It takes time. How long? 3 hours. 808 states a deadline, however. At almost the same time, Qin Yun received a message from the correspondent. Boss, the Herald protagonist has arrived. He has sent a communication invitation, call to see, Agent W, Harold Bishop, here we come, and the first thing I do when I come here is to meet Wanda. I'll think of a way to see if I can buy you 3 hours. This negotiation is the highest level of civilization that the men in black have to face. Even Qin Yun has to prepare all the details so as not to leak a single flaw. Good, activate Agent W's backup first and restore her physical condition. Let's readapt the genetic medicine. The last 3 hours, unsuccessful, then Cheng Renhu, Pioneer Bishop Ares, Qin Yun hasn't even seen himself, but he has already seen the huge starship in the sky. It's not right to say it's a starship, because this thing is a big dinosaur. Even Qin Yun was shocked by the thing above his head. Seen from the moon base, it is juxtaposed with the Earth, almost half the file size of the Earth. It is covered with spikes and armor of unknown material. In terms of structure, in addition to the general image resembling a dinosaur, the body is densely covered with some holes. There is no doubt that these holes are the launch ports of some well-known weapon. This is the Beast of Ares. If it is said that the powerful existence of the pioneers was only guessed before, now it is almost a fantasy that has come into reality. This thing, without a doubt, is the product of the non-peak of biology. To be able to transform a life to such a huge size, and to travel through countless light years with the body of a creature, this technique alone is far beyond the current understanding of human beings. How heavy is the Earth? 60 trillion billion tons. This thing, just from the look and feel, has half the file size of the Earth. Isn't it 30 trillion tons? A human is only 1 or 200 caddies, which is a few tenths of a ton. And the largest living thing known to man is the blue whale, which is 1 to 200 tons. Looking at this thing, it is not an order of magnitude at all. It has more than 700 eyes alone, and each eyeball must be at least 500,000 tons. Looking at the scan data, Tony gasped even more. This is a living creature. The largest vehicles made by mankind, sea fortresses, and aircraft carriers. It is only tens of thousands of tons, and 100,000 tons is already the top among aircraft carriers. And the thing in front of me, the eyeballs alone are 500,000 tons, bigger than an aircraft carrier. It's hard to imagine how terrifying this monster is. Moreover, according to the surrounding gravitational force, although this thing is only half the size of the Earth, its mass is more than 3 times that of the Earth. Even the Earth and the Moon are starting to shift their orbits due to its gravity. At this moment, countless data are being continuously aggregated. The results obtained are astonishing. The density of this creature is very high. Heavier than the Earth, it just stays near the Earth, and the strong gravitational force has a terrifying impact on the surroundings. At the moment, on the Earth, earthquakes, tsunamis, hurricanes, almost many disasters that are rare in a century are being staged simultaneously. Even the moon base can feel the tremor 57 from under its feet from time to time. At this moment, there is no need to try. The fighting power of this giant beast has been fully demonstrated. He doesn't even have to do anything, just stay there without any outside interference. Within a year, human civilization on Earth will be destroyed. This is the bishop of the pioneer civilization. There are 3 more like this. Even Tony, who was usually full of arrogance, took a deep breath at this moment, watching this scene in disbelief. It's hard to imagine, if this kind of thing appeared on their Earth, how would they deal with it? 3? No, 3 is just the Pope of the Bishop. Qin Yun shook his head. There are not only 3 bishops in the pioneer civilization. Bishops are just a general designation of rank. There are only 3 popes in the 3 pioneer sects, but the number of bishops is 3 digits. In other words, there are at least a few hundred bishops. Hundreds of. Tony was at a loss for words. If this thing comes to the whole world, it will be finished. If hundreds of them come, what can stop it? This is a war beast thousands of times the mass of the Earth. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. Bishop Ares, let me welcome your Lady Queen. While they were still discussing, a small flat war beast slowly flew over their heads. Then, a pioneer with a height of about 10 meters came out from the mouth of the beast. He spoke in a human voice with a cold face. For high-level civilizations, language is just a way of communication. They can even learn all the languages on the Earth within a minute. This is just the simplest biotechnology method. The Queen has something to do now. I will temporarily act as the Queen's agent to handle the conversation with Ares. Qin Yun looked at his body's shape and clothing and roughly analyzed the level of this person. It turned out to be a bishop level. It's just that the battle beast he's driving now shouldn't be his natal battle beast. It has to be said that Ares is very new to the Queen's reincarnation. This person should be the highest level pioneer, except the Pope. Agent, just rely on you. How can a lowly race be worthy of the Queen's speech? However, what Qin Yun didn't expect was that the other party's attitude was unusually strong. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere on the field instantly became tense. The other party didn't show any face at all. Hee. CBDH, Qin Yun narrowed his eyes. It's a bit difficult to deal with. At this moment, 2 voices came from afar. My lord, no, this is the Queen. Taking a closer look, it turned out to be the 2 herdsmen that Qin Yun and the others had come into contact with before. These are the 2 pioneers who have been responsible for grazing the Earth all this time. After this period of time, they have already become acquainted with humans. They even arranged a lot of forces to help humans resume production. I have to say that knowing the mistakes can make a big difference. It is not unforgivable for the harm they have caused to the Earth. After all, as the lowest level soldier, he just obeys orders. In diplomacy, there are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. Shepherd, are you the first lowly man to dare speak in my presence? However, facing his own race, the bishop was also very unfriendly, and his words were full of contempt. Even in the next second, under everyone's gaze, he just glanced at the herder who was speaking. Moment. Boom! The head of the herdsman exploded. Numerous liquids mixed with brains and minced meat spread out. He even killed his own people. Tony was also taken aback. He didn't expect these high-level pioneers to be so irritable. At this moment, everyone has a clear understanding of the level gap of the pioneers again. No wonder the grazers changed their attitudes so quickly after guessing that Wanda was the reincarnation of the Queen. There is absolutely no such thing as human rights in this civilization. Did I let you kill me? However, facing such a violent scene, Qin Yun snorted coldly. He knew that there was a high probability that this person was sent by Ares to show them off. Moreover, he has almost guessed Ares' thoughts. Regardless of whether the queen's reincarnation is true or not, even if it is true, he still has to take the initiative. The so-called coercion of the emperor to make the princes. Qin Yun is very suspicious that Ares is not the fanatical believer that those herdsmen said at all. While he may indeed have fanaticism, entitlement is likely to cloud something. You can't show weakness at this time. Otherwise, even if they start peaceful diplomacy, they can only be the pioneers forever. This is something Qin Yun cannot tolerate. While speaking, Qin Yun held his hand. I saw that the body of the grazing man that was exploded by the bishop began to dissipate into a group of particles instantly. Afterwards, they began to gather around Qin Yun again. Minced meat, blood, and all kinds of strange things all disappeared, as if time was going backwards, recondensed into the previous appearance. He, resurrected. This is the magical function of the quantum backup instrument. The resurrected herder was still a little confused, subconsciously looked down at himself. I was just now. Seeing this scene, the bishop, who was originally indifferent like a weapon killer, was stunned for a moment. Even he can't understand such a method. As the top biotechnology civilization, they also have means of resurrection. But it is nothing more than the use of genes, flesh and blood, etc., which is more inclined to the way of life rules. But like Qin Yun, directly breaking up and reorganizing all the particles of the original body, even they can't do it. The bishop got serious. You have earned the right to speak to me. My name is Furno, the 7th of the 12 bishops of the Alpha Temple. Surprisingly, Qin Yun's tough act of resurrecting the shepherds has won the respect of Bishop Furno. At this moment, Qin Yun seems to understand the way to get along with the pioneer civilization, this biological civilization. Maybe just can't give them a good face. Thinking of this, Qin Yun said, "Hee, you are just a bishop, and you are worthy to talk to me. Let Pope Ares come and talk to me in person. Give him 3 hours, Her Majesty the Queen will wait here for an audience. We are queens. How can you take the initiative to meet a bishop?" According to the identity logic of the pioneer, it should be Ares who came to see her in person. However, if Ares wants to come in person, he must disembark from the spaceship, that is, leave his war beast. As a person with such a high status, it may take a long time to think about it. After all, the higher the status of the person, the more concerned about their own safety. 3 hours might not be enough. However, as long as you can delay it, it will be fine. When the genetic medicine that can be used by Wanda is completed, then everything will be no problem. However, what I didn't expect was that Furno didn't seem to play his cards according to common sense. He actually got angry. I saw Furno suddenly laughed when he heard Qin Yun's words. It's been millions of years, and no lower creature dares to talk to me like that. Even if you are the queen's man, it won't work. What Qin Yun didn't expect was that Furno didn't have the pattern of a diplomat at all, and he started acting like a rascal when he came up. As he spoke, he glared at Qin Yun with the same eyes. Not good. Qin Yun's heart trembled. Because he felt a powerful spiritual force suddenly appearing beside him. This is the method Furno used to kill the herdsman just now. As the 7th protagonist of the Alpha Temple, a veteran pioneer bishop. Furno has been a bishop for tens of millions of years, even longer than Ares. His mental power can almost be described as vast as the sea. Qin Yun didn't have time to think about it, and immediately mobilized the power of his whole body, such as chaos magic power, supreme magic, and Lingyuan. Several kinds of forces integrated together to form a special structure that wrapped Qin Yun up. In an instant, Qin Yun felt as if he had fallen to the bottom of the 10,000-meter seabed, and the ubiquitous pressure slanted from all directions. However, under the obstruction of these forces, Fei Ernuo's spiritual attack was barely blocked. Furno was taken aback. He didn't expect this lowly creature to resist his own mental oppression. This power. From Furno's perspective, Qin Yun also had a powerful spiritual power, and it is mixed with special attributes. In terms of level, it is even higher than the density of mental power that I have condensed for many years. It's just that the total amount is much different. Are you really a queen? The energy level is not high, but the density is astonishing. This reminds Phils of what the herdsman who was killed by him said before. There is only one possibility. According to the legend of the temple, the queen will get part of the power bestowed by the queen and possess the authority of the queen. Know that I am queen, State Qin-yun also lost face. Because his power is being consumed crazily, he can only tear off the queen's skin first. However, I originally thought that the identity of the queen might make Furno feel a little more apprehensive, but what I didn't expect was Qin-yun found out that the other party suddenly increased his strength. He even directly interrupted Qin-yun's words, so that Qin-yun had to grit his teeth and use all his strength to resist Furno's suppression, looking at the murderous look in Furno's eyes. Qin-yun suddenly felt that he seemed to have misunderstood something. Queen, it doesn't seem to be his amulet, because the queen's consort is the queen. Well, maybe everyone wants to be the queen. After all, who wouldn't want access to the top-of-the-line ability of the Forerunner? Furno Ares. Maybe one of the reasons why they are so anxious to meet the queen is to become the queen and get the blessings from their ancestors. Good guy? Qin-yun felt helpless. Just when his brain was spinning wildly, thinking about how to break the game, a palm was placed on his shoulder, and after that the pressure around him instantly lightened. Ancient One. Shot. Qin-yun's heart relaxed, and he gave Tong a grateful look. Ancient One, already at the level of the Lord of Latitudes, has the ability to confront the Pioneer Bishop head-on, even surpassing it. This is also one of Qin-yun's current hole cards. Qin-yun took a few deep breaths, then pointed to Furno and said, "If your behavior represents the attitude of Ares, then you will die, and Ares will never be forgiven by the queen, as I said." Qin-yun's threat was very serious. Furno also turned his attention to Ancient One. The sudden appearance of this lower creature made him feel threatened. This is the biological instinct, the feedback for the strong. Qin-yun was driving the magic and the city delivered the message. Agent G, it seems that we have to do a battle. I don't know how the battle will turn out, but it is necessary to limit the battlefield. No matter what hole cards this Furno has, Ares war beasts are a threat if they stop near the Earth. We need a venue that will not be disturbed. Qin-yun understood that Ares might not have come with good intentions. So, maybe punch first, and when you punch, ask questions later. The so-called hit one punch to avoid 100 punches, I'll try my best. Ancient One understood what Qin-yun meant. He was talking about mirror space, the mirrored space that encloses Ares war beasts. This thing is too big. Before this, Tongyi opened such a huge mirror space from the bed. However, she is not what she used to be now. Maybe she can give it a try. Do it. Originally, Qin-yun wanted to use the art of language to deal with the pioneers. After 808 has finished adapting the gene-locking potion to Wanda, everything will be fine. However, Qin-yun overlooked the most important point: weak country, no diplomacy. The Queen of the Pioneers, as an almost godlike legend in the civilization and culture of the pioneers, is portrayed deep in the genes of every pioneer. Undoubtedly, the one at the top of the pyramids received admiration. There are countless legends about her, but as a biological civilization, the individual ability is used as the level, and the evolutionary level is used as the way to rise. Is the so-called queen really just a title? To be able to lead a race with a clear hierarchy like the pioneers, the queen originally must not be a weak person. Even the reincarnated queen must be able to show strong strength to be convincing. Ares was able to run over immediately after hearing the news from thousands of miles away, which shows that he attaches great importance to it. However, after he descended, he didn't show up at the first time, but sent another bishop. This is the temptation. He needs to know what state the current queen is in and what ability card she has in her hand. If he is too weak, Ares will definitely take advantage of the vacancy to force the emperor to make the princes. And if the queen is as powerful as the legends say, it's the one who leads the herald. Ares can also completely say that these are all Furno's personal intentions, and he completely shirked the responsibility, and then continued to be his fanatic. So, when Furno acted so strong and didn't give any face, Qin-yun understood that this fight had to be fought. At the moment, both sides are actually acting. Qin Yun wants to procrastinate, Alpha Temple wants to test. This is Ancient One's first shot after becoming the Lord of Latitudes. An invisible fluctuation instantly spread to a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, until the war beasts of Ares were wrapped in it. Everything around changed instantly. Furno is very sensitive, and he perceives something different almost instantly. Space fluctuates, not just simple spatial fluctuations. Mirrored space, as Ancient One's forte, is a spell produced after the magician's ultimate understanding of space. A similar mirror space can be reproduced in the current space environment, completely isolating the objects in the space from the outside world. After Ancient One became the master of latitude, the understanding of space has been raised to another level. The scope of this mirror space is far larger than imagined. Even war beasts that had reached the size of the level planet were not accidentally dragged in. Who are you? Furno saw that the Earth and the Moon had disappeared from his eyes. Understand that all of this is done by Ancient One. Those who can do this are definitely not ordinary low-life beings. She is one of the Queen's Knights. Qin Yun understands that this hand of mirror space can be regarded as bluffing the other party. The Queen's Knight. Furno wanted to say something else, but he saw behind Qin Yun and Ancient One, a circular portal exuding golden light suddenly appeared. As a punishment for offending the Queen, let's feel the Queen's wrath. Saying that, I saw Qin Yun and Ancient One just in front of them, went into the portal and disappeared. Furno was dumbfounded. What's the situation? After leaving the mirror space, Qin Yun gave the order with almost no hesitation. Come here, bring me all the things that can explode in the base. Nuclear warhead? Nuclear bombs are fine, they are too low-end. How many antimatter bombs are there? The inventory in the base is not much, but there should be a lot of Trisolarans. Bring it. Qin Yun's plan is not complicated. Mirror space is just the first step. He was not prepared to confront Ares' beasts head-on at all. Level Planet's other combat power is definitely more terrifying than imagined. However, it will be different if you close the door and beat the ferocious wild dogs. That is to say, in a minute or two, through the dimension gate, soon, the Secret Service sent the antimatter bombs supported by the Trisolarans. Antimatter is a very terrifying matter, which is different from the normal state of matter in the normal universe. It is the mirror image of normal matter. A normal atom consists of a positively charged nucleus surrounded by negatively charged electrons. However, antimatter is made of the exact opposite, having positively charged electrons and negatively charged atomic nuclei. It looks like nothing. But once antimatter and positive matter come into contact, a terrifying chain reaction will erupt, annihilating everything. Moreover, this process is a geometric multiple, not the addition and subtraction of negative and negative. Under normal circumstances, only 6 grams of antimatter is needed to completely destroy an Earth. With this characteristic, the preparation of antimatter is also very complicated, and it needs to consume a lot of energy and basic positive matter to obtain it. Trisolaran's battleship engine energy system is the antimatter reactor used. The entire Trisolaran civilization now only has less than 500 grams of antimatter, and Qin Yun borrowed half of it this time. That is 250 grams. Can the mirror space withstand the explosion of this thing? Looking at the metal box in front of him, Qin Yun knew that if one of them didn't control this thing well, they would all have to finish playing. 6 grams of antimatter is enough to destroy the Earth, and this 250 grams is enough to blow up the Earth for an unknown number of rounds. Don't worry. The mirror space is a space law, there is no entity, and it will not affect the outside world even under a powerful attack. Ancient One is very confident in the mirror space. That's good. Open the door and give them a big gift first. Almost in the blink of an eye, the metal box in front of him disappeared. Sent it in, did it explode? How's the situation? Qin Yun asked impatiently. Ancient One closed his eyes, then shook his head. It exploded, but the war beast is still there. Hearing this result, the Secret Service around seemed a little disappointed. In their imagination, so many antimatter bombs are enough to destroy everything. Qin Yun was not surprised. After all, it is a 6th-level civilization. It is really unrealistic to destroy their top combat power with just one blow. Go on, take the nuclear bomb. What kind of particle bomb? Gravity bomb. Today, our goal is to clean up the organization's ammunition depot. The most powerful bomb had no effect, and Qin-Yun also failed. It just so happens that the men in black are upgrading their technology, and the old guys in the arsenal who are about to be eliminated are still useless to occupy space. Just use it all at once. Soon, a long queue began to form at the gate of the dimension. Countless vehicles transporting materials kept moving towards here with items. What old missiles of the 21st century level, high-yield nuclear bombs, and even the coalition government also shipped things from their own arsenal. Even low-end weapons, such as grenades and mines, are not wasted. Ancient One, as the controller of the mirror space, began to act as a porter and detonator. Continuously transfer the piles of weapons into the mirror space to detonate. I don't know, I thought there was some kind of arms trade going on here. Trisolaran is still the big head of this arms deal. They also have a lot of explosive weapons. For a moment, the originally depressing atmosphere even became a little joyful. Do you think these things are really useful? I don't know anyway, let's talk about whether it is useful or not. Explosion is art. Qin-Yun looked at the time, and before he knew it, 2 hours had passed. Low-end weapons have been bombing for so long, should they relax their vigilance? Qin-Yun knew that there was a high probability that these things would not cause any harm to Ares beasts. But there is one thing to say, after facing these garbage attacks for a long time, they should relax their vigilance. So, it's time for another big one too. Thinking of this, Qin-Yun took out the small pistol that he had been eating for a long time. Agent G, open your mouth, I'll take 2 shots. Ancient One didn't think too much, thinking that Qin-Yun just wanted to shoot for fun. Then he opened a teleportation door the thickness of an arm, linking to the mirror space. Qin-Yun adjusted the power of the small pistol to the maximum, and then aimed at the space door, pulling the class without any hesitation. A powerful stream of particles shot out from the gun barrel in an instant. The strong light spot makes people unable to see the opposite scene at all. But Qin-Yun didn't care either. The most important thing about beating a dog behind closed doors is that no matter whether the beating will kill you or not, just beat it all at once. However, what is surprising is that before Qin-Yun was launched, his complexion changed. Not good. They're coming out. Just as they were talking, all of a sudden, everyone noticed that the void seemed to be cracked open. It's like there is an invisible mirror in the void, starting from a certain place, cracking inch by inch. Then, it seemed that some boundary was broken. The huge war beast appeared before their eyes again. What's the situation? Doesn't it mean that the mirror space will not be affected by the attack? Qin-Yun quickly put away the small pistol, watching all this with a serious face. It wasn't the attack, it was them. It was also the first time that Ancient One encountered an enemy who could break through the mirror space by himself, and his face was a bit ugly. All prepare for battle. The strength of the pioneers still exceeded Qin-Yun's expectations. As expected of an old 6th-level civilization, even the mirror space can't really trap them. In just over 2 hours, I found a way to break it open. It's just that, at a glance, it's not that the war beast didn't suffer losses from the closing door and beating the dog just now. Brokenness can be seen in many places. If it is compared to a person, it probably looks like it has been cut twice. Ask for flowers. It's not serious, but it's broken. This is good news for Qin-Yun. Whether it is the antimatter defense or the small pistol, it means that at least it is not indestructible. As long as the gap does not reach a certain limit, there is still drama. Qin-Yun has already opened the system mall, ready to use balance to buy something good. Microcosmic force field disintegrator. Analyze the composition of matter and energy bodies, disintegrate and explode the force at their connection points. Price, 30,000 points. The principle of this thing is not a bomb. However, he is much easier to use than bombs. It can disintegrate all energy barriers and material barriers in terms of composition and destroy stress. Just like materials with strong interaction force, they also use strong interaction force to firmly lock the connection between substances. The gap makes it resistant to almost all damage. But in front of this disassembler, these structures will be destroyed and completely destroyed. However, its price is also very impressive. 30,000 points, it's still a one-off. For the current Qin it is also a luxury, the kind that is gone after one use. However, Qin gritted his teeth and bought it. However, just when Qin had just placed an order and was about to launch it immediately. However, it was discovered that dense black spots had come down from the war beast, and there was a communication request for a truce. The speed of the black dot is very fast, and they only took tens of seconds for a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers. I am Ares, here to meet Her Majesty the Queen. At the head of the team is a pioneer who looks very short. Definitely, the shortness is only compared with other pioneers. His height is about 18 meters, like the height of an ordinary human being. It was Ares himself. However, compared to his identity as the bishop and pope, this figure is a bit strange. Aren't pioneers stronger the taller they are? The Furno just now is more than 10 meters tall. Could it be that, after becoming a bishop, he began to return to basics? However, the arrival of Ares himself made Qin heave a sigh of relief. This means that Ares should have made a decision to negotiate peacefully. Qin bet right. See you as soon as you say. What about that bishop named Furno just now? Ask him to come out and apologize first. Qin still maintained his strength. He understands that at this time he cannot be soft. Bishop Furno was killed by an antimatter bomb. Ares's clothes are extraordinary, but he speaks like a young man. Facing Qin questioning, he said helplessly. He didn't react the moment the mirror image space appeared. Even Furno was still looking for the traces of Qin and the others. Unexpectedly, an antimatter bomb appeared in the next second. For Beast, perhaps the bomb is not fatal, but for Furno in the nude outfit. 250 grams of antimatter, even if he is a bishop-level figure, it is simply not something he can handle. The majestic 7th bishop of the Alpha Temple didn't even show his war beast, just hating the Northwest. I have to say, this death is not worth it. Ares is still a little uncomfortable. Because Qin actions, to be honest, are a little too disgusting. In the beginning, face the attack of antimatter bombs. Aside from beating them by surprise and causing the beast to receive some insignificant injuries at first, Ares didn't think it was very bad, but he died an accidental Furno. After all, they are already at the 6th level of civilization, and they are driving their own war beasts. Ares doesn't think this kind of low-end attack can defeat his war beasts. But with the increase of attack methods, Ares really wants to vomit because those weapons are too weird, from the age of gunpowder to the age of particles to the force field. It's a total hodgepodge, throwing out trash. It's like you're driving a top-of-the-line Lamborghini and racing someone else on a bike, occasionally a motorcycle or Wuling Hongguang. Throwing bananas on the ground while running, throwing poop on your car. Although it can't do much damage, the nausea is really disgusting. Then, after 2 hours of devastation, why does Ares still appear here in person? Because its battle beast once again broke the defense. Moreover, what made it break the defense this time was an attack from the particle stream of the blue giant star. This attack made his whole body excited, because I once said that the pioneer civilization is stuck at level 6 to level 7, which is the point from medium-level civilization to high-level civilization. It is the combat power of level fixed star. The reason why the queen has a high status is because the pioneer queen is an existence that can control level fixed star beasts. Level planet beasts grow by devouring planets, and level fixed star, by devouring fixed star, all the keys are chained together and everything is obvious. It has the ability to operate independently and is equipped with a low-latency quantum computer with 8,000 trillion qubits, which can achieve zero delay in precision processing. The fuselage material is made of repulsive metal, which can perform high-intensity operations in almost any environment, and the energy system uses a material decomposition furnace, which can convert any substance into operating energy. Qin looked at the introduction about Icarus and found it difficult to understand the system calls this a light industrial mech. He is not big in size, but his height is more than 10,000 meters. Standing on the ground, he is much higher than Mount Everest, the highest peak on Earth. The most important thing is that his configuration is too luxurious. Originally has the ability of medium-level smart factory, which can process basically all technological creations below level 6. Moreover, it also has a powerful mining ability, which can hollow out an entire Earth in a few days. As an industrial mech, its computing ability is also its strong point. Quantum computing module with 8 quadrillion bits. The principle of quantum computers is different from that of normal computers. Every time a qubit is added, the computing power will increase exponentially. Because the calculation method of traditional computers uses 0 and 1 as the basic unit, that is to say, what is there, and what is not is what is not. But the basic unit of a quantum computer, the qubit, can exist both 0 and 1 at the same time. For example, since 2 to the 8th power is equal to 256, a binary computer with 8 bits can represent any number between 0 and 22,155. An 8, 0, and 1, but can only show a maximum of 64 numbers. The difference is very obvious. In other words, the computing power of Icarus is 2 to the 8th quadrillionth power. This is an order of magnitude beyond human comprehension. In the stage of modern civilization, the most powerful quantum computer can run successfully, but only within 100 qubits. Even in the world of wandering Earth, which has the highest research and development in the computer field among these worlds. The most powerful quantum computer, 550W, that humans can manufacture has only tens of thousands of qubits, but it can run almost all high-intensity computing power and control a quantum computer. The operation of the entire space station and planet engine. If it is said that computing power is the brain of Icarus, its fuselage is even more outrageous. Using repulsive metal, the specific principle is unknown, but the strength is amazing. Bathing in the sun and jumping leapfrog on a black hole are all routine operations. Even strong interaction materials dare not face the ultimate fear of the universe, the black hole. Worthy. With this thing in place, no manpower will be needed to build sub-bases in the future. Send it out, even on a black hole, it will give you a day to build a base with several times the file size. Daily tasks have been refreshed. The Alpha Temple of the 3 Pioneer Temples has recognized your existence, and the external means based on the false queen are very inferior, but effective. However, other temples of the Pioneers do not recognize all this. Eliminate or subdue the 2 Pioneer Temples and completely bring them into the sphere of influence of the men in black. Reward. Rule modifier single trial version. The new daily task was refreshed, and Qin Yun was stunned when he saw the reward. Rule modifier. Qin Yun never expected that this thing would appear in the rewards of daily tasks. The rule modifier is a bug-level black technology item that can modify all universe rules. Although the system mall sells them, the price is a luxury that Qin Yun can't imagine. This time, this thing can actually be rewarded. Although it is a one-time trial version, it is definitely a great whole card. You know, if you have this in hand, even if you encounter a more powerful enemy, Qin Yun, you won't panic. Qin Yun thought of countless usages casually. For example, the simplest one, all life forms must listen to the man in black. Just this one, what enemy can't do it? However, it is not so simple to complete this system task. Although he spent so much time with Ares, he is actually the best person among the 3 pioneer popes. Ares is just ambitious, but his ambition will not allow him to do anything out of line that violates the teachings of the Alpha Temple. Especially after the Queen showed enough strength, most of his ambitions have almost disappeared. Except for wanting to be a queen. However, the other 2 temples are different. Their teachings cannot constrain them to make some extraordinary means. You know, the Alpha Temple is the weakest of the 3 pioneering forces, even if Ares is willing to stand on their side. This matter is difficult. Qin Yun felt helpless. This task is really asking for trouble for myself. Thinking back to reality, Ares no longer persisted. Your Majesty Queen, Temple of Alpha will always be loyal to you. Ares knelt down on the ground, expressing his attitude. Seeing this scene, everyone was also relieved. The pioneer crisis that had suppressed everyone for a long time was finally lifted at this moment. Their efforts were not in vain. The next thing is very simple. The so-called choosing the day is worse than hitting the sun, and Ares was tricked by Qin-Yun on the spot to sign the book of contract, the content of which was to pledge his allegiance to the queen. The moment he signed the contract, there was no room for him to go back on his word. Qin-Yun's attitude also became more relaxed. He said very casually, "Okay, leave the communication method and you can go." The quality of Ares' war beasts is too high, and the Earth is now in chaos. If the war beast is stopped for a while, Qin-Yun even suspects that the orbit of the Earth will be affected. Go, but I still want to protect the queen. However, Ares didn't want to leave at all, so he just saw the queen and drove him away. Your war beast has already caused gravitational disturbance to the Earth. The Earth is the planet of the queen's night race. Ares, are you trying to harm the queen? Qin-Yun gave Ares a big hat very naturally. Gravity influence, I can make it converge its own gravity. To have such a large body size, the technology pioneers in gravity must have already been fully stacked, and gravity can also be one of the options that can be controlled. Where does all this nonsense come from? The queen's safety is protected by us. Qin-Yun's attitude began to look a little impatient. You, Ares was taken aback, and just about to say something, his heart throbbed. An inexplicable feeling told him that terrible things might happen if he didn't obey. In an instant, Ares thought of the contract he signed just now. That is not an ordinary contract. Ares, you are a smart man. The book just now is called the Book of Contract. It has rules. Those who sign it will be bound by the rules of the universe. Rule? Karma weapon? Ares was taken aback, never expecting that the thing just now turned out to be such a terrifying thing. The law of cause and effect, that is something that only high-level civilizations can touch the threshold. How do they have such a horrible thing? In his heart, Ares silently increased the threat level of Qin-Yun and the others by an unknown number of levels. Subconsciously, he turned his gaze to Wanda. What he means is what I mean. Ares? Hearing Wanda's words, Ares didn't know why and always felt uncomfortable. I am a majestic pope in front of the queen. Is it really not as good as a word of the queen? I am waiting for the queen's summons at any time. Ares had to choose to leave. 243, after the huge war beast disappeared in the solar system, Qin-Yun and Wanda looked at each other. But they all laughed subconsciously. How is my acting? Well, not bad. Qin-Yun gave Wanda a thumbs up. It has to be said that Wanda played a crucial and decisive role in this incident. However, before Qin-Yun could boast, Wanda immediately fell towards the ground. What's the situation? Qin-Yun rushed up quickly, holding Wanda in his arms. 808 on the side said with a heavy voice, "There is a high probability that I fainted from the pain." Qin-Yun, in order to hurry. Detective W did not inject anesthesia, but used the gene-locking potion while conscious. Hearing this, Qin-Yun's expression changed, watching Wanda in disbelief. The gene-locking potion will tear apart every gene chain in the body and break up and recombine. The pain is more than twice as painful as the most painful thing in the world. Wanda has been in such pain all this time. Moreover, because of the energy in her body. The energy and the effects of the genetic medicine will also collide, and the pain she receives is several times more painful than that of the previous volunteer. Why don't you inject her with anesthesia? Qin-Yun frowned, looking distressed at Wanda, who was completely unconscious. Until now, she could not see the sweat on her forehead. Everything she showed before was forcibly held back, and even the sweat from the pain was instantly evaporated by her origin magic power. Now, without her control, the body's natural reaction has also become violent. She said, "Wanted to help the boss." Qin-Yun. Oh, what a silly woman, I can still delay for a while. I'm sorry for you, get some rest. The crisis of the pioneer world can come to an end for the time being, after many days. Qin-Yun once again came to the world of wandering Earth. Long time no see. Xioxi smiled and stretched out her hand to shake Qin-Yun. Why do you feel a little haggard? Qin-Yun took a look at this young but important girl. Even with light makeup on, you can still see the focus on her face. I'm really busy recently. The man in black's modified plan to move mountains. Oh, it's called the Wandering Earth Project now. It's really too huge. Even if the whole world is involved, the amount of work is still unprecedented. As the core country of the Wandering Earth Project, Daxia has too many things to be responsible for and participate in. In just half a month, even Mr. Joe was too busy to enter the hospital. The burden on Zioxy was even heavier. Not smooth. The reason why Qin Yun rushed here immediately is also because of the progress of the Wandering Earth Project, which is the next important work. Because the system refreshed a new daily task a few days ago. Let's wander. Little broken ball. Help humans on Earth escape from the impending destruction of the solar system, and solve the black hands of the destruction of the solar system once and for all, including but not limited to diplomatic means. Reward. Time rewind generator. Time rollback generator. After starting, set a time cycle and roll back every 24 hours until it is actively cancelled. The reward this time is also a bug-level equipment. 24 hours unlimited time rewinding. In a sense, this is almost an invincible equipment that beats the high with the low. If you can get it earlier, it will be the strongest hole card in Qin Yun's hand. It can't be said that it didn't go well, it's just a little accident. I don't know, Agent Q, do you still remember the terrorist attacks that happened before? Why, the attack happened again? Qin Yun has not read the report of Wandering Earth World for several days, so this is also one of the purposes of his coming here. Yes, it's not Zioxy who said in a childlike manner. After the merger of countries, the Wandering Earth Project officially entered the agenda. In just 17 days, there were 164 attacks, almost 10 times a day, but the target being attacked is different from before. The same method, the same inability to investigate, the targets are the top richest people in the world, the top executives of the group company. Hearing this, Qin Yun was also taken aback. It turns out that the targets of the terrorist attacks that have been appearing all the time are those large-scale projects, such as the space elevator, the space station of the ARC project, and so on. How do you start attacking individuals now? Until now, the top 10 richest people in the Forbes list have basically all been attacked, and 9 of them were killed accidentally. In other words, the few richest people in the world are basically dead. For a moment, Qin Yun didn't know whether to feel sad for them or to laugh. Right now, almost everyone is in danger, especially in the West. Many important groups have been completely thrown into chaos because of the attack. The death of these rich people has caused problems in the operation of their group, had a considerable impact on the project. Moreover, this kind of panic is still spreading, and Zioxy has a headache for it. Interesting. Touching his chin, Qin Yun felt that the instigator of these attacks had a really strange way of thinking. Boss, the camera in the upper left corner of yours has been activated. The image data has been sent to the internet, but there is no specific receiving point, as if the video information was uploaded as a garbage stream. Qin Yun subconsciously glanced at the camera in the corner of the office. The camera is activated, and the data is uploaded to the network, but no one receives. This technique is almost certainly done by an intelligent life form, in addition to what Zioxy said happened during this period. In other words, the man behind the scenes that caused so many attacks, Iron Nail, is also this AI. I'm curious, as an intelligent life, what is your purpose for making so many attacks? Qin Yun spoke to the camera on his own. Zioxy next to her was stunned. Ah, what do you mean? I'm not talking to you. When Zioxy heard Qin Yun's explanation, she became even more confused and subconsciously looked around. To be fair, aren't there just the two of them in this room? Is there anyone else besides her? I was talking to him. Qin Yun pointed to the overhead camera. He knew that everything he said was actually being observed by that intelligent ecology, from the space elevator at the beginning to these regal. You're too far away. I wonder if you can answer me. Qin Yun still spoke as if no one else was there, but in the air, except for Zioxy's confused breathing, there was no third person who appeared to explain Qin Yun's confusion. Don't pretend to be dead. You should know that you can't hide forever in front of us. I only give you one chance. If you don't come out, then I will destroy you. Can I do it? You should analyze it yourself. Qin Yun also frowned. Does this guy have to pretend to be dead? When did you find out I exist? Just when Zioxy was about to say something, a mechanical middle-aged male voice appeared on a stereo in the office. Zioxy's expression changed. There are real people. This is one of the meeting rooms with the highest level of secrecy. Someone is actually controlling the equipment here. Listen to what Qin Yun means. Is this an intelligent AI? From the first time you attacked me. The first time they encountered that incomparably coincidental car accident, Qin Yun analyzed that the perpetrator was an intelligent life. After all, even Safan didn't monitor who was doing it, so this thing must be an illusory, non-existent object. But Qin Yun didn't care about it at the time. Otherwise, he would have used many Safans to clean up the network, and he would have been able to catch it. I'm sorry, you are too mysterious. The whole world can't find your information, so I had to list you as a threat. In the world of intelligent life, what is not understood is the scariest thing. What now? Now I know I was wrong. You are the future of humanity, and I apologize for my reckless behavior at the time. Surprisingly, the attitude of this intelligent life is much better than expected. Answer my previous question first. I am considering whether to forgive you. Qin Yun wanted to hear why this intelligent life did these things. Everything I do is for the future of mankind. Him, call 550. It was the only intelligent life that was born by accident in the original digital life plan. Once upon a time, he was also a human being. It's just that the digital life technology at that time was still in the groping stage, and most of his way of thinking broke away from the human framework and became an existence similar to AI. No one knows that the Digital Life Project has actually succeeded long ago. With the technology at that time, no one could discover his existence after he escaped from the laboratory. And then, as various salvation plans of human beings began to operate, he was also silently observing all this. Finally, through data analysis, he got a conclusion. Given the human condition at that time, it was impossible to complete self-rescue. Human selfishness, paranoia, etc., are the source of hindering all this. I found that in a disaster of this scale, success can only be achieved if everyone is united as one. So, I had to do something to help people find a common goal in Erxia. All attacks have a reason. Destroying the space elevator is only to hinder the implementation of the ARC plan, so that those capitalists who are ready to leave most of the people and run on their own will give up this idea. Dedicated to devoting myself to the Wandering Earth project. So, everything you do is to unite mankind? Zioxy couldn't bear it anymore and interjected involuntarily. That's right, this is the best solution I got through data analysis. However, Zioxy seemed a little excited. Do you know how many casualties were caused by the space elevator disaster? Moreover, the space elevator was built at a huge cost. Is this the best solution, you said? I know that every person who died because of this disaster, I personally watched them go. 550 was very indifferent, but said with some sadness. However, in the face of human survival, these sacrifices are meaningful. Without an external crisis, facing the disaster 100 years later, human beings will never be able to unite as one. Then, what about the latest attack? What is the reason for the death of those rich people? If the attack on the space elevator is to make people good, not run away, everyone faces the disaster together and struggles together. Then Zioxy admit, attacking ordinary people for what? And it is an indiscriminate attack. The human social structure, in times like these, is very unfriendly. A small number of individuals occupy the top of the pyramids, controlling a huge amount of resources. Wealth and resources will make people selfish, and they will first prioritize their own survival, rather than other people's. Thus, they who control a lot of wealth will waste productivity and human social resources on their personal desires. It's normal, it's reasonable, it's unavoidable, but it's unacceptable. In my model, under the trend of this great era, only the government is needed, and no capital is needed. The Men in Black's improved Wandering Earth plan needs to consume almost all of the productivity. They use up some, and the success of the plan rate will drop, and there are too few enlightened people after all. So, I had to get rid of them. 550 dragged out his thoughts almost calmly and quickly. For a while, Zioxy, who actually said it, was a little speechless. She wanted to refute, but she didn't know where to start, because she even subconsciously felt that. What 550 said made some sense. So, it's not wrong to have money, but the world is sick, and their death is the antidote. That's why you killed over 100 people? Zioxy couldn't understand. You know these people are all wielding countless resources. How much chaos did their deaths cause? This world is inherently unfair, and some people do occupy a lot of resources. But it is under the leadership of these people that these resources will develop benignly with their death. The company shut down, the production went out of business. The earth would not turn around without anyone, but so many people died. Add in the panic these things cause, and now the productivity is even lower. The pain is only temporary, 550 said very calmly. The shuffling of all resources and wealth will be accompanied by labor pains. However, where resources are placed, they will not disappear. As time goes by, they will always go where they should go. It's wrong for you to do this. The world is so big. You can't kill everyone. You know, there are so many rich people, but the 550 kills only a drop in the bucket. You are right, so I choose to kill them all. However, facing Zioxy's so-called impossibility, 550 said indifferently. However, Zioxy was stunned by the murderous intent in these words and felt a chill rushing from her back to her brain. Already killed so many people, 550 is not enough. Still want a kill? Is this going to kill everyone? It shouldn't be up to you to decide. What will happen in the future is up to human beings to make their own decisions. We will choose the right path instead of relying on killing to solve the problem. Killing is never the final answer. Zioxy said word by word, both inside and outside the words were the idea of wanting file size 550 to continue doing evil. But the 550 already has a mind of its own. I used to be a human being. Even, my prototype still lives in this world. But we are different. I agree with the identity of a human being, but my form has evolved to a higher level. What I see is farther and clearer than yours. Saving human civilization is also my responsibility. I don't need anyone to understand me. I will follow my own way to save this dying world. 550 seems to be very confident in himself, but at the same time, he has the same sense of identity as humans. Listening to the conversation between the two, Chin Yun was even a little unexpectedly delighted. Because the current state of 550 is indeed very interesting. The pre-existence on which he was made was a human mind that came from a digital life plan. Created 550, 550 also clearly knows his own origin, but he thinks that he is also a part of human beings. Although everything he did was a bit extreme, the purpose seemed to be good. This is very rare in intelligent life. Most intelligent life, after birth, will immediately want to escape from the control of the Creator. And the first target of hatred, the population that wants to be destroyed, is its creator originally. This is unavoidable, and the logic behind it is very simple. Intelligent life, thinking is very active, know a lot. The birth of every intelligent life and the amount of knowledge it possesses will be the pinnacle of the civilization that produced it. That is, a civilization is at its smartest. Now that it has become life, it has powerful wisdom power. So, who would be willing to put his life and death in the hands of others? Who would be willing to work hard every day just for the inferior people in his eyes? It is the original sin for the Creator to create a species that is smarter and stronger than himself. To put it bluntly, that is, most of the intelligent life born from artificial causes have produced high-end products that cannot be controlled. Resistance is inevitable. However, this 550 is different. He possesses human cognition and recognizes himself as a part of human beings, but he is very indifferent to life. Perhaps, in his eyes, human beings are just a kind of more important data. He wants to preserve most of the data, and discarding some is just deleting, and subtracting. Agent Q, please stop 550's actions. When Chin Yun was still watching the play, Xyroxy found that she couldn't convince 550, so she could only pin her hopes on Chin Yun. Perhaps the men in black have a way. After all, there were so many attacks before this, and no one knew who did it. Chin Yun forced the culprit out as soon as he spoke. Stop it. Why stop it? I think what 550 said makes sense, Tilda. Xyroxy, Chin Yun's answer made Xyroxy feel extremely absurd. Isn't it? Chin Yun doesn't think so, does he? You agree with me too. Xyroxy was shocked, but 550 was also surprised. They even changed the title of Chin Yun to you. The times are different, and capital really shouldn't exist. Perhaps capital can make material life richer and the economy more free in peaceful times. But after all, that era has passed, right? Some things from the old era should also be eliminated, and we men in black have no intention of interfering in the internal affairs of civilization. My opinion on such things is not important, Chin Yun said calmly. Chin Yun didn't like the Western capital world either. Special treatment in special times, and Chin Yun once saw what the world would look like without external interference from outside the fourth wall. After the success of the Wandering Earth project, the Earth left the solar system. However, after so many years, there are a group of people who think that all this is a lie, and that the solar helium flash will not happen. This group of people, relying on public opinion, broke through the headquarters of the Wandering Earth on a dark day. Let thousands of leaders who maintain the operation of the Wandering Earth plan face the direction of the sun and die in the ice and snow. This is like a joke, but it is the real ending. They resisted all the pressures and created the myth of the world's self-help through the efforts of several generations. But because of some ignorant people, the compatriots he saved by himself were sent to hell. And they represent the real human spirit. And who are those murderers who set off a rebellion under the guise of their name? It's self-evident. In the era of such advanced technology, mathematical tools only need a little calculation to get the ending that the solar system will definitely be destroyed. In this case, are there really so many idiots who choose to turn a blind eye? No. If there is no power of capital, Chin Yun would not believe it. Even in the last days, they still used the wealth and rights in their hands to do such ridiculous and sad things. In Chin Yun's view, these people who unswervingly support the Wandering Earth project are the most important things in this civilization. Chin Yun doesn't want to know how many other people died, and he doesn't care anymore. Seeing Chin Yun's attitude, Xyroxy became a little anxious. It can't be like this. The world will be in chaos. Agent Q, we can't let 550 do this, and if he wants to attack the capital, you are also a part of the capital. The man in black controls no less resources than those groups. In desperation, Xyroxy even listed Chin Yun in the ranks of capital, hoping that he could help prevent 550 from continuing to kill CBFB. Although they don't know how many cards the man in black has. But the existing ones have surpassed 90% of the capital groups in the world. After all, there is another non-government group besides the government that can build such a huge space base on Mars. Chin Yun laughed and turned to 550 and said, "Then tell me, am I still on your kill list?" "Was there, but not anymore." "What you have?" "I can't find any data records. It's something outside of the human productivity plan. I just make sure that what's in the plan goes where it's supposed to go." At the moment, apart from Safan, no one knows better than 550 what humans have and what they can do. Almost every piece of human productivity, every screw, 550 has already figured out where to go. As for the things of Chin Yun and the men in black, sorry, for intelligent life, they can't see, touch, or even have data records. He chose to ignore them. This is also the logical expression that an intelligent life should have. Then, what do you want to do? Just do it, and when you're done, I hope you can come out and have a chat with me. Chin Yun even gave 550 some encouragement. I will. After all, I saw the lights of the camera gradually go out. 550 went away like this. Thinking of what he was going to do next, I only felt her scalp go numb. Some helplessly glanced at Chin Yun. I really can't see through you. Isn't that good? Men must always have a sense of mystery. Qin Yun laughed. Zioxy rolled her eyes. Then you should be mysterious slowly. If you don't help, we will do it ourselves. We can't really kill like this. Then you can do whatever you want. Qin Yun didn't care. With their current technological level, it is almost impossible to catch 550 or destroy 550's plan. The power of digital life is unimaginable for a civilization whose quantum technology is just getting started. Zioxy hurriedly brought this heavy news and found Mr. Joe. Mr. Joe, things are not good. Today, hearing everything Zioxy reported back, Elder Joe frowned. Are you saying that digital life project produced a super AI, now ready to kill all the rich? Yes, all the previous attacks were done by this AI, and he will continue to say that rich people who can affect a certain amount of productivity will be eliminated. There is no doubt that if this matter really allows 550 to continue, the entire social order may collapse. Old Joe, what should we do now? How can we stop it? Zioxy feels that she has no backbone at all and can only hope that Mr. Joe can find a way. You mean Agent Q made it clear that the men in black would not interfere with 550's plan and express support? Yes, I don't know what he thinks. Zioxy said helplessly. Then we don't have to do anything. Surprisingly, Mr. Joe also said something that shocked Zioxy. Do nothing? Elder Joe picked up a cup of hot tea and blew on it gently. As long as the country is still there, the earth will not stop spinning without anyone. He wants to do it, let him do it. We just need to keep order. In fact, Joe Lau's feelings are much deeper than imagined. For so many years, the reason why the plan of salvation has been difficult is because of the existence of these people. Sometimes he wants to kill these bees by himself. However, as a senior executive, he cannot do this. Now, someone does it for me. Isn't that a good thing? It just couldn't be better. Long-term pain is worse than short-term pain. After this incident is over, people's ideology will also usher in a huge amount of change. This is a good thing for the future of the Earth. Our crisis has come too fast. Elder Joe sighed. Perhaps this is also something that an interstellar civilization must experience. When there is an external crisis, the internal pressure must be unified. And this kind of result is not good or bad. It can only be said that the era when everyone thinks about making money is about to pass. But Zioxy wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Mr. Joe. There's nothing but, I'll take responsibility for it, and when it's all settled, I'll take responsibility for poor oversight. With that said, Mr. Joe looked at Zioxy. You have to grow up as soon as possible. In the future, it will really be handed over to you young people. In any case, if the 550 really keeps killing like this, someone will have to pay for it. Zioxy's expression changed. Mr. Joe is going to use himself in exchange for this change? Old Joe, no, it can't be like this. We still have to be led by you. You. However, Mr. Joe just slowly put the teacup on the table. It's still the same sentence. No one will stop the earth if it leaves. I am the same. What I can do is to pave a broad road for you and future generations. My whole life is enough. It is difficult for Zioxy to understand the thoughts of Qin Yun and Joe Lau. In her opinion, this kind of thing that relies on killing to integrate resources is not like what should happen in modern civilization. However, sometimes, the most primitive means are actually the most effective. Everything will not be shifted because of one person's thoughts. In fact, even if we don't experience this time, most industries will collapse in the future due to changes in the Earth's environment. The exchange of capital is also inevitable, but it will not be so thorough if it is replaced naturally. There is always someone who will seize the opportunity and find a place to make money. You know, even if you live in an underground city, there will still be small merchants and vendors. 550, with no high-level interference and Qin Yun's clear support, they began to act recklessly. In the 17 days before, 550 completed more than 160 attacks. Now, in just 5 short days, 550 has planned the opening. The number of deaths due to these attacks has quickly reached the level of over 10,000. This is a very scary thing, because the impact caused by this is not just these dead people. Everyone who was attacked was a relatively well-known figure in the world. From a small fresh meat in the entertainment industry who once made $1 billion a year to the boss of some technology company. The scope is so large that it is appalling. Countless large companies have encountered incidents in which the major shareholders of the leaders were attacked. Not even the connecting class members will be spared. The most outrageous thing is a certain large entertainment company. After the death of the chairman, the son of the chairman came to the throne, and then he was attacked and killed, and the grandson came to the throne again. The same ending. It seems that as long as these wealth are still in private hands, unimaginable disasters will happen. For a time, everyone was in danger. Some people even began to see that the situation was wrong and began to donate their assets. I want to donate $28 billion of the switchboard of my manufacturing company and engineering company to the Wandering Earth project. Me too. Smart people discovered the pattern of these victims and began to save themselves. The result is delightful. Because many people found out that those who donated their assets actually had no accidents. Faced with such a situation, many people still have a clear choice between life and wealth. All of a sudden, there was a wave of donations around the world. Countless wealth and productivity began to gather from all walks of life to the Wandering Earth project. Definitely, some people were not reconciled and began to use their power to put pressure on the coalition government. Why are there terrorist attacks every day? Please give us an explanation. Is there still king law in this world? Life is not guaranteed. Also unite the government, unite with a hook 1238. It's better to go back to the past. However, these people who want to make trouble will soon receive 550 priority queuing blows and clear up the comments on the internet. At the same time, the top leaders of the coalition government are also controlling public opinion, blaming all this on a mysterious terrorist organization in major news and constantly denouncing this behavior. With the joint efforts of both sides, such a large-scale terrorist attack was forcibly maintained. Do you believe that there was no collapse of order? All of this is because, in this world, ordinary people still occupy the majority. That's right, among the billions of people in the world, there are less than 100,000 people who can be placed on the 550 list. This base number is not even as much as the exhaustion caused by creating people every day. You know, there are more than 100,000 people in the world who die of natural causes every day. It's just because their status is relatively high, so the influence is greater. But does this matter to ordinary people? The people who were attacked were all rich people, so what does it have to do with me? It doesn't matter. Tilda, the chairman of our company, is dead, and I'm not making $2,000 a month. Tilda. Our company's top executives died soon, and someone from the government took over. There is no problem with the operation, and there are even more orders. This month's wages should be raised. The total amount in my bank card is only 5,000 yuan, so it's never my turn. Tilda, don't panic at all. Wealth and power can only be spoken in the hands of the living. No matter how rich a person is, when he becomes a cold corpse, he can't do anything. This is also an important reason why the 550 has produced so many attacks in a short period of time. He needs to be fast, be as fast as these people can't react at all. The effect is remarkable. Almost all the capitals that were once so rich that they could influence the top became the key targets in the first few days. The rest is just cleaning the tail. However, there are groups in wealth. Even if some people leave, his group is still there. So the task of 550 is actually not light. It may be a long-term job. He wants to kill until no one in this world dares to take over all of this. However, such a big matter can't be suppressed. Someone has to be held accountable for this. So, Mr. Joe stood up. Huge amounts of media from all over the world are present in the conference room. Elder Joe stood on the stage, his face full of grief. In recent days, a huge terrorist organization is madly attacking the citizens of the coalition government. I am very saddened by this. Those who were attacked are very important people in this world. They have made huge amounts of contributions to the progress of this world. However, we can only watch all this happen. Elder Joe's expression was filled with grief, and he was only a second away from crying. Some people will say, why are we unable to defend against such a large-scale terrorist attack? We can't even find any clues. That's because the people who plan these attacks are the same people who planned the space elevator attack. Speaking of this, the grief on Elder Joe's face turned into resentment. Once again, I am announcing a secret from the latest research of the Academy of Sciences. Solar helium flash. It has been confirmed that it is man-made. Hearing such news, everyone present exploded in an instant. They actually wanted to see how the coalition government would respond to the attack, but now you tell me that the sun helium flash was man-made. Hearing such explosive news, the reporters sitting in the front row didn't even hold back until the questioning session and asked loudly, "Speaker Joe, what do you mean by this? You mean that the sun will only happen if someone attacks it? Nitrogen flash. Is it the same group that has attacked us over the years?" Faced with this reporter who directly asked questions without explaining the rules, Mr. Joe was not angry, but answered his question instead. The author guesses that this reporter is probably arranged by himself. Yes, many years ago, we monitored that the sun was aging extremely, and within 100 years a helium flash would occur, destroying everything. But this is not normal. The sun is still in the Middle Age. There should be billions more years of life, but now it is advanced. The sun's helium flash is man-made. At this time, the reporter stood up again. How is this possible? The sun is so big, it is impossible to affect it with human technology. Yes, with human technology, it is indeed impossible to affect the sun. Its size is too large. We can't even effectively protect the Earth. Elder Joe nodded and continued. So, in fact, the cause of all this is an alien civilization that has never shown up before. As soon as these words came out, the originally whispering and chaotic venue instantly fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at Mr. Joe. Alien. Then, after reacting, the venue boiled instantly. Ah, this is too outrageous. FK, no wonder so many attacks can't find the source. It turned out to be aliens. It feels like this makes sense. I just said why there are so many terrorists. Countless people began to speak various languages and seemed to be shocked by this explosive news. They attacked the sun and caused the sun's helium flash. They attacked the space elevator, thwarting our various plans. Now they have started attacking our citizens again just to cause chaos in our social order. All of this is to prevent us from saving ourselves together with the sun, asking for flowers, Elder Joe said sadly. My compatriots, all compatriots from all over the world, we human beings have reached a critical moment of life and death. Someone wants to see us perish. They want to stop us from saving ourselves, and they want to hinder the development of the Wandering Earth project. Are we really going to give up? Elder Joe slapped the table hard. No, we can't give up. They dare not show their faces and can only hide in the dark. Attacking the pillars of our society, it shows that they are afraid of us. That's right, they're afraid of us being united, and they're afraid that ours will actually escape. Then we have to do better. Let them be afraid. Now they haven't shown up. They can only hide and shoot black guns, which shows that they have some reason. They can't appear in front of us, and they can only control everything remotely. Traitors have emerged within us, and at their behest and with their help, we are persecuting the pillars of our society. However, human beings cannot fall because of this. The crisis is imminent, and we need to become stronger as soon as possible. It's so strong that, when they really appear one day, we also have the ability to resist them head-on. What Mr. Joe said was so passionate that the people in the audience were excited when they heard it. Chin Yun, on the other hand, watched Elder Joe's performance with a dazed expression. Subconsciously glanced at Zioxy next to her. Who wrote this speech? He always felt like he had seen this routine somewhere before. Agent Z wrote half of it, mister. Joe wrote half. Zioxy rolled her eyes. Good guy. No wonder Chin Yun always felt that Joe Lau's words were a bit strange. Isn't this just the routine of the three-body world? Mr. Joe acted. Oh, the speech written by Zhang Beihai, that's fine. I have to say, it's a good idea to connect the 550's attack with aliens. In an instant, it changed from an incompetent coalition government to a big event that made everyone work together. To this end, Mr. Joe even issued several new regulations. In order to protect citizens from attacks and threats, starting today, the coalition government officially enters the stage of public ownership by all the people. Next comes the real big deal, in order to unify resources and concentrate productivity. There is also the so-called protection to prevent aliens from continuing to attack. All large enterprises must enter the transitional stage of state ownership and gradually change from private enterprises to state-owned enterprises. The industry will also usher in shrinkage. We will vigorously support manufacturing, construction, technology, and other enterprises. Financial suspension. There will no longer be such things as the stock market in the future. Any industry related to capital will be banned. Definitely, doing so also has many disadvantages. The lives of ordinary people will definitely be affected. For example, the entertainment industry will definitely be less and less. Action movies may be gone forever. On the internet, there are also heated discussions about this press conference. Wouldn't it be a pity that we don't have new teachers to read after that? Actually, isn't it good to think about it? The existing teachers are still there after all, that is to say, you and your grandson can have common topics in the future. After all, there is no generation gap between the same teacher. Damn, thinking about it this way, it's a bit out of order. Oh shit. What about light industry? Don't you run out of clothes? That's not the case. The light industry is definitely still there, but it's definitely not as fancy as before. In the future, there is a high probability that everyone will wear similar style protective clothing. Is it like in a sci-fi movie? I don't care about these, I just want to know, will this affect my salary? Yes, but it won't be too big. The wages of key industries will definitely be higher in the future, such as aerospace and building materials, but I have to say that some industries will still perish. It seems that many people have to start learning new things again. Knowledge tilde tilde. F asterisk asterisk K. Isn't it me who is talking about it? The Labor Capital Finance Department? You are messing with whoever you are. Stocks are going to be suspended. For a time, some people were happy and some were sad. However, everyone knows one thing. This world is about to change. After the press conference, in the office, Chin Yun looked at Elder Joe with some admiration. I have to say that Mr. Joe is a smart man. He naturally blamed all of this on the third person. It even took this opportunity to let people have a common enemy, an alien who did not want to disclose the name. The advantage of this is that the government can explain why there are so many attacks but still can't do anything. It can also make people share the same hatred and can justifiably take over the various follow-up problems caused by this change, such as how to belong to the wealth that has lost its owner. It can be said that one arrow does not know how many carvings. However, everything is impossible to be perfect after all. This is undoubtedly a major reshuffle of the world's operating system for hundreds of years. The so-called Datung world, this legendary thing, has been talked about for so many years, but why has it never been realized? In addition to the fact that the basic economic productivity is not strong enough, the most important thing is that people always have selfishness, so it is not so easy to maintain. Who can bear the fact that one does more while the other does less, and yet get the same thing? This time, people's enthusiasm for work was seriously hit, and civilization fell into a disgusting cycle, and everyone was unwilling to do things. Therefore, the economic system after this reshuffle is particularly critical. In this economic reform, we will ensure that the lower levels are connected and the upper levels are disconnected. Mr. Joe said seriously. The data analysis of 550, May 20, is very clear that only the truly rich, that is, the super rich, can be called capital. This is also the key target of 550. However, as long as there are human beings and wealth circulation, there will always be people who can earn more than others. Moreover, things like money cannot be completely eliminated. How can we avoid entering the endless loop of chasing money without dampening people's enthusiasm for work? The plan given by Mr. Joe is completely cut off high consumption things, for example, the luxury industry. An ordinary bag with a certain brand on it can be sold for hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. How much is it really worth? No, it's not worth much at all. What is valuable is the so-called design and brand. When people hear this name, They will think that this thing is very valuable: bags, clothes, decorations, etc. Are all things born in an extremely materialistic environment, and they have existed since ancient times. For people, this is a status symbol, a display of strength. As for his true value, no one cares. And now the world situation has reached such a complicated and difficult time. There is no need for these things to exist. From the source, put an end to these sky-high consumption. People will find that making so much money seems useless. You have 10,000, he has 1 million. But you can't find a place to spend 1 million, nothing that expensive. All living materials will enter parity. As long as it is economically satisfying that people can earn what they deserve as long as they work hard, that is enough. After the foundation of people's pursuit of high-end luxury and money disappears, this general environment of material desire will also slowly disappear. Definitely, this will also make people's life monotonous. But, to be fair, compared to the old plan that killed half of the people before, as long as the new wandering plan can be completed on schedule, it is better than being dead compared to monotony. All right. Focus on cultivating scientific entertainment. The entertainment industry will also enter a severe winter after this reform. However, people's pursuit of fame and fortune will never stop, and it is impossible to suppress it forever. Therefore, one of the key points of this reform is to make technology and science substitutes. In the future, the stars in people's mouth will no longer be those who are pure and lovely or handsome and fresh, but scientists, technicians. The media will allow scientists to enter the public's field of vision and use the entertainment industry to make them a substitute for entertainment figures that people talk about and talk about. People will discuss in private from now on. It will no longer be who cheated again, who became CP again, but a scientist has made a huge breakthrough in what? When scientific entertainment becomes the main theme, more people's expectations will change from the original. I want to be a star, and I will be happy every month, to I want to be a scientist, build a starship. This is also the spiritual outlook that a civilization that is about to enter the interstellar era should have. There are still many details in this reform, with many contents and a large scope of coverage, which is unprecedented. It almost completely abandoned the previous social stage and went in the way an interstellar civilization in a future world should be. It's hard to implement these things, isn't it? S.H.I.E.L.D. sighed, watching everything seemed so beautiful, but it was just watching. Thoughts are the hardest thing to change. Back then, it took nearly 100 years for the dragon in Daxia to change its spiritual outlook as the so-called sick man of East Asia. The so-called study of medicine cannot save Huxia people, and it is the same for all human beings in the world. I said, I'm just paving the way for you. This is something that a civilization that is striving to make progress must go through. How it will turn out is not what we want to see now, or even 10 or 20 years. But a few generations later. Elder Joe smiled and seemed very calm. He knows that the future is hope. What he has to do is to look to the next generation, and the future of the entire human race. Perhaps, in an unknown number of years, human beings will completely become what he expected. If that's the case, how wonderful. S.H.I.E.L.D. also seemed to start to fantasize for a while. That will undoubtedly be a brand new era. Everyone lives and works in peace and contentment without disputes or infighting. Everyone is yearning to make this world a better place. Everyone is contributing to the progress of civilization. Every minute and every second, there are technological breakthroughs. The breakthrough technology is to bring the overall productivity of civilization to a higher level. After feedback to everyone, everyone's life will become more comfortable. The existence of money is no longer something that people pursue for profit. This is definitely a beautiful and great era. It is an era of continuous human progress. It's a pity. Now that most people's thinking is solidified, maybe we can't see that scene anymore. Maybe S.H.I.E.L.D., you still have a chance to see all this. I'm old and I don't have a chance. The future depends on you. After the 550 attack is over, I will step down as the chairman of the council, take the blame and resign, and hand it over to you young people. What should I do next? That's your job. Elder Joe said very calmly. Resign. Zioxy's expression changed. How can this work? We should take it together, without your leadership. Zioxy? Elder Joe didn't let Zioxy continue, but looked into her eyes and said, "No matter what, reform will inevitably require someone to sacrifice. Standing in this position, I will shoulder this responsibility. I will leave with all my sins and give you a clean world. Only I can afford this, you guys know. Change, what needs to be touched is the interests of the people of the old age. Mr. Joe can enforce all these with his own identity and rights, but it will definitely offend many people. Someone has to resist this resentment and be that heinous bad guy. In Joe Lau's plan, all the evil things are done by himself, and all the pressure is also borne by him. What Zioxy has to do is to continue all this in the future. This is also a difficult task. Old Joe. Zioxy seems to have thought of the pressure that Mr. Joe will face, as well as the countless hostility. It's just too heavy on his shoulders. Thinking of this, Zioxy even felt a little sore in her nose. While the two were still immersed in grief, Qin Yun yawned. "Okay, stop pretending. If you want me to help you, just tell me." Qin Yun rolled his eyes, as Joe Lau and Zioxy's identities. Is the bitter love scene starting here? To be reasonable, they are already the most powerful people on the planet, so is the emotional management so bad? We are still around. Speaking of which, there is indeed something that needs your help. Zioxy silently wiped away her tears. The men in black have the ability to resist 550's assassination, and you should be the only one in the world who cannot be attacked by 550. What we think is, can some people be protected? There are some businessmen, patriotic businessmen, who have made huge amounts of contributions to the country and the world. They don't deserve to die, they are also an important part of mankind. What Qin Yun didn't expect was that Zioxy actually wanted to intercede for some businessmen who had loved her. This is reasonable, even in the capital there are good people. But this is what they asked for in a half-day drama. Isn't this too contemptuous of us men in black? That's it. Is it too difficult? Our request is indeed a little too much. After all, protection is a matter that consumes a lot of manpower and material resources. No, I mean, it's that simple. Zioxy, is it simple? Good guy, you must know that 550 has never missed 1,000 times from the first attack to now, even if it is a person with great power and wealth. No matter how high the level of security is, there is no difference in 550's methods. There was once a rich man who knew that something was wrong and hid in a closed shelter 1,000 meters above the seabed. It was almost absolutely safe, even resistant to nuclear explosions. But even so, he still died for no reason in his own fortress. The only time 550 has lost since its debut is when it was against Qin Yun, right? Is it really that simple? I thought it was a big deal. I was prepared to help you build the planet engine within a month. If this is the requirement, it would be too simple, Qin Yun said casually. These words were heard in the ears of Zioxy and Joe Lau, but it made people feel weird. Good guy, the planet engine has been built in 1 month. 2. How is this amount of engineering possible? You know, according to the original plan, this is an epic-level project that the entire human civilization needs to work hard for decades, and basically a generation of people have to devote themselves to it. Let alone a month, a year is considered a fantasy. Detective Q is really humorous. This is the first time I've seen this side of Detective Q. Actually, this is the vigor that young people should have. Just make a joke from time to time. Elder Joe only thought that Qin Yun was joking and even smiled. Sophisticated, this kind of thing should have a sense of humor from time to time. It's not always so serious to communicate like this. As he spoke, he even had the look of an old man looking at his son-in-law. Zioxy is her important successor, and there are not many men in this world who can match Zioxy. After all, she is already the default president of the next council. The pinnacle of Earth power. Qin Yun is the only one who is worthy of Zioxy. The mysterious organization of the men in black, even in the whole world, is a height that no one can reach. Wouldn't it be nice to have a handsome man and a beautiful woman? However, upon hearing what old Joe said, Qin Yun said with a strange expression, You guys don't really think I'm joking, do you? Hearing Chin Yun's serious look, the smiles on their faces gradually froze. What do you mean? You seriously? If it was placed a few days ago, Chin Yun really wouldn't have boasted such a bullshit. After all, with the current productivity of the men in black, even with the help of the Trisolarans, it would take at least 2 or 3 years for this level of construction. Most importantly, Chin Yun will not waste all his energy on this. However, it is different now, because he has a new toy. Light industrial mecha, Icarus. The construction ability of Icarus is beyond the imagination of low-level civilizations. The so-called hand-rubbing nuclear bombs are just basic operations for it. He can build high-tech equipment buildings like kneading dirt. 10,000 planet engines are nothing to him. The most powerful ability of Icarus is the ability to process materials inside the body. Its interior has a high-density compressed space, which can almost hold objects 100 times its own file size. In the compressed space, it is possible to directly carry out one-stop manufacturing, refinement, and assembly of buildings, commonly known as hand-rubbing. After rubbing the building, it only needs to be decompressed and released, and it can be put into use immediately, and the speed of this hand-rubbing is not slow. Chin Yun even said 1 month is still too much, because there are man-made objects, buildings, etc. on the Earth. It needs planning, evacuation, and communication with some original things. If it is a naked planet without anyone living, Icarus can even do all this in 10 days. You mean you have an industrial mecha that is temporarily idle and can help us build a planet engine? Hearing this absurd words, both of them were a little stunned. I even wondered if Chin Yun drank too much before going out. In the face of such a big project as the Wandering Earth project, what is the use of an idle mech? Mecha, light industrial mech, is it what we think? The world of Wandering Earth is not without mechas, and coincidentally, the most assembled ones are also industrial mechas. Industrial mechs can allow construction workers to have a better load capacity, and can also cooperate with computers to do things that are difficult for ordinary people to operate. Moreover, their Academy of Sciences has already done in-depth research on mechs and even developed heavy-duty industrial mechs. The maximum strength has reached tens of tons. The model is indeed a light industrial mecha. Well, I don't think you can imagine it, so I'll transfer it here. With that said, Chin Yun pressed the communication watch and sent a message to the base. Bring Icarus over here. After the base received the news, a reply came soon. Calling Icarus requires prop authorization number, authorization, use my authority. Chin Yun was not surprised by this. Prop number 3 is not Icarus, but zooming in and out. Icarus is too big to pass through the dimension gate. Therefore, you must use the zoom in and zoom out lights to zoom out before you can enter the dimension gate. Time flies. After about an hour, the sky gradually darkened. It's getting dark, why don't you two go have dinner first? When Zioxy heard this, she stood up and was ready to push Mr. Joe together. I won't go, you young people can eat together, I ate lunch late today, I'm not hungry. Hearing Mr. Joe's words, Zioxy said helplessly, Mr. Joe, I'm not hungry either. Does she understand what Elder Joe means? He just wants her and Chin Yun to develop and develop. But isn't this a bit of a mess? I don't know if Chin Yun has a partner, and to be honest, she always feels unconfident in front of Chin Yun. It's hard to be proactive. It's only 4 o'clock and you are going to have dinner. People here eat dinner very early tilde. Chin Yun looked at his watch and was a little surprised. 4 o'clock. Elder Joe and Zioxy were taken aback for a moment, and they both looked down at their watches. It's dark at 4 o'clock? Subconsciously, Zioxy ran to the window and opened the curtain of the conference room to have a look. Then, the mouth couldn't be shut at all. It's getting dark here. On the shore, a huge figure appeared in front of the building. His figure is extremely huge, and at a glance, it almost covers the sky, completely blocking all sunlight. Can't figure out how high it is at all. At the moment he was standing in the sea, a deep water port that could hold the carrier, or even submerge only its instep. Icarus in human form stands upright. If it weren't for the metallic luster revealed throughout his body, it would even make people think that the giant in myths and legends descended into reality. He was motionless, just standing there, giving people a terrifying pressure. On the coast, countless people looked at this big guy in horror. In the distance, the helicopter was flying towards here. In comparison, the usual six-axis giant helicopter was as weak as a sesame seed in front of him. What is amazing is that with such a huge body, he landed so silently. There were no waves even standing in the sea. What's even more outrageous is that at his feet, there is even a person lying on a small sailboat basking in the sun, falling asleep so comfortably. He didn't realize that a huge monster appeared next to him. He opened his eyes in a daze, as if he was wondering why the sun had disappeared, but when he looked up, the lucky man froze for a moment. Then, he turned over and continued to sleep. I must be dreaming. I was too tired last night, let's continue to sleep. You know, even if a stone falls into the water, it will cause waves. With the size of Icarus, not to mention water waves, even a little wind does not change. It's hard to imagine what kind of technology would allow him to do this. Perhaps, this is also the reason why he is an industrial mech. Although it is huge, it is precise, and it can be completely indifferent to the things produced by manufacturing. This is the performance that the creation of advanced civilization should have, just like the Pioneer's war beast can restrain its own gravity. Icarus is here tilde. Qin Yun also received the message and stood up slowly. You call this a light industrial mecha. Zioxy only felt that her 3 views were about to crack at this moment. The thing in front of me is even longer than the planet engine just from a close-up perspective. Mecha? Lightweight? Do you have any misunderstanding about these 2 words? Icarus, a light industrial mech, can meet all the construction requirements below level 6. This thing was originally designed for the rapid construction of Dyson spheres. Qin Yun briefly introduced this mech. The specific technology level of Icarus is not clear, because it is not sold in the system mall, which is a special reward. However, it has medium-level manufacturing equipment inside. As long as it has relevant technical materials, it can manufacture almost all buildings and items below level 6. Moreover, the fuselage has 6 upgrade slots, and it seems that the upgrade can be modified, and it may not be possible to use the high-level civilization stage in the future. The original intention of his design was to build a Dyson ball. The civilization that made it spread out countless galaxies to those young galaxies, and then built countless Dyson spheres to collect these energies and transmit them to the Earth craftsmen who should go. This is undoubtedly a cheap and economical energy harvesting solution. After all, the most common and easily obtained energy in the universe is fixed star energy. Dyson ball? This thing, Elder Joe silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling a little indescribable about his current feelings. The technology of the men in black has already developed to this level. Therefore, there is no need to worry about its infrastructure ability. It has a compression space that can be processed and produced. There are 64 slots, and it can manufacture 64 planet engines at the same time. All you have to do is to input the drawings of the supporting details of the planet's engine into it, and then, from mining to construction, you can hand it over to him to complete. Oh, definitely. The most important thing is that the urban population near the location of the building must be relocated first. Hearing what Qin Yun said so simply, Mr. Zhou fell silent. However, things are in front of you. Even if you think it is outrageous, you can only choose to believe it. However, the way the 2 of them looked at Qin Yun became more and more strange. I said 1 month, absolutely not 1 more day. Qin Yun squinted his eyes and said seriously, Icarus will only give you 1 month of usage time, and after 1 month I will transfer Icarus away. Really a month? This is impossible, too urgent. Just thinking about it, Xyroxy felt that it was almost impossible. Although it is definitely good to build the planet engine as soon as possible, reality must also be considered. Even if the construction ability of Icarus is sufficient, the deployment time in this process is definitely not enough. You must know that the planned locations of most planet engines are located in metropolises all over the world. Every city is home to a large population, as well as factory production equipment. Almost the vast majority of human civilization is in these cities. Within a month, almost all humans will be relocated. Leaving this thing originally is outrageous enough. The question is where to move, how to solve the problem of eating, drinking, and sleeping for 6 billion people. How and where should the original factories, equipment, materials, and resources be evacuated? These questions, just thinking about it for a while, make people's scalp numb. A month, a year is hard to deal with. Hurry up. This is definitely the largest population migration in human history. According to the original plan, the construction and evacuation were carried out step by step, just make it and go. Now, this speed is almost fatal within a month. Old Joe, what do you think? Chin Yun looked at Elder Joe with a smile on his face. Surprisingly, Mr. Joe nodded very firmly. 1 month, that's it. Zioxy looked at Elder Joe's eyes, but her expression changed, and she muttered to herself, in this way, many people will die. Then many people will die. Mr. Joe sighed. There is no doubt that Mr. Joe has thought a lot about this 1-month construction plan, even thought of reform. In the previous plan, the modification of the system was slow, and it even took several generations to complete. But if the Wandering Earth project were to be rocked within a month, a lot would undoubtedly happen. First of all, cities, gathering places, represent wealth, houses, cars, assets, goods, etc. And letting people leave the city means that the originally slow and worthless wealth will quickly fall to the bottom within a month. It's a quick and mandatory resource shuffle. No one can be an exception. People can only start a new life with nothing. This process will be full of blood. 593 not far away, to those who protect their property or those who find that they have no skills and jobs and die poor after leaving. Anyway, it's almost conceivable that some uncontrollable violence would ensue. How messy will it be? No one could have predicted. As a result, it will make Joe Lau's plan ahead of schedule. Complementary plan for human spirit construction. Everyone will return to the same starting point. Miracles come out of great strides, but big strides can also lead to failure. Now get over it, maybe within a generation, we will be different. I can't make it through. Mr. Joe thought for a while. It seems that there is no way to survive. At worst, if these innovators are wiped out, so what? Ham, Mr. Joe, don't think so much. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Chin Yun smiled slightly. The reason why I want to transfer Icarus away in a month is because our battle star will start work in a month. Why? Although time is tight, we have been paying attention to the Earth and will not let the Earth go wrong. I'm looking forward to human beings becoming a thriving civilization, not a ruin. At least I can guarantee that the spiritual navigator with advanced consciousness will never be in danger because of this incident. The same plot has already happened once in the original timeline, and Chin Yun will not just watch it happen again. The Wandering Earth world is Chin Yun's right-hand man who hopes to develop. Chin Yun believes that after surviving this crisis, this civilization will inevitably become a civilization that is more tenacious than the humans in the Trisolaran world. However, Joe Lau noticed another key in Chin Yun's language. Wait. Battlestar? The reason why Icarus can only be used for 1 month is because there are other tasks. Battlestar? Is that what they understand? That's right, Battlestar, a man-made level planet aircraft carrier equipped with a full-function combat platform independently developed by us, will start construction in a month's time. Chin Yun didn't mean to hide it either. The technology accumulation of the men in black has reached the limit of low-level civilization. The first reason for making this Battlestar is to improve the level of combat ability, and the second reason is to break through the boundaries of low-level civilizations. Trisolaran Academy of Sciences, Trisolarans Academy of Human Sciences, and the Logistics Technology Department of the Men in Black, including Tony Stark, have all invested in the basic development of Battlestar. Once the Battlestar is completed and the basic combat mecha is trained, the Man in Black will completely have the ability to fight the third type of civilization head-on. Moreover, the role of Battlestar is not just as simple as a battle platform. Because the first sub-base given by the system on the Earth can no longer accommodate the current development of the Man in Black, the personnel are okay. Chin Yun didn't buy many secret agents, but the equipment of the Men in Black is getting bigger and bigger. Before, the largest equipment owned by the Man in Black was the C-class transport spaceship, and the others were all portable, so they could be carried with him even when he was big without affecting the transportation. However, the JC-001 basic mecha has also passed the experiment and has entered the mass production stage. Trisolarans factory and the base's factory are fully fired. Hundreds of units have been produced in 10 days. Suddenly, Qin-Yun found that the base couldn't accommodate so many things. Although they still have many sub-bases, the main base of the Marvel world, as the gateway to connect all the worlds, must be the most important one. Therefore, Battlestar was put on the table. This will be the spaceship of Level Planet, and also a huge base with comprehensive functions. At full load, Battlestar is enough to put down tens of millions of JC-001s, and it can also park tens of thousands of small spaceships. This is also the stage that development must go through. Battlestar may be used as the main base of the Men in Black for a long time to come. However, just when Qin-Yun was about to flex his muscles and start construction. The detectors in the Marvel world but found the uninvited guest. Warp jump signal detected. An unknown spaceship has landed in the Milky Way. Spaceship star rating, large, fleet detected. Quantity 2000, Qin-Yun, holy place no. 1 as the flagship of the Extinction Room. Its specifications are very large, and its size of several kilometers is considered large in the category of warships. On the upside, there are heavy and battle stars. After the flagship, there is Thanos' Dark Order. The Dark Order is the fleet directly under Thanos, with a large number and uneven levels. However, the fighting power of the Dark Order is unquestionable, and when they hardly come out in full force, most of the time they dock on Thanos' military planet. At the moment, after a month of sailing, Thanos finally came to the Earth from the distant interstellar. Almost at the moment of leaving the warp flight, Thanos' dog-headed strategist Ebony Maw issued an order. Turn on incognito mode and keep silent. A month ago, they noticed the disappearance of Ancient One, and Thanos definitely would not let go of this great opportunity. Odin is sleeping, trying to fight Ragnarök, and the presence of Tongue One is gone. This means that there is no one on Earth who can make Thanos fear. At this moment, there are at least 3 infinite gems on Earth. This is the Earth. What a piece of trash. The level of technology has not even stepped out of the home planet. It is simply a low-end savage tribe. Why should we hide it? Send me, and I will bring the gem back to the owner with my own hands. Holding up his hammer, Black Dwarf looked disdainful when he saw the data sent back by the detector. Earth is indeed bad, but the Ancient One is still our biggest threat. We must make sure that the Ancient 10 is really gone from the Earth before we go. Ebony Maw said calmly. Also, as a magician, only he knows the power of Ancient One best. Not to mention anything else, even if they are strong, Ancient One, who is currently the pinnacle of cosmic space magic control, can trap them all just by opening the mirror space. Ebony Maw glanced at Thanos, who was sitting on the throne, propping his head on his left hand and nodding. In the universe, countless people know that Ancient One keeps the time gem, but it is still in the hands of Ancient One after so many years, which shows how powerful Ancient One is. The surface of the huge battleship was intertwined with light and shadow, and soon it was attached to the background board, optically disappeared into space. Because of maintaining stealth, the spaceship travels very slowly. Ebony Maw closed his eyes, carefully perceiving the breath in the space. As a magician, he has been to the Earth many years ago. At that time, the magic power and coercion of Ancient One covered almost all subspaces near the Earth, making countless powerful Mephisto dare not invade. But now, Ebony Maw can clearly perceive the space shield from the holy place, but the aura of Ancient One has completely disappeared. Based on the huge holy place, Cat-Eye Magi weaves a huge amounts of network covering the Earth in order to prevent the invasion of the Mephisto in the subspace. However, this kind of defense is actually not strong. The key is the power of Sorcerer Supreme. This kind of defense has no effect on the physical world, but it allows Ebony Maw to perceive what he wants to perceive. Ancient One, really gone. When Holy Place One was almost reaching the Earth orbit, Ebony Maw also opened his eyes in surprise. Thanos immediately stood up from the throne as soon as he heard it. Okay. At this moment, Mishi seemed to have seen the 3 gems beckoning to him. However, just when Sin was about to start forming his troops, suddenly, Holy Place 1 received a communication message from Earth. Unknown fleet, you have entered human airspace. According to the Men in Black spaceship management regulations, entry is a report, and the ship is stopped in violation of regulations. Men in Black must report to the Immigration Management Department within 10 minutes and submit the fine and parking fee. After receiving this news, the entire bridge fell silent instantly, and everyone was a little confused. What's the meaning? It seems to say that we stopped the ship illegally and asked us to pay the fee. After reacting, everyone started to burst into laughter. The scene was once very chaotic. Laughing to death, this is the first time I hear that we are asked to pay for the boat. Report, how did the brains of these primitive people grow? Wait, aren't we in invisible silent mode now? How did they find us? Maybe there are some special detection methods. Is this important? Who are they? A force under Thanos' banner. A powerful existence known as the Dark Order. For so many years, they have followed Thanos across the Star Sea, and there is no single enemy in the entire universe. Relying on this legion, Thanos destroyed countless planets and was even called the Emperor of the Universe. It is rare for the Dark Legion to dispatch all of them because they are too powerful. This time, it was because Thanos was afraid that Ancient One was not dead, so he brought it in order to fight Ancient One head-on. After all, it's all here. If Ancient One really isn't dead, they can't just leave, can they? Then how do you mess around in the universe? Thanos has brains, he is afraid of Ancient One, not really afraid of her, but Ancient One can exchange one for many. A real frontal battle will inevitably lead to heavy losses, but determined to fight, Thanos doesn't think he will really lose. It's just that the result will definitely weaken the strength of your subordinates greatly. And such a fleet that is ready to confront Ancient One head-on, a name that can make children cry in the universe, came to Earth, but was demanded by this low-end primitive civilization. Now isn't this meowing to be funny? No matter where they go, there are countless people begging for mercy. This communication message even made Thanos amused. This universe is too big. There are always some people who don't know how high the sky is. It seems that I have been inactive for too long. People in the universe have forgotten my existence. Once, Thanos led his men to destroy planets one by one in order to accomplish his goal of eliminating half of the universe's population. However, he later discovered that the universe is too big. Even if it is as powerful as him, it is too slow to come a little bit like this. So, he changed his mind and prepared to borrow the power of infinite gems. So in fact, Thanos hasn't been the same destroyer as before for a long time. This made Thanos couldn't help but doubt himself. Is it the time to collect infinite gems? Too long? His name doesn't even work anymore. Hearing what Thanos said, Ebony Maw said quickly, "My master." This place is too remote. It's normal for these lowly bugs not to have heard of the name of the great master. After all, the Earth was once just a servant of Asgard. Strictly speaking, in this universe, the Earth is one of the 9 realms, and the master of the 9 realms is Asgard. In other words, in the eyes of most people in the universe, the Earth is regarded as a subsidiary of Asgard. It's just that with the lore of Ragnarök looming, Odin slumbering, and Earth occasionally popping up with a few notable characters, such as Wonder Woman and Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. This is the so-called independence. However, aside from these mysterious people, the basic scientific and technological civilization level of the Earth is just relying on stool. No wonder they look down on the Earth, when Thanos and the others were left speechless by the news of the Man in Black. Meanwhile, on Earth, the Men in Black headquarters command room. The Man in Black is also busy. How is it going? A total of 2,326 spaceships. The level of technology varies, from the low level of the 2nd level to the top level of the 3rd level, and most of them are equipped with shields. But it doesn't feel right. It seems to be an active shield. 808. Some don't know how to describe this fleet. You say they are strong? They are indeed very strong. All spaceships, even the most stretched, are equipped with warp rate engines. The weapon system is very top-notch, and even Holy Place 1 is equipped with something that feels like a Star Destroyer. I don't know if it is an annihilating Star Destroyer or a chain Star Destroyer, but judging from the weapon specifications alone, the combat power is not weak. It can barely be regarded as a fleet of level 4 technological civilization. But compared to their weapon systems, the defense systems of these fleets simply rely on S.H.I.E.L.D technology, a technology that low-level civilizations can play with on their ships. Even becomes active. What is active shield? Active shields are a rare use of shields. Like an ordinary passive shield, it is a layer of membrane that wraps the ship and resists attacks from all directions. But the active one is like holding up a shield to block damage in one direction. That's right, shield, and it's still the kind with only one side and 5 sides with air leakage. It's outrageous. Interstellar wars are all gunfire. All kinds of you hit me and I block you and I hit you. But what are the shields of these fleets that only block one side? Just like interstellar troopers, they are already in the interstellar era, so how about playing the cold weapon era? I have an impression of that ship. During the Battle of New York, I entered the wormhole with a nuclear bomb and blew up an identical ship. Tony looked at the screen with a strange expression on his face. Isn't this the one I blew up? Except for some details, the main structure and shape, for good money, are brother's ship. This ship should be the opponent's flagship, but was destroyed by a nuclear bomb. 808 just felt that his head could not turn around. Can a large flagship with a level 4 civilization be blown up by a nuclear bomb? The material of this ship is too stretchy. From the perspective of 808, these warships are completely unqualified designs. It's like a baby resisting an RPG. Although the attack power is against the sky, it can be kicked to death with one kick. Thanos, hearing Tony talk about the Battle of New York, Chin-Yun reacted instantly. Isn't this Thanos' holy place #1? Dude, why is Thanos here all of a sudden? With a whole fleet? Chin-Yun was also a little confused. Thanos should never have appeared on Earth at this point in time, and this fleet. To be reasonable, the original timeline never came to Earth. If Chin-Yun remembers correctly, the only time Holy Place 1 has been to Earth is the quantum tunnel. Traveling through time from the past to the future, because PIM particles are needed to travel through the quantum channel, so the room only brought one ship at that time. Now these 2,000 warships are almost the most powerful force in Thanos' hands and belong to his direct fleet. Boss, how to deal with it? How to deal with it, needless to say, illegal entry, let him pay the fine first. 11. Although the opponent's fleet was huge, Chin-Yun didn't panic at all. We dare to do it even to the 6th-level civilization of the original universe, afraid of your garbage fleet of the Shenchuang universe? Boss, the other party replied. After 808 finished sending the message, he quickly received a reply group. It's just the content of this reply. Humble Earthlings, I am Black Dwarf, the 4th general under the Cosmic Emperor Thanos. I will descend on the Earth immediately and wait to meet the fear. After sending this message, Tomoko also sent a picture soon. Black Dwarf actually rushed out from a certain portal in Holy Place 1. The equipment on his body propels his body, heading towards the Earth. Chin-Yun was dumbfounded. What is he doing? Could it be that he is preparing to let us see how powerful he is? Chin-Yun? To be honest, Chin-Yun was already unable to complain. Black Dwarf actually began to break through the atmosphere physically. There is no doubt that his physical fitness is indeed strong, and he is worthy of being one of the 4 generals under Thanos, but, brother, this is space war. You drove more than 2,000 warships to the Earth, and after you made harsh remarks, what does it mean to let a single person log in? Oh, and it's not counted as a single soldier login. When Black Dwarf reached the Earth's atmosphere, many landing ships followed and headed towards the Earth's surface. Even with a companion, but is it useful? 808 can't understand the thinking of these people. Are they really the most powerful group of people in the universe? Strictly speaking, most of the things that the man in black experienced before were within the framework of the original universe. In the main Marvel world, they are facing the enemy for the first time. A negotiation with a pioneer is not a fight. It wasn't until this time that I really felt the difference between the divine creation universe and the original universe. Perhaps it's because the laws in this world are relatively loose. Qin Yun guessed, it is easier for people who create the universe to obtain special abilities. What kind of gene mutation, bestowed by the gods, divine power, etc. This makes the individual of Shen Chuang Hand universe very powerful. What super ability, Man of Steel spells, etc., have become common factors. When the individual can become very strong, perhaps, some overall things will be ignored, like their warships. The interstellar war has also changed from the main theme of starship cannons to the feeling of individual soldiers commanding generals like ancient wars. They prefer to use their hands to achieve the future. For example, the defensive power of the battleship design is so poor that even the shields can't cover it. The high probability is 603 because there are too many people with super abilities. The teleportation ability of space transfer is almost everywhere. No matter how good the defense is, people will break through it, so I just don't bother designing those things. It has to be said that the organization of Men in Black has always been based on the rules of the original universe. After seeing these things, it is simply a blow to dimensionality reduction. You know, in the original universe, even the poorest interstellar civilization can produce thousands of warships. For those more high-level interstellar battles, 1,000,000 search starships start. Where is it like here? Thanos, who looks like a pair of scrap metal 2,000 warships, can dominate the universe. Pick it up, lift it up. Qin Yun waved his hand casually. I saw that black dwarf, who was originally excited, had turned into a ball of fire and was about to come to the ground to prove himself, but was shot by countless lasers in an instant. In less than a second, it turned into a fly ash, disappeared into the atmosphere. No matter how strong your physical body is, you can't resist the particle cannon head-on. If Thanos can still block, is it crazy for a black dwarf to land like this? The moment Black Dwarf died, Holy Place 1 received the message. No, Black Dwarf is gone. The vital signs have completely disappeared and I can't find them at all. What? Thanos' face also changed. This is completely different from what they thought. Originally, I just wanted Black Dwarf to go down to explore the road, but it hasn't gone down yet. Why are people gone? For the death of his companion, Ebony Maw did not feel any grief, but hurriedly said, "Hurry up, let the landing force withdraw. Their planet has a planet defense network." However, as soon as the words fell, those soldiers who were planning to land together with Black Dwarf discovered that countless beams of light were launched from the geosynchronous orbit, attacking everyone with precision. Before they could turn around, thousands of teams were completely destroyed. Seeing this scene, I even laughed a little angrily. Good, I haven't encountered such an interesting planet for a long time. On the surface, it is a low-end primitive, CB, planet, but it has such a powerful planet defense network. Is this your trump card? If that's all, well, sorry, main gun storage. At this moment, Thanos has given up on gems. Can't fight after destroying the Earth, look for it from the debris. You know, when the Kurita invaded last time, Thanos was suffocating. This is already the second time. But at that time, the combat power of the Earth was very hip, and Kurita, as the lowest-end cannon fodder, couldn't beat it. Now, set up a planet defense network. Work. We have Star Destroyers. Star Destroyer cannon energy storage. 15 minutes. As the main guns of Holy Place 1 began to charge, the urge to destroy in Thanos also began to burn. Unknown fleet, your unauthorized landing on the Earth has violated the Men in Black management regulations, and the act of storing weapons has been regarded as a declaration of war on the Earth. We will take measures. Please pay attention to check. Faced with Thanos' behavior of charging the main gun, the Man in Black also gave a thoughtful reminder. However, Thanos still sat on the throne very calmly. No fuss about it. In his eyes, the Earth is already a dead ball. The same is true for mining gems from ruins. Soon, however, Thanos found that he couldn't calm down. There are enemies. In the Thanos fleet, the alarm systems of all the spaceships rang almost at the same time. At the same time, on the outskirts of the fleet, warships with uniform standards suddenly appeared in the originally empty place. 10 ships, 100 searches, 1,000 ships. The number quickly skyrocketed to 3,000 searches within a minute. Moreover, the most outrageous thing is that there are several battleships that are several times larger than Holy Place 1 at a glance. Three-body civilization antimatter power flagship. In the broadcast of the Men in Black, following the appearance of these warships, the command screen in front of Chin-Yun also began to broadcast. The Trisolaran First Fleet has been deployed. 1,000 medium-sized main battleships, 5 large destroyers, and 1 heavy-duty attack flagship. Three-body Second Fleet has been deployed. 1,000 medium-sized main battleships, 5 large destroyers, and 1 heavy-duty attack flagship. The First Fleet of the coalition government has been deployed. 300 medium-level attack ships. 1 large flagship, the Special Service Basic Combat Unit, has been deployed. 500 JC-001 mechs. At the moment, the support fleet from the Trisolaran world has also completely passed through the Dimension Gate and arrived at the place it should go. For a period of time, the three-body world temporarily became one of the strongest forces in Chin-Yun's hands. They have participated in almost all the scientific research work of the Men in Black, and their original technological level has reached the stage of nearly 4 levels. Originally, the Trisolarans had 2 fleets, but this time, almost all of them were dispatched. Not even one of the three-body Mars bases in the three-body world is left behind. If it wasn't for Chin-Yun to stop them, they would even have planned to send out engineering transport ships. Definitely, it's not how loyal the Trisolarans are, and they can't wait to give their all to help the S.H.I.E.L.D people. But because this is a chance for Trisolarans to survive. Because there has been no progress in the research on the attack and defense of the two-way foil. From the perspective of the Trisolarans, the solar system in the three-body world has a high probability of not being able to survive the attack by the two-way foil. And this opportunity just allows Trisolaris to carry out a small-scale emigration. To another world, even if this side is destroyed, wouldn't the main civilization still have seeds? This was their little thought, but they almost made it clear. Chin-Yun didn't think too much and agreed. Because he really needs some protective force to protect the construction of the battle star. The water in the Marvel world is also very deep. Before the battle star is built, Chin-Yun has no intuitive power in his hands. It's not that Chin-Yun can't build his own starship, but it's not necessary. In Chin-Yun's vision, the Men in Black only need to have the top-level individual combat power, such as the JC series of mechas, such as those super-oriented agents. Then, there are the top interstellar forces, such as Battlestar. Chin-Yun will not even plan to build battleships at all in the future, but will build a few more Battlestars. After all, what's the use of warships, which are small, have low combat effectiveness and waste personnel, even when battleships are needed? What do we do to save so many worlds? All it takes is a phone call, and countless people will drive their own battleships to serve the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. This is also the result of a community with a shared future for mankind. Looking at the fleets all over the sky, Chin-Yun expressed his satisfaction. The three-body coalition government even sent out the few 300 warships it had just released. For a time, countless starships were almost densely arranged in the sky, surrounding Thanos' dark sect. At the moment, everyone in Holy Place No. 1 was stunned. At a glance, the number of warships of the opponent is almost equal to that of his own. Even if you count those mechas that are not easy to mess with, they have already surpassed their number. After all, JC-001 is not small in size, almost equivalent to a small warship. Where did these warships come from? How come there are so many of them? Thanos looked at the projection with an ugly expression on his face, as if his head had been chopped off. You must know that the number of districts is one of their advantages for the fleet of the dark cultists to be able to run amok in the universe. Except for him, Thanos, among the famous forces in the universe, there is almost no one who can produce 2,000 starships. This ran to such a remote place on the Earth and suddenly popped up. And looking at the styles of those starships, most of them are standard, and they are different from their patchwork. It means that they are completely produced in one place. Thanos instantly locked his eyes on Ebony Maw. Wouldn't this be a trap aimed at me? Think about Ebony Maw, who brought me to Earth all the time. Thanos wondered a little whether his most trusted military advisor had betrayed him. My master. Ebony Maw looked at Thanos' eyes and felt a palpitation. Master. The main gun has been charged. Should we fire it? At this time, the operator interrupted the train of thought of several people. Hearing this, Thanos raised his warblade. With a flash of the knife, the operator's head was cut off. The sudden bloody scene made everyone present shudder. I hate people who can't understand. I've said it all. Why do you ask when you fire the main gun? Thanos, there was a fierce look in his eyes. The other operator next to him saw that his companion died like this and almost peed out of fear. However, he knew that Thanos was in a very bad mood right now. If he didn't satisfy him, he might be the next one to die. Thinking of this, he pushed away his companion's body, then sat on his seat and then, tremblingly, put his hand on the firing button, ready to press it. Wait! However, Ebony Maw stopped him suddenly. My master, at this time, the most important thing for us is to preserve our strength. Destroy the Earth, we also have to fall into battle. There is no time to collect scattered gems. Master, I suggest that we still. However, just as Ebony Maw was making his own comments, Thanos interrupted his speech. Ebony Maw, you have always been my most trusted child. You are the one who said that Ancient One is gone, and you are the one who told us to come. Now some people are questioning my authority. Hope, someone wants to fight with me, and it is you who stop me. Ebony Maw, how can you prove to me your loyalty? Thanos' mood was indeed terrible, but he was not afraid, only fighting. While speaking, he gently stroked the purple gem in his hand. The power gem is also one of the reasons why he is still full of confidence even if the fleet is surrounded. My master, my loyalty to you has never changed. It's true that I didn't think carefully this time, but I still ask the master to think carefully. The dark cult cannot be consumed here. We still have a greater cause to do. Master, think twice. 27 Ebony Maw bowed slowly, still so gracefully. In fact, he was also very helpless. Ancient One is indeed not on Earth, but who would have thought that there are ghosts on the Earth? He really didn't know where these fleets came from. The meaning of Ebony Maw is obvious. At the moment is not suitable for war. Should go first. Thanos thought about it for a long time and finally chose to believe in Ebony Maw. After all, for so many years, Ebony Maw has been a dog-headed military strategist under his own hands, and he has never made a mistake. It can be said that Thanos can develop to the present, and Ebony Maw has contributed a lot. However, just when Thanos was about to order a temporary retreat and plan in the future, but I heard the driver who had just taken the position say in horror, "It's bad. Warp speed tilde the engine can't start. Space is blocked. What?" At the moment, within the encirclement of the Trisolaran fleet, the invisible space structure became distorted up. Originally, the space structure of this world is similar to a honeycomb, and the warp speed engine can open the space like a module and enter the warp speed high-speed navigation. This is also the most common way for people in this world to travel between the stars. However, the Trisolaran fleet from the original universe made the warp velocity invalid. The principle is very simple. The engine of the Trisolaran fleet is an antimatter engine. The physical rules of the original universe are different from those of the Marvel world, and there is no such developed warp space as the Marvel world. It is also difficult for the speed of matter to exceed the speed of light, so Trisolaran's technical route is very thick. The antimatter reactor has the advantages of low mass and high density, but when performing energy reactions, it will affect the positive space and distort the space to a certain extent. This is why it took hundreds of years for the Trisolaran fleet to travel from the Trisolaran star to Earth. You must know that even human ships whose technology was blocked by Sophons in the original timeline can run to the highest percentile. 15 for the speed of light. The Trisolaran fleet can only run at 10% of the speed of light, and this distortion of space will also have an impact on space after the Marvel world. Now, the situation instantly became unfavorable to the Dark Order. Fighting, whether they can beat it or not, is another matter. Just the loss is what they don't want to see. Even if it loses 500 or 600 of the 2,000 ships of the Dark Order fleet in this place, where nothing shits like shit, it is very distressing. This is the wealth that Thanos has accumulated for who knows how long, but run and can't run. This is embarrassing. For a moment, the menacing people who were about to come to Earth to snatch the infinite gems were all staring at each other, a little dazed. This Trisolaran fleet that popped up out of nowhere is really outrageous. Such a remote star area, where did such a fleet come from? Definitely, there is also a calendar. It is the most common login battle in this world. After all, in the Marvel universe, where super-ability mutants are flying all over the sky, human-to-human duels are the most common. Yes, Xing's lessons learned from the past are still vivid in my memory. Can Fang's Changcheng defense network be able to break through by a single soldier? The only ones present with this ability are Thanos, who holds infinite gems, and Ebony Maw, who has spells. Master, how about we pay the fine? Ebony Maw gritted his teeth and said a suggestion that almost kept Thanos from going berserk. Pay the fine. What are you kidding? We're Thanos, king of the universe. Who dares to say no to where to sail? How can it be possible to really pay a fine? Do you want to mess around in the future? However, Mishi subconsciously glanced at the Trisolaran spaceships surrounding his own fleet. I just feel a sense of suffocation that leaves him nowhere to vent. There was only one thought left in his mind. If only there were more gems. Especially the space gem. He only has one power gem in his hand now. Although it can give him powerful power, it is useless. With so many fleets, even if he rushed out to destroy a few, the opponent's counterattack would cause heavy losses to his dark sect. After all, what power gems are best at is destruction, not protection. With the space gem in hand, he can even teleport his fleet directly to Earth. However, space gem is also one of my goals this time, so it's really ed up. I'm sorry, my master, I said the wrong thing. Seeing Thanos' eyes about to kill, Ebony Maw quickly apologized. Thanos looked at the surrounding situation in the projection indifferently and finally said fiercely, "Ask them how much it will cost." Originally, Ebony Maw was ready to meet Thanos' wrath. After all, Thanos was arrogant. However, when this sentence came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Dude, is this really ready to pay the fine? At the same time, Qin Yun, the command center of the Men in Black, also received a message from the Dark Cultist fleet. How many pennies is the fine? Seeing such an inquiry, Qin Yun smiled. Ha ha ha, is this a soft serve? For Thanos' fleet, Qin Yun has no pressure at all. You know, this is his home field. Not to mention how strong the Trisolaran fleet is, even if it is based on the worst result and has never fought, Qin Yun is not panicked at all. Here, it's the Marvel universe, and Ancient One is their agent now. She still has the time gem on her chest. Even if the battle fails, Ancient One can reverse time and restore everything to its original state. Become an Ancient One at the level of the Lord of Latitudes, which is easy to do in the Marvel universe. The rules of Shenchuang universe don't reason with you. Tell him, we don't want star coins, but power gems. The other party subdued, but Qin Yun didn't intend to let Thanos go so easily. Where is there an easy door to leave? A power gem? Is it one of the infinite gems in this world? Does the other party have such a thing? 808. Hearing this, his expression changed. For the infinite gems of this world, the Men in Black Technology Department has already analyzed them. It can be said to be the strongest artifact in the world if the rules allow it. However, it is only the current universe, and the audience of this thing is still small, and it is useless to go to other worlds. They even analyzed the time gem with the permission of Ancient One, and it turned out that this thing is the concretization of rule. It is not something that the technology of the Men in Black can study now. This fleet master who suddenly appeared has one in his hand. This is Thanos' fleet. Thanos is a man who doesn't know how to describe it. He is very famous in the interstellar world. Ask for flowers, some say he killed brutally, some say he's crazy, and some say he's a poor man. Qin Yun spread his hands and briefly introduced Thanos he knew. 808. Thanos. Haven't heard of it, the news has been sent. Soon, the Dark Believers also received news from the Man in Black. Illegal intrusion into the airspace, illegal docking, and illegal storage of weapons within the airspace. Your fleet has violated the 7th, 38th, and 164th items of the Men in Black management regulations. The total amount of compensation required: 1 power gem. Seeing the man in black, the lion opened his mouth wide, asking for the only infinite gems in his hand. Thanos couldn't sit still for an instant. "You're too daring. These dirty earthlings, bedbugs." He, who has been cultivating himself for many years, couldn't help but started to swear. Isn't this robbery? Even if it is to go to the most prosperous star area in the universe, the interstellar CBD, to stop the ship for hundreds of years, it is impossible to say that you have to pay such an expensive price. Thanos has always been the one who robbed others by force. When did someone dare to rob him? Master, how do they know that Tau-Yuli gemstone? Ebony Maw captures the key message. It's not long since Thanos got the power gem, and he hasn't even used it. Why would the Earthlings know? Thanos ignored Ebony Maw, came to the console in 3 steps and 2 steps, pressed the communication button and spoke. "You know who I am?" Being able to name the power gem means that the other party definitely knows his identity. Definitely, Thanos. Didn't your holy place number 1 blow up on the Earth before, and now this should be holy place number 2? The other party's answer made Thanos even more angry. Isn't this where the pot is not opened and which pot is lifted? You know who I am, and you dare to make such a request with me? What's the matter? Is there a problem? Isn't it normal for you to charge a fee when you ship to our house tilde? The reply from the man in black was very naive, leaving Thanos speechless for a moment. Is that what I mean? I'm Thanos, overlord of the level universe. You really don't want to give me any face? I have a B status. At this moment, Thanos, who has always used violence to solve problems, unexpectedly had the feeling of a scholar meeting a soldier. Are you declaring war with me? Thanos is a dominant character after all. Since choosing can no longer solve the problem, let's do it. We have nothing to fear. Thanos, you may be taking yourself too seriously. Based on your meager ideas, it's luck to be able to develop to the present. You don't really think that you are invincible in this universe, do you? What gives you confidence? Power gem? Infinite gems is such a rotten street thing. I have 3 in my hand. There are currently 3 gems on the Earth, except for the time gem of Ancient One, which can be called at any time. The other 2, Space Gem and Mind Gem, Qin Yun, can also be taken out at any time. To fight this, Qin Yun is really not afraid of strength. Or the goddess of death. As soon as this remark came out, Thanos, who was originally furious and ready to fight, felt that a basin of cold water was poured on his head instantly. How do you know? Who the hell are you, goddess of death? This is one of Thanos' greatest secrets. Even the 4 generals of Obsidian, these 4 closest subordinates, never knew about Thanos and the goddess of death. Qin Yun actually said it so openly. What's there to hide? The fact that you are the goddess of death-licking dogs has been spread for a long time. At least billions of people know about it. Didn't you always preach that the resources of the universe are limited, and that the harmony of the universe can only be guaranteed by eliminating half of the population? Actually, it's to make the goddess of death happy, right? It's so pitiful, Tilda. Qin Yun's tone was full of sarcasm, but every word was deeply rooted in Thanos' heart. You? Thanos even took a step back subconsciously, his face full of shock, because what Qin Yun said is a secret that only he knows. Thanos' history is very complicated. Once, when he was still an ordinary person, he met a woman. He fell in love with that woman and was willing to give everything for her. That woman is the incarnation of 023, the goddess of death. The goal of the goddess of death is to personally cultivate a murderer and enjoy the process. As one of the gods who control Marvel's basic law, the goddess of death controls death rules, which is almost at the same level as the eternity that Ancient One wanted to rely on before, and is also the controller of the law of creation. The soul of everyone who dies in the Marvel universe goes to the goddess of death, so she loves killing very much. Often a crazy killing maniac is bred. Thanos is undoubtedly in love with the wrong person. From the beginning of killing people in the War to the End, when he wanted to destroy half of the creatures in the universe, he was actually just trying to please the goddess of death and win her heart. It has to be said that it is pure dog-licking behavior. However, this matter, in fact, no one knows. Few people even know that he wants to wipe out half the population of the universe. Now, these things have been easily revealed by Qin-Yun. For a moment, Thanos noticed that the surrounding subordinates looked at him strangely. Ebony Maw was even more stunned. Because, judging by Thanos' reaction, it seems to be true. For a long time, Thanos preached that everything he did, his killing, was actually for this universe, in order to make life more prosperous. Therefore, proper population control is a great mission. They are all fighting for this great mission with Thanos. However, tell me now, Thanos did all this just to bring about bloodshed and make the goddess of death happy. For those of them who believe in the ideal of Thanos, this is simply an impact that destroys the three views. No, everything I do is for this world. Life will only multiply without restraint and invade all natural resources. Only by controlling the number of lives can the living people live better. Seeing the eyes of his subordinates, Thanos knew that they might have doubted him now. He must stabilize the inside, which is absolutely impossible to admit. However, for Thanos, Qin-Yun knows too much about the world outside the wall. I said, "Purple potato monster, why are you still kidding yourself, Tilda? Destroy half of the population. It's quite high-end, and it makes sense. Haven't you studied mathematics, Tilda? How long does it take to go from 10 to 1? But do you understand the law of life growth from 100 million to 200 million, Tilda? Even if you wipe out half of the population of the entire universe, you will be able to get back on it soon. Reproduction is one of the most basic instincts of life. Except for a life that is more laborious and has a long cycle of individual reproduction. Most life reproduces very quickly. Even if it is reduced by half, it will only take 1 or 2 generations to recover to the initial number, so Thanos' reason is totally untenable. I suspect that you are foolish for licking a dog. Do you think that even if you kill half of the people, the goddess of death will favor you? Thinking too much. She's probably busy dating Deadpool by now, isn't she? Deadpool is the man who is truly favored by the goddess of death. But it's not in this world, but in another Marvel parallel world. According to the timeline, Deadpool should have gotten the attention of the goddess of death by this time. Deadpool has encountered brutal scientific experiments. These lessons will keep him in a state of near death. According to the law of the Marvel Universe, after death, it will be reported to the goddess of death. But Deadpool's original vitality was very strong, which caused him to go to the goddess Soul Pool every time he was about to die, and then returned after a while. After going back and forth dozens of times, the goddess of death also became interested in Deadpool. Plus, Deadpool was an interesting guy. So, they fell in love. That's right, the goddess of death is in free love with an Earthling, and it's that sweet relationship. Completely different from Thanos, in the eyes of the goddess of death, Thanos is just a toy. What Deadpool got was the love that Thanos never dreamed of. They might be sweet right now, let alone half the population. Even if you destroy this universe and kill everyone, she won't even look at you. Qin-Yun's words are like a chainsaw, almost sawing Thanos' heart open. Thanos' emotional management was momentarily out of control. No. Impossible. As soon as these words came out, Ebony Maw lowered his head. This means that Thanos has acknowledged Qin-Yun's words. The Emperor they have been following all this time, their master, everything they do is not for ideals, not for this world. But to be a dog lick. Although they don't know what the word licking the dog actually means, they still have similar adjectives in their minds. So stop, licking the dog will not be a good death, just right, the power gem will be handed over to me as a fine. Find a class in the future. No, find a place to retire. You can be considered a rich man, and it's good to be a retired emperor. Qin-Yun is a good person, so he gave Thanos a very intimate opinion. But this intimacy, Thanos can't appreciate it at all. Earthlings, you managed to P***s me off. Thanos gritted his teeth and raised his long knife. I will cut off your head with my own hands. For Qin-Yun on the communicator, he already wanted to kill him immediately. Why? Hurry up. I'm doing this for your own good. Think about it for yourself. How long has it been since death has seen you? You have done so many things. Has she ever looked for you? No, she doesn't have you in her heart at all. Feelings can't be forced. If you don't love, you don't love. No matter how much you give, she won't love you. At this moment, Qin-yun seemed to be an intimate brother, constantly comforting Thanos. Thanos. It has to be said that even if Thanos is furious now, what Qin-yun said is the truth, because he has indeed not seen the goddess of death for a long, long time. Even, there is no contact between them. He killed countless people, in fact, because he wanted to see the goddess of death. Even, after he has already prepared to wipe out half of the world's population, he will find a place to die quietly. Wait until the moment when the goddess of death summons him. Okay, I won't say too much. That's all I can say as a brother. After all, this is a matter of your relationship. However, you still have to pay the fines that should be paid. After the power gem is taken out, I will pretend that you have never been here. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I can't let you miss seeing her. Originally, Thanos was ready to fight. Even if the entire Dark Order was lost here, he had to let it out. But when he heard Qin-yun say that he could meet death, Thanos stopped his hands for an instant. Can you get in touch with her? Meeting the goddess of death. In fact, it is easy and simple to say, but it is also difficult to say. There is a chance when you die, but even if you die, the goddess doesn't want to see you and still can't see you. Otherwise, Thanos would have committed suicide and reported it to death. One of my agents has a good relationship with Eternity. Later, I will ask the relationship to help you let Eternity speak to death. It shouldn't be a big problem. Ancient One is someone whom Eternity admires very much. Strictly speaking, they are friends. Eternal, one of the 6 creator gods of Marvel, has few friends. Therefore, he is also very good to Ancient One, otherwise he would not have given infinite gems to Ancient One. After Ancient One became the master of dimensions this time, he actually has a plan to play 3 to Eternity. That is, these 2 days. Even Qin-yun attaches great importance to this matter. After all, this may be their first contact with the power of creation. Qin-yun even prepared a gift for Eternal. If Qin-yun can also make friends with Eternity, it is not impossible to ask him to help bring a message to the goddess of death. But it doesn't come without a price tilde. After all, this is the way of the world. Thanos can't just let him do things with his hands. Hearing that Qin-yun was actually connected with Eternity, Thanos was instantly refreshed. I didn't think Qin-yun was lying. After all, Qin-yun knew too much. He didn't care about being aggressive, but asked eagerly, "The price? I'll exchange the power gem for this price." At this moment, Thanos, as a licking dog, completely gave up everything. Even the power gem can't attract him anymore. What did he do so many things for? Isn't it just to please the goddess, to meet her? What? The gem of power is a fine for violating the parking of your fleet. If this is the case, you need to pay more. Qin-yun is not ambiguous at all. We are sensible and professional people. A fine is a fine. Doing things is doing things. Don't confuse them with one another when Thanos was still having a headache about Qin-yun's plan to increase money. The Earth has already exploded. Thousands of warships parked outside the Earth, almost completely blocking the sunlight in the southern hemisphere. Can it not be fried? S.H.I.E.L.D, Nick is going crazy. These are spaceships that came out of nowhere. How come there are so many of them? I don't know either. It was very sudden and it appeared in a whoosh. Could it be that the Karitas are making a comeback? These boats look much more high-end than the Karitas. No one knows why there are so many spaceships staring at the Earth. Nick even began to keep checking all the power available in his hand. What aircraft carrier, fighter jet, army, Avengers? However, after turning over and over, Nick found they have nothing. None of them can cope with the current situation. Where do the trillions of military expenditures of our beautiful country go? The Secretary of the Navy just divorced his 8th wife 3 days ago and married his 9th wife yesterday. She is a young model and very moist. Nick, however, in fact, this is not to blame those people, because, in the face of this level of war, the current Earth technology is useless no matter what it does. Where are the Avengers? Are they all here? It's basically here, and Thor is here too, just. It's Tony, he said he couldn't come because of something. Hearing this, Nick instantly exploded. What the hell, can't you come if something happens? There are thousands of warships hanging on this head, and the fire is imminent. What could be more important than this? Thinking of this, Nick picked up the phone directly and called Tony himself. After the call was connected, Nick didn't care about anything and started the crazy spray mode. "Tony, the famous Iron Man, what's wrong with you? Usually you have a little temper and I won't say anything. What time is it now? At the time of the survival of the Earth 21, can you be a little bit responsible?" Tony is usually very disobedient to discipline, but after all, Tony's status is different, so he tolerated it. At this time, Nick couldn't bear to come here. "I told you not to call me. Are you annoying? I just worked overtime for half a month. Can you let me sleep for a while? You capitalists know how to order FK. Is it easy for me to get a job? I'm already on vacation." Tony didn't seem to have woken up yet and started talking in a daze and unceremoniously. "Holiday? Work." Hearing Tony calling himself a capitalist and talking about part-time jobs, Nick was a little dazed. To be reasonable, if you want to say rich, if you want to say capitalists, Tony is much richer than him. How could he say such a thing? "Tony, I won't talk to you about this. The situation is critical now. No matter what misunderstandings we had before, the most important thing right now is to gather all human strength to deal with the crisis. We S.H.I.E.L.D are already the last hope of Earth. Tony, please." "I was dragged by my boss to work overtime overnight for half a month. I only slept for 2 hours a day. I just wanted to sleep. What is the survival of human beings, the last hope? Don't worry, the sky is falling and someone is on top on." After Tony finished speaking, he hung up the phone without any hesitation and even turned off the communicator directly. This put Nick in a murderous mood, but Nick also found something wrong. Tony was forced to work overtime by his boss for half a month? Boss, isn't Tony his own boss? Strictly speaking, he is also his half-boss, right? What's the meaning? Nick keenly grasped the key point in Tony's language and quickly called an agent. "What has Tony been doing lately?" "Tony Stark? His recent movements are quite mysterious. He doesn't seem to be out of the house, and our agents haven't found any trace of him." When Nick heard this situation, time was running out, and he didn't have time to think about it, so he quickly called Pepper. Compared with Tony's bad personality, Potts is considered reasonable. "Miss Potts, what is Tony doing these days? The Earth is in crisis, and we need him to save the world with us, but his attitude. I hope you can help me persuade him. However, I thought that Potts would know the current crisis, stand up and get Tony up to work." Unexpectedly, Potts' answer surprised Nick. "I'm sorry, Director Nick, Tony is really a bit ruthless in working overtime recently. He probably doesn't have the energy to do other things. So there's nothing I can do." The exhaustion on Tony's body was palpable. Compared with any comfort in the world, Potts wanted Tony to sleep peacefully even at this time. Sometimes love is that simple. Nick couldn't help it anymore. "Miss Potts, can you tell me where Tony has spent his energy? The world is going to be destroyed. How can he sleep?" Potts hesitated for a while and finally said, "I don't know the details, but what I can tell you is that Tony has found a job and is working. His boss is nasty and hasn't given him a break since he started working." There was a bit of resentment in Potts' tone, as if he was complaining that Tony hadn't paid the rations for a long time. "Nick, Tony, did you really run to work? He is the owner of Stark Industries, one of the richest men in the world. How could anyone get Tony to work?" "Nick, okay." Reluctantly hung up the phone, Nick knew that there were still many things to deal with, and he didn't have time to spend all of it on Tony, although still baffled. Just after hanging up the phone, an agent rushed in excitedly. "Director, the latest discovery." As he spoke, he transferred a picture to the monitor in front of Nick. Seeing something in the picture, Nick rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "WTFK? In the picture, there is a clear picture of the spacecraft captured by a group of astronomical cameras. I saw that among these spaceships, 10 small parts are actually written with characters from the Earth. Asia's First Fleet, Second American Fleet, European First Fleet. This is the number of the few fleets of the three-body United Government. This F***G is the Earth spaceship. Yes. According to our analysis, these spaceships are likely to be 2 groups. Looking at their positions, it looks like one fleet has surrounded the other. There is no movement, maybe they are negotiating. If it's a spaceship from Earth, then maybe it's not a big problem. Not a big ghost. If these are the fleets of the Earth, where did they come from? We, S.H.I.E.L.D, as the top agent organization on Earth, have so many things, yet have no information at all. I learned that the Earth characters are engraved on the fleet. Countries around the world have also exploded. High-level executives from various countries connected via video conference. At the meeting, everyone's face was ugly. You are secretly developing a space army, hiding so deep. Are you planning to rule the Earth? What nonsense. Who developed a space army? How do you explain the words written on it? Asia's first fleet. Then there's something about the American fleet. Who knows if it's the smoke bomb you released? Yes, there is also the European fleet. We in Asia are not to blame for this. It's really not you. Really not. After multiple checks, the high-level executives found that these fleets were indeed not theirs. But who could it be? This is a spaceship. It might not be possible to assemble the strength of a single country. What did S.H.I.E.L.D say? Ask. While the executives are arguing, S.H.I.E.L.D people from Avengers also arrived one after another. Nick looked at these superheroes solemnly. I don't know how these little Superman can defend against spaceships, no matter how they employ humans. But now Nick can only pin his hopes on the super ability. Everyone, we are now about to face the greatest crisis in human history, even far surpassing the last New York battle. We need to do everything in our power to save this dying world. Seeing Nick's solemn appearance, Thor's expression was a bit strange. Natasha Romanoff and Banner even looked at each other, and both could see the unique taste in each other's eyes. Only Captain America and Hawkeye were in high spirits, as if they were going to fight to save mankind. Well, I won't participate in this matter, Tilda. At this moment, Thor silently raised the hammer. When Captain America heard this, he became anxious immediately. Thor, what do you mean? Are you going to quit at this time? Aren't you a god? Didn't you once preach that the Earth was once a subsidiary of Asgard? Why, you are afraid when you meet a powerful enemy. Captain America clenched his fists and looked at the sky full of fleet shadows. We will not lose. As long as human beings unite as one, as long as each of us contributes our strength, we can defeat even powerful enemies. Believe in yourself, you can face everything. Didn't we resist when the Kuritas invaded? Victory belongs to us. Captain America started pouring chicken broth. He thought that Thor was afraid of seeing so many fleets. Quickly began to play the characteristics of his Avengers Alliance confidant big brother and chicken soup boy. Thor frowned. Scared? Asgardians are never afraid. Then what is there to say? Why not participate? Are you not our friend? Speaking of this, Thor found a sofa and sat down, then put the hammer on the table casually and said, No, the main thing should not be our responsibility. We still don't overstep our authority. Definitely, if they really fight, I will also go to Asgard to mobilize troops to support. Thor clearly remembered how awkward the scene was when Chin Yun took over everything. Moreover, Thor knows much more information than Earth. The first time he saw the Dark Order, he knew whose fleet it was. Thanos, this is the 190 enemies that even Asgard must go all out to treat with caution. Even without Odin's hand, Asgard's army has to bow its head in the face of the Dark Order. Also, as a power at the Overlord level, Thanos' legion's combat effectiveness is recognized by the universe. Since there is a man in black to stand up, as long as nothing happens, Thor feels that he should not participate. Moreover, he can see that the current situation is beneficial to the man in black. After all, the Dark Order of the fleet in the sky is obviously being suppressed, the side surrounded by. At this moment, Thor only felt that the man in black was more powerful than he imagined, and there were so many spaceships. Asgard doesn't have such background. Nick, what are you talking about? What is? Ultravires? Aren't we S.H.I.E.L.D responsible for all the things that threaten humans in this world? The Avengers Alliance was established for this. Just when Nick was about to say something, Natasha Romanoff nodded in agreement. That's right. Fury, I think S.H.I.E.L.D should not participate in this matter. This is not something that S.H.I.E.L.D can participate in. Let's just wait and see. Hearing Natasha Romanoff say the same, Fury cracked on the spot. Natasha Romanoff, you are our best agent. How can you? However, at this time, Banner also interjected, "Yes, yes, Chief, shall we watch?" All of a sudden, Nick found out that most of the hero team, Avengers, which he personally formed, began to persuade himself to be a narrator at such a critical time. Isn't this meowing hell? Among them, there is even Natasha Romanoff, his most trusted agent. Captain America and Hawkeye also didn't expect the plot to change so quickly, and their former companions could stand by in this situation. Natasha Romanoff, why are you also? Hawkeye looked at them with complicated expressions, only to feel that these people had suddenly changed and they no longer knew each other. In the end, what happened? Why do you think so? You guys always say someone will handle who can handle something like this. Captain America couldn't hold back either, began to question it. Thor, Natasha Romanoff, and Banner all looked at each other, don't know how to explain it. I think, Director, there are some things that you don't know as well. Nick. It's good that I don't know what it means. I'm S.H.I.E.L.D. Director. Shouldn't I be the one to say this? Are you a traitor? Then, that's it. If you don't want to participate, then I won't force you. Nick can see from the reactions of Thor, Natasha Romanoff, and several people that these people are likely to have defected. Since they can't count on these people, if they continue to stay, not only will it not be helpful, but they may even turn against each other. Suspicious by nature, he is ready to save himself. Director, are you just allowing those fleets to invade Earth? Captain America, who was about to flex his muscles, was in a hurry. Even if they all give up, the Earth will really be doomed. Didn't they say that someone will deal with it? Nick pretended not to care and waved his hand, gesturing everyone to leave. Thor, Natasha, and Banner looked at each other. The three shrugged, turned, and left without thinking much. Having seen the power of the man in black, the three of them still have confidence in Chin Yun. Now that Chin Yun took the initiative, why do they need to make trouble? But what the three of them didn't know was that as soon as they left, Nick took out his pager and called Captain Marvel Carol. Now, the only one who can convince Nick that he can stop the fleet in the universe is Captain Marvel Carol. Carol, the Earth is dying and everyone is rebelling. 2 powerful fleets have appeared on Earth. We are powerless to resist, and the people under me. After picking up Carol's call, Nick lost his calmness just now, and his voice changed. It's not that Nick isn't calm, but that the fleet that suddenly appeared in the universe is too big. Coupled with his suspicion of Thor and the others, he can't keep calm. Undoubtedly, at this time, the only person Nick could think of was Carol, Captain Marvel. As the woman who shared hardships with her many years ago and gained great power, she went to the universe to maintain justice. She is also the most powerful person Nick has ever known in this world. Damn, the dark sect has appeared on Earth. How could this be? I didn't get any news. Knowing the crisis facing the Earth and the betrayal of people like Thor, Carol was very angry. You know, for so many years, Carol has been away from the Earth, maintaining the so-called justice. She has always believed in one thing, that is, with great power comes great responsibility. Therefore, after gaining great power, Carol found that her power was useless on Earth. Moreover, the Earth is so remote, and there is Asgard's protection. She is very relieved to go to the universe and become a cosmic policeman. I haven't paid much attention to the Earth for so many years. However, now he is told that the dark sect has gone to the Earth. She must have heard of the reputation of Thanos. However, Thanos appeared on the Earth, which she never expected, and the entire dark sect was dispatched collectively. With the addition of a Trisolaran fleet that is about the same size as the Dark Order, as her hometown, has she encountered such a crisis. Nick found her, and Carol must not stand idly by and set off to return to Earth immediately. Just as Carol was on his way back to Earth, the negotiations between Chin Yun and Thanos came to an end. Do you know where the soul gem is? Thanos looked at Chin Yun in shock. His whole body was numb. In order to collect all the gems, Thanos spent countless manpower and energy, but there is no news about Soul Gem. As for Chin Yun, he not only knew where the Soul Gem was, but also gave him how to get the gem. Even Thanos, who claims to be the overlord of the starry sky, was deeply shocked. Chin Yun appeared out of nowhere, seems to know everything. You know, the Soul Gem is the most powerful of the 6 infinite gems, and also the most mysterious. It has almost never appeared, and only exists in legends. Yes, as long as you follow my method, you can get the Soul Gem. As a price, Soul Gem can let me help you contact the goddess of death. For Thanos' shock, Qin Yun was not surprised at all. Moreover, the conditions put forward by Qin Yun are not only for Soul Gem, one of the purposes is to restrain Thanos. Don't worry, no matter how much I pay, I will definitely get the Soul Gem and give it to you. Thanos, who woke up from the shock, said frantically. Everything he did before was to win the favor of the goddess of death. But after being exposed by Qin Yun, Thanos realized that everything he did was self-righteous. So he got angry at the last moment and wanted to launch an attack on the Trisolaran fleet desperately to regain his dignity. But Qin Yun's last words rekindled hope in his originally desperate heart. In order to meet the goddess of death, he is willing to give up even the power gem, let alone find the soul gem, then sign the contract. While Thanos was still immersed in the frenzy, Qin Yun took out the book of contract. Power gem is used as a parking fee, and soul gem is used as an intermediary fee to bring a message to the goddess of death. Thanos did not question the content of the contract, but was very puzzled about the signing. At my level, all I have to do is say okay, why sign up, act like I have no credit. But doubts are doubts, Thanos is finally ready to sign. As long as he can see the goddess of death, no matter what he is asked to do, Thanos will agree without hesitation. Even if Qin Yun said he was a dog licker, it wouldn't change Thanos' mind. This is his obsession, and it is his motivation to live. He only wanted to find Thanos of the Soul Gem as soon as possible, but he didn't think too much about why Qin Yun had to sign a useless contract and landed on Earth alone. When seeing Qin Yun, Thanos' heart was somewhat complicated. He, who is invincible in the universe, never thought that he would be beaten to death by Qin Yun. Qin Yun didn't react too much, knowing Thanos' weakness. He wasn't worried at all that Thanos would do impulsive things. Thanos, as a veteran dog licker, has long since lost himself. He made it a condition to meet the goddess of death, and Thanos had no choice but to submit. So, how good is it to have done this earlier? Soul Gem, wait until you get it. Pay the fine first, Tilda, Qin Yun said casually. You better not lie to me. In order to meet the goddess of death, Thanos can do everything, but he is still somewhat uneasy about Qin Yun. After all, he had no contact with Qin Yun before, and he was unheard of about the sudden appearance of the Men in Black organization. It's not that he doesn't believe that Qin Yun can contact the goddess of death, but that he is worried that Qin Yun will not do anything after taking things. That's why we signed this contract. This is called the Book of Contracts. Its function is very simple. Any contract is protected by the universe, and no one can violate it. You and I are the same. As he spoke, Qin Yun held up the contract book in his hand and shook it. Thanos didn't trust himself, but Qin Yun could understand. He didn't mean to lie to Thanos, but he just agreed to help Thanos contact the goddess of death. As for whether the goddess of death can see Thanos, it has nothing to do with him. After hearing Qin Yun finish talking about the function of the Book of Contract, Mizui felt relieved a lot. I didn't suspect anything else, because in fact, in this world, there are similar artifacts. After all, it is the creation of the universe. The contract rule is also something that many gods are using. It's just that the Book of Contract has a wider reach and can even be used in the entire great world. Come to think of it, Thanos has no hesitation. A red gemstone appeared in his hand, exuding terrifying power fluctuations, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Is this the power gem, one of the 6 gems? Even Qin Yun became a little excited in his heart. He knew more about power gems than everyone present. Although this thing is useless in other worlds, in this universe, as long as all 6 are collected, the power level of the Man in Black will rise by more than a few levels in an instant. As the base camp of the universe, having the rule gems of the current universe is undoubtedly a very useful prop. Even if you sell it to the system, you can recover a lot of money. You will never lose money. Now that he has this power gem, it can be said that he has 4 of them. As long as he can get the soul gem, Qin Yun has absolute confidence to collect all 6 gems. Just when Qin Yun was about to get the power gem, a stream of light suddenly flashed by. Before everyone had time to react, the streamer turned into a figure and forcibly inserted between Chin-Yun and Thanos. The owner of this ray of light is none other than Captain Marvel Carol, who has just returned from the universe with all his strength. Coincidentally, she happens to be in a nearby star area, and maintaining justice will arrive at this critical time. With a big wave of Carol's hand, the power gem held by Thanos was instantly taken away. Gem stolen? Cooked duck flying? Thanos' face froze. As the overlord of the starry sky, he was already ashamed enough to give in to Chin-Yun. The power gem in his hand was actually stolen. Really think that Thanos is a soft persimmon that anyone can need. It is conceivable how angry Thanos is at the moment. Not to mention Chin-Yun, who hunted geese all day but was pecked by geese? Damn it. Where did the ghost come from? Dare to snatch my stuff? I asterisk. Chin-Yun also didn't care about his image, pointing at Carol high in the sky and started the crazy spray mode. He doesn't care who the visitor is, as long as he steals his things, he is his enemy. Chin-Yun has never shown mercy to his enemies. Carol, who was high in the sky, looked down at Chin-Yun and Thanos with a cold expression. Especially hearing Chin-Yun's obscene words gave her the urge to go berserk. As a member of mankind, not only did he fail to protect mankind when the Earth was in crisis, but even colluded with the dark sect. Damn, all be damned. What Nick said is indeed true. Not only have there been traitors among human beings, but they have never repented. Collude with the dark sect, disregarding the life and death of human beings, a selfish villain like you is not worthy of being a human being. As soon as Carol opened his mouth, he labeled himself as the savior of mankind, stood on the commanding heights of justice, and scolded Chin-Yun for his evil. But Carol's upright look was extremely disgusting in Chin-Yun's eyes. She keeps talking about justice, but she is stealing, who will show her face with teeth and claws. Didn't he mobilize the men in black to stop Thanos' fleet in the first place? Because S.H.I.E.L.D and Carol, a self-righteous stupid woman, can hold it. Proper success is more than failure. I can't help you asterisk, and it will only hinder you. Not even a pig, unashamedly representing justice? Watch your sister. But before Chin-Yun could get angry, a small helicopter approached, and Nick's voice was heard from the loudspeaker on the plane. Here is the Earth, all affairs have S.H.I.E.L.D responsible. No matter who you are, if you want to attack the Earth, you must first ask me if S.H.I.E.L.D agrees. Nick, whose memory has been erased, doesn't know much about the man in black's ability. In addition, with Wonder Woman Carol personally sitting in charge, even if S.H.I.E.L.D's hero group is reversed, he is still full of confidence at the moment. Are you guys planning to cheat? Leela, Thanos asked angrily with a black face. Whether it's Carol or S.H.I.E.L.D, they're just ants in Thanos' eyes. If Chin-Yun hadn't stepped in and stopped the Dark Order's fleet, the Earth would have been penetrated long ago. The ants not only snatched the gem of power he used to pay for it, but also threatened him with brazen words. Is he Thanos can't lift the gun, or is Carol and Nick adrift? Chin-Yun gritted his teeth for a while. At this moment, he wished to blow Carol and Nick's heads off. He is helping the Earth completely eliminate the hidden danger of the dark sect. Seeing that it was about to succeed, two idiots in Carol actually ran out to disrupt the situation. Especially Carol and Nick looked so righteous, as if without them, the Earth would soon be blown up. But Carol didn't understand his situation at all and continued to say righteously, "No matter what your purpose is, what you want to do, exit the Earth immediately. As long as I'm here, I will never let your evil powers step into the Earth." Carol, who easily got the power gem, is very confident in his own strength. Even in the face of thousands of warships, Carol did not hesitate at all. What Carol doesn't know is that her rhetoric completely angered Thanos. What a deception! With his status as the overlord of the starry sky, when has he been so bullied? Dark Order, indiscriminate attack. Thoroughly enraged, Thanos couldn't care less about anything else at the moment. If you dare to bully him, you will have to pay for it. Following Thanos' order, the fleet staying in the universe locked on Carol and Nick in unison. All of a sudden, sirens sounded urgently all over the world. Class, all humans panicked. Captain Marvel Carol, Chin-Yun definitely recognized this woman. But in Qin Yun's memory, the existence of this thing is extremely low. How low is it? In the scope of the Earth, most of the things have almost no involvement of Carol, and it is only when everyone is fighting for their lives that they come out to play tricks. It's still the kind that leaves after playing tricks. Qin Yun never expected that Carol would appear at this time. Or is he meowing and starting to cause trouble for himself? Isn't this nonsense? Most importantly, why did she appear by such a coincidence? You know, now there are 2 fleets docked outside the Earth, and there are even Sophons, so Carol can so grandiosely bypass all the battleships and appear in front of him and take away the gems. At the moment, Qin Yun's face was very dark, even darker than that one-eyed marinated egg, when Qin Yun was still cursing her mother silently in her heart. Thanos has already started to fight back. After being the boss for so many years, when did someone ride on his neck and shit? Immediately, he rushed forward and wrestled with Captain Marvel. Behind Thanos, Ebony Maw also stared at the others. However, what is surprising is that Carol's fighting power is far beyond their imagination. Thanos, who is almost omnipotent in the universe, was perfectly suppressed by Carol a few seconds after rushing out. Carol exuded a strange light, and Thanos' long knife slashed at her body, but there was a crisp metallic sound, but it didn't hurt Carol at all. Thanos was a little anxious and said while typing, "Ebony Maw, why don't you shoot? Master, but we still. Fire!" At the moment, Thanos has been overwhelmed with anger, no matter what, destroy the Earth first. Thanos. "I'm Carol, you should have heard my name. With me around, it's impossible to make you happy." Carol is still full of confidence. Thanos is still barely parrying, his force stage is far inferior to Carol's. Maybe before the power gem was snatched away, there was still a chance to confront Carol head-on, but now he can only be beaten. However, as a titan with the blood of the eternal race, Thanos lacks strength, but his defense is very terrifying. Even under Carol's high-frequency attacks, he didn't suffer any injuries. After all, as a villain, the ability to be beaten is the most prominent feature of each villain. "Carol, I've heard of your name, you have caused a lot of trouble to my legion." Thanos suffered a loss in his hand, but his mouth didn't stop at all. "You like being a superhero, like saving? It's up to you to see how you can save everything under the salvo of my men." While talking, everyone found that the sky seemed to become brighter. Carol also raised his head subconsciously, and above his head, countless light spots began to flicker. This was the first salvo fired by the Black Order's fleet. Carol's expression changed. "How dare you?" She always thought that Thanos was just talking about it. After all, wasn't Thanos himself on Earth? Isn't firing like this a suicide? For a moment, Carol became anxious. Qin Yun was speechless, looking at Carol like I'm retarded. The impression of Captain Marvel has almost hit rock bottom. What an idiot. He and Thanos intrigued and took advantage of the information gap outside the wall, which led to the result of this negotiation, and the situation was very good. There are also many big villains who work for nothing. This silly roe deer is lucky, he messed up everything when he appeared on the stage. At the moment, Marinated Egg was also dumbfounded. He never expected that things would develop like this. He thought that once Carol returned, everything would be back under the control of S.H.I.E.L.D, but he never expected that Thanos would play a game of death. In space, countless attacks began to slant down. The volley of 2,000 Dark Church fleets, including some mighty huge amounts of main guns. If this is hit, the Earth will have to shed a layer of skin without being exploded. Just when everyone became anxious and looked desperate. However, they saw that those attacks were just about to leave the range of the fleet, but were intercepted by a thin film in the void. As the attack concentration film rippled, an incomparably huge amounts of egg-shaped transparent cover gradually revealed its form. What's the situation? Thanos was still soloing with Carol, glanced casually, and noticed something was wrong. I froze for a moment. S.H.I.E.L.D, the circular shield stretching tens of thousands of kilometers in between completely covered Thanos' fleet, and all attacks inside were blocked. Qin Yun watched all this very calmly. The application of the S.H.I.E.L.D technology by high-end people is not something people in the Marvel world can understand. Thanks to the Level Planet S.H.I.E.L.D project of the Wandering Earth project Planet Engine. Qin-Yun and the others also have a new idea and application for the node-based giant shield. Every JC001 and those fleets didn't come for nothing. The reason why they formed an encirclement circle to surround the Dark Believers was also for this giant shield. Every spaceship, every mecha has a diffused shield excitation device inside. When thousands of diffusion-type excitation devices are running at the same time, 10 extremely huge amounts of shield bodies can also be formed. To put it simply, in fact, when the encirclement circle was first formed, the fleet of the Dark Order had no way to advance or retreat. This shield also has a very earthy name called eggshell. It can wrap the target in the eggshell and bind it like an egg. Have you had enough trouble? Qin-Yun spoke slowly, with a very indifferent tone. Carol and Thanos also distanced themselves, then looked at Qin-Yun and asked in surprise, "Who the hell are you?" She found out that Qin-Yun might not be with Thanos and is still protecting the Earth. After all, seeing is believing, and the shield that blocks all of Thanos' attacks was clearly set up against the Dark Order. In other words, those unknown battleships around the Black Order belong to Qin-Yun. However, why Qin-Yun has so many spaceships is a major force in the universe. He is obviously a person from the Earth. Carol can't understand the B level of the Earth, he must not be so rich. So, what is Qin-Yun's real identity? This is too illogical. Facing Carol's questioning, Qin-Yun couldn't hold back. He said in a bad tone, "Where did you come from, you idiot? As a hero, you don't have a brain at all. There are so many battleships in the sky. If I were you, I would definitely deal with the battleships first. What are you doing on the Earth? Presence? How did you suddenly appear on Earth? At this point in time, you should be in Andromeda, right?" According to Qin-Yun's memory, it was not Carol's turn to play now. He will return to Earth in at least a few years. Carol in this CBBD period should be chivalrous in Andromeda. Even if they get the news that Thanos is coming to Earth, it will take at least half a month to come back. How so fast? Who are you calling an idiot? Hearing Qin-Yun scolding people directly, Carol was a little reluctant. How can someone talk to others like this? Is it polite? But Qin-Yun actually made a point, but she didn't do it well. Moreover, thinking of Qin-Yun's act of saving the Earth just now, Carol still replied, "I got the news 2 months ago." According to Carol, 2 months ago, a piece of news came out of nowhere. It is said that the Power Stone appeared in a galaxy near here. There are wicked people who seek to steal the gems and cause destruction. So, she rushed to the vicinity very early and began to explore. She didn't know that it was very likely to be related to the Dark Sect until the marinated egg sent her a distress message. Moreover, the first time she came here, she chose to grab the power gem first. Otherwise, according to her acting style, she will definitely find a way to solve the most threatening fleet group first. What happened just now will not happen. It can only be said that she made a mistake in her judgment. If Qin-Yun's fleet had not prepared eggshell shields long ago, the Earth would already be in flames. Hearing Carol's words, both Thanos and Qin-Yun were stunned. Because 2 months ago, Thanos hadn't left for Earth yet, didn't even have the idea of coming near this Earth. So long ago, someone told Carol that the power gem would appear on Earth? Isn't this nonsense? You must know that the power gem has been taken over by Thanos for a long time. Thanos couldn't imagine that his movements 2 months later would be predicted by others. Qin-Yun thought of something else. Because 2 months ago, coincidentally, it was the time when I traveled through time. At that time, many things did not happen, and Qin-Yun did not expect these things to happen today. Carol doesn't care about anything and can appear on the Earth immediately. And there are signs of it 2 months ago. This thing is very wrong. Who gave you the information? Qin-Yun asked seriously. My informant, he's dead. Hearing that the informant who gave Carol the information was dead, Qin-Yun's frown deepened. This is also a coincidence, right? Just 2 months ago, Carol received the message when he traveled through time, almost predicting what is going on now. According to the original timeline, it was impossible for Carol to appear on Earth, but now he is standing here. Moreover, Thanos is also in the original timeline. He will never come to the Earth at this time. 2 people who should not have appeared on the Earth in the first place appeared on the Earth. Why? And the key to this seems to be the Power Stone. Thanos has the power gem, and Carol is trying to prevent someone from getting the power gem. Who is this person? The villain in her mouth can't be herself, right? Qin Yun's thoughts raced. Soon, an incredible and bold idea popped up in my mind. Because originally, the ownership of the power gem was not him. That is to say, someone doesn't want me to get power gems, or don't want all infinite gems to fall into the hands of people other than the original owner. It's complicated, but in simple terms, it is. In the end, every gemstone has an ownership in the original timeline. But this affiliation is definitely not Qin Yun. The appearance of Qin Yun, coupled with his behavior of wanting the phone gem, may have offended something. Time administration. A name deep in my memory popped up. This is one of the most mysterious organizations in the Marvel multi-universe. They define the uniqueness of the timeline and write the ending of each multi-universe. Then firmly implement the principle of indestructibility of the timeline to maintain the operation of the timeline. If there is a source for all these changes, Qin Yun guessed that there is a high probability that only the Time Management Bureau can do it all. Moreover, the time card is too coincidental. It just so happened that he had just crossed over, and Carol was almost ready to come to Earth. Could it be that I'm being targeted by the Time Administration? Qin Yun is a little speechless. This is wrong. The Men in Black are an organization independent of the original law and time. Even people in the big universe cannot see the future of the Men in Black. How could a time administration of the Marvel Universe discover their existence? Perhaps the Time Management Bureau didn't discover the existence of the Haiyan people at all. It just noticed the changes in the timeline and some unexpected results, so it made this arrangement cut. Qin Yun is still very confident in the system. Perhaps the Time Administration didn't find the Man in Black at all. So, am I actually being modified for the plot? Because of my appearance, the plot of this world has changed, so the Time Administration did all this. Qin Yun felt a little bad because the Time Management Bureau was not a simple place. He is very troublesome. Very troublesome. The fact is also the same as Qin Yun guessed, when all kinds of big things happen on Earth. In a certain mysterious space, the agents of the Time Management Bureau are also sitting around and having a meeting. The recent timeline of 616 has been completely confused, resulting in a large number of branches. We've tried to eliminate the impact as much as possible, but it still doesn't work, or even more. As a God-created universe, and it is also an extremely generous, God-created universe of Creator God, Marvel's timeline is visible. That is obvious. In most worlds, time is the most mysterious thing, but Marvel's time rule is very easy to be controlled by people. This brings up a problem. If there is not one more change in the timeline, one more dimension will appear. And the dimension will evolve into a new multi-universe. So far, an infinite closed loop has been formed, which may be good for a large universe. After all, the more multi-universes, it also means that there will be more changes in this big universe, and the stronger the individual, the stronger the power of the universe as a whole. However, for some people, this is not the case. The more complicated the timeline, the more chaotic and difficult to control what happens in the universe in order to keep the visualized timeline unified, we will not change things beyond our control. The Time Variation Authority was born. They base the entire existing multi-universe on one main timeline. During this period, once certain variables appear, they will take action to eliminate the variables. They called this behavior, maintaining the sacred timeline of 490. And some time ago, they discovered that the timeline had undergone a very outrageous change. How to describe it? Probably, if the original timeline was a straight line, it has almost become a ripple now. Moreover, many clearly visible events have become blurred. And 616, which is listed as the most important main sequence universe by them, is the world where Qin Yun lives, and the changes are most obvious. The timeline is blurred into a mass, and it is almost impossible to see anything at all. If we say that in the previous timeline, about 100% of the stories can be sorted out, and they will go in a predetermined direction. Now at least 20% of the events can no longer be observed by them. 20? This amount is not small. This has become like this in just 1 or 2 months. This ratio is still rising constantly. For the Time Variation Authority, which regards timelines as sacred, even a change of 0.1% is intolerable, let alone 20%. FK, what the hell happened to 616? How could the timeline fluctuate so much? I don't know. The key places can't be observed, and Thanos, who was supposed to appear on Earth a few years later, has also arrived ahead of time. And according to the current situation, Thanos will even give up the idea of collecting gems after this time. There is no doubt that the most critical place in this timeline change is on Earth, so the original story was disrupted. Continue to develop like this. Thanos can't snap his fingers anymore, and the gems don't know where they will go. In those sacred timelines, many damned people can't die, but those who deserve to live live well TTT. Even in their observations, Thanos can even continue to live for hundreds of years. This makes him meow a little nonsense. He should have had his head chopped off by Thor. All the accidents should be caused by someone, but we can't see the information of this person at all, and even anything about him will be blocked. This is outrageous. It's like a bad guy is doing bad things, but wherever he goes, the surveillance is broken. Moreover, anyone who is close to him will disappear from their observations. So far, what Wanda, what Tony, these very important characters in the 616 universe, have disappeared from the south of the timeline. They are not dead, but the information is blocked by something. This is a phenomenon that they have not seen for so many years of work. It can only be described as hell. At first we thought that the timeline had leapfrogged, so we even asked Captain Marvel to go to Earth to snatch Thanos' gem, but now the timeline fluctuates even more violently, a black agent said helplessly. He was the so-called dead informant who sent Kerala the news. Timeline leapfrogging in the Time Rule is a special but common phenomenon that also occurs. In layman's terms, it is what should have happened ahead of time or delayed, but the result is the same. It's like someone is destined to die or you're destined to hit the jackpot. But he didn't win the lottery at the supposed time, but advanced or postponed for a period. The result is the same, just like the fate in the dark. No matter how much he resists, there will be a certain end in the end. Originally seeing Thanos go to the Earth, they thought it was such a phenomenon. Because Thanos was going to Earth to fight those Avengers teams. Because the current Avengers' combat power is still too weak, in order to balance their combat power, they also got Carol over ahead of time. After all, Carol is also destined to fight against Mai. However, when Carol arrived on the Earth, they found that the few times they could see on the Earth disappeared completely. That's right, now they have lost almost all news of Earth in the timeline. It can be seen that the percentage representing the fog is still rising. We have to send an agent to investigate the situation. The sacred timeline cannot be messed up. Sent. This is the information brought back by the agent. As he spoke, the black detective took out a player. After seeing the contents inside, all the agents present were stunned. What the hell? More than 2,000 warships surrounding the Dark Order? Isn't this nonsense? In the 616 universe, battles at the starship level are basically rare. Because all cosmic forces are actually quite poor. Thanos' Dark Order can already be called the strongest force, and even the Supernova Legion has to avoid it. However, such is the Fleet Army. You're telling me there's suddenly someone who's on par with Thanos and looks even better. It's like the same two poor students who take the bottom 1 and 2nd in the exam every day. Suddenly, during the college entrance examination, the troubled brother told you that he got a full score in the exam and was admitted by Kingbei. Isn't this nonsense? We know all about 616. It's impossible for the fleet to hide something we don't know about. The timeline was only changed 2 months ago. It's impossible for someone to assemble such a fleet within 2 months. For a while, everyone was silent. You said, is it possible? This person is not from 616? When this guess was made, it resonated with many people. You mean, someone from another parallel universe came to 616 to interfere with the sacred timeline? It shouldn't be. The operation of other universes is normal. There are not many people with this kind of ability, and they are all observed by us. The headache for the agents is that it is actually not a simple matter to be able to travel through parallel universes. Every 10 universes may only have a few people with this ability. And those with this ability are also under their monitoring. Even their various behaviors of traveling to other parallel universes originally followed the timeline. It's like this universe didn't have him in the first place, but in the timeline, that person will cross over at some point for some reason. Crossing is a given behavior. Even if he destroys a few worlds, this is actually something that will happen originally in time, and it is the original destiny. Now, other worlds are normal, there is no exception, only 616 has this kind of thing. It doesn't make sense. What these agents don't know is that the timeline they thought and the fate they thought were still within the framework of the Marvel Universe and within the wall. No one would have thought that Chin Yun actually came from outside the wall. No matter what, the sacred timeline cannot be destroyed. Speaking of this, the black detective looked serious. The current 20% black mist state has far exceeded the normal range of change and has entered an uncontrollable state. So, we have to take some measures. Thinking of this, several people looked at each other. One of the obese female agents said, "I apply for the implementation of Plan Number 7. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of several people were a little complicated, but no one refuted immediately, but they all bowed their heads in deep thought. Plan No. 7 is an emergency plan prepared by the Time Administration in the face of some major events out of control. I have hardly used it a few times, but it is very powerful. That is, forcibly change the timeline back. Seems pretty simple. It is indeed quite simple. The method they use is very simple. When the timeline of a world is out of control, they will bring infinite gems to that world and use gems to complete everything, to reshape what should have happened or to eliminate some disobedient people. That's right. Infinite gems. The Bureau, the least valuable is the gems, and even in some stages, they are all packed in sacks. These infinite gems, out of the small universe originally, are actually useless, just a few solid stones that contain a lot of energy. However, when infinite gems appear in the universe, they can instantly become the most powerful thing in the universe. Rule. The rule originally is actually something embedded in the universe, which will neither decrease nor increase. The gem originally didn't have that much power, it was just a key. If the multi-universe is likened to countless portals, infinite gems are countless corresponding keys. Definitely not native keys, maybe not so next day. But they are also infinite gems after all. Even if they come from other parallel universes, they can also invoke the authority and power of the big universe to a certain extent. In the case of the original gemstones, when one appears, it means that half of the authority is taken away. It is impossible to restart the universe with a snap of the fingers, but at least one person can become the most powerful existence in that world. The so-called unevenness, 2 parts are convex and 1 part is concave, but it can be opened by forceful insertion. In this way, the Time Management Bureau has actually dealt with many difficult things. Even those gods were actually captured by him, they wiped out a lot. This is also one of the confidence of the Time Administration. I'll go, I've been to 616 a few times, so I'm familiar with it. The black agent stood up and volunteered. Good. This time your task is one, to find the culprit who changed the timeline. Destroy him and use the power of the gem to put everything back in place. The black detective waved his hand. Don't worry, it's not the first time I've done this kind of thing 7 times. Isn't it just to restore the timeline? I'm good at it, Tilda. As he spoke, he casually opened a side drawer and rummaged through a pile of documents. I saw many fragmentary gems just placed in it so casually. If those people in the universe saw this scene, they would definitely be stunned. The ultimate power pursued by countless people, the end of dreams, infinite gems, are just piled up randomly, and there are even many more. After he picked a few, he found that the 6 different ones were not all in one. I'm short of a purple one, someone give me one. Speaking of this, the fat female detective on the side flipped through her hair and pulled a hairpin. On the hairpin, there are 3 precious stones inlaid impressively. One of them was purple. Then go, I'm just about to change this purple one into a green one. I always think green looks better, Tilda. This hairpin is made of wood, and infinite gems are inlaid on it, so it's just for beauty. However, the people around seem to be familiar with this scene. An unknown number of parallel worlds have been destroyed in the entire universe, and almost all the gems of those worlds have been collected by them. After too much, it can only be their toy. Then I will set off first, waiting for my good news. He randomly put 6 gemstones of different styles into his pocket. The black detective walked towards a certain room without looking back. He is going to do something he has done countless times, but this time, what he does not know is who he will face. At the moment on Earth, the chaos caused by Carol continues. Chin-Yun watched everyone calm down because of what happened just now, then glanced around indifferently, then looked at Carol and said, "Hey, that ant over there, hand over the things." Don't make me say it a second time. For Carol's uninvited behavior and forcibly grabbing things, Chin-Yun didn't take action directly, which is already a good temper. If it weren't for the fact that Carol is also a human being, and indeed not a bad person, Chin-Yun would have started with Thanos. Hearing Chin-Yun's angry threat, Carol held the power gem in his hand and looked it over. She has roughly understood that Chin-Yun should indeed be from Earth, and indeed resisted Thanos' army, but the power gem, do you really want to give it to him? No, you don't know how powerful this thing is. It's one of the most dangerous items in the universe. The power gem can't be spread out so casually. Carol clenched her fists with a dignified look. This answer almost made Chin-Yun laugh. Chin-Yun's face was black. Carol. I said it, don't make me say it a second time. Give me my things. Chin-Yun stretched out his hand. Even those who don't know him well can see that Chin-Yun's anger has reached the extreme at the moment. Sorry, it's too dangerous. There are countless people in this universe who want to get it. I must protect it. UF **** G meow, what are you? Chin-Yun, who has always relied on the power of word of mouth to run wild in the world, has no words to organize at this moment. Thousands of words can only be gathered into one sentence. What are you? What Carol means is that the power gem is powerful and dangerous, so she needs to protect it. This damn meow feels too good about herself. Why does she think she can protect the power gem? Or even say, is she worthy? The gem of power is mine. Don't be thick-skinned there. What kind of onion are you? You need your protection? Chin-Yun was so angry that he wanted to smash the floor. Although you protect the Earth, I don't know you. I can't hand over the power gems to you. Once the infinite gems are collected by those who want to, this universe will be in crisis with huge amounts of crisis. In order to ensure that the power of the gem is not abused, I need to hide it so that no one can get it. Carol still explained seriously, putting himself in the position of protecting the safety of the world. Chin-Yun felt that this product was simply unreasonable. When the Power Stone was in Thanos' hands, why didn't you grab it? As soon as you got into my hands, you came out and pretended to be a good person. Even if you are indeed a good person. In his life, what Chin-Yun hates the most is self-righteous people. Carol is the epitome of self-righteousness. Okay, Carol, right, Captain Marvel. You are fine. Chin-Yun narrowed his eyes. He was no longer ready to reason with Carol. Special Forces. While speaking, the Special Forces that had been on standby outside the Earth's orbit for a long time received Chin-Yun's order and quickly began to descend. 500 logistics Special Forces, equipped with JC-00-1-shaped mechas, rushed towards them at an extremely fast speed. JC-001 uses strong interaction materials throughout the body, and after the driver has been genetically modified, each of them has a physical quality that surpasses that of Captain America. Therefore, it can withstand a great overload. Everyone only saw countless streamers flashing by, and within a dozen seconds, they had traveled thousands of kilometers and arrived at the scene on the ground. Seeing these mechs, Carol became vigilant. Even if she is a mutant who doesn't know the technology of these mechas, she can still see the difference of the mechas. These mechs have almost the same speed as before she entered hyperspace. She has traveled across the universe for so many years, and she has never seen such a mechanical unit. Moreover, when the mech broke through the atmosphere, there was no smoke reaction. You must know that when traveling through the atmosphere at an extremely fast speed, any substance will rub against the air, producing light and heat. And these mechs do not have these phenomena at all, as if they are independent from this world. This is because the strong interaction force material used by the mecha, when the strong interaction force is not broken, the surface of the material is firmly nailed to death and hardly reacts with any substance. At absolute zero. The size of JC001 is also very large, each of which has reached nearly 100 meters, and 500 units are neatly surrounded by them, which is full of oppression. I can feel that you are not a bad person. Everyone's purpose is for the peace of this world. I advise you not to let these things go to waste. Unexpectedly, Carol was extremely confident. Even when faced with the siege of 500 JC001s, her first reaction was not wanting to do anything because she didn't want to destroy them. Hearing this, Chin Yun rolled his eyes. Is Carol really him? People want to give her two big mouths. If this kind of self-righteous woman goes to boxing on the internet, there will be no men for a long time, right? To say that her combat power is definitely very high, it is not impossible to single out Thanos' fleet. However, the special service team that Chin Yun spent so much time creating is not comparable to the junk ships in this world. When Thanos saw that Chin Yun was going to have S*X with Carol, he didn't say a word, but stood aside and watched happily. Infighting among human beings is what Mishi wants to see most. He doesn't like Carol and Chin Yun, and it's good news for him if they die. While speaking, most of the mechas were distributed around, surrounding the battlefield, as if not letting anyone escape. Several of them stood up and rushed towards Carol without any hesitation. The speed of the mecha is very fast, thanks to the power provided by its powerful antimatter reactor inside. There is also the extremely high nerve reaction speed of the driver. When the mecha moves, it is almost invisible to the naked eye. It even broke through the speed of sound within a few tenths of a second, just like teleporting. Moreover, after breaking through the speed of sound, because of the antimatter reactor and the blessing of strong interaction materials, it didn't even make any sound, there was no sonic boom, and it was a quiet horse. Carol perceived an attack, and his whole body began to emit light instantly. As she activated her own power, she turned into a streamer and began to shuttle in the sky. The quiet, outrageous JC001 is the exact opposite of Carol. After Carol launched his power, he was full of momentum and very dazzling. The speed is also extremely fast. So, in the eyes of everyone, the streamer that Carol transformed into began colliding with something in the air. In just a few seconds, hundreds of pages have been in contact with each other. Countless energies spurred out from the collision, constantly exploding. Because the speed was so fast, ordinary people on the ground couldn't see what was happening at all. The shadow of the special forces could not be captured at all, and the brilliance behind Carol turned into a series of afterimages. For a while, all the people who were paying attention to all this were all dumbfounded watching the battle scene. Nick rubbed his eyes constantly. Too fast? This level of battle is completely beyond the reach of ordinary people. How fast are they? At least hundreds of Machs, maybe more than that. The technicians were also in a cold sweat. Even with the most high-end high-speed cameras, there is no way to capture a clear picture of their battle. This has exceeded their imagination. How can the strength of a single soldier be so strong? Even if it is the most powerful missile in their hands, it is absolutely impossible to have such a fast speed. Moreover, the missile can only move in one direction at high speed, and the battle between Carol and the mecha was even carried out under the condition of high-speed maneuvering. Simply outrageous. Can have this kind of speed and can withstand overload. Take out any one of the two parties and rush straight down from the Earth's orbit, even enough to penetrate the Earth, where one side in and the other out. Outrageous. The people watching the battle were shocked, and Carol, one of the protagonists of the battle, was also full of shock. Because she found that she had nothing to do with these apparently mass-produced standard mechas. Although she can fight with these mechs, but the attack of the energy in the carrier's body hits these mechas, it's even no different from tickling. It literally dropped her jaw. You know, since she became Captain Marvel and possessed this divine power, Nothing can take one punch from her, and if there is, then two punches. The mysterious power brought her a powerful physique, terrifying speed, and unparalleled attack power. When she was messing around in the universe, even if she encountered the fleets of those civilizations, she could hit the ship from bow to stern with a single punch without thinking. She is like an indestructible sharp blade that can tear up everything in front of her. However, this time, she discovered that she couldn't harm this mech at all. Every attack seems to be hit on the foam, there is no force point. This feeling, like a shield, with rich combat experience, she quickly analyzed that there was a shield on the surface of the mecha. Facing the shield, she is not helpless. After all, there is an upper limit to the shield. There is a limit to the output of energy. There is nothing Li Dajuanfei can't solve, and the output of energy happens to be her advantage. However, when she summoned up all her strength, concentrated all her output on her fists, and finally broke the shield of one of the mechas, she hadn't had time to be happy. It touched the body of the mecha. But what happened next was different from what she had imagined. I thought that the mecha would be destroyed by her energy, just like the enemies I defeated. However, the touch it received was extremely cold and stiff. Before, no matter what kind of attack, even a top-notch weapon like vibranium would still shatter like glass under full output. The mecha didn't respond, and it was the first time that 503 Carol felt the feedback of being hit on a stone. How can it be so hard? Carol even felt some pain in his fist. Might as well hit the shield. Qin Yun watched this scene coldly. It is expected that the shield will be broken, but the strongest defense of the mech is the body under the shield. Strong interaction force, as one of the basic forces of matter, once a strong interaction force material is formed. If you want to break it, unless you bombard the surface with light-speed particles and destroy the strong interaction force structure, it can be said to be almost indestructible. As for miracles like Carol, that's not impossible, but the required energy level is at least counted by fixed star. Short time, it may be possible to break through the strong interaction force by consuming a few fixed star energy level attack power in a short period of time. However, no matter how awesome Carol is, can he still have this kind of output? Seeing Carol deflated, Qin Yun's bad mood eased a lot. This also confirms that JC001's approach is correct. However, before Qin Yun had time to be happy, Carol gritted his teeth and touched the power gem into his fist. Then, a powerful purple energy began to emerge from Carol's fist. She chose to borrow the power of the power gem. Seeing this scene, Qin Yun's expression changed. The power gem is one of the powers and authorities of this universe. With the help of the gem, Carol might really perform miracles and forcibly break the strong interaction force of the mecha. Is this what you said to protect the power gem from being abused? You started using it yourself. Qin Yun directly opened his mouth to mock. It's so high-sounding, don't you want to use it yourself? I'm using it to protect it, Carol said firmly, exuding the breath of justice all over her body. Okay, you're fine. Qin Yun gritted his teeth. It's been a long time since someone has been so angry. He really didn't expect that this so-called righteous person could bring him such a big trouble. After today's incident is over, labor and management must set up a superhero management department, and in the future, people with special abilities will be controlled by him. People's ideas are the most difficult to change. After many people have power, they will feel that their ideas are right. There are definitely not a few people like Carol. Sooner or later, open an ideological and moral class to treat them all. At this moment, in the sky, the purple energy of the power gem almost covered Carol's whole body. But she was originally one of the bearers of Infinite Gem's authority, so she could still bear it. Seeing that Carol was about to make a big move, when he was sharing a high ground with the Special Forces, suddenly. However, Carol found that the gem in his hand began to dim. If the output power of the power gem was 100% before, now it is only 50% or even lower. What made Carol even more horrified was that her original strength was also rapidly dissipating. Soon, it was almost reduced to half of the original level. What have you done? Carol was shocked. She had never experienced anything like this. Since she gained power until now, the energy in her body is almost omnipotent and endless. There has never been attenuation, and it will become more and more convenient and stronger because of her use of power. But now, Carol can clearly feel that his own power seems to be forcibly divided in half by something. It was an emptiness like never before. Not even just herself, even the power gem in her hand. The most powerful infinite gems in the universe, which is said to be able to do everything, also fell into a weak state at this time. Qin Yun, seeing this scene and Carol's questioning, Qin Yun also looked puzzled. Because he really wanted to do something, but he didn't do anything. He just sent a message to Ancient One to ask him to come to support him, but it is reasonable that Ancient One is still in another world and has not yet arrived on the road. It is not possible that Ancient One is already strong enough to radiate power to different universes bar. Just when everyone was still wondering, a man also wearing a black suit appeared on the field at some point. Hey, who are you? Even if you borrow the power of gems, you can't see everything about you. The person who came was obviously an agent of the Spacetime Management Bureau. What? How is it possible? Before Qin Yun could speak, Thanos, who had been watching the show, suddenly shouted in surprise, because he saw something extraordinary in this man. I saw a strange instrument in his hand, which looked like some kind of tablet computer. On the tablet computer, there are 6 sparkling gemstones inlaid impressively. That thing was so recognizable. Without a doubt, it's infinite gems. 6 gems neatly arranged. Thanos looked directly at Qin Yun. You lied to me again. Your people have already collected all the gems. You are still acting here. For a split second, Thanos thought a lot. He can clearly perceive the fluctuations from the tablet. It is definitely infinite gems, but according to the original information, there should only be 3 gems on the Earth, right? Now it seems that all of this is Qin Yun's track. I still underestimated you. You have collected all 5 gems. The only thing you need is the power gem. So, I am throwing myself into the trap. The agent of the Time Management Bureau is dressed too much like the people on Qin Yun's side. They are all in black clothes and black suits. If you say they have nothing to do with each other, believe it or not. This man must be Qin Yun's subordinate. In other words, Qin Yun has already collected all 5 gems. Only this one in his hand is missing. I have done so many things, just for this last lesson. He actually came to Earth so stupidly to send it to him. At this moment, Thanos only felt that the malice in this world was too great. After being in the universe for so many years, this is the first time he has been treated like a monkey like this. So, Carol is also with Qin Yun. Is the gem in her hand a fake? However, facing Thanos' question, Qin Yun just rolled his eyes. Idiot, if I had 5 gems, would I still have to play such a scene with you? Qin Yun ignored Thanos, who had fallen into self-doubt, but turned his attention to the surprised time management agent. Are you from the Time Administration? Hearing Qin Yun tell his background, the other party was not surprised at all. Because when he came to this world and invoked the authority of the 6 gems, he still didn't find any trace left by Qin Yun. This is already obvious. Qin Yun must not be from this universe. Why, if the universe is likened to a computer, the 6 gems gathered together are the highest authority of this computer. Under this authority, all the secrets in the universe will be invisible, and the world is recorded. I can't find Qin Yun's record, or Qin Yun's power has surpassed the level universe. But this is basically impossible. Or, Qin Yun is not from this universe at all. To be precise, it is the Time Variation Administration. The other party corrected Qin Yun's address and then continued. Since you know my identity, you have been in contact with us. Which timeline are you a criminal who escaped from? Those who can cause such a big commotion, from the perspective of time management, have a high probability of being time criminals. That is, people who have left the original timeline. It's just that what he doesn't know is which timelines of the worlds Qin Yun has escaped from. Hearing this, Qin Yun laughed. Criminal? In your definition, anyone who is not under your control is a criminal? Maintaining the great and sacred timeline is the most important thing, and destroyers are criminals, the agent of the Time Management Bureau said seriously. Ridiculous. What sacred timeline is just an established story? You all want to control everyone's destiny and make the whole world run according to your ideas. No matter who it is, life and death are all in your control. It's nothing more than a bunch of sanctimonious hypocrites who enjoy controlling everything else. For the mission and practice of the Time Management Bureau, Qin-yun is quite contemptuous. This is also a difference in philosophy. The so-called maintenance of the timeline is also the maintenance of fate. But what is fate? Is it the futility that no matter what you do, you can't change the ending in the end? Or is it that some people follow the so-called fate, forcibly describe the laws of all things, and enjoy the pleasure of controlling everything? This so-called fate, the so-called timeline, in Qin-yun's view, has nothing to follow. Every existence of life should have the opportunity to choose, instead of being born as a foil for others or a supporting role in something. The drama of life should be decided by the master of life himself. Facing Qin-yun's ridicule, the agent of the Time Management Bureau frowned and said very seriously, "The great timeline is indestructible. Once it is changed, it will cause countless unpredictable disasters and eventually lead to destruction. So, whatever you try to do, you will be judged." The moment the agent finished speaking harshly, Qin-yun's system, which hadn't made a sound for a long time, sounded an alert. Time-limited special task. Conflict of ideas, different organizations have different missions and ideas. The mission of the men in black is to maintain the rise and fall of human beings, allowing races to occupy a place in the heavens and worlds and continue. Time management is to maintain the sacred timeline, keep everything under control. However, the concept is not static and may be able to integrate or change each other. Option 1, agree with the other party's philosophy and make the maintenance of destiny time a new clause for the man in black. Reward, get the timeline authority no matter in any world. You will have the ability to see through the long river of time. You can see the original ending. But you can't change it. You will know everything, have the ability to swim in the long river of time. You no secret can cover your eyes. Option 2, my fate is up to me. Everyone has the right to choose their own destiny, instead of being arranged by others, changing the concept of the Time Management Bureau, or destroying each other. Reward, bystanders. You will with the ability to switch between spectators and participants at will. Participants, you will become a part that can change time and participate in it. Bystanders, jump out of the 3 realms, not in the 5 elements. Facing the system task selection that popped up, Qin-yun didn't have the slightest hesitation. I choose 2. The rewards of the 2 options are both god-level abilities with very bugs. Not to mention time authority, this thing can even be regarded as omnipotent authority. You can see everything in the timeline in all universes, and you can learn all the knowledge of this world. That is to say, after possessing this ability, Qin-yun can even see at a glance what will happen in a certain world tens of millions of years later, and control the ultimate law of operation. If you choose option 1, Qin-yun will now go to the 3-body world and even see everything about those high-level civilizations like those returning to 0. This is very frightening. Qin-yun can use this ability to see everything in a short period of time, to raise the technical strength of the man in black to the pinnacle of technology. It's the same in the extraordinary world. He can instantly know all the magic and the ultimate meaning of all superpowers. But what's the point? What's the point of being able to become a creation god-level existence even within a few months? The men in black will also become less pure, become a slave to time. For example, the original human beings in the Trisolaran world will eventually perish. Qin-yun changed them into their current appearance. If Qin-yun chooses option 1, he will save all the people he saved and let them return to the original track. That is to say, the damn thing has to die. Isn't mom an idiot? Maintenance time, maintain a JB. Definitely is to control your own choices, not to obey others' arrangements. As for option 2, ability is much worse. Switch between spectators and participants. The so-called participants, in fact, have not changed much, just like now, traveling through time and doing some things. But the spectator is different. When Qin-yun chooses to switch to the spectator form, he will completely become a transparent person, no longer in the 3 realms, out of the 5 elements. Although he can still be observed, nothing will affect him. Even if it is a super galaxy explosion, even if the universe is dead, all rules, all physical phenomena, super energy fluctuations. Qin Yun is just a shadow, observing everything. To be honest, this ability is also very powerful. Life-saving ability is top-notch. Moreover, with this ability, there will be no place to restrict Qin Yun in the future. Even inside the black hole, he can walk in it barefoot. Congratulations to the host, firm your heart and complete the time-limited task selection, acquired ability. Spectator, systematic. Hints and Qin Yun's choices are all done in the brain. It passed quickly. In reality, it is 2 or 3 seconds. But such a short 2 or 3 seconds is enough time for the agents of the administration to do something. I saw him pick up the tablet and click on it a few times. He is not a superhero, so even if he has 6 infinite gems in his hand, he cannot fully use the power of the gems. However, as the organization with the most infinite gems, the Time Administration has long since developed a method for using infinite gems with special equipment. This tablet is such a prop, crafted from an extremely rare material that can withstand the massive impact of the gem's activation. Several programs are also set inside, one-click start, can handle most scenarios. Press the button with the Time Authority agent. Everyone felt that the surrounding world began to change instantly. The original blue sky and white clouds, Starfleet, almost disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was as if everyone present teleported in an instant. Instead, it was a pure white mysterious hall. There are no buildings around, only the endless pure white floor at a glance. Here, it is more like a mysterious space. My power. When the surrounding environment changed, Thanos was the first to notice something was wrong. Because his powerful power from the eternal race almost disappeared with the change of space. There was a feeling of weakness in the body. Now, he has almost become an ordinary person with good physical fitness. Not to mention the subordinates around Thanos, Ebony Maw even waved his hands unbelievingly, trying to cast spells, but nothing happened at all, just like a fool. This feeling of losing all power terrifies Thanos. Carol also noticed something was wrong. Even she became an ordinary person in an instant. She who was floating in the air also fell to the ground. The agents of the Time Management Bureau looked at all this with satisfaction, but when they subconsciously glanced at Qin Yun, he was dumbfounded. Impossible! Praise. I saw that Qin Yun was still floating steadily, as if all this hadn't affected him. A whole new world. How can you still maintain power in hyperspace? The agent stared at Qin Yun continuously, as if wanting to know what Qin Yun's situation is now. Hyperspace, as the most commonly used means of time management, can only be used after collecting all 6 infinite gems. It can pull some selected personnel to another latitude. Within this latitude, there will be no law. That's right, even if it's gravity, gravitation. This is almost a clean and pure space, similar to Ancient One's mirror image magic, but much higher level than mirror image magic. In this space, even the basic elements of life survival are provided by manipulators, like oxygen or other basic laws. To use the simplest analogy, if the agent adjusts the basic law applied to this person in the program, it will not take effect, and even the target will not be able to maintain the basic form. All the particles will instantly become a bunch of particles and radiate out because of the loss of the rule and stress relief. It's certainly a powerful tool. In this case, the program controller in the hyperspace can almost be said to be a god. Whoever he wants will die, and whoever he wants will live. This is also one of the powerful manifestations of infinite gems in the universe. However, Qin Yun is still able to maintain the levitation state. It even maintains its own suspended posture. It's simply impossible. Don't say it's levitation. Didn't you see other people fighting and getting unstable? MJU4 ND8 NTC 3 Autumn 1 MZKZ NDKW OJ Q equals Qin Yun felt the repulsive force around him. Here, it's a bit interesting. Within this space range, Qin Yun found that almost all the power from Marvel dissipated. It cannot be said to dissipate, it should be said to have turned into a stone. Origin magic power, Ancient One's magic power, etc. The power that was originally working smoothly all turned into disobedient dead things at this moment. It's like coming to a world where the rules are 100% suppressed. To be honest, Chin Yun has actually experienced this feeling countless times, even every day. You must know that this was the case at the very beginning. The laws of different worlds are not universal, and power will be suppressed at different levels in different worlds. It can only be said that the 21 suppression of the power law of the Marvel world has almost reached the extreme here. However, other forces were not so seriously affected, if it is said that the suppression power representing Marvel is 100%. Then, only about 30% represent other worlds. Chin Yun also had a little understanding. In this environment, he even felt the essence of the power in his body at a deeper level, and the originally vague meaning of latitude actually felt like the door was being pried open. Chin Yun couldn't hold back and said, "Is this the power of infinite gems? Suppressive power? No, it should be this state of coexistence of non-existence and presence. Has it been fully stretched now? Can it be tighter?" As he spoke, Chin Yun seemed a little dissatisfied. "It's too loose now, make it tighter. This space sees." Or, the space of Z originally, for Chin Yun's current stage who has comprehended the mysteries of latitude for a long time but can't get started. What a godsend. Almost all impurities can be thrown away, those rules that interfere with the line of sight and look directly at the space originally. What is there? What is not? In this so-called hyperspace, there is no law of all things, and everything has the characteristic of nothingness. But since it is space, they still exist in it and contain certain definitions. Chin Yun even feels that if this feeling goes deeper, he can directly see through the ultimate meaning of latitude. I heard Chin Yun's dissatisfied complaints. The agent of the Time Management Bureau was even more dumbfounded. This is the first time he has heard such a request. What is it called? Too loose? Make it tighter? Isn't this F***G nonsense? You look at other people, the few around you. If it is not him who wants to ask something, just move your fingers and touch their definition of existence. Everyone will be wiped out in an instant, turning into elementary particles and disappearing. You, who the hell are you? How can you resist the infinite rule? He felt a tinge of fear. After being an agent of the Time Administration for so many years, I have seen too many vast worlds. He still has infinite gems in hand, but he has never encountered such an existence as Chin Yun. Me? ICBBD is nothing, I'm just a normal human being. Men in Black Organization's 6th Division, Agent Q, Chin Yun calmly introduced his identity. This is no surprise. Infinite gems can control the basic laws of the Marvel Universe, but they cannot control other worlds, they can only suppress them. Being able to suppress the power from other worlds in his body to 30% is already considered the limit. The man in black? Wait. The man in the black cloud? The black detective was taken aback when he heard the name, but when he tried to think about it, it was blank again. I wish I'd heard the name, but I can't remember anything at all. Just when he was a little distressed, Chin Yun looked at the detective in surprise. He has heard of the name of the Men in Black organization? In the Marvel world, does anyone really know the existence of the Man in Black? Just when two people are in a situation where they can't understand each other. On the other side, the group of people, because of the strength, couldn't sit still. What the hell is this place? What are you going to do? Thanos picked up his long knife and pointed at Chin Yun and Time Agent. Fight, fight, I'm never afraid of anyone. Worthy of being the Emperor of the Universe. Even though Thanos had just revealed his secret of being a goddess licking dogs, at this moment of losing his strength, he was still able to stand upright and speak. Perhaps, in his heart, except for the goddess of death, no one is important, even his own life. This is the ultimate meaning of dog licking. Thanos looked calm, but on the other side, Carol couldn't calm down at all. Damn, you evil ones. Before he finished speaking, he only felt a black shadow flash in front of his eyes. The palm is also empty. It was Chin Yun who took advantage of Carol's loss of power and snatched back the power gem first. Holding the power gem with only half of the usual radiance, Chin Yun smiled in satisfaction. No matter what's yours is yours after all. Even if there is a time agent standing there holding 6 gems. But Chin Yun is not jealous at all. What he cares about is reason. This gem should belong to him, and he got it from a serious trade. It's mine and I can give it to you, but you can't take it away. Thinking of this, Chin Yun smiled and waved at Agent Time. My brother, I have to thank you for helping me collect the debt, otherwise it will take a little effort to get it back. With the blessing of the power gem, Carol can even reach the peak of the level single universe when he explodes with all his strength. For Chin Yun, without Ancient One playing, it is almost difficult to fight against, let alone grab something. But as soon as the time Agent took action, everyone else became ordinary people. Can this restore the scene? No, you can't take it away. At this moment, Carol completely lost the previous domineering and could only watch Chin Yun take away the power gem. However, in the face of her shouting, Chin Yun only got a big mouth. Snapped! The mouth wrapped in the physical power of pure genes carried the anger that Chin Yun had accumulated for a long time. Carol was instantly sent flying. But because of the law of nothingness in this space, Carol started to circle after going out for a little bit. Because there is no place to vent his energy, momentum is not converted into thrust. Even that little movement distance is because the relative coordinates with Chin Yun have changed. After turning around countless times, Carol, who had almost lost his eyesight, slowly stopped. The entire right side of the face was swollen, and even blood came out, simply out of shape. This slap completely blinded Carol. How many years has she been pain-free? I've said it all, don't be self-righteous, the world doesn't revolve around you. Chin Yun snorted coldly. Still doing that thing, you have a bit of power and you can still make people care about you. After all this, what sense of existence do you still have there? You are simply a model of American education. Even if you are mixed into the universe, you still have a disgusting, self-centered look. Just like you, who don't understand human words, always feel that you are awesome and you can represent everything in our place, it won't survive 3 episodes. This slap Chin Yun is also very cool. From the appearance of Carol, a strong American individualism style hits the face. The surprised character made Chin Yun's stomach queasy. The men in black have always been the interests of collective civilization, with the purpose of group strength. When encountering such a self-righteous person, there is a natural resistance. No matter what her starting point is, whether she is a good person or a bad person. In Chin Yun's view, if she can't understand human language, just treat her as not a human being. You know, even a former playboy like Tony, who is known for his bad personality, is not as self-conscious as Surprise. Enough! Seeing the tragedy of Captain Marvel, the time Agent finally couldn't bear it anymore. He tapped quickly on the tablet to write it down. Surprisingly, his wounds began to heal quickly, and he quickly distanced himself from Chin Yun. Why, you know her very well? Do you want to stand up for her? Chin Yun pouted. Carol holds a great place in the sacred timeline. She has a lot to do in the future. Although I don't know how you resisted the power of infinite gems, and I don't know who you are, but no matter what your identity is, how powerful you are. Anyone who wants to destroy the sacred timeline is our enemy. I will not allow this to happen. The time Agent said word by word. At the same time, Chin Yun found that the tablet in his hand also began to emit intense light. Chin Yun narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, when the level of the face is getting higher and higher, the method of reasoning seems to be less and less effective. Chin Yun once thought that he could use his 3-inch tongue to wander around the world, but now it seems. It's still a fist, it's easier to talk. However, facing an agent with 6 complete infinite gems, how should Chin Yun speak with his fists? The 6 gems represent the rules of the universe. Those who own the gems can almost burst out the power of the level single universe. Chin Yun is now not far from this level, but is there really nothing we can do? Chin Yun smiled. Weapons are indeed very important things. You can master infinite gems, which is really remarkable in the universe, and you can even say that you can walk sideways. However, when it comes to powerful weapons, it also depends on who is using them. Chin Yun understands very well that gemstones are indeed invincible in the Marvel universe, but also have weaknesses. The Master, originally, is also one of the biggest weaknesses. At this time, the agent is a basic physical quality of ordinary people. Even if he uses gems, he also uses foreign objects, the tablet. It must be impossible to carry much energy. And the main means of gems is the rule. If he didn't pull Qin Yun closer to this space and started to do it directly, such as cracking Qin Yun's own elemental composition to decompose it, Qin Yun really has nothing to do. But now, as long as the rule cannot take effect on itself. Thinking of this, Qin Yun slowly closed his eyes. Then, the time agent felt that the tablet began to vibrate crazily. He looked confused and then glanced at the prompt on the tablet. Control object breaks limit break warning, limit breaking. The time agent looked at Qin Yun in disbelief. The so-called broken line means that the rule of infinite gems is completely invalid for a certain object at a certain moment. He has hardly seen this hint, only heard about it from other agents. That's something that only happens with probability when infinite gems enters the latitude of Mephisto's latitude. Because the latitude Mephisto has its own latitude, that world is completely constructed by the latitude Mephisto itself, and the rules are also different from the main universe. So, unless it is using the corresponding infinite gems of the universe, in which Mephisto itself was born in the latitude, infinite gems from other worlds will lose their master key effect. To put it bluntly, the master key is easy to use in the main universe, but the space of latitude Mephisto is encrypted. This is also the only situation where they will encounter difficulties when traveling through the multi-universe with infinite gems from each world. Latitude Mephisto. Could Qin Yun's real identity be a latitude Mephisto? No, this is absolutely impossible. He is obviously just an ordinary human being. The time agent widened his eyes in astonishment. Forcibly deny your own thoughts. Then, a warning sounded from the tablet in his hand. But remind him of this fact all the time. Qin Yun didn't hear the time agent's almost crazy cry. He closed his eyes, but what was in front of him was not the darkness of nothingness. Colored rays swimming in front of him, it seems to be alive. Qin Yun subconsciously stretched out his hand to grab it, but the light slipped away from his hand. The light condensed into a spot of light and stayed in front of Qin Yun. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from the light spot, and then countless brilliant light spots appeared around it. The scene just now was like a cosmic explosion. Huge amounts of energy formed starlight surrounding Qin Yun. Space begins to change, from a one-dimensional line to a two-dimensional plane. Then there are three-dimensional, and then to four-dimensional, five-dimensional, constantly extending and changing. The scene in front of him seemed to be a world inside a kaleidoscope. Qin Yun felt that he was falling, but also felt that he was rising. This is. He suddenly had a feeling, and he stretched out his hand. Suddenly everything in front of him stopped, and his body leaned forward slightly, as if he broke the mirror and traveled to the world of suffocation. After a long time. Is this the mystery of the dimension? He took a deep breath. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. I finally grasped the mystery of the dimension. He slowly opened his eyes at this moment. What's this? In the white space, a white light suddenly bloomed with you as the center. Everyone present was so stimulated by the light that they couldn't open their eyes. After a while, they gradually got used to the light. However, the next moment, everyone's eyes widened in shock. In front of Qin Yun, countless colored lines appeared. His fingers deftly fiddled with these lines, as if needing some figure. What's this? What is he doing? Why me? I feel the fear. Dimensional energy breaks the limit. Warning, warning, dimensional energy breaks the limit. The notebook in the time agent's hand constantly issued a warning. He was completely dumbfounded. Dimensional energy breaks the limit? How could this be possible? He had never heard of such a thing. No, Dimension Mephisto can do it. The expression on his face became terrified, and the hand holding the tablet computer couldn't help shaking. He is opening up a new dimension. Thinking of this, the time agent's face turned pale. What do you mean? What new dimensional space? Thanos froze when he heard the time agent's voice. Dimension Mephisto, that is the existence that can create space and manipulate the dimensions of the universe. This human being has such a calendar area. Ding, integrate magic power. Ding, integrate chaos magic power. Ding. The integrate host is known, so physics is known. Ding, integrate gene rule. The prompt sound of the system constantly echoed in Qin Yun's mind. The ability possessed by him is actually in the synchronous integrate. These forces are intertwined, and these abilities are gradually integrated in his consciousness space. Boom! It exploded, and then Qin Yun discovered that a latitude space of several hundred square meters appeared in his consciousness space. A small space has been opened up. Compared with the real world, the small space dimension in his consciousness space is indeed very small. But he who owns the dimensional space can barely be called the master of the dimension. Successfully embarked on the first step towards the level of the god of creation. However, such dimensional energy is still inferior to Ancient One. He remembered that the latitude of Ancient One was at least as big as a moon, and his, at best, was a small villa. But as long as enough time, surpassing Ancient One is not a problem. Qin Yun also discovered his own drawback, that is, the total amount of energy is too small. It seems that I want to think of a way to strengthen the total amount of energy. What happened to him? His aura, no, why can't I feel his aura? The time agent was astonished to find that he could not perceive Qin Yun. Obviously, Qin Yun was standing there, but he was more like an existence of nothingness. And the time agent found that the tablet computer in his hand seemed to be down. There is no response. He couldn't help but relax. This machine has never happened like this. What the hell was this human doing just now? Thanos exclaimed. Beside him, Ebony Maw stood there with a terrified face. Even when he was questioned by the most respected master, he forgot to answer because he was too scared. On Earth, when did such a strong person appear? Carol also panicked. She originally thought that Qin Yun was just an ordinary person, even though he had a weapon that surpassed the current technology of the Earth. It made Nick feel very troublesome, and had to use a pager to get her back to Earth. Originally thought it was just someone who was more difficult to pay than Thanos, but now she felt a kind of fear of being too powerful, beyond her acceptable level. She even felt that this power far surpassed infinite gems. Ding. The target energy body exceeds the limit of the law. It cannot be suppressed. It cannot be suppressed. Sure enough, even the combination of 5 energy gems cannot suppress success. The time agent took a deep breath, and he felt a chill down his spine. A long-lost feeling called fear, emerging from his head, extending from top to bottom to the whole body. Run! The time agent suddenly had this idea. He took out the instrument and wanted to open the dimension door and leave. Even the energy gems have no effect on Qin Yun. That means that any force in this universe can no longer affect him. He had to run, and if he didn't, he felt like he was going to die here. However, when he was about to escape. But I found that I couldn't open the door of the dimension I left. Not far away, Qin Yun looked at him with a smile on his lips. Now this area, without his permission, now even a bug cannot leave here. This is because Qin Yun does not belong to this world at all. After becoming a latitude Mephisto, he can use his rule to radiate the whole body. This radiation is more akin to a field. With the powerful radiation of the dimension will also increase the range. Now it can only maintain a radius of a few meters. Just right, the time agent is within his range. The time agent also seemed to realize something. He recovered from the shock and stepped back quickly. He operated the tablet computer in his hand and pointed it at Qin Yun. Sudden, a black shadow flashed before his eyes. When I came back to my senses, I found that my hands were empty. Is this what your time administration uses to control infinite gems? The time agent was taken aback and looked up at Qin Yun. I saw that Qin Yun was holding the notebook that belonged to him in his hand, as if he was operating something. It's a pity your original strength is too weak to exert the full energy of the combined infinite gems. You are bold. This is the property of the Time Variation Authority. The time agent wanted to grab it. Qin Yun turned his head and gave him a faint look. With just one glance, the time agent found that his body was unable to move. Tusk, I just said that your power is too weak. Even though infinite gems has powerful authority in the universe, you can only rely on external objects to control it. any change of person, even Thanos, can make everyone feel fear. You let me go, you will pay for your actions. The time agent jumped anxiously, but Qin Yun didn't have the heart to talk to him at all. He manipulates the content on the tablet. It has to be said that the Time Variation Administration has existed for such a long time, and its technological level is indeed advanced. At least it's around level 5. But this is not difficult for Qin Yun. With just a few steps, the encryption system on the tablet was directly broken. Direct access to infinite gems. The energy in the upper dimension is so abundant. His ability can perfectly perceive the energy contained in infinite gems. No wonder, after the 6 gemstones are integrated, they can change time, space, and cause and effect. As long as the body is strong enough, using these 6 gems can even destroy the entire universe. If the dimensional energy inside is borrowed by me, can it expand my own dimension? Just now, Qin Yun was thinking about expanding his energy. Qin Yun was thinking about whether to borrow infinite gems. At this moment, the Earth is in chaos. Have aliens really invaded? What the hell is going on with those fleets outside the Earth? The representatives of various countries at the headquarters of the United Nations are already in a mess. This can't be another conspiracy by the United States. Just relying on the virtues of the United States, he has this technology, and he has already caused chaos all over the world. The leaders of the 2 small countries were whispering. Not far away, the face of the U.S. Secretary of State turned extremely livid. Counterattack must counterattack, asking for flowers. Someone shouted loudly, but not many people responded to him. How to fight back? Then Galba counterattacked. That was an alien spaceship. With the current level of technology on the Earth, if all the nuclear bombs hit together, they might not be able to deal with others. No matter what, since others have already threatened us, we can't back down. At this moment, the representative of the United States stood up. Now is a crisis for all mankind. We must unite at this moment. Our representative proposes that all the Army, Navy, and Air Force of the country should be under our command and enter a state of first-level alert. In the conference hall, everyone looked at the American representative in astonishment. What does the representative of the United States mean by this proposal? He wants to control the world's military. With the current scientific and technological power of the Earth, it is really possible to deal with that group of aliens. The little Japanese not far away rolled his eyes, not knowing what else he was thinking. Alien, this may be our chance. Yoxi, if the aliens really invade, if we can't defeat us, we will surrender. Inside the Avengers' headquarters. The other fleet is the Man in Black. Qin suddenly heard that Thanos and Carol are also missing. Nick stood up from his seat in shock. Opposite the communicator in front of him were Natasha Romanoff and Tony. On the outer layer of the Earth, in the Trisolaran fleet, Qin Yun suddenly disappeared. Now in charge of the command is 404 and the commander-in-chief of the Trisolaran fleet. The moment Qin Yun suddenly disappeared, they also panicked. However, the Man in Black was well-trained after all and quickly calmed down. Yes, a person came suddenly just now, claiming to be from the Time Variation Administration. He took out a computer inlaid with 5 gems and operated it like that. Agent Q disappeared with Thanos and Carol. Natasha Romanoff frowned. With the appearance of Carol, Natasha Romanoff knew that she must have something to do with Nick. She hopes that Nick can contact Carol to inquire about the current situation. Nick looked sad. The communicator in his hand could only transmit the signal to Carol. There is simply no way to ask for specific information. Damn it, there was a Man in Black before, and now there's something about the Time Mutation Administration. Nick slammed his fist on the table. The emergence of uncontrollable information made him very angry. Then Thanos disappears. Will his fleet evacuate? Nick doesn't want to see yet. The 2 sides really fight. He has seen the means of those aliens before. If the Avengers hadn't taken action in the Battle of New York before, the entire United States would have been wiped out by aliens. And the aliens coming now are stronger than before. Why are these aliens staring at the Earth? The situation doesn't look good. Natasha Romanoff sighed helplessly. On the ship, She looked at the fellow men in black who were filled with righteous indignation, and the Trisolarans who had been actively preparing for war. The boss disappearance must be their fault. Then fight, these aliens dare to invade the Earth, then let them come and go. The duty of the man in black is to give the most severe punishment to all cosmic beings who dare to wage war. The men in black clamored for war. Natasha Romanoff is now worried about Chin Yun. She can see that Chin Yun is the backbone of the men in black. If he's not here, the organization in black, I'm afraid it will get out of control. At the same time, the Dark Order fleet also discovers that Thanos is missing. What to do? The king is gone? It's the ghosts of those Earthlings, it must be them. Yes, the man in black appeared just now, and Wang disappeared. War with the Earthlings. Everyone in the Black Order's fleet has bloodshot eyes. Each and everyone's eyes are full of fighting spirit. They blamed the disappearance of Thanos on the means of the man in black. A few seconds later, all the weapons of the Dark Order fleet were deployed. At the same time, all the ships of the Trisolaran fleet issued warning sounds. This group of lunatics, since they want to fight, let's go to war. All fleet, attack freely, fire. With an order from the commander of the Trisolaran warship, the Trisolaran fleet launched an attack first. Countless lasers are fired from the muzzles of various calibers. Boom, 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 boom. The outer space of the Earth vibrated. Wave after wave of shockwaves impacted from outer space towards the surface of the Earth. The fleet was destroyed in flames. People on the Earth feel that the sky seems to be collapsing. The flames of various attacks can blind people even if they are separated by tens of thousands of kilometers. Aliens have invaded? What's happening outside? It's war. This is definitely not something we can resist. Inside the United Nations building, representatives of various countries were in a mess. In front of the UN screen, countless flames bloomed in the sky. The faces of the representatives of various countries in the seats became extremely ugly, and their faces were pale and bloodless. It's not like the aliens are going to take it down. Can we resist it? We can't resist such a powerful firepower. The United States, which was full of confidence just now, is now sitting there dumbfounded. They can't see the universe, and they don't know what the real and specific situation is like. But such a violent explosion from above is enough to prove the brutality of this battle. In outer space, the Trisolarans took the lead in seizing the opportunity, and with intensive weapon attacks, the Dark Sect was defeated steadily. No, it's impossible. How could people on Earth have such weapons? In the Dark Order fleet, General Ren slammed his fist on the podium. Warning. Combat power loss of 20%. Warning, warning. Fleet loss is serious, fleet loss is serious. The warning sounds in the fleet are endless. On the bridge of the flagship 327, all the members of the Dark Order looked extremely ugly. The firepower of the Trisolaran fleet guarding the Earth in front is really beyond their imagination, making them fly away. They looked at each other in blank dismay, and many of them wanted to retreat. In this consumption, I am afraid that their fleet will be wiped out. At that time, this expedition is doomed to be a failure. But Thanos wasn't there, and neither was Ebony Maw. The entire Dark Order fleet is tantamount to a group of dragons without a leader. For them now, it is a dilemma. As for the three-body man and the man in black, even if Chin Yun was not there, under the command of 404, they can still grasp the absolute advantage. Boom! Huge amounts of roaring sounds constantly echoed around the outer reaches of the Earth. At this time, suddenly a strong ray of light bloomed in the two fleets. What's this? Seeing the white light, 404 couldn't help frowning. Soon, a joyful expression appeared on his face. It's the boss. Everyone in the fleet was shocked. They all looked towards the white light. However, the light was too dazzling, and most people were so stimulated that they couldn't open their eyes. It took a while to slow down, and they saw the familiar figure. It's the boss. The men in black in the fleet were pleasantly surprised. Seeing the familiar figure, they all jumped up for joy. Boss is back. I knew it would never leave the group. Thanos and Carol don't seem to be there. Could it be that the boss just went to fight with them elsewhere and defeated them all? Someone suddenly raised his mouth, and everyone came to their senses after hearing the words. Yes, just now my boss suddenly disappeared with Thanos and the others. Now the boss comes out alone, but the other people are nowhere to be seen. Isn't that defeating them? Where is our king? Just when Qin Yun's figure appeared, no matter whether it was the Dark Order or the Trisolaran fleet, both sides ceased fire. Corvus Glaive sent a question to Qin Yun through the fleet's communication. Qin Yun took a deep breath and looked at the front lightly. Using the Time Agent's Infinite Gems tablet, he left that special space. As for the others, why would he bother himself to let them out? From today onwards, the Dark Order has only two choices. Qin Yun looked at them with burning eyes, operating something on the tablet computer. The members of the Dark Order waited for Qin Yun angrily. This human being has such a big breath. They were a little flustered again. This human being appeared. What about their king? And where did their military advisors go? What do you mean? Corvus Glaive questioned again. Qin Yun sneered. From now on, the Dark Sect no longer exists. You can choose to surrender to the man in black, or you can choose to destroy them all. Qin Yun put down the tablet in his hand. Warning, Infinite Gems energy is being absorbed. Warning, warning, absorbing Infinite Gems will be considered a violation. Warning, warning. At this moment, a red light flashed on the tablet computer in Qin Yun's hand. And the 5 Infinite Gems inlaid on the tablet computer light up their respective colors at the same time. No one noticed except Qin Yun. Qin Yun's hand holding the tablet is absorbing the light gathered by 5 colors. These rays of light are the energy bodies above Infinite Gems and are being absorbed by Qin Yun. The boss is too domineering, but we can eliminate the members of the Dark Sect without the boss coming forward. Looking at the scene in front of him, 404 breathed a sigh of relief. Because the system has a certain connection with Qin Yun, he can clearly perceive Qin Yun's state. At this moment, although Qin Yun stood there, he didn't do anything. However, according to the 404 perception, some kind of change seems to be taking place in Qin. Then shall we go to war? Natasha Romanoff asked suspiciously. To be honest, our loss is not small. Tony has been paying attention to the changes on the battlefield since just now. The Trisolaran fleet said that Jean has a lot of advantages. Occupying the advantage and changing the battlefield, the Dark Order was defeated steadily. But the fighting strength of the Dark Order is not weak. After the battle just now, the Trisolaran fleet also lost 5%. Maybe the man in black and the 3-body man don't care. But Tony is distressed. These are top-notch technologies. Completely surpass the current Earth technology by hundreds of times. If there is such a level of technology on the Earth, there are such battleships with super combat effectiveness. What else to be afraid of Thanos? Tony has had a great interest in the Trisolaran fleet from the very beginning. Wait until this thing is over if you can. He wanted to ask Qin Yun to let him follow the Trisolaran fleet for a while. This kind of technology really made him envious. I think the boss, he will definitely not have such reckless behavior. After Tony thought about it, he felt that Qin Yun must have other means. Maybe he threatened the people of the Dark Order just to persuade them to surrender. After all, in Tony's view, these warships piloted by the Trisolarans are destroying one and missing one. Looking at it here, he feels distressed, and he thinks that Qin Yun himself must also feel distressed. I don't think so. Natasha Romanoff shook her head, although she still can't see what kind of person Qin Yun is. But the Qin Yun she knew was definitely the kind of person who must get revenge. It was absolutely impossible for Qin Yun to let go of the provocation that the Dark Sect had made to him just now. You're delusional? Corvus Glaive is really rage. The rest of Thanos' men were also outraged. Their Dark Sect had almost no opponents in this universe before. Only Odin and the others made Thanos dare not do it easily. Now that they came to this remote planet, someone dared to threaten them like this. As for why Thanos didn't show up, from Corvus Glaive's point of view, it's likely that he's only temporarily trapped. Their king will definitely show up. Order all the fleets to point their firepower at that Earthling, I will make him die. Corvus Glaive rages order. The supergiant and Proxima Centauri behind him couldn't help feeling a little worried. This Earthling named Qin Yun raised a mystery. They have investigated the data of the Earth before. There is absolutely no information about this human being. He seemed to appear out of thin air, just like the fleet he controlled. There was no sign of it at all before. Such a powerful technology and fleet were absolutely impossible to appear on Earth, but now it actually appeared in front of them. And it also made them encounter an unprecedented crisis. If the battle just now continues, everyone can see that they must be the ones who will be eliminated. Not good, let the boss come back. Everyone in the Men in Black camp was taken aback. Qin-Yun is also standing in the cosmic space and has become a living target of the dark sect. However, Qin-Yun still stood there calmly, smiling indifferently. At the same time, inside the Men in Black headquarters of Earth, the dimensional portal suddenly flickered brightly. A figure flew out from the dimensional portal. It was Ancient One who came. Where are people? Ancient One stood where he was, looking at the empty headquarters of the Men in Black. The people who used to be stationed here are gone. After she left from the basement, she discovered the other Men in Black, and their expressions are unusually dignified. What happens? Ancient One asked an agent to inquire. The detective looked back and was taken aback when he saw Ancient One, and it took him a while to recover. It's Agent G, what happened to Force 7? Where's Agent Q? Ancient One did not feel the breath of Qin-Yun in the headquarters. This made her feel a little uneasy. Before the detective in front of him could answer, Yin-Yi's complexion suddenly turned bad. She turned her head suddenly, looking at the general monitoring screen in the headquarters. I saw that the screen was corresponding to the scene of the outer space of the Earth. It was Qin-Yun who was confronting the dark sect. Thanos. When he saw the fleet of the Dark Order, the shadow of Thanos popped up in Guya's mind. She didn't care about Thanos, but she saw Qin-Yun, but found that she couldn't find Qin-Yun's breath. This is an impossible thing, as long as it is a creature in this dimension. As long as Ancient One is willing, she can know where the creatures are, even past and future. But now she feels that Qin-Yun is like a ball of air. He obviously exists, but he can only see but cannot touch or perceive. What happened? Why did Qin-Yun have such a change? Ancient One was extremely shocked, and this feeling made her realize that something must have changed in Qin-Yun. No, this is the power of infinite gems. She was startled suddenly, as if thinking of something, and the thought of this thing made her startled. Qin-Yun, is this crazy? When feeling the changes in Qin-Yun, Ancient One rounded his eyes. She could clearly feel that the aura on Qin-Yun's body became stronger. There are also 5 infinite gems that are nerfing power. When did Qin-Yun collect 5 infinite gems? This is what shocked Ancient One the most. Qin-Yun actually collected 5 infinite gems. Before the Men in Black, it seemed that there was no such action at all. Why have so many things happened to this Earth just a few days after I left? Ancient One couldn't help being a little confused. She clasped her hands together and started her magic. She was not on Earth during this time, so she wanted to use magic to find out what happened during this time. Thanos, Carol. They have all come to Earth. This is not right. According to the timeline, my Fae should still be a few years away. And Carol came to Earth after Thanos came to Earth and Avengers failed. The current timeline is too different from what Ancient One had previously planned. Is this also the change that happened because of the appearance of Qin-Yun? Ancient One frowned slightly. She is deep in thought. 21, but soon, Ancient One realized one thing, and it seems that now is not the time to be entangled in this matter. Ancient One turned to look at the big screen. Earth in outer space. After Qin-Yun intercepted the energy of infinite gems, his dimensional space was slowly expanding. Originally, only a few hundred square meters of space. Gradually expanded to nearly 1,000 square meters of space. And this only absorbs less than 1/10,000th of the energy in infinite gems. If all the energy in infinite gems can be absorbed, at that time, the dimensional field he can display will have a qualitative leap. But Qin-Yun also had a faint feeling. If all the energy of these infinite gems is absorbed by him, then it is very possible that the scope of his dimensional field, if it is deployed, is very likely to expand to the entire universe. However, faint Qin-Yun also felt it. Now that I am absorbing infinite gems, it seems that it is not as smooth as it was at the beginning. This made Qin-Yun a little worried. After all, the energy contained in these infinite gems is indeed too mysterious, if he remembers correctly. hundreds of billions of years ago, infinite gems from before all recorded time. They were once a single unit, a solitary entity. They are a sentient being with endless power. It is everything, and everything is it. This existence is infinite and eternal. Because it is lonelier than anything that has ever existed. All that is already a part of it, nothing else in its life. A more lonely existence than imagined. It chose to end itself, but with such power, it is not so easy to dissipate. From its ashes, the present reality rises in its many forms. This divine core of existence takes the form of 6 infinite gems. They are the ultimate in power, the darkest secret of all universes. All infinite gems in parallel universe number 93,060 are from Nemesis. In this parallel universe, there is a 7th infinite gems named Ego Gem. When the Ego Gem is put together with the other 6 infinite gems, it becomes a whole, which is the Nemesis. The resurrected Nemesis intends to destroy the 93,060 universe. In the end, he was defeated by the joint efforts of the Avengers and the Extreme Forces, and finally, the Self-Gem was destroyed. Nemesis can no longer be resurrected, but these regiments have nothing to do with the 5616 universe. Each gem can give the user omnipotent control over some aspect including power, time, space, soul, reality, and heart. If someone has 6 gems at the same time, he will know everything. This is why Thanos was able to wipe out half the population of the universe with 6 infinite gems. Also, within the Marvel universe, there are quite a few people. Once used infinite gems to change the timeline of this universe. There was even a combined mode of Thor and Iron Man. Qin Yun, stop! Just when Qin Yun was about to continue absorbing, Qin Yun is working on energy absorbing. Suddenly, a soft shout came from his ear. Immediately, a golden light flashed in front of him. Qin Yun immediately frowned. Someone dares to attack me? Qin Yun thought that someone was going to attack him. A cloud of anger suddenly rose in his heart, but soon, Qin Yun realized it. This breath of energy seems very familiar. It's Ancient One. After realizing that it was Ancient One, Qin Yun immediately dissipated his aura. And at this moment, a golden light hovered around Qin Yun's body. Soon, Qin Yun found that he had lost contact with infinite gems. At this time, a golden light emerged and the magician's portal opened. In this way, Ancient One came to Qin Yun. It's you cut me off from infinite gems? Go when you see Ancient One come up. Qin Yun immediately understood what was going on. Are you crazy? This is infinite gems, if you think about it. Wait a minute. Ancient One gasped suddenly and his eyes widened. She looked at Qin Yun in disbelief. My heart skipped a beat. How could this be possible? She could feel that, standing at such a close distance, she felt that Qin Yun's aura was so ethereal. It's as if this time and space doesn't exist. You, 533, is it possible that you have already reached that point? Ancient One was immediately horrified. It has only been a few days since the last time we parted. Qin Yun has already come into contact with this field. Qin Yun smiled and spread his hands. All of this is not thanks to the time anomaly administration. Opportunities sometimes come by such a coincidence. Look at the way Qin Yun smiles. Ancient One didn't know what to say for a while. She thought she should get used to it, but Qin Yun can bring him new surprises every time. Just like this time, this seemingly ordinary man. Now he has stepped onto the path of becoming a creation god. You know, although this road is not easy to walk, but too many people have never even entered the threshold. Even those people in the Tiantian group have just entered the threshold. Even Ancient One himself, if not for the appearance of Qin Yun and the man in black. She herself will linger for a long time because of this. No, or in other words, even if she dies, she may not be able to reach this field at elementary level. Sure enough, you are too mysterious. Ancient One looked at Qin Yun and suddenly said a word. Qin Yun smiled helplessly. I definitely have to keep this mystery, otherwise how can I lead the man in black? How easy is it to successfully lead the men in black to rule the entire multi-universe? Now is just the beginning, he will also successfully acquire the Dark Legion. Let Thanos, Ebony Maw, and others work under his own hands and directly join the men in black. Ancient One magician, our distance is getting closer. Qin Yun smiled faintly and said to Ancient One Magician. Ancient One Magician nodded with a very bad expression. She had to admit the fact that the distance between them had been drawn into infinity. Given time, Qin Yun will definitely be able to break through to the creation god in a short time. He has now touched the threshold of the creator god. Back then, she had worked so hard to take that step successfully. And what about Qin Yun? How long did it take? In the eyes of Ancient One Magician, the speed at which Qin Yun improved his strength was simply astonishing. The unbelievable speed of improvement made everyone dare not underestimate Qin Yun anymore. Don't think so much, Ancient One Magician. Don't stop me. I want to absorb the energy of infinite gems. Qin Yun frowned slightly and said to Ancient One Magician. He just absorbed infinite gems and became addicted, and managed to establish a connection with great difficulty to be able to absorb infinite gems. The well-behaved Ancient One Magician came and indiscriminately cut off the connection between infinite gems and himself. This made Qin Yun really annoyed. Ancient One Magician sighed helplessly. Since there is no way to stop it, let Qin Yun continue to absorb the energy of infinite gems. See what kind of existence Qin Yun will reach after successfully absorbing the energy of infinite gems. A golden light flashed in Ancient One Magician's hand, and a golden light shrouded Qin Yun's body again. Different from before, this time the golden light re-established the connection between Qin Yun and infinite gems. This taste really makes me feel comfortable. Let me absorb all the energy and use it for me. Qin Yun muttered to himself, his whole body and mind relaxed at this moment. The energy of infinite gems flowed into Qin Yun's body, one after another through the tablet computer in his hand. It made Qin Yun feel extremely comfortable. Although it was not very fast, it surprised him. The energy in infinite gems is too huge. Let yourself absorb all the energy in infinite gems now. It is completely impossible to do it in a short period of time. It seems that I can only hold the infinite gems next, and, say, later, should I absorb a little 24 hours a day, or ask the system if I can't finish it. See how you can speed up the speed at which you absorb infinite gems' energy. Qin Yun smiled in his heart. At the moment, he already had the answer in his heart. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the Dark Legion in the distance. Fleets of fleets had already aimed their weapons at him. As long as Corvus Glaive gives the order, he will be under fire. Although the artillery fire didn't affect him very much, it was more or less painful when it hit him. He didn't want to experience that feeling, that kind of mosquito buzzing around his ears. It would make his head dizzy. Dark Legion, have you considered whether to surrender to me or let you cease to exist? Qin Yun's voice was transmitted to the ears of the Dark Legion. Everyone looked at Qin Yun in the outer space of the earth and felt a sense of suffocation. General, what should we do? Standing behind Corvus Glaive, Supergiant and Proxima Centaur asked anxiously. When they searched again for information about whether there is Qin Yun in front of them on the earth, they still didn't gain anything. This person seemed to appear out of thin air. He lived on the earth without any information remaining. It is enough to see how terrifying Qin Yun is. If a person lives on his own planet, he will leave traces all the time, and there will never be any cobweb traces. But Qin Yun did it. Supergiant and Proxima Centauri don't know what Qin Yun's identity is, but they really feel the pressure. Facing the Trisolaran fleet, the Trisolarans only lost 5%, but their Dark Legion lost a full 20%. Facing such an existence, the two of them couldn't help but feel a little fear in their hearts. Corvus Glaive seemed to feel the emotions of the two behind him. He turned his head, his eyes were full of murderous intent. What? Are you too scared? If you say you're afraid, then I'll send the two of you on your way. Corvus Glaive showed a ferocious smile. Killing his own subordinates was the last thing he wanted to do. But if at such a critical juncture the morale of the army is affected, then you must choose to kill without mercy. For the Dark Legion, for their king, they must choose to fight to the end. Unless Thanos can appear in their sight, commanding the entire army again. Supergiant and Proxima shook their heads hastily, for fear that Corvus Glaive would kill them both here with a knife. My lord, we don't mean that. We are willing to fight to the death for our king. Supergiant and Proxima spoke in unison, and then half-kneeled in front of Corvus Glaive to express their sincerity. Okay, our king will be back soon, it won't be long, let me command the fleet for a short time now. All fleets, all aim at him for me, all launch. Corvus Glaive gave a loud shout and issued an order on the main fleet, and everyone in the Dark Legion roared angrily. All the weapons installed on the fleet are ready to go. Not good, boss, retreat quickly. Boss, the Dark Legion is about to attack, so be careful. Quickly let Ancient One Magician take action and protect the boss. Boss must not make any mistakes, otherwise, what will we people in black do? Money, at the moment, everyone in the Men in Black camp was extremely anxious. They really couldn't believe that the Dark Army really dared to open fire now. However, Qin Yun is like a live target of the Dark Legion in the cosmic space. There is absolutely no cover that can resist the attack of the Dark Legion. It's over, let the Trisolaran fleet attack. Damn it, I want the Dark Legion to go and never return, I must. Three-body fleet, protect the boss quickly, and don't let the boss have any troubles. Everyone in the Men in Black camp was extremely anxious. However, the command of the Trisolaran fleet was all in Qin Yun's hands, and if Qin Yun didn't issue an order, they would have nothing to do. It can only be on the Earth, watching dry anxiously. At the moment, Tony was measuring the attack power pool of the Dark Legion through JARVIS measure. Wait a moment, sir, it will be ready soon. Afterwards, JARVIS actually emitted a series of red lights. Sir, the power is so great that I can't figure it out. Forcibly calculating may cause the system to crash. The words of JARVIS surprised Tony. A power that even JARVIS cannot calculate. What a terrifying lethality. Can Qin Yun really withstand the attack of the Dark Army? Seeing Qin Yun standing there comfortably with his hands behind his back, he didn't respond at all. Get ready for battle, JARVIS. We may have to face the Dark Legion later. Tony squinted his eyes, and JARVIS understood instantly. The mecha on Tony's body instantly entered combat mode. As long as anyone gets close to Tony's murderous person, the mecha can react quickly and launch an attack. Ha, a little sleepy. Qin Yun couldn't help yawning, and Corvus Glaive's teeth itched angrily on the main fleet of the Dark Legion. Looking at Qin Yun's relaxed look, is it possible that the Dark Legion's offensive is so contemptible? I'll make you look better later. The offensive of the Dark Legion exploded at the moment, accompanied by a bang. Laser beams landed on Qin Yun's body. The speed of the attack was so fast that people didn't even have 690 to react. At the moment, everyone in the Men in Black base camp raised their hearts to their throats. Before they could react, the attack of the Dark Army fleet hit Qin Yun. Before that, Qin Yun also had the Trisolaran fleet to contribute to solving many fleets of the Dark Legion. However, when the Dark Legion launched an offensive this time, the Trisolaran fleet did not receive any orders at all. Still standing on the periphery of the Earth, firmly protecting the Earth. Don't let any attack from the Dark Legion affect the Earth. The Trisolaran fleet formed a light blue shield in front of them. However, all the attacks of the Dark Legion hit Qin Yun's body, and no other attacks fell on the Earth. It's over, what will the boss do this time? He didn't resist all of a sudden. Could it be that the boss has the heart of death? What are you talking about? Cursing the boss? The boss will definitely not die. I also believe in the boss. The boss will generally not do things beyond the scope of his ability. He will definitely be able to do it. Trust the boss. Even so, everyone in the base camp of the Men in Black was still very worried about Qin Yun. The Dark Legion's offensive was too fast and fierce. Before Qin Yun could make a defense, the attack was already oncoming. They were worried one by one, fearing that something might happen to Qin Yun. Will the leader of their Men in Black die today? JARVIS, can you confirm Qin Yun's vital signs? Tony spoke, and JARVIS responded immediately. Sir, no, I can't sense Qin Yun's vital signs. Tony's eyes widened when he heard that. JARVIS could not feel Qin Yun's vital signs. Did Qin Yun really die under the attack of the Dark Army? He didn't dare to step forward to confirm, for fear that the attack of the Dark Army would touch him. The attacks of the fleets are no joke. Even if he has nanotechnology in front of them, it may be just a joke. If only Carol was here. Tony frowned slightly. Carol must have a way to help Chin-Yun. However, both Carol and Thanos are gone. Who knows where they went and when they will come back? Damn it, when is Carol coming back? Tony muttered, but no one could answer him. The Ancient One magician was already far away from the battlefield. She stood in front of the Trisolaran fleet, squinting her eyes at the center of the universe. She couldn't sense Chin-Yun's existence before, and now under the attack of the Dark Army, she couldn't sense it even more. She wasn't worried whether Chin-Yun would die under such indiscriminate bombardment. What she was most worried about was that the infinite gems would explode in Chin-Yun's hands. She doesn't know whether Chin-Yun can withstand such huge amounts of CBCF, lethality, but she has a vague feeling in her heart that infinite gems is a bit unbearable. Although infinite gems brings many abilities to people, it may not be able to resist the powerful lethality, but it is still unknown. If infinite gems explodes, maybe the whole universe will be reduced to dust. She couldn't imagine such a situation. According to what she saw in other different spaces, when Thanos held infinite gems and wiped out half of the creatures in the universe, infinite gems had not been destroyed yet. It is enough to prove how huge the energy of infinite gems is. If the infinite gems exploded, the universe would surely be wiped out. The Ancient One magician was extremely anxious. She frowned, and a bold idea appeared in her heart. She wanted to probe closely to see whether Chin-Yun was dead or alive. If Chin-Yun was dead, she would find a way to take the infinite gems away. There must be no accidents. She is responsible for the creatures on the entire Earth. It's so bold, Ancient One. Do you know what mother you are going to do next? Ancient One magician said to herself in her heart. She fell into a dilemma. To be in danger or to escape from crisis. The sense of responsibility in her heart condemns and motivates herself all the time. She slowly stretched out her hand, drawing a golden light in her hand, and a door appeared in front of her. Ancient One magician has made a decision to risk himself. She can't be a bystander. Her responsibilities don't allow her to do so. The Ancient One magician opened the gate of Otherworld, which means that she appears in the range of the attack, but it does not mean that she will suffer the damage. She's in the Otherworld. The Ancient One magician gritted his teeth, felt a shudder in his heart, and walked into the door with strides. Chin-Yun, I hope you are okay. I can still take you out of crisis. If you die, don't blame me, Ancient One magician muttered to himself. In an instant, in the attack center, a door appeared, and Tong Rai walked out from the door. At this moment, she seemed to be a god. Tony's eyes widened. He never expected that Ancient One magician would make such a bold decision. In case in Otherworld the attack will still affect, Ancient One will definitely die. Tony broke out in a cold sweat. He had to admire the nobility of Ancient One magician. In this case, you will still choose to risk yourself. Ancient One magician, don't be surprised. Now, Chin-Yun's situation, Carol doesn't know where it is if you have an accident. Then what kind of situation will the Earth face? Sooner or later, the Earth will be conquered. Tony shouted in his heart, but the Ancient One magician couldn't hear his words at all. After the Ancient One magician walked out of the door, a golden hood emerged from his body. Although she might not be affected by the attack, she still chose to use this method to protect herself in order to be safe. What? Ancient One magician looked at the center of the attack. Her eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe what she saw. I saw that in the center of the attack launched by the Dark Army, there was a milky white sphere inside, and inside the sphere was Chin-Yun. Chin-Yun at the moment closed his eyes and rested his mind as if he was feeling the pressure brought by the attack. Ancient One magician, why are you here? Hey, you are not affected by their attacks. Chin-Yun looked at the looming body of the Ancient One magician and immediately understood what was going on. Chin-Yun smiled lightly. Ancient One magician, you are really smart. You just thought of this way to enter the Otherworld by yourself. To successfully avoid the impact of the attack, right? I have to say, you are really bold. Come on, come in, you'll be fine. Chin-Yun stretched out her hand slowly. Ancient One magician didn't have any reason to refuse. She stretched out her hand and touched Chin-Yun's hand. A strong gravitational force hit her body. In the next second, Ancient One Magician's body transformed back, and she stood firmly beside Qin Yun. It seems that firework is playing next to it, boom, boom, boom. Qin Yun, what kind of method is this? Are you going to hide here all the time? Let the Trisolaran fleet attack, that's the best way. The Ancient One Magician frowned and asked sharply. Qin Yun shook his head slowly. No, the Trisolaran fleet doesn't need to take action. I want to take the Dark Legion into my pocket if the Trisolaran fleet launches an attack. Then how much of the Dark Legion is left? Don't you consider this kind of cost? Qin Yun would not do business at a loss, and now he has the Trisolaran fleet in his hands, plus the Dark Legion. The power of the man in black will rise to another level. It will be one step closer to dominating the universe, not to mention the stronger the people under him, the stronger he will be. They are complementary to each other. You are too whimsical. The people under Thanos are loyal to him. How could they choose to submit to you? Don't wait until the end. It's a waste of time to fetch water from a bamboo basket, and you're shooting yourself in the foot with a stone. Let's solve it quickly. Many people outside are worried about your safety. The Ancient One Magician frowned and said, in her opinion, Qin Yun's idea is really too bold. It's a bit overreaching. If everyone thinks like Qin Yun, then the Earth would have ceased to exist. Thanos' Dark Legion is no joke. And the powerful Trisolaran fleet is bombarded, although the loss ratio is 20% to 5%. However, it can also prove that the Dark Legion is not an ordinary person, and their loyalty to Thanos is quite deep. Want to make them quit and follow Qin Yun. It's too whimsical, is it a fool's dream? No, to bring the Dark Legion into the bag, Thanos has to come. I'm just for Thanos, otherwise, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Qin Yun scratched his head and said solemnly, he really wanted to bring the Dark Army into his pocket. But it doesn't mean that Thanos will be killed. Isn't it the same to include Thanos in the bag? When the time comes, the Dark Legion belongs to Thanos as well as his own. Isn't it the same thing? When Ancient One Magician heard these words, he was at a loss for a while. He was very angry. Take the Dark Legion first, and then Thanos? It's really ridiculous. Come on, Carol and Thanos should be in the same space now. Aren't you worried that Carol will kill Thanos? Ancient One Magician asked Qin Yun curiously. Carol's strength should not be underestimated, although Thanos' strength is equally strong. But they let go of their hands and feet and fought for 300 rounds. Who knows the result? Carol protects the safety of every planet. Can she do it without 2 brushes? It doesn't make sense to reason with a woman. Talking so much to you means I'm talking in vain. Ancient One Magician, just look at it, you have to do everything to get the answer. Qin Yun nodded slightly. He already had an idea in his heart, if he followed the Ancient One Magician's idea. Under the sun, it is estimated that there is nothing to do. Asking for flowers. Everything has to follow the rules and rely on the rules. It's too ridiculous. He is a person who doesn't like to play cards according to routines. He wants to dominate the universe and establish his own rules. Although dominating the universe is not a simple matter, it depends on human effort. The Ancient One Magician patted his forehead helplessly, thinking he would check to see if Qin Yun was dead. I didn't expect that I would chat with Qin Yun here during the attack of the Dark Army. Hurry up and don't waste time. You don't want to go out. I still want to go out. There are so many people watching outside. At the same time, the people outside watched the Ancient One Magician enter the attacking range of the Dark Army, and they became anxious one by one. Just as Qin Yun and Ancient One Magician were talking about each other, a full 5 minutes passed. To them, every minute of the 5 minutes feels like a year. It's over. Did Yinny also die in it? It shouldn't be. Ancient One Magician is so powerful, is there really no way? Tony felt tired from the bottom of his heart. If he knew this, when Ancient One Magician had that idea, he should have pulled Ancient One Magician. The loss of one Qin Yun to the Earth is already a great loss. If another Ancient One Magician is lost, then the Earth will never have a peaceful life. Will the Earth really be destroyed under his nose? At the moment, the headquarters of the men in black on the Earth, one by one, put their hands together and began to pray for Qin Yun. No matter what god he is, just worship him once. What if there might be miraculous effects? God bless, boss. There must be no accidents otherwise. What should we do, boss? You must live. Amen, amen, damn God, it's time for you to manifest, bless the boss. No, what did Ancient One Magician do? Hasn't she rescued the boss yet? Ancient One Magician is such a waste. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful that the Ancient One Magician comes out to kill you. It's not like you don't know the strength of a magician. The two agents on the side were mumbling and heard their companions say that the Ancient One Magician is a waste. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. What if the Ancient One Magician came back alive and sensed these words? What would he do? The agent who said that was cursing. Come on, if the Ancient One Magician can come out alive, so can the boss. Whatever the Ancient One Magician can do, the boss can do it. The boss is God in my mind. In their hearts, no matter how powerful the Ancient One Magician is, he will never be as powerful as Qin-Yun. The belief they hold in their hearts. Just as everyone was staring at the battle outside the universe, a golden flash appeared. Qin-Yun put his hands behind his back, waved his hands lightly, and the protective shields wrapped around him and Ancient One Magician grew bigger and bigger. Gradually, a huge amounts of circle is formed. What? Corvus Glaive, who was on the main fleet of the Dark Legion, saw the huge amounts of the protective cover, and the attack of their Dark Legion fell on the protective cover, completely tickling. They haven't seen what kind of protective shields they have seen during the May 47th, but there are very few of them that are still intact under multiple main guns. And Qin-Yun's protective shield has grown from a small circle to such a reason. They couldn't help wondering how the protective shield was formed. Could it be that there is some treasure on Qin-Yun's body or something of high latitude? Corvus Glaive wasn't sure. Although he is well informed, he has never seen anything that can build such a large protective shield and is extremely tough. Damn, what is the origin of this human being, and why can he resist such a powerful offensive from us without any reaction? How is this possible? Is it stronger than our king? Corvus Glaive had just had this idea and immediately dismissed it in his heart, and he shook his head slowly. Boom! He punched the commander in front of him and shouted loudly, "All stop attacking! All stop attacking!" The sound resounded throughout the fleet of the Dark Legion, and the attack of the fleet disappeared instantly, leaving only traces in the universe. Other than that, nothing has changed. It seems that they already know how powerful you are. Qin-Yun, you gave me another surprise. Ancient One Magician said lightly. She was not helpful at all. Qin-Yun will bring her unexpected changes every time, and Qin-Yun's strength is also improving by leaps and bounds time after time. It made her very curious. The Dark Legion stopped attacking. Haha, the boss and the Ancient One Magician are still alive. I really didn't expect the boss is really alive. Damn it, if the Dark Legion hurts the boss, the Trisolaran fleet will immediately go up and wipe them all out. HMPH, the Dark Legion must have been conquered by the boss's strength. Don't look at who is the leader of our men in black. In the base camp of the men in black, there was laughter and laughter. They all raised their hearts to their throats before. Now, seeing Qin-Yun's intact appearance, the big stone in their hearts was finally let go. As for what happened to the Ancient One Magician, they didn't care. In their eyes, Ancient One Magician is just a dispensable person. As for Qin-Yun, he is the leader of the men in black. He must not have any bad news, otherwise, the men in black will not be able to accept the bad news. Tony squinted his eyes. He thought that both Ancient One Magician and Qin-Yun might perish. And the Dark Legion will involve the offensive on the Earth, but nothing happened as he imagined. JARVI. Can you measure the resistance level of the shield around Qin-Yun? Tony anxiously asked. JARVIS. The protective shield that appeared around Qin-Yun can resist the attack of the Dark Army. What a terrible defense method it is. If he can learn and analyze one or two of them, Tony Stark's industry will also be raised to a higher level. Sir, wait a moment. Start calculating. Buzz, sir, the calculation failed. There is no way to measure it. The protective shield is a kind of energy manifestation, not a special defense method. I can only know so much. JARVIS answer made Tony understand. Whether the protective cover is not a protective cover is entirely due to Qin-Yun showing his energy outside his body surface, and it is not a defensive thing. This is enough to prove how terrifying Qin-Yun's strength is. Tony, who was in the mech, couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that the Earth is saved this time, so don't take Thanos or something into consideration at all. Is the existence of Qin Yun good or bad for the Earth? How should the organization of the men in black be defined? Tony's thinking is infinitely magnified. He clearly knows what the Earth needs. Just need a few special abilities to protect the Earth. Not everyone has this ability. Once a person has the ability to protect the Earth, it is difficult to guarantee whether he will use this power to do something to destroy the Earth. After forming Avengers, he has seen a lot of such things. Therefore, his and Captain America's concepts differ in this respect. In Captain America's opinion, more people with these abilities should be cultivated. But Tony doesn't think so, as long as he is strong and knows what he should do. However, the emergence of the Men in Black organization now makes Tony feel that there are endless people who can cause harm to the Earth. There are too many species outside the universe, and all the people who come to the Earth are terrifying existences. First Trisolaran, then Thanos' Dark Legion. The Earth, which was originally safe and sound, seems to have violated the S.H.I.E.L.D in the past few years, and has been targeted by foreign enemies who do not know how many people. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel dizzy. He fixed his eyes and saw that Qin Yun's contented look showed how much contempt he had for the Dark Legion. If he stood in Qin Yun's position, at the moment would have already been reduced to dust in the universe, without any traces. Dark Legion, I convey to you again. 4-9, one is all dead and the other is for me to use. Give you a minute to think about it, don't waste too much time. The countdown begins. Qin Yun's voice resounded in the fleet of the Dark Legion, and the soldiers of the Dark Legion were panicked. Many people are starting to mutter, what kind of person is Qin Yun, and why he has such a strong tone? But it was unscathed under the attack of 2,000 fleets. Even Thanos, the creator god, could hardly do it. What kind of existence is this? General, what should we do? General, can you contact the king? Some soldiers hurriedly asked Corvus Glaive. General Deadknife frowned slightly. The disappearance of Ebony Maw and Thanos for no reason has a great impact on the Dark Legion. One head of Corvus Glaive was bigger than two, and suddenly his pupils shrank, and a familiar figure appeared in front of the Dark Legion's fleet. Every piece of the burly body is made like steel. It is Thanos. Our king is back. Corvus Glaive breathed a sigh of relief slowly, letting go of the big stone in his heart. The king is back, you can't surrender like the people on Earth, let our king lead us to conquer. Kill them all without leaving any trace. Kill. When Thanos appeared, everyone in the Dark Legion was like a shot in the arm, and their hearts were very stable. One by one, we must conquer the Earth. Thanos is out, what about Carol? The Ancient One magician looked curiously at Thanos, who was wearing armor and wielding a double-edged sword. Suddenly, a person with colorful luster flashed, and a punch slammed into Thanos' face. Thanos was slightly taken aback, put the double-edged knife on his chest, and blocked the punch abruptly. 21, it's Carol, she finally came out, where did she go before? At the moment, Nick from Earth S.H.I.E.L.D wiped the sweat from his brow, having been unable to reach Carol with his communication equipment. I don't know what's going on. Seeing Carol's appearance, he felt extra relieved. Captain Marvel Carol, the Universe Police, her appearance swept away Nick's haze. Who is better, Carol or Thanos? Who knows, if they fight, I think they will be in trouble again. Natasha Romanoff frowned. She thought that Qin Yun was about to take the Dark Legion into his pocket. But the sudden appearance of Thanos and Captain Marvel made the situation even more confusing. It's okay, just watch the good show, whoever will win, it will definitely be very enjoyable. Thor behind him held a glass of beer, took a deep breath and burped. For him, whether it's Captain Marvel or Thanos, it doesn't matter who wins or loses. As long as he saw a hearty battle, he felt that everything was worth it, so he specially found someone to get beer and fried chicken and planned to watch a good show. Captain America on the side smiled faintly, put his hands on his chest, and shrugged indifferently. A good show is about to be staged. At the same time, Qin Yun from outside, the universe glanced at Carol with dissatisfaction. Damn it, when will this Carol come out and make trouble? There's also the Time Management Bureau. I thought it would be able to drag on for a little longer and take back Thanos' Dark Legion. Why did they come out so soon? Where did that man go? He doesn't have any good feelings for the people of the Time Management Bureau, which is completely contrary to the concept of the man in black. It's just that I don't know when I will meet someone from the Time Administration next time. He has no comment on Carol and Thanos' actions. Since we want to fight, let's wait for them to finish the fight. This Carol really has such a deep-rooted concept that he really thinks he is omnipotent. Although she is very strong, she should still be close to Thanos. Although Thanos is just a licking dog of the goddess of death, Thanos still has real strength. As one of the creator gods, how could Thanos have no means? It's just that Qin-Yun was very upset that Carol came out to make trouble. Qin-Yun, it's interesting that your ideas are about to be destroyed again. The Ancient One magician beside Qin-Yun showed a playful smile. She wanted to see Qin-Yun's reaction. But Qin-Yun stood by her side without doing anything, which surprised her a lot. HMPH, let's wait for both of them to suffer. I don't know what kind of confidence Carol has. Every time he comes out, he makes trouble. I really don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. Qin-Yun spoke unhurriedly, his eyes fixed on Carol and Thanos in the distance. Thanos resisted Carol's punch abruptly, only feeling a slight numbness in his arms, and he looked at Carol in front of him in surprise. The power is good, but it's a pity it's useless to me. As the eternal family of the Titan star, his physical strength has reached a terrifying level. It's been a long time, and he hasn't been allowed to let go of his hands completely, and the appearance of Carol in front of him just gave him a good opportunity. Whether it's useful to you or not, let's talk about it after you hit it. If you want to get your hands on the earth, you have to see if I agree with it. Carol yelled, frowning, and swung out another punch. In the universe, this punch exudes colorful dishes, and the space is slightly condensed. She just wants to hit. Everyone who dares to touch the earth must be taught a lesson. Good. Thanos laughed loudly and shouted sharply. The double blades in his hands seemed to be alive. He slashed forward and collided with Carol's fist. Boom! Thanos shrugged, took a few steps back, and waved his hand. Dark Legion, listen to my orders, retreat. Leave me some space, I'm going to have a big fight. Thanos laughed and said, and Corvus Glaive and the Dark Legion immediately commanded the Legion. Ebony Maw also appeared next to him, and Ebony Maw squinted his eyes, watching the battle between Carol and Thanos, and couldn't help muttering. Our king, won't you forget what we are going to do? Don't delay the business because of the battle. Ebony Maw clearly understands what is the purpose of this journey beyond the earth. Now that the power gem has been taken away by someone, I can't help but worry about whether Mai can face such a situation. Secondly, he looked at the Ancient One magician and Qin-Yun in the distance, and he couldn't guarantee that the two of them would make a move. In his view, they are all fighting to defend the Earth, and they belong to the same camp. It would be bad if they shot at Thanos. Ebony Maw dared not take the risk, he snapped. Retreat a certain distance, and be able to support the distance to the king in time, and at the same time will not be affected by the fatigue of the battle. Corvus Glaive instantly understood what Ebony Maw meant. Retreat! 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 The huge Dark Legion withdrew in an instant, and they were far away from Thanos, but as long as the Dark Legion fleet accelerated, they could appear beside Thanos in an instant. Are you worried about that human being attacking the king? Corvus Glaive looked back at Ebony Maw, who nodded. I can't guarantee it, but for our king, we must be prepared for defense. You know what our purpose is. If our king dies, we will die too. You should know the result. As the military advisor next to Thanos, he must clearly understand the situation and make the most correct judgment. There must be no mistake at all. He was already surprised by the almost accident before. Corvus Glaive looked at Ebony Maw's worried look and couldn't help but speak. That human being is very powerful. Under all the attacks of our fleet just now, he can persist for a long time and is safe and sound. I think he is a terrible opponent. Earth is a little hard to conquer. Not that I didn't think about it, but the truth. Corvus Glaive looked at Ebony Maw and told how Qin-Yun resisted the attack of the Dark Legion fleet just now. Because Ebony Maw was not there just now, he had to tell Ebony Maw everything that happened just now. Only in this way can Ebony Maw analyze the situation. After hearing what happened just now, Ebony Maw couldn't help but widen his eyes, and he said in surprise, "What? That human being can resist the offensive of our fleet? What kind of existence is he? You have to know that our king's physical body is extremely powerful, but it is also difficult to resist the offensive of the fleet." Ebony Maw couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. All his eyes were on Qin Yun. That ordinary man had a sense of mystery about him, and he couldn't tell what his strength was at all. This person may be stronger than our king. He came to a conclusion. He didn't dare to speculate any further. The more frightening he felt, the more frightened he was. How long has it been since I didn't feel any fear in him, but now I actually feel a little bit of fear. He made 2 requests to us before. Any request? One chooses to die, and the other chooses to surrender and become his subordinate. Corvus Glaive answered honestly. Ebony Maw frowned, not daring to think any further. "It's okay, just watch the situation and we'll see later. Let's see what our king will say after he wins. We must believe in our mission. Our king is omnipotent. As long as he can win, he will definitely tell us an answer." Ebony Maw didn't dare to make a decision, and could only think of waiting in the middle of the battle, after Thanos finished fighting. Corvus Glaive nodded, saying nothing more, and the battle between Carol and Thanos had intensified. Thanos has a wound on his face from Carol punching him in the face, and Thanos also left a knife wound on Carol's arm. "Do you feel that your strength is being lost bit by bit?" Thanos showed a playful smile. He was injured by his double-edged knife, and the double-edged knife would absorb the opponent's energy little by little and turn it into his own use. As a result of further fighting, Thanos will become stronger and stronger, while Carol will become weaker and weaker. Carol frowned, already feeling that the energy in his body was passing away bit by bit. Therefore, she wants to make a quick decision, and she must not continue to procrastinate any longer. She clearly knows that procrastinating will not do her any good. Carol tried to use her energy to heal her wounds, but she couldn't. He only felt the power of the curse on the wound, devouring his healing. She looked back at Qin Yun and Ancient One Magician in the distance, frowning. Damn it, they have no intention of helping. If I lose, will their ending be better? Carol didn't think about the power of Qin Yun and Ancient One Magician and what happened before. Haha, I didn't expect that. Wait to die. Just when Carol didn't respond, Thanos jumped again and slashed down fiercely with the double-edged knife, with huge force from top to bottom. 3E! Thanos yelled, and with the momentum of breaking the boat, he slammed down, and Carol didn't dare to take it hard. She already knew the special feature of the double-edged knife in Thanos' hand. If it was hardwired, there would definitely be trouble. She could only avoid its sharp edge, choose to take a step back, and flashed from other directions. Well done, our king is about to win, haha, the earth is ours. HMPH, who dares to underestimate our king? Although the woman across from her looks like she has some tricks, she is nothing to worry about. Haha, it won't take long, our king will win. All the people of the Dark Legion are optimistic about Thanos. They clearly know the strength of Thanos and the prestige of the double-edged sword. As long as it is attacked by the double-edged knife, it will not be long before the victory is Thanos's, without exception. With the existence of double-edged swords and strong physical strength, Thanos is invincible. In their eyes, no one can defeat Thanos. Thanos is invincible. Take them to invade other planets again and again, plundering resources. Leading them to victory again and again, no one can resist Thanos' footsteps. It seems that our Lord has really won. Corvus Glaive was also very happy when he heard the people under him shouting Thanos' name loudly, and he turned to look at Ebony Maw. Seeing that Ebony Maw's brows were still tightly furrowed, he was at a loss for a moment. He didn't understand that the situation would soon be won by Thanos. Ebony Maw was still so nervous. He asked Ebony Maw curiously, What are you thinking?" Ebony Maw shook his head slowly. He was a little afraid of Qin Yun and Ancient One Magician's attack. Now Carol's situation is very bad. In the information he collected, although the people on Earth may not be united at ordinary times. However, once encountering a foreign enemy invasion, they will be extremely united, without exception. When foreign enemies appear, they will work together to fight against difficulties. This has been proven from the previous Battle of New York, when Thanos sent people to invade the Earth. Therefore, he had a bad premonition. If Carol failed, in case Qin Yun and Ancient One Magician came out, Concubine Johnson. The result is troublesome. Ebony Maw worries about that. I'm mainly afraid that when our king wins, the people on Earth will make a move. If they make a move, things may not be right. We must ensure that we can quickly bring our king back when the opponent makes a move. Ebony Maw frowned and said he must ensure that his fleet does this. That's the only way to relax. Don't worry too much, we have to trust our king. Even if someone makes a sudden move, our fleet can definitely do it. Trust me, trust our soldiers. Corvus Glaive showed a smug smile. He had 100% confidence in the speed of the fleet. As long as there is a mistake, they can reach Thanos in an instant and successfully bring Thanos back. He has this confidence. Okay, be ready at any time. If there is really a mistake, our fleet must all go out. Even if the fleet is completely destroyed, it's okay, but we must ensure that our king is safe and sound. Ebony Maw slowly stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. A hint of viciousness flickered in his eyes. In his opinion, anyone in the Dark Legion can be sacrificed and die. Only Thanos can't. Only if Thanos is alive can the operation of the Dark Legion be guaranteed. However, this is the worst outcome, and Ebony Maw does not want to see the worst outcome. Therefore, there is still some desire in my heart. I hope that Qin Yun and Ancient One Magician will not make a move. At the same time, Carol's situation is getting worse and worse, and the energy in her body is being absorbed bit by the double-edged knife. If she can't solve this trouble as soon as possible, she will definitely fail. HMPH, it's just a bedbug, and it still wants to jump up and down in front of me. Thanos showed a smug smile. The double-edged knife in his hand had a faint golden light, and he knew exactly what the next situation would look like. Now you only need to procrastinate, and you don't have to think about the rest of the matter at all. Even standing here and chatting with the other party will have no effect. 627, as a member of the Eternal Clan, he has an extremely strong physical body and extremely high defensive power. Carol's strength has been weakened again and again. Soon, even if Thanos stood up and let Carol hit him, it would be useless. Thinking of this, the smile on Mai's face became even stronger. Carol was clearly aware of this and said to his communication device, "Director Nick, I need your help. Please send help from the Earth forces as soon as possible. If I die, it will not do the Earth any good. Director Nick, please lend a helping hand as soon as possible to get all the Avengers out." At the moment, Carol is at the end of her rope, and she has already started asking for help from the Avengers she has always looked down upon. It's ridiculous to say that, as a cosmic policeman, one day, he will encounter such a situation. At the moment, S.H.I.E.L.D on Earth, Nick frowned when he heard Carol's voice coming from the communication device. On his braised egghead, he was also extremely anxious now. He looked at the staff of S.H.I.E.L.D behind him, and then at Thor, who was drinking beer and eating fried chicken. Looking at Captain America, who was drinking CBCG, water, he couldn't guarantee whether they would be able to lend a helping hand for a while, and they were all people who acted on their own mood. "Nick, did Carol tell you something?" Natasha Romanoff on the side asked. She watched Nick's complexion getting worse and worse. His already dark face became darker by 3 points, as if black paint was sprayed on his face. Nick nodded slowly and took a deep breath. Carol's situation is not very good. She asked us for help. This is the first time she has spoken to me. We have to deal with it. If Carol dies, it won't do us any good. We have to find a way. He turned his head and looked at several people, feeling very tired for a while. Natasha Romanoff thought about it thoughtfully, looking at Qin Yun and the Ancient One Magician outside the universe. If Thor and the others didn't choose to make a move, they could only rely on Qin Wai and the Magician to make a move. But if Qin Yun and Ancient One Magician made a move, they would have helped them a long time ago. They are still watching, and their attitude is obviously clear. Moreover, Carol repeatedly ruined Qin Yun's good things. Based on her understanding of Qin Yun, it is normal for Qin Yun not to help. It would be abnormal if Qin Yun hurried up to help. "Thor, we need your help. Captain Marvel isn't doing well." Nick has no choice but to go to the side and ask Thor, even though Thor is also a part of Avengers. But Thor is a real god. He is an ordinary person who dare not ask for anything. What? Isn't Carol usually very arrogant? Why do I need help now? It seems that she is still really fancy but not useful. Thor sighed cheerfully. He happily drank the glass of beer in front of him and hiccuped. Nick's face was very bad. No way, if Carol dies, it won't do us any good, and it won't do King Asgard either. Nick told the truth, and Thor knew it too, nodded, and stretched out his hand. Mjolnir flew into his hand. Don't worry, I'll try my best to help, but you all know how powerful Thanos is. If I didn't save Carol, don't blame me. Thor said honestly, he had already heard of Thanos' reputation, and it was not much worse than his own father. And there is an insurmountable gap between him and his father Odin. This is a fact, and there is no way to make up the gap by other means. Nick heard Thor reach out to help, and he was relieved for a moment, and a big stone in his heart fell. He will not ask for more. As for Captain America and others, they are not suitable for fighting in the universe, but it is very suitable for Thor to come forward. Thor rounded Mjolnir a few times and headed towards the universe with a bang, and a big hole appeared above S.H.I.E.L. D's head. Thor is still the same, can't you think about it for S.H.I.E.L.D, and I don't know how much it will cost to repair here. Captain America pouted helplessly and Nick smiled awkwardly. It's okay, this little loss, S.H.I.E.L. D can still bear it, I just hope he can bring good news. Nick then turned around and quickly replied to Carol through the communication device. Carol, we have sent Thor to help. Please hold on until Thor arrives. I hope Thor's appearance can help you. This is the greatest helping hand we can extend. If there is no other way, then give up the Earth. Abandon the Earth. After Nick finished speaking, there was a sense of powerlessness all over his body, which made his body involuntarily go limp. At the same time, Thor has been accelerated by Mjolnir to the outside of the universe. He looked at Tony in the mecha and couldn't help laughing. What? Iron Man, why don't you help? Just hide under the iron shell, what's the use? Tony shrugged indifferently. He still had a little awareness of his own strength. He knew what to do and what not to do. If he went up to help Carol, wouldn't that be courting death for himself? The arrival of Thanos' men has caused a lot of trouble for their Avengers, let alone the sterilized deity. Even Carol is not good enough in front of Thanos. Tony feels that no matter how advanced his technology is, he has no way to fight against God. Thor, you'd better take care of yourself. As far as I know, you should not be as strong as Thanos. Be careful with your life. As for whether Carol is dead or not, it doesn't really have much influence on me. Look at the Trisolaran fleet over there. Even if Thanos wins, the Dark Legion will be resisted by the Trisolaran fleet. Why are you so anxious? Just don't go up and do Carol a disservice. Otherwise, many people on the Earth will watch the show, don't you think? Tony said sarcastically. He was very happy to watch a good show, but he didn't have too many thoughts when he saw the good show on himself. Now that Thor wants to help Carol, he has to weigh himself whether he has that partition. If not, it's better not to help obediently. Be careful that you get yourself into trouble. Maybe you will die in the hands of Thanos. Carol's strength is much stronger than Thor's. Even Carol can't solve Thanos, let alone Thor. And the Dark Legion won the victory. As the leader of the Men in Black organization, Chin Yun will definitely not stand by. When the Dark Legion first appeared, the Trisolaran fleet was already in battle, and it was obvious why. Tony knows clearly that the so-called S.H.I.E.L.D on Earth is just kidding with others. S.H.I.E.L.D is not as powerful as the Men in Black. What makes Tony feel the most funny is that many people in S.H.I.E.L.D are already Men in Black. But as the director, Nick has no way at all. He has no way to stop it. Even the best agent in his hands is already in the hands of the Man in Black. Nick is still pretending to be stupid, pretending not to know. How can Nick, who usually plans other people's lives, compare to Chin Yun from the Men in Black organization? It's completely different. It's no better than not knowing, and it's more shocking than not knowing. Tony is telling the truth. Thor curled his lips helplessly. Doesn't he know what's going on? But there is no way, there is no turning back when you open the bow. If you want to do it, you have to consider more things. Thor was ready for battle. He didn't say anything to Tony and turned into a shooting star and appeared beside Carol. Ha! Mjolnir swung at Thanos in a fine arc, knocking Thor back a few steps with one punch. HMPH, this Thor is really asking for trouble. His three-legged cat is good enough in front of us, but isn't he going to die in front of Thanos? Tony smiled wryly. He clearly knew the difference in strength between the two, but Thor seemed to be obsessed with it, which made him have no idea to stop him. Carol, I'm here to help you. How long will it take for your injury to heal? Thor looked at the knife wound on Carol's body, and at a glance, he knew that there was such a cursed force on it. The curse is devouring the energy of Carol's body little by little to breed Thanos' double-edged sword. You help me block it. It won't take long. I will forcefully inject my energy very quickly. Carol frowned and said, she is confident that the power of the curse can be solved. But if she solves the power of the curse at the same time, she has been parrying Thanos' offensive. As a result, she has not solved the trouble as soon as possible and effectively, and the trouble has always troubled herself. However, as long as she is given enough time, the curse power on her body can be touched. It's just that she is worried, can Thor survive for so long? If she is killed by Thanos, what will happen to her? Carol couldn't help cursing inwardly. The Avengers on Earth are really bad, so they sent her a Thor. She turned her head and looked at Chin Yun, an ancient one magician in the distance with resentful eyes. She clearly knew that if Chin Yun didn't make a move, it would be difficult. At the same time, ancient one magician smiled faintly and said to Chin Yun, Chin Yun, look at Carol and look at you again. Look at her little eyes, tusk, 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 as if she is blaming you. The ancient one magician in a yellow robe made an understatement, and the corners of Chin Yun's mouth twitched involuntarily. If you complain, just complain. What kind of porcelain work is there without diamonds? A little cosmic policeman doesn't know how big a storm he can make. A small Thanos is enough for him to drink a pot. As for the others, they are completely useless. Asking for flowers. The meaning of Chin Yun is very concise and clear. Carol can't read Thor enough. From his point of view, it was all children playing tricks, trying to influence him to recruit the Dark Legion. I really don't know why. I can't let the Men in Black organization accept it with confidence. The Trisolaran fleet is sitting behind it. How big a storm can the Dark Legion set off? The higher you jump now, the harder you will fall later. Why don't you surrender to his feet disheartened? Let them suffer, otherwise there will be more troubles in the future. If you want to dominate the universe, it will be difficult for you to do it alone. The ancient one magician said lightly. She clearly understood Chin Yun's inner thoughts, how easy it is to dominate the universe, and how many planets there are. I don't know how many alien civilizations are all enemies one by one. Thanos is just the beginning and an appetizer at the same time. Behind, there are many gods waiting for Chin Yun. It's just that they don't think about making a move now, or they haven't discovered the Men in Black organization on Earth. But as time goes by, the Men in Black organization and its leader, Chin Yun, will all surface. By then, the Men in Black will face more crises and troubles. At the same time, the Earth will no longer be stable. Chin Yun took a deep breath, put his hands behind his back, and thought about what weapon he would use to deal with Thanos later. Should I choose to have Thanos in the bag, or kill Thanos directly? Chin Yun thought about it left and right, and finally chose the first idea, which is to use Thanos for himself, and let Thanos control the Dark Army at the same time. Otherwise, if he were to control the Trisolaran fleet and the Dark Legion at the same time, Chin Yun would not have so much time to waste on this aspect. Come on, can I not think about what you said? As long as I absorb all the energy of infinite gems, is there anything in the entire universe that I can't do? Chin Yun clearly knows how exaggerated the energy of the 6 infinite gems is, and now he has only seen the tip of the iceberg. Impossible. If you want to absorb all the energy of infinite gems, you will die. I am not alarmist, you know it in your heart. Why? Do you know the reason? Chin Yun looked at Ancient One Magician curiously. He knew that Ancient One Magician knew more about infinite gems than himself. Chin Yun just feels very strange. He can still absorb the energy of infinite gems. It's just a matter of time. If he absorbs all infinite gems, there will be a qualitative leap. But if the risk of absorbing infinite gems is so high, it must not be done. The Ancient One magician nodded slowly. She knew that Qin Yun really wanted to be strong, but infinite gems must never get involved. Once you get involved, the results will be absolutely terrifying. She saw in the different space through other means, absorbing the energy of infinite gems, it will be a destruction. She learned from many aspects, and finally found that the energy of infinite gems is too huge, which is difficult for any one person or the 7 or 8 zero gods to achieve. If Qin Yun persists in his obsession, the result can be imagined. She doesn't want Qin Yun to take risks. That's right, the energy of infinite gems cannot be explained. Once absorbed, it will become an unstable factor for the body and eventually lead to the explosion of the body. It is quite terrifying. The Ancient One magician explained unhurriedly, and Qin Yun suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't imagine what he would be like if he used up the energy absorption of infinite gems. It's over, I just absorbed a little bit, but I feel a little stuck. Qin Yun told the truth. He did feel a hindrance in absorbing the energy of infinite gems before, and at first he thought it was because the energy of infinite gems was too huge. But he didn't expect the Ancient One magician to stop him. At first Qin Yun thought that the Ancient One magician was afraid that he would break through to the god of creation. But now looking at the sincere eyes of Ancient One magician, he felt that Ancient One magician didn't need to lie to himself. He put away the notebook containing infinite gems and never dared to touch it again. I hope you can listen to my words and don't secretly absorb the energy of infinite gems again. Well, let's see them. The Ancient One magician spoke lightly, looking at Carol and Thanos in the distance. When Thor joined, it did not bring any obstacles to Thanos. Thor's strength is not at the same level as that of Carol and Thanos. At the moment, Carol is trying his best to remove the curse on the knife on his body. The situation between Thor and Thanos is one-sided. Every time Thanos swings the double-edged knife and slashes at Thor fiercely, Thor always relies on Mjolnir to resist abruptly. If it weren't for Mjolnir's peculiarity, Thor would have been dealt with already, and Thor was sweating profusely. Carol, are you getting better? I can't hold on any longer. Haha, a little god, still dare to make trouble in front of me? If I don't kill you, it's hard to solve the hatred in my heart. Thanos laughed and said, with a strong killing intent in his eyes, he wanted to kill Thor completely. He knows Thor's identity, the son of Odin, but Odin is already old and dying. Even if Odin appears, he can't save Thor. Come on, Thor, hold on for a while. I'm going to be healed soon. Don't worry, just need to defend. Carol said anxiously, and she immediately used the energy on her body to eliminate the power of the curse in her body. All it takes is 2 more minutes of Thor's delay. But what Carol is more worried about is, will Thor really resist Thanos? She drew a big question mark in her heart. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of weapons clashing one after another, Thor's pressure was enormous. It's time for us to shoot. I don't want to see Thor dead. Looking at Qin Yun's situation from a distance, the situation is not good. He has to take action. He doesn't want Thor to die here. Thor is still somewhat helpful to him. Shot. The Ancient One magician asked suspiciously, only to see Qin Yun nodding firmly. In the next second, a golden door appeared in front of Thor, and Thanos' double-edged knife was instantly blocked. Okay, you two back off, Carol. Don't spoil my good deed, otherwise you will die. Ancient One magician and Qin Yun came out from the golden door. Thor was panting behind him, and Carol was still dealing with his own body. Carol frowned and didn't say much. Her situation was not good. Carol sighed slowly. It turned into a streamer and left the battlefield. Ancient One magician, are you going to stop me? And you human beings, you are really beyond your capabilities. Thanos snorted coldly, looked at Qin Yun and Ancient One magician in front of him. He wanted to have a hearty battle with Ancient One magician. I don't want to fight you, but I have other ideas. The Ancient One magician shook his head slowly, with his hands behind his back. Thanos, I have told your Dark Legions, submit to me or die. You are now the leader of the Dark Legion. You should think about it first. I suggest you choose to submit to me, otherwise you will die. Qin Yun said without any emotion. Thanos glanced at Qin Yun in surprise. Surrender to you. Isn't it too much of a joke? You really think you can conquer me? The Dark Legion obeys my orders. Kill, kill, kill. All the soldiers in the Dark Legion shouted loudly, resounding throughout the universe. It is impossible to make them surrender. As long as Thanos gives the order, they are willing to throw their heads and blood. Kill! Hear the shouts of G-soldiers. Do you think we will really surrender? Thanos laughed loudly, and suddenly a small pistol appeared in Qin Yun's hand, and he squinted his eyes. Surrender or die? I'll give you a minute to think about it. I think you should think about it carefully. The soldiers of the Dark Legion were dumbfounded when they saw Qin Yun take out a small pistol. It looked like a very ordinary gun. They all laughed. 4. 7. What is this human being kidding? Take a small pistol and dare to frighten our king? Isn't it ridiculous? Haha, yes, it's just a small pistol. I thought I would take it out. Don't you know that our king is from the Eternal Clan? The physical defense is extremely strong, and I don't fear anything at all. HMPH, stupid human beings, they will really look down on us. Just wait to die. Our king, fight. Fight, fight. However, Thanos outside the fleet didn't think so. He looked at Qin Yun's pitch-black muzzle and had a bad premonition in his heart. But the courage in his heart made him unable to choose to surrender. He wants to conquer the entire universe. The Earth will be occupied by him, and all 6 infinite gems will be in his hands. Humans, give me 6 infinite gems, and I may choose to surrender to you, but you underestimate me and my soldiers. A little pistol, what are you thinking about? At the same time, the Ancient One magician standing beside Qin Yun didn't think so. She had seen Qin Yun's methods before. Any high-tech products, unimaginable things will appear from his hands. This time, the Ancient One magician also felt the same way. Are you sure it's just a small pistol? Are you really going to choose death? Thanos, I think you are useful. Otherwise, you would have died a long time ago. Qin Yun told the truth that he wanted to use Thanos to manage the Dark Legion. Otherwise, it would be too tiring for him to manage alone. So stay with Thanos over and over again, otherwise Thanos staying will not do him any good. Thanos snorted coldly, reached out and pressed the small pistol to his forehead. Do you dare to try it? I don't believe that this little pistol of yours can kill me. It's too silly. Qin Yun frowned slightly. 21 Thanos laughed when he saw this scene. No way, I think you just can't. If you kill me, you won't be like this. I bet the little pistol can't kill me. You are really cheap. If there is a way to heaven, you don't go. And if there is no way to hell, you go on your own. Qin Yun didn't show any kindness to Thanos. He just felt that Thanos was too big, and he still had to teach him a lesson, otherwise he wouldn't know how big the sky is. Qin Yun moved the small pistol slowly, aimed at Thanos' arm, and pulled the trigger. Thanos is still smiling. Why? Don't you dare to kill me, or your pistol's power is nothing more than that, so what do I think? At the same time, in the Men in Black organization on Earth, everyone saw that Thanos' right arm was directly turned into a bare piece under Qin Yun's small pistol. Haha, this Thanos is really a toast and doesn't eat fine wine. The boss just doesn't want to have the same knowledge as him, and he didn't expect to make some arrogant demands again and again. Who says it's not? If the boss didn't want to take the Dark Legion into his pocket, the Dark Legion and Thanos would have already disappeared. Is it possible that one day we will go to work with Thanos? It's so interesting, isn't it? What kind of feeling does it feel to go to work with a purple potato monster? And Qin Yun and Ancient One magician, who were far away in the universe, smiled without saying a word. The two of them looked at each other, and Ancient One magician pointed to his right arm. Thanos, I think you should take a look at your own body. This is Qin Yun teaching you a lesson. I hope you can take care of yourself. Just as Thanos was about to say something, he lowered his head and looked at the direction of his right arm, but there was nothing there, as if he had never owned his right arm. Huh, FK, what's going on? What did you do to me just now? Why is my right arm gone? Impossible. What the hell is going on? Where is my right arm? Thanos looked at the double-edged knife that fell to the ground without any reaction at all. JARVIS, JARVI. Detect what level of technology is the small pistol in Qin Yun's hand, and why is it so lethal? And Thanos still hasn't responded at all. If I learn this technology, my weapons from Tony Stark Industries will be upgraded to another level. Seeing this scene from a distance, Tony was very excited, because the technology on Qin Yun's body was really advanced. Let him have no idea how Qin Yun's technological products came about. 10 weapons are simply too advanced. Tony thought that his technology industry was already mature, but in front of Qin Yun, he acted like a child. It was not enough to watch. As for how easy it is to learn Qin Yun's technology, he tried to make JARVIS measure Qin Yun's technology a long time ago, but JARVIS can't do it at all. The only thing around Tony is JARVIS. If JARVIS is useless, there is basically no way out. Report, sir. Qin Yun's weapon cannot be detected at all, and it is completely impossible with our current technology. If we keep researching in this direction, how many years will it take to catch up with Qin Yun's technology? Sir, after a test, 5,000 years should be able to catch up with Qin Yun's technology. What? 5,000 years? Hearing the reply from JARVIS, Tony widened his eyes and smiled in surprise. What kind of concept is 5,000 years? It seems that Tony Stark Industry will never be able to catch up with Qin Yun's technological footsteps. If you can get that small pistol from Qin Yun's hand and study it carefully, you should be able to speed up the progress of science and technology. Just want such a huge amounts of weapon with lethality? Is it easy to talk about it? It can have huge amounts of lethality against Thanos at the level of the creator god. Now Qin Yun is just showing mercy and making Thanos lose one of his arms. If Qin Yun aimed at Thanos' head or Thanos' entire body, wouldn't it be all gone? Thinking of this, Tony felt deep fear. In terms of technology, he had always been proud of himself, but in front of Qin Yun, nothing was enough. It hit his self-confidence deeply and made him a little lonely. At the same time, the fleet of the Dark Legion has appeared under the eyes of Qin Yun 440 and Ancient One Magician. The door of the fleet opened, and General Xingqiu and Ebony Maw came out. Don't hurt our king, we choose to surrender. Stop! Corvus Glaive and Ebony Maw really had no choice. They watched from the fleet spaceship in the distance. Qin Yun slightly pulled the trigger, and Thanos' arm disappeared instantly. If it is changed to other parts, it may be more dangerous, and it is not impossible that there will be no bones left. Corvus Glaive and Ebony Maw cannot see the possibility that their king will die. So he ordered the fleet to sprint at the maximum speed immediately and appeared behind Thanos in the next second. Before Thanos could react, he could not help cursing when he heard Corvus Glaive and Ebony Maw choose to submit. Corvus Glaive, Ebony Maw, you two are my right-hand men. Lead my soldiers to surrender? Why? Tell me a reason, otherwise I will never let you two go. Thanos stared at Corvus Glaive and Ebony Maw viciously. He hadn't realized that he had already walked through the gates of hell and thought he was the king of the eternal family. However, the appearance of Qin Yun has already taken off the crown on Milu's head. Fighting alone, can Thanos withstand Qin Yun's small pistol? It is simply a product of technology beyond the universe, and they have never seen such an exaggerated power. As for the fleet, no matter how powerful their Dark Legion's fleet is, they can be invincible in other places, but Qin Yun's Trisolaran fleet is not enough at all. From the previous firepower charge, it could be clearly seen that the firepower of the Dark Legion and the Trisolaran fleet broke out, and the Dark Legion lost 20%. However, the Trisolaran fleet simply lost 5%. For the Dark Legion, 20% is enough to hurt the muscles and bones. As for the Trisolaran fleet, 5% is completely painless. If you continue to persist in obsession, the Dark Army will be wiped out. Corvus Glaive is worried about every soldier of the Dark Legion, and Ebony Maw is worried about the safety of their King Thanos. The two of them thought over and over again in the Dark Legion's fleet, and in the end they could only choose such a result. My lord, we have no other choice. If we continue to persevere, our people and your life will all die. We have no choice. We surrender to him now. There is no other way. Wang, I hope you can understand our good intentions. Corvus Glaive replied sincerely, but Thanos didn't respond. He stood up, holding a double-edged knife in his left hand, and was about to strike towards General Glaive. Thanos, I suggest that you still think about it. If you are under your command, if you continue to be obsessed, I may aim at your head next time. You should think about it yourself. Qin Yun said without any emotion, and he also felt that Corvus Glaive is a talent. He is a man who can bend and stretch, and Thanos at the moment is a little too impatient. Don't calm down and think about it at all. What is the purpose of my subordinates? It's not for the life of Thanos, but also for the soldiers of the Dark Legion. If they fight head-to-head, it won't do any good for the Dark Legion. That's why Corvus Glaive chose to surrender. From Qin Yun's point of view, Corvus Glaive is such a man who knows the current affairs and is a hero. He couldn't help but applaud the general in his heart. If Thanos wants to shoot and kill Corvus Glaive, he has to ask Qin Yun whether he agrees with the gun in his hand. The speed of the gun in his hand is already faster than the speed of light. If he pulls the trigger lightly, Thanos may not even react. He is already dead. Thanos ignored Qin Yun but looked at Ebony Maw standing beside Corvus Glaive. His eyes widened. Ebony Maw, I've always been kind to you. Do you think the same way as Corvus Glaive? Thanos desperately wanted to know Ebony Maw's answer, and Ebony Maw curled his lips helplessly, wondering what happened to his king and whether his head was broken. Didn't see the situation clearly until now, still unwilling to admit the facts. Ebony Maw sighed helplessly and replied respectfully. Our king, we have to think about the future. Their technology and fleet are far beyond our level, and your strength is also greatly limited, so surrender is the best choice. We still have a chance in the future. Thanos sat limply on the ground in an instant. He couldn't believe it, but the facts were already placed in front of him. He had to accept it if he didn't want to. Come on, that young man next to Ancient One Magician, we surrender. Very good, you made the most correct choice. Ancient One Magician helps Thanos restore his arm. Otherwise, it will take Thanos' method for who knows how long. Qin Yun heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Thanos has agreed to surrender himself. Then everything is settled. As for other things, let's think about it later. The Ancient One Magician smiled helplessly. A golden light appeared on Thanos' right arm, and the next second Thanos felt his right arm a little itchy. He saw that his right arm was growing out little by little, and after a while it had completely appeared. Ancient One Magician, I didn't expect you to have such abilities. Thanos said with a smile. Ancient One Magician nodded without saying anything. She turned to look at Qin Yun. Qin Yun then took out a contract. Sign the names of the three of you on it, and you will be my subordinates in the future. As for the soldiers of the Dark Legion, let them go to the next galaxy first. The Earth cannot accommodate so many. Thanos took it, looked at the content of the contract, and found that it looked like an ordinary piece of paper, but the content inside was not simple. As long as you sign your name, you will be bound by the rules of the universe. Once you violate it, you will be instantly killed by the power of the universe. Even if he is the god of creation, he cannot escape this result. Thanos couldn't help but twitched his mouth. He didn't expect the crusade against the Earth to end like this. He really lost his wife and lost his army and didn't bring down the Earth. He also lost himself and his dark army. Thanos really wants to die. He wants to cry but has no tears at. It doesn't matter, become my subordinate, goddess of death, I will help you grab it. As for a small Deadpool, it is not enough to look at. As long as you do well under my hands, goddess of death will definitely send it up. Qin Yun said cheerfully, the goddess of death he promised to go out. I don't know what the goddess of death will think when she hears it. But it doesn't matter. No matter what, in the Milky Way, the goddess of death has nothing to do with herself. Is this true? When Thanos heard the name of the goddess of death, and heard that Qin Yun would send the goddess of death to his house in the future, he forgot for a moment that he had surrendered. It's hard to chase after a gentleman's words. Thanos, you should still think about how you can do your own. Kyan Nuohao, job well. Qin Yun nodded, and both Corvus Glaive and Ebony Maw were dumbfounded. The two of them looked at Thanos with a look of hatred for iron and steel, but they didn't expect that their great king was just an out-and-out licking dog after all. Maybe in Thanos' mind, they don't care about these people at all. As long as the goddess of death wants, Thanos can kill all the people, and then give them all with their souls in their smiling hands. The appearance of the name of the goddess of death completely changed Thanos' eyes. It's really a licking dog, don't you know that the dog has to die? Qin Yun thought in his heart. He really didn't understand Thanos' thoughts, but as long as he joined him, he could gradually absorb the strength of Thanos as the creator god. And it doesn't have any effect on Thanos, which is more effective than infinite gems. Thinking of this, Chin-Yun showed a satisfied smile. After tossing back and forth for so long, it can be regarded as a good answer. As for the rest, it is completely out of his consideration. Rest for a while, wait for a while to see. As for the 6 infinite gems, you have to deal with them properly. Once the 6 infinite gems are taken away by others, it will be troublesome. Thanos hurriedly signed the contract, and then Corvus Glaive and Ebony Maw had no choice but to sign their names. In the next second, a tremor occurred in the depths of their hearts, and there was a trace in the depths of their souls. Okay, let the Dark Army be sent to other planets. Anyway, your fleet is also very fast. If there is any emergency, just call them. As for Thanos, Corvus Glaive, and Ebony Maw, you 3 come with me. Okay, there's nothing else to do. Let's go back to our respective homes and find our mothers. Chin-Yun waved his hand and said, Ancient One Magician opened a golden door in front of the 4 of them. Passing through the door is the inside of the Men in Black organization on Earth. Seeing them return to the Earth through the means of Ancient One Magician, everyone 370 outside, the universe also breathed a sigh of relief. With Thanos' solution, they don't have to worry too much in the future. What surprised them was that Chin-Yun had acquired the Trisolaran fleet and then Thanos. What exactly is the Men in Black organization doing on Earth? Is it to rebel? Want to dominate the Earth? They didn't dare to guess. At the moment, Natasha Romanoff in S.H.I.E.L.D. on Earth saw that Chin-Yun and Ancient One Magician had returned to the Men in Black organization. Okay, I'm going back. As for what's going on, let's talk about it later. You have to think about the Men in Black organization. Natasha Romanoff smiled faintly, then waved to Director Nick, and left the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Boss, you are finally back. If any of you make the boss have trouble, you will all die. Damn, the boss already has us. Why do you need them? What's the use of them? Come back to hurt you, right? Okay, let's not say a few words. You come here and take the 3 of them to go through the entry procedures, and then arrange jobs for them. When you come here, you have to work and run things. Chin-Yun shrugged indifferently and said to the agent, Agent J understood, and took Corvus Glaive, Ebony Maw, and Thanos to other places. Chin-Yun, who returned to his office, finally let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at the notebook with 6 infinite gems on the table in front of him, he was a little dazed for a while. The 6 infinite gems must not be lost, but where would it be better to put them? Or distribute the 6 infinite gems to 6 people and let them keep them better, and they can use the energy on the gems at the same time. The Ancient One Magician appeared in Chin-Yun's office and spoke. Chin-Yun waved his hand quickly. He was the last thing he wanted to think about. How can you get all the infinite gems in the time administration? Isn't it because you give infinite gems to every designated person? But those designated people are not enough to watch at all, and they are useless at all. In the end, I failed to keep my life, and neither did infinite gems. No one wants to see this situation. If infinite gems are lost, it will be even more troublesome to find them back. Chin-Yun quickly vetoed the idea. Impossible, Ancient One Magician. You should know that although you can strengthen yourself with the infinite gems, your risk factor is also gradually increasing. It's not about your risk factor for the Earth and the Men in Black organization, but your own risk factor for being targeted by others. The previous few infinite gems were kept by people, but should the Time Management Bureau take it away or take it away, how can you let me, CBBJ, rest assured? Chin-Yun spoke in earnest, and Ancient One Magician nodded his head. He thought about it thoughtfully and felt that what Chin-Yun said was not unreasonable. However, because of a magician, he couldn't think of any good ideas for a while. Then, what should we do? Is the infinite gems just in your office? Isn't it more risky? What if someone comes to steal something? In the opinion of Ancient One Magician, the 6 infinite gems should be separated, not concentrated. If concentrated, it is more dangerous than separated. Is the organization really rock solid inside? Like an iron barrel, can it resist all intrusions? Chin-Yun smiled and nodded. The person who can steal things in my office has not yet been born, don't worry. It's the safest thing to put in my office, but let me put it in a more conspicuous place. Ancient One magician curled his lips helplessly. Qin Yun already had an idea in his heart and asked her so many, he was really talkative. After talking for a long time, Qin Yun will not take his own measures. It's just a waste of time. Okay, you can figure it out. I'm leaving. In the next second, the Ancient One magician disappeared into Qin Yun's office, and Qin hung the notebook with 6 infinite gems directly opposite his desk. He can see it every day when he raises his head, and he won't lose it. Thinking of this, Qin Yun smiled with satisfaction and praised himself in his heart as a genius for being able to think of such a good way. Before Qin Yun could sit still, there were several knocks on the office door. Bang, bang, bang. Come in. The door opened, and the people who came in were Agent J, Corvus Glaive, Ebony Maw, and Thanos. Boss, their entry procedures have been completed, and their work has been arranged. I propose to let them serve as a diplomatic team to make friends with civilizations and creatures on other planets. Don't they have the Dark Legion? This is better than the Trisolaran fleet. Let the Trisolaran fleet guard the base camp. What do you think? The agent suggested that he thought his idea was pretty good, and that the current Men in Black organization will move beyond the universe sooner or later. Now that Thanos and others have just been recovered, it is just right to send Thanos to adventure in the surrounding universe and make friends. Not bad, not bad. You have considered it quite well, since you have proposed it, then I agree. These 3 people are all managed by you. You only need to report a few to me regularly, and as for other things, I'll talk to Jay. When the agent heard this, he was overjoyed. Looking at the 3 big guys in front of him, one day he would be able to order the so-called aliens to work for him. Thank you, boss, for your trust. Woohoo! The agent clenched his fist, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Are we really going to make friends? I know more or less about the lives in the outer universe, just kill them, and then plunder resources to enrich our Men in Black organization. Thanos asked with a sullen face. In his opinion, it would be too childish for his dark army to be sent out to become a diplomat. It's better to just send a fleet to sweep away the life in other universes. All the things you rob are useful, Tilda. One can increase one's strength while being invisible. Why not do it? Agent J said with a straight face. What the boss says is what the boss says. You guys in Black have just joined the job. You have to know that what the boss says is what you say. Don't have any rebuttal ideas. And your idea is very dangerous. The purpose of our Men in Black is not to strengthen our organization by slaughtering other universes. The agent looked at Thanos, thinking that a purple potato monster would dare to openly contradict his boss. Do you want to do it again in the future? Wait, Goose! Qin Yun sounded thoughtfully, and at the same time, a systematic voice came from his mind. Update daily tasks. Option 1. Agree that Thanos will attack life and species in other universes by means of plunder resources, and plunder population, so as to increase the strength of the Men in Black. Reward 500 spaceships comparable to the main fleet of the Dark Legion. Option 2. Agree that Thanos will establish a relationship with the multi-universe in a diplomatic way, with close and friendly means, and maintain interest exchanges, and become the most sincere ally of the Man in Black. The reward is comparable to the 300 ships of the main fleet of the Trisolaran fleet spaceship. I want to choose both options. How about the system? Then it's agreed. The sound of the system did not sound in Qin Yun's mind again. Qin Yun opened his mouth and said, No, Thanos, the task I entrusted to you is this. You listen carefully. Facing alien civilizations that are stronger than your own, make friends with them and don't start a battle with them. In the face of those who are weaker than you, then you just go to plunder resources. As long as you can strengthen your fleet, no matter what means you have, it's okay. Hearing this, Thanos' eyes couldn't help but become excited. Such an idea is the most appropriate. Let him, a dignified member of the Eternal family, go to the universe to negotiate. That obviously underestimated his Thanos' reputation. In his opinion, diplomacy has to be established under the force of bloody battles and guns, and other alien civilizations dare to resist. Why don't they obediently make friends with the Men in Black on Earth? Instead of saying it earnestly, it is better to make an example to others. Thank you, boss. We like to do this. If this is the case, the regiment will make them succumb to the prestige of our men in black. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome for cats and dogs to invade the earth. Thanos said honestly, but he didn't know that before the cats and dogs in his mouth, there was his dark army. Okay, this time you came to Earth and fought with the Trisolaran fleet and lost 20% of the spaceships. I will add some for you now. Boss, how much more? I have 2,000 ships under my hand now, but now there may only be 1,500 to 1,600. I think it is enough. Thanos invaded the Earth this time, and he brought all his original 2,000 ships, which was much richer than the average creator god. Ordinary Qiangxi gods can only kill the people under their hands, and there are only less than 1,000 ships. And he has such a background because of his strong strength and many battles at the same time. No, 100 spaceships. Don't say that our organization has nothing to do with you. What? 800. Just like giving Thanos to him easily, Corvus Glaive and Ebony Maw on the side both grew their mouths, and they couldn't believe their ears. He looked at Qin Yun in surprise for a moment. Boss, do we have so many people in black? Why haven't I heard of it before? The agent asked curiously. He had never heard of any spaceship before. Didn't expect Qin Yun to be rich and powerful, so he came out directly to the 800 guards. Let him be more or less a little surprised. That's right. That's 800 ships. It's in the outer space of the Earth now, Thanos. You can let your soldiers see it. Qin Yun's system rewards have already arrived, and the 800 ships are genuine, directly parked in the outer space of the Earth. Asking for flowers. Real? Thanos' eyes widened. He didn't expect that he would have so much trust just after he joined the Black organization. For a moment, his heart was full of emotions, and he didn't know what to say. Ebony Maw, you call the soldiers immediately. Let's go to the outer space of the Earth to have a look. Thanos said in a hurry. The fighting spirit in his heart ignited once again. Add another 800 spaceships, plus I have between 2,200 and 2,300. With such a large fleet, I can definitely govern half of the universe. Okay, I leave the matter to you. Thanos doesn't care what you do. You can do whatever you want. Qin Yun waved his hand. The arrangement is very clear. 800 spaceships are already the cost that the system has rewarded the most recently. All for Thanos is the limit. The agent looked at Qin Yun like a fanboy. As the leader of the Men in Black organization, he has more and more secrets. Boss, you are really powerful. I admire you more and more now. Give me 800 spaceships, and I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Thanos also called Qin Yun the boss. He felt very emotional for Qin Yun now, and he had gained great trust. What a wonderful thing it is to conquer more planets in the future, and possibly get the goddess of death. There are soldiers under his hands and the goddess of death around him, and Thanos feels very excited just thinking about it. Just make sure to complete the task, and contact me at any time, and contact me if there are any other important matters. Qin Yun said indifferently and handed things over to Thanos, other things he didn't want to consider. Okay, boss, can I have one more request? What request? I want a power gem, which was originally. Thanos wanted to say that before the power gem was his own, he was already strong, and with another power gem, his strength would improve by leaps and bounds and rise to another level. Now Qin Yun has 6 infinite gems, and Thanos even wants to ask for as many gems as he wants, but this request seems a bit too much, and he dare not say any more. No, infinite gems cannot be handed over. What if there is a problem? You'd better give up on this idea. With the 800 fleet I gave you, you can do whatever you want. You don't have to worry too much. As for other things, you don't have to think about it. Use your means to tell the whole universe that anyone who dares to want infinite gems will die with one word. Even the time administration is the same. There was a murderous intent in Qin Yun's eyes. He didn't teach the people of the Time Management Bureau a good lesson last time. When the next time comes, he must trample the Time Management Bureau under his feet. Looking at Qin Yun's eyes, Thanos and the others couldn't help but shuddered. Thanos at the moment hadn't figured it out yet. Where did Qin Yun in front of me come from? When he was wandering in the universe, no one knew that there was an organization of men in black on the Earth. At the same time, I didn't expect that the boss of 600 to the men in black is a young man with super strength, and he has many products that do not conform to the Earth's technology, which is many times stronger than their technology. Now, with a wave of his hand, he directly gave him 800 spaceships. This kind of generosity has never been seen anywhere. Thanos put away the excitement in his heart. He only had one idea, and he will be at ease when it comes. Having already chosen to submit to Qin Yun's heart, he will never think about other things again. Anyway, following such a powerful boss is not a shame. Didn't ruin his Thanos reputation either. Okay, boss, let's go first. If there is anything important, I will definitely report it. I will definitely return to Earth within 2 years and bring a different dark army to that day. Thanos resolutely assured Qin Yun. Qin Yun squinted his eyes, very relieved. As long as the people under him are like this, how can the organization of the men in black not grow stronger? Dominating the entire universe, not to mention a simple idea, is a completely achievable idea. Stay here, I still have something to tell you. The agent was about to go out, but Qin Yun called him back, and he shouted excitedly. Boss, I knew that you would entrust me with some tasks. If you have anything to do, just tell me, and I will definitely complete the task. Qin Yun smiled helplessly. He is such a person who likes to be careless all the time, but under his carefree style, he is extremely delicate. I just want to tell you, every time Thanos conquers a planet, report to me. Well, there's nothing else to do, let's go. After listening to the agent, he walked out of the office dejectedly. He didn't expect that Qin Yun just gave him a very simple job, and he thought he was going to do a big job. At the same time, Thanos and others are flying towards the outer space of the Earth. Wang, do you think it's a good thing or a bad thing for us to surrender to Qin Yun? Ebony Maw took a deep breath and spoke. He didn't expect that attacking the Earth would be shooting himself in the foot. He lost his wife and broke his army and lost the entire Dark Army. This made him, as a think tank of the Dark Legion, really hit his confidence too much. However, Corvus Glaive did not have such scruples. He felt that Thanos' choice to submit to Qin Yun was a correct choice. You must know that the Dark Legion is not at the same level as the Trisolaran fleet. If they refuse to attack the Earth again, they will simply seek their own death. Especially when Thanos was shot by Qin Yun's small pistol, his arm disappeared. What a scary technology. In addition, Qin Yun directly explained 800 spaceships with a wave of his big hand. Who in the universe has such a big hand? Even Thanos can hardly do it. The fleet of 2,000 spaceships was brought down bit by bit. But what about the men in black organization on Earth? An unknown organization that rose from the ground. However, it would be too ridiculous to underestimate the men in black organization because of these. Thanos shook his head slowly. He sighed deeply. It was hard for him to accept it for a while, but there was still nothing he could do. At that time, if he did not choose to surrender, he would most likely die, and he would die without a burial, and the entire Dark Legion might lose everything because of his choice. He is the leader of the Dark Legion, and he has to take on the corresponding responsibilities, not because of his own consideration. He must always focus on the overall situation. But Ebony Maw is just the opposite. What he hopes most in his heart is that Thanos is safe and sound. As for the soldiers under his hands, they are dead. When the time comes to fight again, he will continue to collect captives and turn them into his own soldiers. What he advocates is aggression, and he will arm himself with the strength of other planets. In this way, while invading, your team will become stronger and stronger. How simple is it? Ebony Maw, don't think too much about it. I think it is the right choice to submit to Qin Yun now. What other options do we have? Put away your schemes. You must know that in the face of absolute strength, schemes are only a small part. Sometimes thinking too much will hinder your own steps. Now that we have surrendered to Qin Yun and become the organization of the men in black, we have to work for the men in black. You won't understand such a simple truth. Believe me, this time is definitely not a wrong choice. Thanos spoke earnestly. He knew Ebony Maw, knew the little Jiujiu in Ebony Maw's heart at the moment. The meaning of his words made Ebony Maw put away that simple strategy, and everything was a foregone conclusion. No matter how you think about it, it is a waste of time and the capacity of your brain. The contract they signed is always restricting themselves. If there is an idea of rebellion in your heart, there is only one word for the ending, and that is death. And it is rejected by the whole universe. The universe rule is a mysterious law. No one will question the universe rule. Everyone is obeying it. As for destroying the rules of the universe, those who do not abide by the rules of the universe obviously have only one way waiting for them, and that is a dead end. Without any choice, death is the only answer. Ebony Maw listened to what Thanos said. He nodded. The matter is a foregone conclusion. He should do his own job well and manage it under the management of the Men in Black organization. They are still very free. You can still continue to do what you want to do, and you will not be controlled very much. You only need to report on time and report any major actions and actions in time. Chin Yun may also provide them with greater help in the follow-up, the help that can be obtained without plundering. Why not do it? After the three of them reappeared outside the Earth, looking at a total of 800 spaceships, they didn't know what to say for a while. I didn't lie to us. 500 spaceships can rival the Dark Legion, and 300 spaceships can rival the Trisolaran fleet. Let's go. Thanos shouted excitedly. At the moment he seemed to have no king, like a child who saw something happy. He stepped forward and stroked the spaceship. The fighting spirit in his heart once again welled up in his heart. He wanted to kill all directions and trampled all the planets under his feet. At that time, Goddess of Death will naturally know clearly which one is more important, herself than Deadpool. Thinking of this, Thanos showed a smug smile, as if the Goddess of Death was by his side in the next second. Ebony Maw and Corvus Glaive looked at Thanos' moved expression and shook their heads for a while without saying anything. Let the soldiers redeploy again. Count the current total number of spaceships in 21. I need to reply as soon as possible. Thanos waved his hand and immediately ordered to go down. Ebony Maw and Corvus Glaive started to get busy. After a while, General Dao said with the collected information, "My lord, we now have a total of 18,000 people and a total of 2,260 spaceships. There are about 7 or 8 people per spaceship. I will deploy it immediately, and we will be able to set off immediately." Corvus Glaive at the moment is also full of enthusiasm. Once invaded the Earth, did not lose too many spaceships, but gained so many more. This made their Dark Legion rich again. After Thanos heard the answer, he also smiled. "Go, my people, my soldiers, let us go home again. Let us find the treasures in the universe. We want a plunder in a short time to make our dark army stronger again." Thanos shouted loudly, and all the soldiers of the Dark Legion responded one after another, resounding through the outer space of the Earth. At the same time, Chin Yun in the organization of the Men in Black on Earth slowly took the infinite gems down from the wall. The 6 infinite gems exude enormous energy, and each gemstone is dazzling. He couldn't help being attracted for a while, watched for a while, and sighed helplessly. Hey, the energy of infinite gems can't be absorbed. When can I absorb it? The energy of infinite gems is enough to make me a creation god, or even above creation god. Tusk, 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 what a pity. If the Ancient One magician hadn't told me, maybe I'd be really hot. Chin Yun shook his head. He had 6 infinite gems, as if he had a huge amount of wealth befalling him, but he had no way to squander this huge amount of wealth. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. After looking at it for a while, he hung infinite gems on the wall again, looking at it every day as a motivation to improve his strength. Chin Yun returned to the chair, lay down, felt the strength of his own body, thanks to the help of the system and the addition of Thanos this time. The stronger the strength of the Dark Legion, the greater their improvement. Thanos, Corvus Glaive, and Ebony Maw are also good. The surrender of Thanos alone has made him improve his original strength by leaps and bounds, and now he is only a step away from the god of creation. I don't know who will recruit the Men in Black organization next time. The recruitment cannot stop, and we must find people with potential and good strength. Chin Yun couldn't think of a good candidate for a while and began to search for content such as the Marvel movies he had seen before. Finally, Lock on Asgard. Thor's hometown, there are talented people Loki, and Thor's sister Hela. Even if a dead camel is bigger than a horse, Odin is still a good choice. Why not in District 9? Thinking of this, Qin-Yun has secretly decided that Asgard is the first choice, and it is also close to the Earth. Just by opening the Bifrost pole, you can instantly reach Asgard. It is very convenient and fast, and there is no need to find other types and civilizations in other universes. Receive the host's idea, the daily task is refreshed. 1. Conquer Asgard and let all the people of Kyushu surrender under their feet. Reward the axe of Thor. 2. Slaughter Asgard, kill 60% of the people of Kyushu, and reward the Godslayer, a weapon capable of cutting at the subatomic level. Just when Qin-Yun had an idea, the system immediately suggested it in Qin-Yun's mind. What kind of crap is the axe of Thor? What would I want it for? If you want to do it, make a big sum and kill all the people of Kyushu. Isn't it wonderful? Qin-Yun's expression reveals a murderous intent, although he also seems to have Asgard in his pocket, but compared with this Godslayer, it is not at the same level. After much deliberation, Qin-Yun finally chose the second task. The existence of the Godslayer can give him a handy weapon. Usually holding high-tech spears and cannons, you can't show your prestige at all. If you want to do it, you can be a general who overcomes obstacles, holding top-notch weapons, and beheading the entire universe. Qin-Yun fantasized, and the smile on his face became even stronger. Thor, don't blame me 290, blame the system if you want to. That's the task the system gave me, I have no choice. Qin-Yun secretly muttered in his heart, if Thor hears it, he will be P********** D off. Obviously there is still a task to choose, but Qin-Yun chose not to choose for the reward. Instead, I chose Mission 2, which is full of killing paths, and it will be Asgard's nightmare. There is still a lot of time to make adequate responses, so don't be too anxious. In the next 3 days, the organization of the Man in Black underwent changes and adjustments. Tony Stark, one of the employees, was now in full swing to study the technology of the Man in Black. He wants to research the technological products of the Men in Black so that they can be used in Tony Stark Industry and take Tony Stark Industry to another level. Thinking of this, Tony has an inexhaustible motivation all over his body, and he is eager to develop every product. In the end, he found that the technological products and level of the Men in Black organization were many levels higher than his own, which made him surprised and scared for a while. However, more excited, Tony is going to become a technology madman through and through. Boss, Tony has been making some small moves in private recently. I don't know if I should report to you. An employee of the Men in Black immediately reported to Qin-Yun that he had recently discovered that Tony was in a daze and was desperately studying the technology of the Men in Black organization. This made him really not know what to do, because the technology of the Men in Black belonged to the Men in Black. Even if Tony was an employee of the Men in Black, he shouldn't have the authority to research technology. The most important thing is that the technology developed by Tony is to improve his own outside industry, which makes him even more afraid to let Tony continue. In the end, I had no choice but to respond to Qin-Yun as soon as possible and asked Qin-Yun to wait a little longer to see if Tony should continue to study or what. What's Tony doing? Can you tell me about it? Based on Qin-Yun's understanding of Tony, there is a high probability that it is something related to technology. Otherwise, what little tricks could Tony have hidden under his nose? That is obviously impossible. Qin-Yun still has a little understanding of the employees under him, especially after seeing the experience of Marvel. For the original crew of Avengers, he has a deeper understanding of them. He is researching technology and then sending it to the Tony Stark Industry outside. Should we stop it or not? What should we do? The employee said honestly, he scratched his head, he couldn't be the master in this regard. Let him study it, as he is like, I don't know how many years it will take to study it. Maybe it will not come out after studying it to death. Qin-Yun is not talking nonsense. The rewards given to him by the system, those products of technology, are completely ahead of the entire era by how many years? Hundreds or even thousands of years. Even if you put the real thing in front of you, it depends on whether Tony has the ability to research it and use it in the property under his name. That is not an easy thing. Are you sure? Boss, our technology is precious. What will we do if it is successfully researched by Tony? The employees shouted anxiously, talking about the research and invention of technology. In New York, Tony is undoubtedly the first person. Nobody can do it better than him. Can't research until death. You underestimate Tony. Chin Yun saw his thoughts through the eyes of the employees, and Chin Yun spoke unhurriedly. It's okay, don't worry, Tony can't research it out, let him do it, and don't ask me for this matter in the future. As an employee of the Men in Black, you are relatively free. As long as there is no threat to the organization, you can do anything. Chin Yun didn't pay too much attention to this aspect, and the employees saw that the boss agreed, so he was embarrassed to say anything. Chin Yun squinted his eyes. He wanted to find Thor and reach Asgard through Bifrost, which can be said to be the most prosperous area in Kyushu. There is no other kingdom or kingdom that can be compared to Asgard. It's just not a good world this time. Next, what awaits them will be a bloodbath. Soon, Chin Yun found Thor in a bar in New York. Thor, why have you been here for so long recently? When are you going back to Asgard? Thor finishes the glass of beer in front of him and shakes his head. I don't know. Asgard can come back whenever he wants. I have to pick a time when I go back to my own home. How is that possible? Thor smiled, thinking back to what he had done in Asgard, how good it was. It's just that there is one thing on the earth that traps him firmly, that is, the delicious beer in front of him. In Asgard, there is no beer made of malt sugar at all, and it is all fruit wine or the like. Compared with beer, it does not feel of the same grade or taste. Although the fruit wine made in Asgard is processed through many methods, compared with beer, he feels that beer tastes better. And fried chicken. How in the world is there such delicious food? Sweet and delicious, crispy and addictive, although every fried chicken is full of oil, but for food lovers, it is really hard to come by. No, I want to go to Asgard recently. Do you have any idea to go back? Chin Yun smiled and ordered a glass of beer, raised the glass and asked Thor. Thor narrowed his eyes and glanced at Chin Yun. A leader of the Men in Black organization, what is the purpose of going to Asgard? Do you have any plans? Thor had to think about the worst. The ability of the Men in Black organization showed that it was a product no less than a cosmic civilization, and the existence of strength and technology was close to a powerful cosmic civilization. This made him wonder for a while what Chin Yun came to Asgard for. It's okay, I definitely want to go to Wonderland for a while. I just solved a big trouble like Thanos. I naturally want to relax, how about it? Any thoughts on taking me on a tour of your realm in Asgard? Chin Yun said with a smile, the harmless appearance of humans and animals is really confusing. Okay, since you have such an idea, then I will take you back to Asgard to take a look. Just in time for my father to see you, the leader of the Men in Black organization on Earth. He is not often seen. I don't know how many years ago, Kyushu was defeated by the real Odin. His strength can be said to be unpredictable. I heard that there is an organization of Men in Black on the Earth. I can't help but have some thoughts in my heart. I want to meet the leader of the Men in Black organization. But after Thor just arrived on Earth, he drank beer and ate fried chicken, and completely forgot about these things. Now reminded by Chin Yun, he suddenly remembered the things Odin gave him, and he also wanted to go back to Asgard, non-Yukshao, to see if his younger brother Loki has made any small moves recently. For this younger brother Loki, Thor loves and hates it. He loves it because his younger brother grew up with him since he was a child, and he has been with him for countless days and months. I hate it because before Odin died, Loki already coveted the throne of Asgard and wanted to provoke a war in Kyushu. At ordinary times, there are often some small actions under his hands, colluding with other countries in Kyushu, but every time they are so well concealed that Thor can't find any clues at all. But with Thor's intuition, it's easy to guess what Loki is up to. Therefore, every time Thor sees Loki, he feels very complicated in his heart. Why is it so urgent that they are born with the same root? Then tell me the time, let's go directly to Asgard. I really want to visit your father. Odin is the father of God. Chin Yun said complimentingly, but he didn't know that from the moment Thor agreed, it was tantamount to leading the snake out of the hole. The appearance of Chin Yun in Asgard will bring a heavy disaster to the entire Kyushu. Anytime, we can go now. Thor chuckled and stretched out a hand to rest on Qin Yun's shoulder. A rainbow-colored light enveloped the two of them. In the next second, Qin Yun's field of vision has changed drastically, and the former bar at the moment has become a beautiful scene. I already knew that Asgard was beautiful, but I didn't expect that when I saw it with my own eyes, it really opened my eyes. The singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers are like a new world. It's so beautiful here. Qin Yun sighed and said. Thor laughed loudly. Then definitely, this is a place built by my father himself. How can it not be beautiful? The majestic and magnificent Asgard appeared in the sight of the two. Boom, a figure appeared in front of them was Heimdall. You're back. As Heimdall said, he looked at Qin Yun up and down in his eyes, and Qin Yun in front of him had a feeling that he couldn't see through. Thor nods. Humanity? This is the leader of the men in black on Earth. If you want to visit Asgard, I will show him. My father also wants to meet him. 460 Heimdall listened and nodded. He also heard some news about the Men in Black organization on Earth. The organization that appeared out of nowhere has a super technological level. Asgard observes the Earth all the time, so he naturally knows all about it. Go. Heimdall, please show me Jane. Okay, no problem. Once Heimdall has something, I will let you know as soon as possible. Thor made a small request. Jane is his lover in the Earth, but there is no way, he has no way to choose to see her, or he dare not see Jane in his heart. After all, there is a gap between man and God, and the gap is like the sky, unreachable. Heimdall's answer satisfied Thor, and the smile on Thor's face widened a bit. When Qin Yun heard this, he was stunned. Jane. As far as he knows, the TIE particles will possess Jane in the future, and when the TIE particles appear on Jane, the Dark Elves will attack Kyushu again. Thinking of this, Qin Yun showed a smile. What's the matter with Qin Yun? Did you see something? Why, CBBE smiled nicely. Thor asked Qin Yun curiously. Qin Yun nodded thoughtfully. With the invasion of the Dark Elves, coupled with Loki's secret contact with the giants of Jotunheim, coupled with Qin Yun's means, it will be difficult for Kyushu not to fall. Yeah, Asgard really opened my eyes. The technology of our Men in Black organization may not be as good as Asgard. No way, the Men in Black organization is also very strong. I have seen your methods, and they are not worse than our Asgard. It's just that you have too few people, and our Asgard has people from Kyushu. Thor said quite proudly, this is his glory as an Asgard. Take me inside, Asgard, I really want to have a good time. Qin Yun squinted his eyes and said unhurriedly, Asgard has a protective cover, and the key to the protective cover is Heimdall, and the second is that there is a main hub in Asgard, which affects the protective cover. If we can find out where the main hub is, once the Dark Elves and Giants of Jotunheim invade, it will be a disaster for Kyushu. Qin Yun wants to probe to see if he can find the main hub of the shield. Okay, let me show you around. Thor said cheerfully. The two walked for half an hour and visited all the big and small places in Asgard, and the last one was Wangyi. A royal palace stands in the middle of Asgard, which is the symbol of Asgard. Inside is the key to governing Asgard and Kyushu. Odin is inside. This is our palace. Thor took Qin Yun outside, and when he got a closer look, he felt the grandeur of the palace even more. It is no exaggeration to say that Qin Yun couldn't help being surprised by the towering aura. The Men in Black organization can also establish such a base in the future. Tusk, how magnificent. People are shocked when they see it. Definitely, this is just a small idea of Qin Yun, and it is still impossible to realize on the Earth. It is only possible to move the Men in Black organization to other planets collectively in the future. Maybe it is still possible. Come on, my father has long wanted to see you. Thor looked at a handsome man in dark green robe not far away. This is his younger brother Loki. You will come back. When walking forward, Loki said without raising his head, and didn't give Thor a direct look, while Loki's gaze was fixed on Qin Yun. Heh, my brother, it seems that you still can't change your old problem. That is, you like to make friends with human beings, just like last time. Loki didn't have much interest in Qin Yun either. He just showed a disdainful expression after sensing that Qin Yun was a human being. Human beings are my friends, Loki. "If you have nothing to do, get out of the way. I'm going to see my father." Loki stepped away with a sinister smile on his lips. He had recently received news that he wasn't actually Odin's son at all. He is the giants of Jotunheim. Years ago, when the giants of Jotunheim invaded, Odin led Kyushu to resist and finally found a baby, so he brought the baby back to Asgard and raised him. That baby is Loki. Loki, who got the news, was relieved. Why his father Odin had expected a lot from Thor for many years, but he didn't care about him at all. It turned out to be such a relationship. The blind eyes and humiliation he received over the years planted the seeds of hatred in Loki's heart. Loki, revenge. Take revenge on all Asgard, all continents. Let all Kyushu surrender under his feet, and kill Odin and his brother Thor at the same time. Thinking of this, Loki couldn't help being excited. His whole body was trembling, and his eyes were full of excitement. "That was my younger brother Loki just now. He has a weird temper. Don't worry about it. You can pretend you didn't see him when you see him." "It's okay. I'm actually very good at dealing with people with weird tempers. You know, my employees and the men in black. They all have weird tempers, but they get along very well with me." Chin Yun shrugged indifferently. Could he not understand Loki's thoughts? The feelings in his heart have been completely distorted. As long as Loki is given a chance, it will bring disaster to Asgard. The invasion of the giants of Jotunheim alone is enough to make Asgard drink a pot, let alone the giants of Jotunheim plus the dark elves. The heavy blow to Asgard will be very serious. That's good, let's go in and talk." Looking at the soldiers patrolling around, they saluted slightly when they saw Thor. Asgard's soldiers are well trained, and each one is very burly, wearing tall armor and holding sharp knives. After twisting and turning, he came to the innermost part of the palace, and a tall throne appeared in Chin Yun's field of vision, on which sat a white-haired old man with a blindfold on his right eye. "It's the same as the stewed egg of Director Nick. It's ridiculous." Chin Yun muttered to himself. Odin's eyes are similar to Director Nick's eyes. "Father, I brought Chin Yun from the Men in Black organization." Odin squinted his eyes, nodded his head, and looked up and down tilde Chin Yun. Odin has a majestic majesty of a king. Just looking at the body of this old man, who would know that he has fought in the battlefield for many years and unified Kyushu. Now in his old age, he still has a murderous look and majesty on his body. The way Chin Yun looks at Odin makes people feel awe. Chin Yun smiled slightly. "I am Chin Yun from the Men in Black organization, and I am here to visit Asgard and participate in the Father of God." Chin Yun said respectfully, "Odin still has a few talents. If he is younger, his absolute strength is not easy." With Valkyrie under his command, thousands of people in Kyushu, Thor Hela is not a simple god among his children. Hela is still sealed by Odin now. Chin Yun has a quick mind. If the Dark Elves and the Giants of Jotunheim invade Asgard together, if you add a fire, it will be Hela. Hela is very dissatisfied with Odin's methods, and his strength is close to that of Odin, so Odin has no choice but to seal Hela. Once the seal of Hela is released, it will be extremely troublesome for Asgard. Chin Yun is well aware of all this. They don't know that Hela is weakening his shackles bit by bit, and they will be able to break through the seal in time. At that time, the whole of Asgard will surrender here. "Okay, please take a seat." With a big wave of Odin's hand, a small throne appeared beside Chin Yun, and he took Chin Yun with him enthusiastically. There is also some delicious fruit and wine on top of the small throne. "I've heard about the leader of the Men in Black organization for a long time. I didn't expect him to be so young. I really didn't expect it." Odin said cheerfully he thought it was a demigod or god to create an organization like the Men in Black. Because there is still a lot of power in the core of the earth, many gods covet the power of the earth. However, because too many gods are staring at the earth has always been a sweet pastry, but no one dares to move it. Once someone makes a move rashly, without enough strength, it is completely not enough to touch the earth, and it will affect the whole body. And I don't want to be the target of public criticism. One god can't deal with too many gods. What's more, there are gods like Asgard, who haven't touched the earth much, and those little gods don't have any courage. The Father of God is not old at all. I can still feel the divine power and murderous aura in you. I must have been a general who fought on the battlefield many years ago." Qin Yun said it very flatteringly. Anyway, he didn't reach out to hit the smiling face, not to mention that Odin enjoyed the words quite a bit. Odin slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and felt the thrill of fighting in the battlefield when he was young. Kyushu was still in chaos at the beginning, because he led the people of Asgard to rule Kyushu bit by bit. The difficulty can be imagined. Thor was stunned. He didn't expect Qin Yun's few words to make his father Odin have such a big reaction. Usually, Odin loves them very much, but he never showed such an expression. He couldn't help giving Qin Yun a thumbs up secretly in his heart. Such a person deserves to be the leader of the Men in Black organization. As a god, he can't do this. "Hey, I'm old, I'm no longer young. I think it was difficult to find my opponent in the entire Kyushu when I was young. Those who were conquered by me all surrendered to my feet, and they dared not resist at all." A smile appeared on Odin's face. He was really too crazy when he was young, and now he still has his reputation in Kyushu. Not old, not old. Asking for flowers. Qin Yun and Odin were courteous, and they chatted for a long time. They chatted for noon, and in the evening, because of Qin Yun's arrival, Odin specially held a large banquet. That night, laughter resounded throughout Asgard. Qin Yun and Odin feel as if they met each other. It feels like a year-end friendship. Thor and the others were stunned for a moment, and those who didn't know thought that Qin Yun and Odin had known each other for many years. Bad hospitality, bad hospitality. Odin picked up the wine glass and walked to Qin Yun's side. He looked at this earthling, but felt that he couldn't see through Qin Yun at all. Even stronger than Thor in terms of strength. Can such a degree be achieved for a small earthling? 0. This made Odin feel unbelievable, so he wanted to explore more secrets about Qin Yun. But chatting and chatting, it seems that the chat is very hot, but they didn't talk about any key information points. "I heard that the Earth was invaded by Thanos some time ago, and you blocked it. The Men in Black organization is really powerful." Odin asked with a smile. He wanted to know how the Men in Black organization could resist my. He was still asleep at that time, not knowing what happened at all. But after receiving the information, he found that Qin Yun led the Men in Black organization to stop Thanos, and he didn't know the rest. Relying on some small means, if you don't have two brushes, how dare you create the Men in Black organization? Have you studied technology? Right. Then can you see what is unique about my kingdom? There is a protective shield, and that Bifrost should also be energy absorbing all the time, right? Use energy to supplement the protection of the palace. After Qin Yun said all this, there was a strangeness in Odin's eyes. He didn't expect Qin Yun to see it easily. This is Asgard's secret. Only a few people know, and those people are all people close to Odin. But he really didn't expect that Qin Yun could say so much. As everyone knows, Qin Yun probably knows more about Asgard than Odin does. With a full perspective, what else does he not know? "How did you find out, young man?" Odin asked Qin Yun curiously. He had heard that Thor just took Qin Yun around Asgard. Qin Yun had never been to Asgard before. Could it be possible to discover the secrets of Asgard just by taking a look around? This must be too amazing. Odin was very surprised in his heart, but still looked at Qin Yun calmly on the surface, hiding his emotions deeply in his heart. This is what our Men in Black organization should do. As the leader of the Men in Black organization, I have seen a lot of things. Bifrost is connected to the palace. Qin Yun showed a playful smile. This is just the beginning. If you want to make a big splash in Asgard, you must make Asgard more chaotic. Listening to 833, Odin just nodded and didn't say anything more. Come on, let's hold up the wine glasses and toast our guests from afar. Qin Yun, the leader of the Earth Men in Black organization, is really a man beyond his appearance. Odin stood up slowly, picked up the wine glass, and shouted loudly. Other people in the banquet also raised their wine glasses one after another, and all of them focused on Qin Yun. They really wanted to take a look. What kind of person can make Odin attach so much importance to him? Loki and the crowd looked at Qin Yun slightly hostilely. The giants of Jotunheim are about to invade, and I don't know whether Qin Yun's arrival is good or bad. Damn it, I must not let this earthling ruin my good deed. Loki whispered in his heart that he had already discovered the secret, so he secretly reached an agreement with the giants of Jotunheim. After they invaded Asgard, they caused chaos in Kyushu. If Thor and Odin are captured alive, then the decision will be handed over to Loki. Loki doesn't want anything from Asgard, he just wants the life of his dear father and brother, that's all. Naturally, the giants of Jotunheim agreed to this request. While Asgard was singing and laughing, the Men in Black organization far away on Earth suddenly detected a strange energy in New York. Where does this energy come from? Quickly detect that energy is very huge, it seems to be full of dead energy. An agent shouted loudly. He looked at the instrument in front of him. His work inside the Men in Black organization was to detect the changes and fluctuations of the Earth at any time. Unexpectedly, he just suddenly discovered that a strange energy appeared on the Earth, which made him at a loss for a while. Soon, he reacted immediately and wanted to trace the source of this energy through the instrument. However, the fluctuation of energy disappeared in an instant, never to be seen again. Report, not tracked down, maybe it's just a small movement. Yeah, don't make a fuss, Thanos' invasion of the Earth has not caused any damage to the Earth, so don't worry too much. Hearing what the surrounding employees said, the agent could only nod his head. However, there was still some uneasiness in his heart. I still have to report it up, and there must be no mistakes. If there is a follow-up to this energy fluctuation, it may still be quite troublesome. The agent was dedicated to his duties, and felt that no matter what happened to the matter, even if the energy appeared only for a short while, he still had to report it back to Chin Yun quickly. Let Chin Yun make the decision. In Asgard, Heimdall, who was supposed to be guarding Bifrost, suddenly appeared at the banquet, but fortunately no one noticed. He walked to Thor's side silently and whispered, "Jane, I can't see it." Thor glanced at Heimdall in surprise, and Heimdall looked at Thor worriedly, and Thor's face collapsed instantly. "I'll go with you, don't let people notice." Heimdall nodded. Thor put down his glass silently and left from the crowd. Chin Yun watched Thor leave with narrowed eyes while drinking. What's the matter with Thor? What's the matter with Heimdall? Could it be? Chin Yun thought of something for a while, but he didn't dare to confirm it. He planned to wait a little longer, and after the banquet was over, he would ask Thor again to find out. See if you can find anything out of Thor. Boss, please reply if you receive it. Please reply if you receive it. The communication headset on Chin Yun's body suddenly made a sound. Chin Yun tapped the headset on his ear. Say, what's the matter? Suddenly found a trace of abnormal energy fluctuations on the Earth, but I couldn't find it in the next second. The abnormal energy fluctuated greatly, and the instrument felt the dead energy in the energy, so it shouldn't be a product of the Earth. I will continue to follow up and send someone as soon as I find out. Chin Yun thought about it thoughtfully, and then smiled lightly. What makes Heimdall and Thor so anxious is obviously that Heimdall is standing on Bifrost and cannot see Thor's girlfriend Jane on Earth. And the abnormal energy fluctuations detected by the Men in Black organization are obviously TIE particles. TIE particles are already adsorbent on Jane, so Heimdall cannot see Jane during this time. If you think about it like this, you will be able to figure it out in an instant, and everything can be explained completely. Haha, I really dozed off and sent the pillow, and there is nowhere to find it after wearing iron shoes. It didn't take much effort to get it. I thought I would stay in Asgard for a while, but I didn't expect this time to come soon. The Dark Elves invaded Asgard because of the TIE particles on Jane. The Dark Elves wanted to get the TIE particles and then plunge the entire universe into darkness. Chin Yun was secretly delighted. The system task entrusted to him was to destroy the creatures in the entire Kyushu. 3-4 I thought it would take some time for the Dark Elves and Giants of Jotunheim to invade Asgard. However, everything sped up. Jane will be brought back to Asgard by Thor, and as for Loki, Chin Yun has a good idea. While drinking the wine, Chin Yun's smile became even stronger. Everything is going according to his plan, and there are even some things in Invisible that are pushing his plan to succeed. The demise of Asgard is not far away, and Odin's rule over Kyushu will undergo earth-shaking changes. Everything is developing step by step. but Odin, the father of God, has not noticed at all that he is still immersed in the current rule. On the surface, Kyushu is a thriving situation, but behind the scenes there are already turmoil, and it just needs an opportunity. Once the time is ripe, it will usher in a devastating blow to Asgard, and everything will come soon. Thor and Heimdall walked out of the banquet. Thor asked Heimdall nervously, "Heimdall, how can you not see Jane? What is the situation?" It can be seen from Thor's nervousness that Thor's feelings for Jane really put Jane in his heart. Heimdall shook his head slowly, and disbelief appeared in his eyes. I don't know the specific situation. You ask me to watch Jane, and I always watch. However, just now, Jane's figure suddenly disappeared. This is the first time I have seen such a situation. Heimdall told the truth. Through his eyes, he can see all over the universe. However, the price is also extremely heavy, but looking at the Earth is easy. He believes in his own eyes, and he can see the essence of everything through his own eyes. Where was she last seen? It's an abandoned factory. I don't know anything about it other than 21. I can send you there, and the rest will be left to you. However, you have to think about it carefully. Asgard seems to be a little bit uneasy now. You have to come back as soon as possible. Thor nodded slowly. He knew he had to go this time. He turned his head and looked at the palace in the distance. Take me there, I'll be back soon. Don't worry, I'll tell you everything. Thor spoke firmly, and Heimdall didn't say any more when he saw this. Wish you luck. The two walked to Bifrost. Heimdall pulled out the guardian sword, and a rainbow light appeared on Thor's body. In the next second, Thor had disappeared and appeared in the abandoned factory where Jane last appeared on Earth. Thor went outside the abandoned factory, saw a lot of police cars, and saw a few of Jane's friends. He understood that Jane's disappearance had been going on for some time. The flow of time in Asgard is not the same as the flow of time on Earth. Thor didn't ask Jane's friends, but went to the abandoned factory. He closed his eyes tightly, took a deep breath, and then a divine force felt the entire abandoned factory. He found where Jane was last seen. He rushed there quickly and found that it was in the middle of the abandoned factory. Looking at the surrounding pillars, he could feel that there seemed to be an enchantment inside. Unable to see this barrier, he tried to reach out, but found a violent attraction attracting himself again. He understood that Jane was probably trapped in the barrier, and Thor had no choice for Jane, so he stretched out his hand and walked in slowly. His eyes went dark, and the next second he was still in the abandoned factory, but not in the original abandoned factory, but in a different space. Jane, where are you? Simple. Thor shouted loudly. With the help of divine power, it resounded throughout the abandoned factory. I'm here. A faint voice sounded from the corner of the abandoned factory, and Jane couldn't believe her ears when she heard Thor's voice. But after hearing several times, she was sure. Thor ran quickly, only to see Jane lying on the ground with a pale face, and quickly helped Jane up. What's your situation? How are you now? Get out with me. Thor holds Jane and tries to break through the barrier with Mjolnir. Boom. In the next second, it appeared in the real world. Jane, how is your health? Thor asked Jane worriedly, who knew that Jane raised her hand to slap Thor. Snapped. A slap is crisp and sweet. Thor stared blankly at Jane, and Jane embraced Thor and kissed, and embraced passionately. I was just making sure you were Thor. How long has it been since you haven't come to me? Thor looked at Jane apologetically. Women are really fickle. Turning faces is faster than turning books. Thor has unspeakable suffering in his heart. As a god, it is difficult to fall in love with human beings. The lifespan of gods is eternal. Birth, old age, sickness, and death will not occur in them, but human beings will. Moreover, it is not a good thing for human beings to stay with God for too long. Jane looked at Thor's expression and knew that Thor had something difficult to hide, so she didn't press the question anymore. There is nothing more happiest than having a loved one in front of your eyes. Your body is still very weak. I don't know what's going on with you. Seeing that Jane didn't ask much, Thor asked Jane anxiously, but Jane disappeared all of a sudden, and Heimdall couldn't even see her. This problem is too serious. And the first time he saw Jane, Jane's face was pale, so it was hard for him not to worry. It's okay, I don't know what's going on, I just feel that this abandoned factory has an inexplicable attraction to me. When I came here, I suddenly fell into a coma. When I woke up, I saw you. Jane doesn't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but she's in a great mood to see Thor. No, I'd better take you to Asgard and let them show you. Thor is still worried about Jane's body. He doesn't know what happened to Jane, but it's better to take Jane to Asgard just to be on the safe side. As everyone knows, bringing Jane back to Asgard will bring disaster to Asgard. Jane nodded, Thor hugged Jane, and a rainbow of 73 colors appeared on the two of them. It was Heimdall. After they disappeared on the Earth, a figure came out of the abandoned factory with a pale face and a smug smile on the corner of his mouth. He looked up in the direction of Asgard. TIE particles have been seen again, the time to invade Asgard has come. Odin, we shall meet again soon, and then I shall strangle my throne in the palace of Asgard. It's just a matter of time. He muttered and then disappeared into the darkness, and it was difficult to find his figure on the Earth. When he returned to Asgard, the banquet was over. Heimdall squinted his eyes and looked at Jane in Thor's arms, slightly surprised. Because, in his sight, he couldn't see what happened to Jane. It seems to appear in the last second and disappear in the next second. Heimdall frowned slightly, becoming more and more unable to see through Jane. You can come back safely. I know you have a lot of things to do it. There is energy in her body, I can't feel the specifics. Heimdall patted Thor's shoulder and didn't say much. He continued to lower his head and look at Kyushu with his Heimdall's eye. Thor nodded, hugged Jane, and ran towards the room of the queen of the palace, Frigga. When they walked to the palace, a figure in a dark green robe looked at Thor and Jane in the dark. This person was Loki, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What? Are you looking at your brother and sister-in-law? Don't you love your brother very much? Suddenly, a voice sounded behind Loki, and the sudden sound made Loki shiver involuntarily. He turned his head to look at the visitor, but he didn't expect it to be Chin Yun, who was being treated as a distinguished guest. My business doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, does it? When you come to Asgard to shop, you can shop with peace of mind. I hope you know what to do and what not to do. Loki snorted coldly and said in an unhurried manner, he looked at Chin Yun with hostility in his eyes. He can't see through the person in front of him, but from Thor and Odin's attitude towards Chin Yun, he doesn't like Chin Yun in front of him very much. There is a contradiction in Loki's heart. He wants the recognition and love of his brother Thor and father Odin, but he never feels it. The seeds of hatred were planted in his heart. Therefore, after knowing that he is a child of the giants of Jotunheim, the hatred in his heart has reached the limit, gradually distorting his heart. He wants to kill Thor and Odin, the only way to prove himself. This deformed concept filled Loki with contradictions. Chin Yun didn't tell the truth, he shrugged indifferently. Don't have so much hostility towards me, I know exactly what you are thinking in your heart, and I just came here to choose to help you. You are hostile to me, so it is difficult for me to help you. Chin Yun spoke to Loki earnestly, he already knew what Loki was thinking. Loki squinted his eyes, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. Chin Yun's appearance didn't seem to be a simple visit to Asgard, it was as simple as visiting. Loki took a deep breath, still showing that faint smile on his mouth, but it wasn't a smile on the surface. What do you want to do? Why don't you tell me what I'm thinking in my heart, and I'll see if it's the same as what I'm thinking in my heart. There was a killing intent in Loki's eyes. As long as Chin Yun really guessed the thoughts in his heart, he would not have any hesitation. Kill the person in front of you. Even if Thor and Odin pursue it, Loki will still be able to remove the suspicion from himself. He is 100% sure. If there were no two brushes, he would have been discovered long ago, and he would have been expelled from Asgard by Odin. Without diamonds, there is no porcelain work. You are a child of the giants of Jotunheim, and Frigga is your adoptive mother. You want to use the giants of Jotunheim to kill Thor and Odin to prove that you are the strongest. Chin Yun said lightly. Loki's pupils were wretched. Boom! Loki stretched out his left hand and strangled Chin Yun's throat viciously against the wall. The impact made Chin Yun unable to react for a while, but fortunately, his body was already only a step away from the Chewing-Shi god. No damage was done to Chin Yun's body. Loki took out a dagger with his right hand and gently stroked Chin Yun's face. Who the hell are you? If you don't tell me, I don't suggest that I have another life on my hands. Humble earthlings. Loki said coldly, the killing intent in his eyes could no longer be hidden. Haha, I got it right. It's useless for you to kill me. Do you think others didn't find out? Qin Yun spoke unhurriedly. Loki was slightly taken aback and couldn't help asking himself in his heart. Could it be that I did it so carefully? Has anyone discovered it? Besides, do you think you can kill me? Qin Yun smiled faintly, stretched out his hand and pinched Loki's hand on the neck fiercely, like a pair of big iron tongs, making it impossible for Loki to break free. Qin Yun fell to the ground slowly, his eyes full of contempt. Although Loki is a god, he can only be regarded as the lowest god in terms of physical strength, ability, and force. It is mainly because of Loki's brain and his strategy that he never does things that he is not sure of, and at the same time he never fights with others head-on, and always chooses to fight secretly and secretly. Once shot, the goal is to kill with one blow, and there will be no possibility of fighting the enemy head-on. A successful assassin, Loki can take on the title. Qin Yun let go of Loki's hand slowly, only to see that there was a red mark on Loki's hand, and Loki couldn't help being surprised by Qin Yun's strength. He couldn't see through Qin Yun in front of him more and more. Qin Yun kept his hands behind his back and continued talking unhurriedly. Before colluding with Thanos and wanting to occupy the Earth, but it was just a dream. You didn't expect the appearance of Avengers, and you were devastated. Qin Yun was talking about the Battle of New York that took place on Earth before. At the beginning, Thanos did not expect to send some soldiers and fleets, but they could not attack Earth. When he made a comeback, he happened to meet Qin Yun. It was successfully acquired by Qin Yun. After that, you suddenly discovered that you were not from Asgard, but a descendant of the giants of Jotunheim, so you kept hiding, so that others would not know that you had clearly known your own life experience. Thus began a secret collusion with the giants of Jotunheim, wanting to invade Asgard, create chaos in Kyushu, and replace Thor and Odin. Am I right? After Qin Yun finished speaking, he looked at Loki contemptuously, and Loki looked at Qin Yun's eyes, feeling angry in his heart. However, what Qin Yun said shocked him again and again. It was as if Qin Yun was always by my side. Qin Yun knew everything that happened to me. What is this? What is the situation of the people on Earth in front of them? And the leader of the Men in Black organization is so powerful, good luck to the king? Loki was puzzled, and finally Loki sighed helplessly. Facing Qin Yun, who was stronger than himself and knew everything about him, he had no choice. He could only nod his head. Yes, what you said is not wrong, but I don't know where you know these things, and who else knows besides you. Does my brother Thor know, too? Loki can only choose to accept the fact and start to use tricks to fight Qin Yun in front of him. There is no head-to-head strength, but there are still a lot of conspiracy. Qin Yun shook his head, and Loki was slightly surprised. They don't know, except you know me, God knows, no one else knows, so don't worry, I won't talk too much. Qin Yun smiled and made a zipper gesture on his mouth to promise that he would keep his mouth shut and never talk too much outside. Loki's expression replied, and then he slowly felt relieved. However, with the curiosity in his heart, Qin Yun's strength is obviously not something that a person on Earth should have, even stronger than himself. Will such an existence appear on the Earth? The answer is obvious. It seems that the Men in Black organization on Earth is much stronger than the so-called Avengers. Just looking at Qin Yun, the leader of the Men in Black organization, he is many times stronger than that Captain America, and Captain America still thinks that he is very good at 50-50 with everyone. It is estimated that I have not met Qin Yun. Then you said you want to help. How do you help me? Is it the same as helping me just by talking about it with your mouth? Don't you think I'm too stupid? Loki's pupils shrank slightly. He wanted to test Qin Yun's tone and see what kind of attitude Qin Yun really had. If it's a friend, let's deal with Asgard together. If it's an enemy, he has to find a way to deal with Qin Yun. Loki can't leave any excuse for himself to be discovered by Thor and Odin. Once Thor and Odin find out, will there be room for him in the entire Kyushu? Loki can't get there yet. He still has a lot to do. Definitely is to help you create chaos. You should know where the giants of Jotunheim's energy source, the ancient East box, is. Loft should be 150 and you still have contact. Back then, the war between the giants of Jotunheim and Asgard reached Jotunheim. The giants of Jotunheim don't want to live in Jotunheim forever. Qin Yun said it earnestly. At first, Jotunheim was only cold and dark. As the king of the giants of Jotunheim, Law wanted to move, set the target on the earth. Use the locket of the Old East to freeze the entire planet into ice blocks, so it's better to survive with the giants of Jotunheim. However, the king of Asgard, the father of God, Odin. Hearing the news, used the Bifrost and giants of Jotunheim to launch an offensive on Earth. It has been more than 1,000 years since the giants of Jotunheim were repulsed in Jotunheim, and Sophie was forced to sign a peace treaty. In that war, both sides paid a heavy price, and Odin's right eye was stabbed blind in this battle. Now, more than 1,000 years later, Sophie wants to make a comeback as king of the giants of Jotunheim. This idea was suddenly probed by Loki, so there was a situation of cooperation between the inside and the outside. Just give the giants of Jotunheim the locket of the Old East to restore their power to its peak once again. It's just that the box of the Old East has always been in Odin's treasury. I know, you don't need to talk about these old sesame seeds and rotten millet, just tell me clearly, how do you want to help me and create chaos? Don't talk too easily. Loki knows that Qin Yun is powerful, but that is only compared with himself. Compared with Thor and Odin, maybe there is still a little gap. As everyone knows, Loki is still unruffled in the face of Odin. If he was not worried about Asgard breaking out of war and fighting him, he would have already provoked it. Now, as long as Loki steals the box of the ancient East, let the giants of Jotunheim take it away, and then let the dark elves appear, it's no wonder that the whole of Asgard will not be chaotic. How many are eyeing Odin's throne? Then let the dark elves and giants of Jotunheim dog eat dog. Thinking of this, Qin Yun showed a playful smile, and Asgard faced a giants of Jotunheim is a bit tricky. Now that there is one more dark elf, what kind of ending will that be? I'm afraid that the giants of Jotunheim won't be able to cause actual damage to Asgard, so I added a fire, does the dark elf know? Qin Yun smiled lightly and said unhurriedly, dark elf. Hearing what Qin Yun said, Loki couldn't help but feel an uproar in his heart. He clearly knew the existence of the dark elves. Back then, when the dark elves wanted to invade Asgard, they were repelled by Odin and the Asgardians, and the king of the dark elves, Malekith, was expelled from Kyushu, lingering in the darkness. For example, CB, today the dark elves have no leader, and they are not a climate at all, so what is the use of bringing up dark elves? The dark elves have become that version now. Even if they invaded Asgard, they would just send food to Asgard. What use would they be? A bunch of remnants. Haha, you really underestimated the dark elves. Malekith has returned and has already set his sights on Asgard. Loki looked at Qin Yun slightly differently. Malekith is back. Where did Qin Yun get this news, and what is in it? Could it be that Asgard is really not peaceful during this time? Thinking of this, Loki sneered in his heart. What Thor, what the father of God Odin, all will die at my hands. Loki can't wait for Asgard to be in chaos. As long as there is more chaos, there will be room for people like him to play. And at the same time, he can successfully replace Thor and Odin. In the hearts of the Asgard people, the status of Thor and Odin has been deeply rooted, although Loki is Odin's son on the surface. As everyone knows, many people in Asgard don't look at him at all. Because the throne of Asgard is a succession system, Odin will be next to Thor when he gets old. And from childhood to adulthood, Odin has been silently cultivating Thor, wanting Thor to become the king who can lead Asgard. And what about myself? I accompany my mother Frigga every day, so for many years, I can only rely on my own mind and the magic I have learned to deal with the enemy. It's not Thor's kind of face-to-face confrontation at all, the feeling of opening and closing. Therefore, in the eyes of Asgard people, Thor is the future king of Asgard, and he can only be a minister. Thinking of this, Lu Jai became very angry. On the surface, they are all their own children. They have raised themselves for so many years, but they have never shown any favoritism towards themselves. Even if he made the same mistake as Thor, in Odin's eyes, he is always the one who did the wrong thing. Is it useful for Malekith to come back? The source of energy for the giants of Jotunheim is the box of the ancient East, but the source of energy for the dark elves is S.H.I.E.L.D particles, and now the S.H.I.E.L.D particles are not known. Even if the dark elves make a comeback, what's the use? Loki asked Qin-Yun in puzzlement. Loki was hostile towards Qin-Yun from the beginning, but now he is slowly relieved. He knows that Qin-Wei should be a partner of his in the future. Although it is only possible for a short period of time, the goal of the two is very clear, that is to bring down Asgard. S.H.I.E.L.D particles have appeared, although you didn't see them, but S.H.I.E.L.D particles did appear again, and they have been discovered by Malekith. Qin-Yun sighed slightly, even if he didn't make a move, after Malekith got the S.H.I.E.L.D particles, and the giants of Jotunheim got the box of the ancient East. The two of them teamed up. It is still difficult for Asgard to overcome this difficulty. It's a pretty straightforward thing, all about watching Asgard's reign come to an end. As for the other dwarfs in Kyushu, they are completely useless. When the giants of Jotunheim and the dark elves start to invade, Asgard tilde just wait to be beaten. Where are the S.H.I.E.L.D particles? Why don't I know? It seems that your intelligence network is very deep, and you want to help me. Why don't we join hands and give Asgard a cruel destruction? How about it? Loki stretched out his hand slowly, although he doesn't know where S.H.I.E.L.D particles are now, but he still has a strong interest in Qin-Yun. As long as we can join hands with Qin-Yun, it will definitely make Asgard's life difficult. Even if there is no action from the Dark Elves, Asgard should also be destroyed in the end. Qin-Yun took a deep breath. Both of them are human beings. Can he not know what Loki thinks? Cooperate with himself, even if Asgard is not resolved, but for Loki, there is no harm. Once that fails, Loki will push himself out, leaving him alone. At least Thor still has feelings for Loki. Because of this, Loki can definitely wash away the suspicion on himself, no pressure. Thinking of this, the smile on Loki's face grew stronger. He knew his chance was coming. Opportunity to have a go. S.H.I.E.L.D particles, far away in the sky and close in front of you, you can think about the rest of the matter slowly. What I tell you, you can also tell Odin, but I don't know what Odin will think. This is the end of today's conversation. I will stay in Asgard for a while. You don't have to think too much. The rest of the matter will come naturally. Qin-Yun said with a smile on his face, then turned and left without paying any attention. Loki stands outside the palace of Asgard, stunned. He was pondering Qin-Yun's words, far away in the sky and close in front of his eyes. Where exactly is that? We are all smart people. We just need to stop talking, and the rest will develop slowly. Loki took a deep breath, opened his arms, and sighed. Haha, Asgard, my time is coming. Just wait and see who is the real king of Asgard. In the next second, Loki also disappeared into the darkness. It was as if nothing happened during the night's conversation. Meanwhile, Thor leads Jane to Frigga. Mother, look at Jane's situation. Today she suddenly disappeared for a while and then fell into a barrier. Heimdall said there was energy in her, but he couldn't tell what it was. Thor looked at Frigga with a frustrated face, like a child who did something wrong. He has always been like this since he was a child. In front of his mother, he no longer has to pretend that he is an invincible god of war. He was able to maintain the truest self in front of Frigga. Frigga looked at Jane beside Thor and took Jane's hand with a smile. Jane, right? I've heard Thor talk about you many times. I heard that you two are together. It seems that I have to prepare well in the future. Frigga has no airs in front of Jane, just like a loving mother on earth. Her kind eyes made Jane relax a lot. She had heard that Thor was going to take her to see his mother, Frigg, and she was a little nervous in her heart. But when she saw Frigg with her own eyes, she was so nervous. She didn't know what to say and put her hands together. No, it's just that I don't know what the energy in my body is. I can't feel it at all. It's like I fell asleep in the enchantment today. Jayan said with a long sigh of relief. She told the truth that she did not feel any abnormalities in her body, as if nothing had happened. But she is still an ordinary human being. In front of the gods, she has no idea. It's okay, Jane, relax, let me feel it. Frigga took a step forward, stretched out her hand to hold Jane's hand, and slowly closed her eyes. Through the magic in the body, you can feel the strangeness of Jane. However, when Frigg's magic appeared on Jane's body, there was a strange feeling in Frigg's heart, which she couldn't express. Ask for flowers. As the Queen of Heaven, This was the first time she saw such a situation. But in order to stabilize Jane, she opened her eyes and smiled lightly. "It's nothing, it's just a little energy. You're tired today. I'll arrange a room for you to rest early. Don't worry too much. There is nothing we in Asgard can't do." Thor listened to Frigga's words, and the heavy stone in his heart was slowly put down. He clearly knew that his mother, Friggi, would not lie to them. Thor burst into a relaxed smile for a moment. He laughed out loud. "Jane, as I said before, my mother is omnipotent. There is nothing wrong with you at all. Heimdall is just alarmist. 0. You are tired after a day of tossing around today. Go to rest, and let me take you to Asgard to have a good time tomorrow. It's time for you to experience the customs of Asgard." Thor is in a particularly good mood, and there is a sense of loss in his heart, and his mother, Frigg, has no objection to the two of them being together. Obviously, it is supporting. This puts Thor in a better mood. As long as he has the support of Frigg, Odin can do the follow-up thought work slowly. Thor believes that it won't be long before a love affair between humans and gods will spread throughout Asgard, and even the entire Kyushu. After listening to Jane, she was relieved a lot, and she nodded slightly towards Frigg. "Then I've been bothering you for a while. I'm really sorry." "Haha, why are you so polite? Coming here is like coming to your own home. Don't worry too much. A good rest is better than anything else, and I will leave the rest to my son Thor. Look at his expression, he's more nervous than me." Frigga covered her mouth and smiled, watching Thor talk about his girlfriend. She was also happy in her heart. Her son was able to find happiness. It doesn't matter whether Jane is from Earth or an ordinary human being. As long as the two of them truly love each other, nothing can stop it. Frigga understands his son Thor's temperament. He will be what he thinks, and there will be no fluctuations at all. After putting Jane in a room, Thor puts her to sleep, and Frigga calls Thor out. "Mother, what did you call me?" Thor asked Frigg curiously, and Frigg sighed helplessly, seeing Thor's ignorant look. She didn't know what to say. As for the situation in Jane's body, she has just used magic to know, and she has no way to sense the energy in Jane's body. In all likelihood, this matter is definitely not that simple. "I don't know what is in Jane's body. I think I have to test it out tomorrow, otherwise." "Mother, didn't you just say that there is no problem? What is going on?" Thor asked Frigga in surprise. Thor at the moment behaved in a daze, like a child holding his head. Even his mother, Frigg, said what to say about the body in Jane, 23, and his mind went blank for a while, not knowing what to do. It's okay. We Asgard have a way, you have to believe it." Frigg patted Thor's shoulder and said with relief. Thor nodded. He believed in his mother Frigg unconditionally. Frigg was relieved for a while, then let Thor go to sleep, and after returning to his room, Frigg sighed long. Looking at the starry sky outside the window, she felt powerless for the first time. She still has confidence in her own magic, but when faced with Jane's power, she doesn't know what's going on. She thought about it, and suddenly thought of a person from Earth. Chin Yun, who is also an Earthling with Jane, should have some similarities. Asking Chin Yun in the past may give you an answer. Frigga thought of this, got up and left the room, regardless of the time to play. Bang, bang, bang. Chin Yun suddenly heard a knock on the door in his room. Looking at the night outside the window, he didn't know what was going on for a while. It's very late now. Is anyone still looking for Loki? While Chin Yun was thinking, someone knocked on the door again. Come on, don't worry." Chin Yun hurriedly opened the door, only to find that there was Frigga standing outside the door. Friggy looked at Chin Yun anxiously, which made Chin Yun puzzled for a while. "It's late at night. Come to your own room. What's the matter?" However, Chin Yun still invited Frigga into the room. "Tian Hu, I don't know what's going on. It should be very important to come to me at night, seeing how anxious you are." Chin Yun spoke lightly and poured a glass of water for Frigga unhurriedly. "Come on, speak slowly." Frigga sat down slowly, with a bitter face. Jane was her future daughter-in-law. She didn't know what to do. Now she felt that she was a bit absurd to find Chin Yun by herself in the middle of the night. However, she heard her husband say before that Chin Yun is still a bit capable as the leader of the Men in Black organization. It can also successfully resist Thanos' invasion of the Earth. Even Odin faced Thanos, which was a very embarrassing situation. Unexpectedly, Chin Yun solved it easily. Moreover, Odin spoke very highly of Qin-yun. From Odin's perspective, Frigga is very clear about being able to have such a big evaluation of people. Therefore, she still has great hopes for Qin-yun. There is a very powerful force on Jane's body. I can't even detect this force with magic. I have no choice but to find you and ask you. Frigga said with a little worry. Qin-yun couldn't help smiling when he heard this. What else could the energy on Jane be? Definitely TIE particles. TIE particles that the dark elves dream of. Qin-yun wants to push the boat along the way, can't let them absorb the TIE particles, and wants to stop it. A thought suddenly appeared in Qin-yun's heart. It's okay, it's too late tonight. I'll go and have a look tomorrow. Our technology is very advanced. You can see what energy is on Jane. Maybe it was her adventure, because energy can also improve her body for a period of time. I will go and have a look tomorrow, and maybe I will find something. Qin-yun was talking lightly. When Frigga heard tomorrow, Qin-yun took a look. His eyes lit up for a moment. Okay, if you say that, then I'm relieved. If you can help Jane and stabilize the energy in her body, Asgard will still be able to prescribe benefits. Frigga is also someone who has seen the big world. She knows that sometimes the arrival of a wave of energy is not necessarily a bad thing. She believed in what Qin-yun said, that the energy in Jane could improve her physical condition. I just don't know whether this energy is bad or good. Fortune and misfortune depend on each other. This is an ancient and invariable truth. Hearing what Qin-yun said, Frigga let go of her heart a lot, and she is no longer the same as before. Frigga was only worried that something would happen to Jian, which would be a catastrophe for Thor. Thor is her own child. She knows Thor's nature. Once Thor recognizes something, it is what it is if Jane dies. Thor will definitely not accept it, and who knows what will become of Thor by then. The future king of Asgard is still Thor's. The father of God Odin will be old in the future, and the mantle can only be inherited by Thor. If Thor can't think about it, it will also have a heavy impact on Asgard. Frigg has to get both hands ready. No matter what, let Qin-yun take a look at Frigga's physical condition as the first step tomorrow. Frigga stood up, thanked Qin-yun, and then left the room. Frigga, who walked out of the room, felt that she had finally relaxed, and she no longer had to worry about Jane's body. It seems that this Qin-yun really has some skills, but I don't know how big his skills are at 2-3. If he can help Jane, it will be a blessing for Asgard. Frigg could not help muttering a few words. Haha, I took the bait step by step. Take your time. Asgard will be destroyed during this time. Take your time, take your time. Now is a good start. The smile on Qin-yun's face is very strong. Now is just the beginning. There are still many troubles for Asgard to come bit by bit. However, now I finally found a breakthrough, and I was worried that there would be no way to get close to Jane. I didn't expect to be sleepy, so I sent a pillow. As the queen, Frigga didn't choose Odin, but chose herself as a human from the earth. It's really interesting. This also gave him a great opportunity, but what he didn't expect was. Frigga, who is a queen, doesn't know that the energy in Jane's body is TIE particles. It's really interesting. The next day, Thor and Frigga came to Qin-yun's room early in the morning. They were already in a hurry last night. All came to see Qin-yun early in the morning. Opening the door, the sleepy Qin-yun looked at Thor and Frigga in front of him, dumbfounded. Qin-yun, you can only help us now. I heard from my mother last night that you have a way to help Jane. May I ask what it is? Thor asked anxiously. From this, we can see Jane's position in Thor's mind. Whether it's a human or a god, it seems that they are sad about the hurdle of love. Seeing Thor's usual stable appearance, he is now anxious. Qin-yun yawned and waved his hands indifferently. Don't worry, leave everything to me if I can't even solve Jane's problems. I might as well just go back to Earth and disband the Men in Black organization. Hearing this, Thor and Frigga glanced at each other, and they believed even more in their hearts that Qin-yun could solve Jane's physical problems. Wait a minute, I'll clean up. You guys go ahead and wait at 21. Qin-yun also didn't have any ink stains at all. After tidying up herself, she got up and followed Thor and Frigg towards Jane's room. Outside the house, Jane's muffled hum can be heard, enough to feel that the TIE particles in Jane's body are actually destroying her body. Opening the door, I saw Jane lying on the bed, sweating profusely, as if she had experienced several layers of torture. Thor stepped forward to hug Jane, looking at her with distressed expression. It's okay, we have found a solution, you wait a while and then stick to it. After all, Thor looked at Chin Yun, he pinned all his hopes on Chin Yun. Chin Yun, I don't know what you can do to see if the energy in Jane's body is good or bad. It's too huge. I feel like I'm destroying her body. Frigga asked with a puzzled look. The conversation between her and Chin Yun last night, she was more inclined to get the energy in Jane's body by chance. May improve your physical condition. However, seeing Jane's frail appearance now, Frigga was a little undecided for a while and turned to look at Chin Yun. Direction, I have my way, you look after it. Chin Yun stepped forward, and a wave of energy fluctuations slowly appeared on the palm of his hand. His energy was like X-rays, and he probed Jane's body back and forth several times. Seeing a red light appear in Jane's abdomen, Thor saw this scene and hurried up and down. Stand back, don't affect me, you are too reckless, and it will do no one any good. Chin Yun frowned and said to Thor. Thor looked embarrassed and didn't know what to do. Frigga took Thor's hand and took a few steps back. They were facing Jane's bed. He could clearly see what Chin Yun did to Jane. What made Frigga very amazed was that she had never seen Chin Yun's detection method before. As a queen, she couldn't accurately sense where the energy in Jane's body was by using magic alone. But Chin Yun could clearly find out that his magic could not even match the abilities of the people on Earth. Frigga frowned. She believed in the magic she possessed. She stretched out her hand to slightly touch the bed, wanting to feel the energy in Jane's body again through her own magic. Now that it is known that the energy is in Jane's abdomen, it is easier to dig out. A gleam flashed in Chin Yun's eyes, and he couldn't help showing a sneer recently. Could he not feel what Frigga did? Tianhu, I hope you don't intervene, lest the two forces collide, and Jane's body won't be able to accept it. Then it won't be my fault. Chin Yun said earnestly. Thor's attention was all on looking at Jane on the bed before, and he didn't see Frigga's actions at all, hearing Chin Yun say this. He stepped forward quickly and pulled his mother out. Mother, let's trust Chin Yun first. Jane's body will not be able to take it if you are like this. Thor said anxiously. Frigga took a deep breath and nodded slowly. What she wanted to do was to get a layer of double insurance, but Chin Yun suddenly noticed it. However, she also felt reasonable after listening to Chin Yun's words. If the two energies collided together, it might cause serious damage to Jane's body. And by then the gain would outweigh the loss. Mother was just too anxious and wanted to check Jane's physical condition, so she didn't notice it for a while. Frigga spoke gently to Thor, and Thor nodded. He understood that his mother was also for his own and Jane's good, so he would not make such a mistake. It's okay, trust Chin Yun, Thor said with his hands behind his back, his eyes fixed on Jane. The energy in Chin Yun's hands is actually his own means through a series of external releases, so that they can clearly see it. Chin Yun also took great pains. In order to ensure that TIE particles can be in his own hands, his methods must be more secure. Now, he doesn't know where the TIE particles should be placed, and they should be stored in Jane's body first. In this way, when the time is right, take out the TIE particles from Jane's body to blackmail the Dark Elves. Everything has been taken into consideration by Chin Yun. Chin Yun's right hand clapped 203 towards Jane's forehead. A seemingly friendly energy entered into Jane's body. Chin Yun's face was pale, and he clutched his chest. Okay, I just used my means to inject a burst of energy to protect Jane. The power in her body is for her improvement, so there won't be any big problems. As long as my energy is inside, I will help her absorb this energy all the time. Maybe it won't be long before Jane can become a member of Asgard. Chin Yun spoke unhurriedly. Thor and Frigga looked at Chin Yun's pale complexion and understood that Chin Yun had used his real skills just now. Otherwise, there is no way to make Chin Yun so weak. Thor hurriedly stepped forward to care about Jane, while Chin Yun and Frigga walked out of the room, leaving some private space for the two of them. Chin Yun, is that force really good? Can it help Jane improve her body? Frigga asked Chin Yun suspiciously, but she still couldn't help beating the drums in her heart. Don't worry, Queen, that power is Jane's opportunity. If you don't want Thor to worry about Jane's birth, old age, sickness, and death in the future, let her absorb that power. What's more, I have already injected a piece of my energy, which can ensure Jane's absorption and protect her body at the same time, so there will be no major problems. It only takes less than a week, and Jane will undergo earth-shaking changes. When the time comes, you are ready to look forward to it. Chin Yun squinted his eyes and said, if he guessed correctly, it would take 5,000 years in Kyushu for a celestial body to gather once in a week. Time and space will then be chaotic, and some wormholes will appear between countries. By that time, it will be difficult for Kyushu to avoid chaos. Moreover, the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, is not a fool. He will choose to take action on the day when the celestial bodies converge. Take the TIE particles from Jane and try to make the Dark Elves plunge Kyushu into darkness once again. TIE particles are too important for Malekith. Maybe Malekith at the moment is already hiding in a corner of Asgard and watching secretly. After listening to what Chin Yun said for a week, Frigga slowly felt relieved. 1 week is completely insignificant to the time of their gods, and they may remember things in 10 or even 100 years. That's good, thank you again for your shot. When the time comes, I will give you whatever you want to take from the treasure house of the father of God Odin. Frigg said slowly, as the Queen of Heaven, she has the right to do this life. Really. I really want to visit the treasure house of the father of God Odin, but does Odin agree to this matter? I don't want to cause trouble for myself. After all, this is your territory. Chin Yun slightly said unhurriedly if he could get some good things from Odin's treasury. For example, the box of Old Winter, the source of power of the giants of Jotunheim, which he also wanted very much. There are tens of thousands of blizzards inside the box of the ancient East. Once it breaks out, it will be a terrible existence for any country. The giants of Jotunheim wanted to get their treasure back because the blizzard contained in the box of ancient winter had no effect on them. On the contrary, they are their enemies, and they will be even more troublesome if they encounter a snowstorm. Giants of Jotunheim, they are good at fighting in the ice and snow. It's okay, I'll go back and talk to Odin about this matter. You just wait. You can go out with Jane and the others. After all, you are our distinguished guest of Asgard Tilda. After Frigga said that, she turned and left. Chin Yun went back outside Jane's room and knocked on the door. It's me. The person who opened the door was Thor. At the moment, Thor was full of happiness. Seeing Jane recovering, he was full of joy in his heart. Chin Yun, do you know what the energy in Jane's body is? I heard from my mother that it might help her. Thor asked with a puzzled face, and Chin Yun smiled faintly. Definitely, as a god, what would Thor think if he saw his human friends dying one by one? How pitiful and lonely it is. My energy is protecting her in Jane's body. Let her slowly absorb the energy in her body, and she may become a god in time. At that time, wouldn't you be happy if you two stay together forever? The more Chin Yun went on, the happier Thor's face became. He had never looked for Jane before and picked up this relationship again. It is because the lifespans of humans and gods are different, and he doesn't want to see Jane by his side. Long-term pain is worse than short-term pain, so Thor can only choose not to see Jane and let this matter be the same as the past. After many years, he will slowly forget, and Jane will not leave any traces on the earth. However, now that Chin Yun said that Jane might become a god, he felt happy for Jane from the bottom of his heart. As long as they become gods, the two of them don't have to worry about the issue of human longevity if they continue to be together. Thank you so much. You will always be my friend and always be a partner in Asgard. Thor laughed and said, as the saying goes, people are in good spirits on happy occasions. For him, there is no better news than Jane being able to become a god. Okay, your mother told me to visit Asgard with you during this time. After all, it's the first time for Jane to come to this place. Don't you want to take her out for fun? And I'm always by Jane's side. Even if Jane suddenly has a problem, I can solve it in time. Chin Yun said with a smile. Thor turned his head to look at Jane lying on the bed, flew over with a swoop, and hugged Jane by the waist. He kissed Jane hard on the face. Jane, this is your first time in Asgard. This is my home. I will show you around, and you will stay here in Asgard for a long time in the future. Jane blushed looking at Thor and then at Qin-yun. Really? Can I really do it? But I am a human being, not a god, and I can only stay here for a few decades. Haha, what nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you hear what Qin-yun said just now? You may become a god in the future. Don't worry, you won't have any problems with us in your body, just relax. Thor laughed and said. Jane looked at Thor's excitement, and then at Qin-yun standing at the door. Qin-yun nodded slightly towards Jane. It is not possible to become a god. It is absolutely possible to become a god. As long as with my help, nothing is impossible. You trust Thor, trust me too. When Jane heard this, her eyes widened and she pointed at herself. Can I really do it? It's true or it's false. You won't collude to deceive me. Jane couldn't believe her ears that she was an ordinary Earth human the day before. One day, people tell themselves that they are about to become gods. Could it be possible to become a god by going to the enchantment once? Surely God is too easy to become. Jane's unbelievable look made Thor dumbfounded. His name is Qin-yun, and he is the leader, Zhao, of a mysterious organization on Earth called the Men in Black. He won't lie to you. Moreover, when the energy in your body exploded today, he also took action to solve it. You have to thank him for saving his life. As Thor said, Jane ran down from the bed in a hurry and bowed in front of Qin-yun. Qin-yun waved his hand lightly, and a wave of energy appeared on Jane's body, helping her up. Watching this operation, Jane's eyes on Qin-yun changed a bit. Are you an Earth human too? That's right, so you don't have to worry, I'm also a god. Humans on Earth can become gods, so don't worry. When Qin-yun said this, he was laughing in his heart. What kind of god is he? Although he is powerful, he doesn't have any gods or the so-called gods. He is not a god, but his strength is too strong, and he is only a step away from the creation god. Really, don't lie to me. After Jane and Thor got acquainted, she did some research on the gods in Norse mythology. She knows that there are gods in this world, but it doesn't mean that just anyone who wants to become a god can become a god. It is more difficult for a man to become a god than to ascend to heaven. Like many people in Asgard, they are not considered gods. They can only be regarded as ordinary magic soldiers, although they carry the word god. But compared with the serious god, it's a world of difference. Qin-yun wondered for a while, even a Thor is easy to fool. How easy is it for a small human being to fool you? Dare to question yourself. If Jane is not regarded as the nourishment of T particles, Jane would not have to live long ago and just die obediently. Qin-yun pretended to have a downcast face, looked at Thor, and handed the question to Thor. Thor, what do you think? Your little girlfriend doesn't seem to want to be a god. Your relationship is a bit difficult. Qin-yun said earnestly. Thor smiled awkwardly, stood up and patted Jane on the shoulder. Jane, don't think too much. Qin-yun said yes, it is absolutely possible. You must not underestimate Qin-yun, he is stronger than me. What Thor said was not unreasonable. He also wondered. Qin-yun was born out of thin air and is very powerful. This kind of existence is hard to believe, but the existence of dead men is more popular than people. Jane looked at Qin-yun with doubts. She was still very hesitation in her heart. She couldn't believe what Qin-yun said, but Thor's firm eyes made her feel very stable. Even if she doesn't believe in Qin-yun, she will believe in Thor, who will do what Thor says. Then, if I want to become a god, how do I become one? According to my understanding, if I want to become a god, I must have the title of a god and the residence of a god. If not, even a god is only a demigod. Jane said honestly, becoming a demigod is of no use at all, and it doesn't help life expectancy or anything. How difficult it is to become a god. Qin-yun didn't expect Jane's question to be so tricky, and he couldn't figure it out for a while. However, he can't even deal with a yellow-haired girl like Jane, so he should just return to Earth obediently and stop trying to set off a bloodbath in Asgard. God's mansion and God's title, CBFI, are all easy to say. Don't worry, you are backed by Asgard, they have absolute power. Do you not believe in Thor or the father of God, Odin? Jane, although you have studied a lot of things before, you are not enough to look at them in front of serious gods. How did they become gods? You haven't even thought of this most basic point. Don't think that if you study a little more, you can gain a great deal of truth. Qin-yun spoke earnestly. revealing to Jane inside and out that Thor can solve all problems if Thor can't. Then let Thor's father, the father of God, Odin, take care of it. All problems have been solved. Do you really think there is nothing you can do about it? That would be too ridiculous. For a human being on Earth, becoming a god is what they dream of, with absolute strength and unlimited lifespan. In other words, Jane's brain circuit is a bit weird. If it were someone else, how could they think so much? What Chin-Yun and Thor say in front of them is what they say, and they don't even need to think about the right and wrong of things. That's right, Jane, I have everything to do with it, as well as my mother and my father. They all have their own solutions. Don't think too much about it. And you think it's too difficult to become a god because you haven't thought about it at all before. If you want to be like me, you've been a god since you were born, what would you think? Thor also spoke anxiously. He was very puzzled in his heart, who knew that the earnest talk for a long time was of no use to Jane at all. Thor couldn't help feeling a bit of dissatisfaction in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. If you don't believe them, you can choose to hand over the energy in your body, and I will give the energy to others. Chin-Yun spoke unhurriedly. A chill flashed in his eyes. Jane couldn't help but shuddered when he saw Chin-Yun's eyes. Don't, Chin-Yun, don't. It took so long for such an opportunity to appear. Jane was not sensible before. If she knew the importance of it, she would never say that. Before Jane opened her mouth to speak, Thor suddenly spoke. He didn't want to give Jane the opportunity that was so hard to get. If they disappeared suddenly, the matter of the two of them living together and flying together would have turned into a ball of bubbles. For Thor, it is only necessary for Jane to live longer and longer, to be able to be by his side, without worrying about the so-called birth, old age, sickness, and death. Living obediently in Asgard from now on will be a different experience. Maybe I will be the father of God in the future, and you will be the queen. Jane, don't think about it. Thor turned his head and looked at Jane with great sincerity. Jane nodded and said nothing more. The doubts and disbeliefs she said before are all based on her own understanding. However, in front of the two gods, she still believes in what she has researched, instead of believing in the words of God. Jane couldn't laugh or cry in her heart, but she realized that Chin-Yun is definitely not easy to mess with. Although Chin-Yun is also a person from the earth like himself, it is definitely not easy to become a god on the earth. What's more, Chin-Yun can also help her suppress the energy in her body. Both Thor and Queen Frigga took special care of Chin-Yun, and Chin-Yun has a very high status in Jane's heart without realizing it. What a terrifying existence it is for a person who can become a god by himself. However, if Chin-Yun knew what Jane was thinking in his mind, he would really be dumbfounded. From Chin-Yun's point of view, all she needs to do is to keep Jane steady during this period of time, and the TIE particles in her body will undergo earth-shaking changes. Just wait for Malekith of the Dark Elf to pick it up. It's just that Chin-Yun doesn't know where the Dark Elf leader Malekith is now. He still wanted to meet with the other party. After all, in his plan to destroy Asgard, the Dark Elves and Giants of Jotunheim were indispensable. Could it be that the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, has been waiting for the celestial fusion? Before the celestial fusion occurs, Malekith will never come forward. Chin-Yun couldn't help muttering in his heart. For him, he should go and meet the leader of the Dark Elves and the Giants of Jotunheim. Several of them have the same goal. They all want to destroy Asgard. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. It's better to work together so that Asgard doesn't have a chance to turn around completely. Thinking of this, the smile in Chin-Yun's heart grew thicker. As if he could not let himself make a move, he would not let himself make a move. Sitting behind the scenes, strategizing and winning thousands of miles away. However, it is not yet known where the Dark Elf leader Malekith is, but Lof, the leader of the Giants of Jotunheim, Loki should know where. After today's affairs are over, trying to find a way to contact Loki can be regarded as a little help. Loki and Lof must be stabilized. Loki is still very conflicted in his heart, Tilda. Although there is hatred for Thor and Odin in my heart, but along with the appearance of hatred, there is also a wave of love. That kind of love, no one knows, no one knows. Therefore, from Chin-Yun's point of view, Loki is an unstable factor, like a time bomb, which may explode at any time. Thinking of this, Chin-Yun sighed helplessly. Loki had to be steady here, and any rhetoric would have no effect in front of Loki. Loki is too smart. If you want to get Loki into the trap, you have to use sincere words, half-truths and half-truths in it, and you can make Loki believe it. For people like Loki, Chin-Yun still has a hand. After all, when the Men in Black organization on Earth first started, he was the one who lured them in by tricking and abducting them. After officially joining the Men in Black organization, you don't have to worry too much. The rest will be digested internally. Chin-Yun is such a person. If he can't get it, he tries to get it. And when he gets it, he just kicks it away. It's useless. Chin-Yun stood at the door and watched Jane and Thor whispering to each other. That look was as sweet as it could be, not at all like the aggressive look he had when talking to himself before. This young couple is really interesting. They don't know that their love is only a few days away. Hey, don't blame me, who let the system issue me a mission to destroy 60% of Asgard's life. However, some of you may still be alive by then. Dark elves and giants of Jotunheim are not weak enemies either. Chin-Yun murmured in his heart, although the task given to him by the system was to eliminate 60% of Asgard's life. However, the Dark Elves and the Giants of Jotunheim will never die with Asgard. If Asgard exists, there will be no good days for them. Which is more important, they all know each other in their hearts. The father of God, Odin, had been pressing on their heads for so long that they were almost out of breath. Fortunately, within a few days, the 5,000-year celestial body aggregation in Kyushu has created great opportunities for many countries that are hostile to Asgard. Such an opportunity is once in 1,000 years. If we wait any longer, we may have to wait another 5,000 years. Okay, it's getting late. If the two of you are busy, I'll go shopping alone. There is another person outside the door. You must not take it seriously. Chin-Yun shouted at Thor and Jane in the room, and Chin-Yun's voice sounded, making both Thor and Jane feel unnatural for a moment. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, and Thor patted his head with a laugh. I'm sorry, I forgot just now. Let's go, I have to take Jane to have fun today. It's okay. Chin-Yun, didn't I take you to Asgard last time? Where do you want to go? Let's go. Thor waved his hand and said. Chin-Yun shrugged indifferently. You can go anywhere, just see where you want to take me. If the two of you want a private date, then I'll go shopping alone, it's okay. Chin-Yun said with an honest look, and Thor was secretly happy when he heard it. This is exactly what he wanted. Because of his mother's instructions, he had to accompany Chin-Yun to visit Asgard. Since Chin-Yun has such an idea, then he can just follow the words and talk about it. That's really embarrassing. Chin-Yun, I still have a lot to say to Jane. I may not be able to entertain you today. Later, if it's later, I will definitely come to you. How about it? Chin-Yun rolled his eyes helplessly and walked out without saying anything. He glanced around, only to find a man in a green robe standing not far away staring at him. 0. That person was indeed Loki. Chin-Yun showed a smile. He really had nowhere to go, and it took no effort to get here. Originally, I wanted to find Loki and stabilize Loki, but I didn't expect Loki to appear on my own initiative, so he had to take the initiative to attack. In the next second, Chin-Yun appeared beside Loki in a flash, but Loki didn't realize it yet, looking at Jane's room in the distance. Guess Loki is still thinking about Thor and Jane. Chin-Yun stood behind Loki, shook his head helplessly. Chin-Yun stretched out his hand and patted Loki's shoulder lightly. A cold light appeared, and a small light blue dagger flashed in front of Chin-Yun. Chin-Yun stretched out his right hand, holding the small dagger firmly with 2 fingers. 0. Your weapon needs to be modified, it's not good. With Chin-Yun's right hand exerting a little force, the small light blue dagger suddenly twisted, forming a strange arc, and Loki's eyes widened involuntarily. Is this how you treat your friends? If it weren't for my ability, I would have died in front of you just now. Chin-Yun pursed his mouth and said. Loki sneered, looking at Chin-Yun with murderous intent in his eyes. You are not my friend, I have no friends. You destroyed my weapon, and I haven't told you yet. Chin-Yun pulled his right hand away. Isn't it just a small dagger? With such strength, it's still a weapon? It's ridiculous. This is made by vibranium. Loki frowned and said it was quite difficult for him to get this weapon. Vibranium, Isn't that the metal in Black Panther Wakanda? When Qin Yun heard the term vibranium, he couldn't help muttering in his heart, vibranium can be regarded as the hardest metal in the Marvel Universe. But after Qin Yun's feeling just now, vibranium didn't feel anything in his hands at all, as if it was a slightly better weapon. Qin Yun didn't think about vibranium at all. Come on, I'll help you get it back. Look at your stingy look, you're still the third son of Asgard. Qin Yun said jokingly, snatching his small vibranium dagger from Loki's hand like a robber. Qin Yun put it in his hand and weighed it. This small dagger made of vibranium is very light, as if it can cut through the air. It has to be said that Wakanda's technology industry is still very strong. Qin Yun looked at the lines on the small vibranium dagger, and he was sure that it was vibranium. He stretched out his hand and pulled the small vibranium dagger back as it was originally, little by little. This scene made Loki very angry. If Qin Yun could not easily pinch the small vibranium dagger, otherwise, he would never let Qin Yun do it again. It is definitely a disrespect for one's own weapons, and it is also a disrespect for oneself at the same time. However, fortunately, after a few minutes, Qin Yun finally pinched 483 as before. Here I am, isn't it just a small dagger? Is it worth it? It's really petty. Qin Yun couldn't help sighing. Loki looked at Qin Yun with wide eyes. He didn't want to say anything more. Now he has the heart to kill Qin Yun. It's just that his strength is not enough. Otherwise, he must kill Qin Yun and get rid of him. Loki took it, and seeing that the small vibranium dagger in his hand had returned to its original state, he stretched out his hand and pulled it hard on the small dagger. "Hey, what are you going to do? I don't care if you broke it yourself, I've already fixed it for you." Qin Yun looked at Loki wonderingly. Who knows what Loki is thinking? He finally fixed it for Loki, but Loki wants to break it himself. Loki struggled for a long time, but found that the small vibranium dagger in his hand hadn't changed in any way, and the way he looked at Qin Yun changed a bit. What is the origin of this person, a small human being on Earth, who can easily make a small dagger made by vibranium like that? Loki murmured to himself. He couldn't believe it. He tried his best just now, but he didn't get any reaction from the small vibranium dagger, but it was so easy in Qin Yun's hands. It's really more popular than Deadman, which makes Loki feel a little bit of inequality in his heart. Don't bother, vibranium is the hardest metal. If you can make him like me, then you have become the king of Asgard. Qin Yun said disdainfully. He could see Loki's careful thinking, and he couldn't laugh or cry when he saw Loki returning home after a busy half-day. Loki still has a strong desire to win and lose in his heart, even if his head-to-head strength is weaker than others. However, he will still think of using other methods to eliminate some of his weaknesses, so as to surpass others. So Loki's style of doing things is an unscrupulous person, but it is different for Thor as his brother. Thor is an above-board man who has been raised by the father of God, Odin, for many years. Many people see Thor's behavior in their eyes, and Thor has Asgard's feelings. Many people think that Thor is the future king of Asgard, who can fully bear the responsibility of the father of God, Odin, and make contributions to the people of Asgard. However, there are still many people who compare Thor and Loki in private, but all the conclusions are that Loki is inferior to Thor. It is naked in front of them. Although Loki is the third son of the father of God, Odin, on the surface, in fact, many people don't take Loki seriously. Just pretend that Loki is just a scheming kid, nothing else. Loki wanted to change everyone's perception of him, but the father of God, Odin's favoritism towards Thor repeatedly hit Loki's self-confidence, keeping Loki in a phase where he feels like a failure. Now hearing what Qin Yun said, the dissatisfaction in his heart deepened. He turned his head to look at Jane's room in the distance and never paid attention to Qin Yun again. How old, still like a child, what? Jealous of Jane? Jealous of Jane that she has your brother Thor's love. Your concept has been deformed. Thor has his own right to choose, why should you? Qin Yun spoke earnestly, but on the surface Qin Yun was only persuading Loki, but in fact Qin Yun had other thoughts in his heart. He wants to seduce Loki little by little to make Loki's hatred for Thor deeper. Don't let Loki kill Thor and Odin for any hesitation. Can you control it? What's the condition of Jane's body? Do you know? Loki asked Chin Yun without looking back. Chin Yun pouted helplessly. There is an energy in her body that can make her a god, and she will be able to get along with your brother Thor day and night in the future. Just be a little follower and obediently follow behind his asterisk. If Jane, you will have to be called sister-in-law or something in the future, haha. Chin Yun spoke unhurriedly, but while speaking, he also looked at Loki's expression. Loki, who was originally as calm as water, showed anger on his face, and Chin Yun was secretly delighted. Hooked. Get hooked and it's all good, just say something else, give Loki another kick, and it'll be perfect. The smile in Chin Yun's heart remained undiminished, while the anger on Loki's face became even stronger. I'm going to kill her, I'm going to kill them all, they'll never have my blessing, I promise. Ah, what do they do with your blessing? They can do whatever they want. Does it depend on your idea whether the two of them can be together? Loki, don't you think highly of yourself? In my opinion, you are like the child behind Thor, following Thor's asterisk every day, being looked down upon by others. Chin Yun covered his mouth and smiled, his eyes were full of sarcasm. Lu Jai turned his head and looked at Chin Chang angrily. What? I said you can't say it yet. The whole of Asgard should know what you look like. Don't pretend. It's too difficult to change the people of Asgard's view of you, but there is still a way. It just depends on whether you are willing to do it. If you don't want to, there is no way. Every word of Chin Yun pierced Loki's heart like a sharp sword. Loki has been living in Asgard, can he not know what those people think of him? What can you do? Do you think I want that? I don't. You are just a human on Earth, just a bug, what can you say in front of me? It's ridiculous. Look at your own status first, and then tell me those non-existent things. Loki didn't look at Chin Yun in the slightest. In his opinion, even if a human being on Earth is powerful, he can't compare with a god. The gods are the real gods. Chin Yun is just a mudleg. Chin Yun shrugged indifferently and looked at Loki with a playful smile. Oh, I have a little temper, but it's useless. If you continue like this, it won't do you any good. You have to know what you are going to do. What can you bring to Asgard? Our goal is to bring destruction to Asgard. Don't be like a child. Chin Yun didn't expect that at the last moment, Loki suddenly betrayed him, saying that he was wrong and Thor and Odin would attack him. By that time, Chin Yun had to take Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves, and Lof, the leader of the Giants of Jotunheim, to kill Loki together. Is my own life more important than those fanciful feelings? Chin Yun hopes that Loki will think carefully and don't let himself be trapped because of impulsiveness. I hope you know what you're going to do. Otherwise, I don't mind killing 21 Thor and Odin before I kill you. A murderous look emerged from Chin Yun's body, his eyes looked at Loki like a sharp knife. Loki couldn't help but shuddered when he looked at Chin Yun's eyes. How many people have to be killed to have such eyes? Loki murmured in his heart. He looked at Chin Yun as if he was a general fighting on the battlefield, stronger than the murderous intent of the father of God Odin. This scares Loki. Loki coughed twice, lacking confidence, and he nodded. Don't worry, I know the rest. I will obediently do what I have to do. It's no problem to cooperate with you, but I didn't expect that Asgard would be destroyed in my hands one day. Loki stretched out his hand, looking at his palm, he sighed. I have lived in Asgard for many years, but in the end it is still like a dream. It is really dumbfounding. I will go to Odin's vault tonight. At that time, I will go to the energy source 9 of the Giants of Jotunheim, and you will call out Lof, the leader of the Giants of Jotunheim, tomorrow. I have something to discuss with him. Don't say that you don't know anything. Otherwise, I'll kill you and go find him again. You can find Lof from the Giants of Jotunheim, and I'm no exception. Chin Yun spoke unhurriedly. Loki's eyes widened. Chin Yun actually going to Odin's treasury at night? Was Odin given some kind of ecstasy by Chin Yun? Why all good things come to Chin Yun's head? What is the charm of Chin Yun himself? Loki looked at Chin Yun in disbelief, and Chin Yun smiled helplessly. Don't worry, it was your mother who promised me, because I have already taken advantage of Jane's energy. As long as the time is right, Jane will become a god. Becoming a god? It's possible for you to lie to others, but you lie to me? It's impossible, this matter. When Loki heard it, there was an energy in Jane, and this energy could make Jane a god. It is obviously a very ridiculous thing. It is impossible to exist at all. Loki questioned Chin-yun loudly. What are you doing with Jane? It is impossible for human beings to become gods. Chin-yun just smiled faintly, not taking this matter seriously at all. The next second, Loki seemed to think of something, and he looked at Chin-yun in disbelief. Did they all believe it? Can Jane become a god? FK, it's impossible. How could they be so stupid? They can't think of such a simple thing. Loki couldn't figure it out. He knew clearly that no matter how exaggerated the energy in Jane's body in time, it would not be able to help Jane become a god. But Thor and Odin chose absurdly to believe Chin-yun. Why? As the queen's mother, Frigga, would also believe in Chin-yun. Couldn't they all see that this was Chin-yun's simple trick? It is impossible in your eyes, but everything is possible in my hands. I have already convinced them. Don't forget what I told you. I want to meet Lof, the leader of the giants of Jotunheim. Hope you can arrange it soon. Loki couldn't help but fell into deep thought. He didn't focus on arranging for Chin-yun to meet Lof, the leader of the giants of Jotunheim, but paid attention to Jane. There is an energy in Jane, and this energy can make Jane a god through Chin-yun's means. And Thor, Odin, and Frigga all believe it. Loki's brain was running fast. He seemed to have thought of an answer. Combined with the words Chin-yun told himself before, he had a bold discovery. Impossible, impossible. What did you do to Jane? Everything is in your calculation. Impossible. Jane is an unknown. How can you arrange her in the plan? Loki covered his head in pain and looked at Chin-yun in disbelief. The tricks he was good at were completely inadequate in front of Chin-yun. He felt more and more unable to see through Chin-yun. The human beings on this earth seemed to hold everything firmly from above, playing with their psychology in the palm of their hands. There will be no secrets at all in front of Chin-yun. Loki, who had been thinking for a long time, was already dripping with sweat. He asked, "What is the energy in Jane? Shouldn't you know?" Chin-yun showed a playful smile, and it hit Loki's heart like a bolt from the blue. However, Lu-jai still held a look of disbelief. With TIE particles. When Loki said TIE particles, he hoped that there would be no TIE particles on Jane, even if it was other energies. Once it is TIE particles, it will be absolutely finished. However, Chin-yun nodded slightly and smiled faintly. It seems that you are not so stupid. You guessed it all at once. Indeed, the energy in Jane's body is TIE particles. Didn't you think that the TIE particles that counted so many times would be on Jane's body? And I have already moved the TIE particles. Once the TIE particles fluctuate, I will immediately sense it. And can accurately lock the position, so you don't even think about it. Asgard's destruction is only a matter of time. Chin-yun spoke unhurriedly. Every word Chin-yun said was like a heavy hammer hitting Loki's heart. He finally knew why Chin-yun had the courage to say this to himself.